Chapter 451, I decide to wait to see how long the respawn rate on this floor is. Based on what I've experienced in labyrinths before, every 20 floors there's a major boss room fight, separating the floors and protecting the dragon and demon up top and limiting the number of hunters that can travel in, if this guess is correct, and another guardian is placed there. Defeating the 39th floor boss may trigger a cooldown clock just like the lower floor boss does, so, just to be safe, I won't challenge the boss room here until I'm certain I'll be going up much further. I'm pretty sure whatever is on that next floor is going to be above level 1000, so I'd like to get as close as I can to that level 2 beforehand. And farming these minotaurs will do just that. I start dungeon walking to other floors and clearing them out in the meantime to farm MCP and extra MP crystals to find that it takes just under half an hour for the 11 mobs to spawn back in. Out of the 11, 10 are normal base level mobs and 1 is a mutant with extreme fire magic again at level 985. I go through the same procedure, taking out the base mobs with pure mana based attacks, and using a chi infused strike to subjugate the final mutant. The fact that I'm not having to send slashes out of my blade leaves most of the chi in my possession, so I'm barely using any, but still, it is some. The small percent of my chi base being used up each time is worth it as far as I'm concerned, even if my level gains are slow. The mutant drops another firestone, making me wonder if I am just extra lucky today, or if its drop rate is seriously 100%. My level hits 959, and I continue to farm on floors 31 to 38, collecting loot, elemental stones, mana crystals, and continuing to gain MCP while I wait for the 30-minute long respawn timer to reset. I even check on Ari a few times, letting him use my absorption skill to farm MCP from the 30th floor boss room. He's been farming there for high-level kills and has reached level 790. To my surprise, each time I come back, the Wyvern boss is a different kind of mutant, dropping many unique element stones such as red earth stones, and a grayish-brown tinted water stone. Once I go back, 9 mobs spawn on the 39th floor this time. 8 of them are base level while 1 is a mutant at level 992, it seems the levels and number of them vary. The fewer there are, the higher the mutant's level will be, but overall, it is pretty consistent. I clear the floor again, reaching level 963, and the mutant drops a 3rd element stone. I come to the conclusion that I've really hit a goldmine here, a nearly A-ranked unique element stone drop every 30 minutes. These stones are priceless treasures, and I'll be able to farm a nearly endless amount of them. I repeat this process 7 more times, boosting Ares' mana control by over 100 million MCP, and raising my level to 988 while collecting even more rare element stones. I hold 9 in total in my item storage. Even so, it's been a little over 6 hours since I left the town back in Sector 2. If it was worth the time spent, I would continue farming for levels, but even the strongest mutants hardly pass level 991 to 993 while the weaker ones range from 985 to 987. It's not guaranteed that I'll even gain a single level if I come back to farm after waiting upward of 30 minutes and the mutants are a lower level than I am. I should be wrapping things up soon, and the fact that I haven't heard any word back from my body doubles about the situation in Valor City, retrieving my teammates before they face off in the arena doesn't settle well for me. They're either taking their sweet time coming back, or something is not going exactly to plan. My body double would have killed itself if there was anything urgent, so whatever is happening, it's being handled just fine. My best course of action now is to just challenge a higher floor and reach level 1000 before another dark guard shows up. So, that's exactly what I decide to do. Trying to grind out more levels on this 39th floor will take far too long for my liking. A little push is exactly what I need. I dungeon walk down to meet Ari one more time to let him know my plans, and we both agree this is a good time for him to end his training session and go back to the town in Sector 2. My body double transfers the millions of MP worth of crystals and loot it's farmed over the last few hours to me, and I place it in my item storage for safekeeping. Then, it brings Ari back to the dungeons in the canyon to wait for my return after I finish with this final floor. Minutes after they leave, I feel the memories of my double flood back into me. My other 2 are busy, so I'd still like to have one as backup. Unauthorized tail usage. If you spot this story on Amazon, report the violation. This makes me think. Although I could ask Ember for assistance moving forward, and we'd most likely wipe the floor with any opponent using his soul energy cleansing flames, I'm determined to reach level 1000 on my own. Relying on my allies is a great backup plan if needed, but ensuring that my own strength is enough is more important to me. With this in mind, I dungeon walk back up to floor 39 and jump through the boss room portal. Wasting no time at all, I imbue my sword with chi and slice the level 996 Minotaur boss in half before it's even able to activate its ranked up buff. Level up, I hit level 989, the mutants on the actual floor put up more of a fight. I chuckle to myself and store its massive mana crystal along with 2 shimmering silver axes with 170% strength buffs on them into my item storage and wait for the transfer magic to bring me up to the next floor. Once the white flash fills my vision and ceases, leaving me in an endless dirt pit with no exit portal in sight, I activate my perception skills and confirm that this is a boss room just like the 20th floor. The sky above me is dark, almost black, and the dirt pit I'm stood in slants upward at a very slight incline for about 500 meters on all sides around me. It's a very plain and simple boss room, but it tells me whatever monster guards it relies on its own strength and battle strategies rather than any environmental advantages. A single status pops up in my mind's eye as the figure of a human walks toward me with his arms crossed. He seems to be a bit taller than a normal human, roughly 2 meters, but the proportions are not oversized like the human form of the colossal I faced before. He has black boots, blue jeans, a worn-out white t-shirt, and bulging muscles that look like they're tearing these pieces of clothing at the seams. His skin is light brown, his hair is dark black, and his sideburns are trimmed up almost as sharp as his stare. Static electricity ripples around him with every footstep he takes closer to me, and I see a shimmering gold collar made of soul energy wrapped around his neck. The arcs of electricity grow larger and larger the closer he gets, and the golden collar gives off an eerie glow similar to an item I've only seen one time before. It feels just like the golden ring I saw around the vice region director's finger. The depths of this power are evil and seemingly limitless. I do a full inspect and appraisal scan. LV 1101, active items, none, active skills, combat magic, extreme lightning summoning. Intimidation, legendary grade, bloodlust, special grade, buffs, domain of terror, hidden ability, the sun god's curse mark. A middle-aged man's confident and arrogant voice echoes through the boss room as the figure walks closer at a slow and steady rate. Well. It's been ages since I got a challenger. Who are you? A rogue hunter, an association plant testing to see if I haven't gotten rusty, or, the energy collar around his neck glows bright golden yellow, and soul energy flows off of it, covering the man's eyes as a red aura of the bloodlust skill he has activates and turns a shade of orange when it reacts with the golden aura that leaks from the collar. A demon. With 2 cores, he smiles and starts to laugh, letting the golden energy from the collar envelop his whole body to create a veil of shielding around him. The shape of the energy deforms around his hands and feet, shaping what look to be claws and paws of soul energy. Whoever, or whatever you are, it doesn't matter to me. I am the guardian of the 40th floor. You will not defeat me, I guarantee it. He continues to walk forward at a slow and steady rate, then finally stops about 10 meters in front of me. The golden glow around him gets denser and charged up with more and more soul energy, until its shielding becomes difficult to see through. His aura increases to shine brightly, and the manifestation of sharp wolf-like claws grow more defined on his hands as he points them at me in a fighting stance with intent to strike. I stare back at him, boosting up all my buffs to their full potential to match his intensity, imbue my sword full with hot chi, and prepare for the being to make a move. A bright wave of golden light bursts outward, increasing the size of his aura by many times, showing the activation of his intimidation skill erupt and run rampant through the entire boss room. The arcs of yellow and white electricity grow larger and larger as well, expanding with this display and searing black holes into the dirt ground every time they hit a concentrated point. I clash back with an intimidation and confusion skill barrage of my own, igniting my body in flames that burn dark crimson, making a wall of heat surround me. The instant I do, the man lunges forward and I match his movements. I swing my chi-infused sword across my body but don't hold back or test my limits and go all out from the start. There's only so many times I'll be able to confuse and surprise my opponent, so I activate stealth and disappear before my opponent's eyes, then use earth and water magic along with advanced mana manipulation to their highest potential to make the ground below the golden man running toward me turn to a pool of liquid mud as he falls downward. I solidify the pool of liquid into hard stone, locking him in place. At the same instance, I waste no time and go in for the kill. I dungeon walk behind him with extreme speed and all my agility and stat boosting buffs burning through MP at a rapid rate while following through with my chi-infused sword strike, aiming for his heart through his back. As soon as my blade touches his golden aura, arcs of electricity begin to climb up my sword, and even while in full stealth mode, the man's head and body turn with ferocious speed. He breaks free from my stone trap with ease, and blocks my sword with one of his hands covered in golden aura, making it look like sharp claws are gripping my blade. Despite this, I grit my teeth and continue to follow through with the strike, watching my chi slowly burn through the golden aura the more I push into my sword. The man's eyes widen at this fact as the blade makes contact with the actual skin of his palm and draws bright red blood. Another eruption of his bloodlust and intimidation aura follows, and I'm hit with a point-blank brute force blow in the chest with his other free clawed soul energy manifested hand. I feel it rip through my chi barrier and mana shielding, tearing my chestplate armor to shreds and leaving 3 deep gashes on my chest and throwing me backward. My body lights up with electricity, and I feel every cell of my being begin to heat up faster and faster. Chapter 452. Luckily, from the pure force of the brute's attack, I'm thrown flying backward through the air, and the intensity of the lightning shocks lessens the further away from the golden glowing man I get. I quickly increase my momentum away from him even faster using air steps, then activate stealth while simultaneously creating a body double to send back down at him. While my copy plummets back toward the golden ball of electricity and soul energy, I dungeon walk even further away, activating my new extreme stamina skill to heal some of my lost HP instantly. Then, use self-regeneration to heal up all minor wounds like the slashes across my chest and fix up the holes in my blood-bonded armor. However, the tingling sensation of electricity buzzing through my entire body stays longer than expected. I have to push my self-regeneration skill to its limits to mend the burnt flesh and shocked organs from head to toe. Meanwhile, my senses are severely dulled. Getting hit by one of its lightning strikes again in a more compromising position could easily have ended much worse. I cannot let that happen a second time. Even when carefully going for the kill shot, I severely underestimated my opponent. A loud explosion of white light erupts from below me as the self-destruction skill of my body double creates a shockwave of mana over 40 meters wide in diameter. I hear the man's loud yell from within. Even if there was no chi imbued in that attack, it must have hurt a bit. These new body doubles of mine equal my mana control exactly, and letting out a full force attack with no regard for my life would be a devastating move. However, the aura of golden light continues to glow from within the white shockwave of energy from my fallen double. I feel the size of the man in the center of the blast begin to expand and expel more energy. His form begins to shift and grow, similar to when I watched the ranked up Dark Guard shift from his human body to one of a massive monster. He's transforming already. Huge arcs of lightning begin to shoot out, reaching further and further away from the man's position in the middle of the boss room. They begin to reach out over 100 meters away from him, arcing toward me. I go into full battle mode again, boosting my perception skills to their limit and watching the electric arcs come my way. The first instinct that comes to mind when I see this electricity is that there's no way for me to dodge them. I've encountered a lightning user one time before, back in the C-class exams, and the only way I could get away from the attacks was to not be seen. The other was to take them head-on and tough it out. Based on the near paralysis-inducing feeling I got after just one split-second hit from this monster's extreme version of the skill, I'm sure muscling through isn't an option. It also saw straight through my stealth skill the instant I made it within its inner aura's range, so I'm fairly certain sneaking away from its attacks isn't going to work either. I summon another body double and send it at the growing ball of golden light again to act as a distraction while I rack my brain for more answers to my predicament. My all-seeing eye is doing full scans of the boss room, watching arcs of electricity move closer and closer to me as they somehow get stronger the more the soul energy ball grows. Another pulse of golden light erupts from the center of the boss room as my double explodes using a kamikaze-style attack again, and this sparks the beginning of an epiphany. My eyes track the fast-moving, nearly invisible shockwave of soul energy as it fills the air, and following it at the exact same speed are multiple arcing lines of electricity. This phenomenon captures my interest, and I push all of my mana control into my perception skills, leaving my attack and defenses limited while another body double is produced to make for a distraction and catalyst to run this test again. As the next pulse of mana and soul energy comes out, lightning follows. My eyes adjust to the small fluctuations in mana, and every rogue lightning strike I see arcing through the boss room is traveling on waves of mana. It is just a skill after all. I whisper under my breath. The lightning strikes aren't just a natural occurrence, they are summoned from mana, so they have to follow the natural rules of the system and dungeons. The arcs of energy can only flow as fast as the waves of mana a caster pushes them. These invisible waves of mana, just like the simple mana arrays sent out into the air when I use skills like enemy detection or my all-seeing eye, are usually mana readings I neglect to watch closely during battles, because they never directly affect me or have any offensive abilities. Now that I see them, however, there's no going back. I stop sending in body doubles as distractions, and allow the dust and energy to settle, revealing what is underneath. A massive black wolf, with glowing golden eyes, a gold collar, shimmering claws, and sharp teeth all dripping with dense soul energy, stares at me from across the dungeon. Taken from Royal Road, this narrative should be reported if found on Amazon. Its hair stands up with static as arcs of electricity come off of it, and it bolts my way instantly, from nose to tail. The beast is almost 7 meters long and covered in a barrier of soul energy equal to, if not greater than, the density of the ranked up colossal shielding that I was unable to pierce through even using all my chi. Its muscular legs rip up the hard dirt ground with every step, and its increasing static waves leave a 10 meters wide trail of blackened soil behind it. I'm outmatched in every aspect. It's faster than me, stronger than me, has far more soul energy and mana stores, and worst of all, it has nothing to lose. The monster's footsteps are rhythmic and nearly silent. All I can hear is the buzz of electricity in the air and the low growl building up in its throat. If I want to beat this creature, I'll have to do it right now, and with a well-planned out attack where I have a technical advantage. I take a deep breath in and out, pushing all my buffs to their limits while plundering mana from the air, activating my swordsmanship skill, and focusing my chi into just 3 points. The first is my eyes to aid my perception. I dungeon walk around the boss room and continuously track the waves of mana and soul energy that pulse in waves of varying strengths. The closer it is to the ravenous wolf, the denser the energy is and the stronger and faster the lightning that flows along it becomes. These are the most visible waves to me, and even a single shot could put me completely out of commission. Based on their strength, one hit wouldn't kill me, but it would freeze my body and dull my mind for possibly a full second or longer. I'd be put in a compromised position that could lead to something far worse. The further away from the wolf the waves get, the weaker they become. These waves of dispersing energy are much harder to see without total concentration, but also the lightning that follows them is less dense with mana and in turn will give a less deadly strike. The waves come in set patterns and intervals, easy for me to track and predict now that I know where to look. So, the second place where my chi aids me is in the soles of my feet, whether it's to push off the ground with greater force or to give myself an edge in the sky when air stepping out of the way. Boosting my movement speed with chi is essential to carrying out my plan. Lastly, the remainder of my chi is channeled into my sword. The first attack I threw at this floor boss's base form was a strong one, but I didn't put everything I had into it. I still left most of my chi in my shielding to protect from a counterblow. This turned out to be the smartest decision at the time, as it blocked some of the blunt force attack on my chest, but at the same time it limited my pure force that could have been used to finish the battle before it started. I allow enough concentrated chi into my sword to the point where it begins to drip from my blade. If not used soon, I'll be wasting its full potential, and an attack like this won't be possible for me to do again without more backup chi pills. Once all of the variables are set in place exactly how I want them to be, I let my instincts and legendary swordsmanship skill take over. The thuds of the wolf's footsteps fade away, and the dirt arena around us begins to disappear too. I'm left in a void of darkness. The only thing I see and feel is my opponent coming toward me and the now slow-moving waves of energy and yellow static electricity that arcs around it, sizzling and moving through the air slower and slower relative to my perception. I dungeon walk forward, watching an arc of electricity move past me on my right side so slow I watch it make shifting sharp-angled changes in direction, following the paths of least resistance, and I'm able to predict exactly where it'll flow to next by watching the mana fluctuations with my chi-infused all-seeing eye. A bright crimson thread of certainty protrudes from the tip of my blade, twisting and curving around the black empty space in front of me. Its path becomes more erratic and jumbled the closer to the wolf it gets. At some stages, the thread disappears, stopping short and reappearing tens of meters away. I understand this just means I'll have to dungeon walk to dodge many more lightning attacks and teleport with perfect accuracy to follow the plan to its exact point, landing right between the eyes of the wolf. Every square centimeter of this creature is protected with shielding denser than I can possibly dream of breaking through in my current form. However, that doesn't mean I can't pierce through the one point where it is weakest, as soul energy is used to boost the monster's vision, and a majority is used to send out lethal lightning attacks. The rest of the soul energy at its disposal covers its vitals. The most dense shielding is over its heart, next around its neck, and lastly its brain. Every time another pulse of lightning is released, there's a small fluctuation between these points, leaving openings of weaker shielding for a fraction of a second. It feels like the sea pulling back water to reveal fresh sand that doesn't see the light of day right before an enormous wave. I allow my subconscious to take over and I begin weaving through the waves of lightning in a predetermined path, airstepping and dungeon walking through the ever-increasing storm of electricity. It feels like a dance that I've been practicing for years, but finally get to perform for the first time. Every time I disappear and reappear, sections of the boss room's mana get sucked away by my plunderer skill that is pushed to its limit, burning through MP like a furnace to keep the graceful display of precision and timing alive. Arcs of electricity brush by my legs, back, arms, and face as the crimson thread gets shorter and shorter, bringing me closer to the deadly wolf. once I'm close enough to be within its inner aura filled with bloodlust and dense arcs of electricity. Its ranked up buff sends waves of intense intimidation deep into my psyche, but I don't let it slow me down. If anything, the increasing pressure makes me move even faster, relying more on my subconscious battle instincts. I begin dungeon walking multiple times a second, shortening the thread further until my blade glowing with chi lands its sharpest point dead center between the wolf's eyes. In this exact moment, one of the creature's soul energy pulses is triggered right on cue. Its shielding fluctuates and my opening is made available for less than 1/10 of a second. I release a wave of chi from my sword's tip dense enough to melt through the weakened golden aura and pierce right through the wolf's skull, cooking its brains with a violent release of every drop of energy I have to wager. The chi in my core is drained by over 75% in a single strike, then the wave of soul energy and electricity that produced the fluctuation allowing me to land this attack hits me like a tsunami. I feel the full power of its concentrated extreme lighting summoning attack flow through my veins. The last thing I see is the flowing white chi burst from its eyes and the golden collar around its neck begins to disintegrate and fade away. An explosion of energy sends me flying into the air, ripping the outer layers of my shielding, armor, and skin to shreds, but the ringing in my inner ear and the fading sensation of electricity going away tells me that everything worked out. Level up, 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 use absorption, skill, combat magic, extreme lightning summoning, yes, no, use absorption. MCP, 77,801,424, yes, no, rank up, yes, no, chapter 453. I choose yes on both options, then use self-regeneration, extreme stamina, and drink a full HP potion while slowly air-stepping toward the boss room floor. My vision is hazy, and my body is tingling all over. I can feel the life coming back to me, but with over 80% of my chi core also depleted, I begin to feel lightheaded and weak as well. Both hands start to glow white, and the sensation begins to climb up my arms to cover my chest and creeps up my neck to cover my head as well. I've felt this sensation once before, and it was when I ranked up last time. Right below me, the corpse of the fallen lightning wolf is yet to dissolve, but with the intensity of the energy that's flowing through my mana pathways right now, I get the feeling my rank up isn't going to be a quick and pleasant procedure. The more the energy takes over my conscious mind, the closer it feels like I'm about to transfer up to the next floor and be in serious danger. I make the split-second decision before my vision goes white to open up a spatial magic portal, letting the undissolved corpse of the lightning wolf fall inside. Then, allow Ember to fly out. The instant he hits the air, his entire body begins to shine bright white as well, and I place a hand on his back, dungeon walking us to the outer edge of a dungeon that is ingrained in my mind as a default teleport point. I see the glimpse of the empty Great Plains, right where the rift of the void creepers used to stand. But now is just an empty wide-stretching meadow with rolling hills and mountains far off in the distance. A hot white energy envelopes my entire body, and I lose consciousness. 1,000 strength, 1,000 mental strength, 1,000 speed, 1,000 agility, 1,000 defense, new buff, Rising Emperor's greater form, hidden ability, active. A rejuvenating rush of energy washes over me while I open my eyes and take in a fresh breath of air, cooler and more refreshing than any breath I've ever felt. I sit up and slowly look around to my left and right, taking in the view of the Great Plains with a newfound appreciation for the dungeon's intricate design. My eyes are sharp, cutting through the imagery of what looks to be a grassy plain. And I see the manifestations of mana for what they really are. Realistic holograms of energy, producing lifelike designs to lure in hunters to expel mana while searching for treasures. Every breath I take brings in more mana in the air, converting it into usable energy, and every second that passes, my body expels mana of its own at an extremely fast rate as it is constantly running on passive buffs and active bodily functions. I can feel every mana particle in this dungeon down to its core, and I even sense the monsters in this dungeon cowering at the sense of my aura, not getting within a kilometer away from me. My mana control has easily increased by over 2.5x, and my Rising Emperor's domain now reaches out just over 100 meters. Less than 20% of my chi stores remain after that battle, but it feels as if I could use the small amount to easily perform the attack I just threw with 75% of my previous core. Every aspect of my being has been upgraded. My mind feels sharper, my energy control is leagues above what it used to be, and my natural base level strength feels far greater. My skin is smoother, and my movements are more graceful. My armor and wounds from battle are completely healed. I don't feel a hint of fatigue in my body at all, and my new and improved form already feels natural. Ember, I whisper under my breath, as he's the second thing on my mind after myself. My head turns as I perceive the reading of a level 1002 dragon in my mind's eye. But the visual I see is far from what I expected. A young man with fair skin and long silky crimson hair sits in a patch of grass less than 15 meters away from me, admiring the dungeon's glory in the same manner that I did just moments ago. He wears an elegant outfit, similar to the apparel seen on high-ranking nobles I passed in my travels through Valor City or expensive auctions. Unauthorized content usage. If you discover this narrative on Amazon, report the violation. The man wears a black vest over a white dress shirt, and a silky red overcoat that matches his bright hair. His matte black shoes match his silky gloves, and a powerful invisible aura surrounds his being. The man turns his head toward me. Fierce, yet calm, crimson eyes lock with mine. He speaks aloud in a voice I know very well. Glad to see you're finally awake, master. It's great to see you decided to take my advice and rank up again. The corner of his lip curves upward, and I see a striking resemblance to the toothy grin Ember always shows when he's enjoying himself. Maybe we won't be killed so easily by the Lich King after all. He mutters to himself. It takes me a moment to register my thoughts, but I reply, you've changed quite a bit too. He stands to his feet, letting his long hair and thin red overcoat flutter in the light breeze of the dungeon. I have, indeed. It's always been much easier getting around in these human forms. Not the greatest for combat, but I get a lot less screams when I walk into rooms. He looks down at his hands, moving his fingers and breathing in the mana-dense air through his nose. A red glow starts to manifest around his body too, showing his mythic-grade plunderer skill activate for a fraction of a second, and all of the mana in the surrounding area gravitates toward him. He turns it off and his base aura glows even brighter than it did before. It's been a while since I've ranked up a second time. This body is probably my favorite one so far. Another pulse of red aura surrounds him for a moment, then the extremely strong mana control completely vanishes into thin air. It's like he's using a mana suppression technique that masks his strength. But I can't see a drop of chi surrounding his body at all. It must be an even more advanced technique. He continues to admire himself, while tons of thoughts race through my mind. I should have come to this conclusion earlier. Both of the double ranked up monsters I've faced so far have started their battles in human forms. Of course, Ember would be the same. This changes quite a few things. Like he said, there will be far less terror from normal humans when entering a room. Meaning Ember can walk around with humans, and his safely guarded identity will not be so easily figured out. Secondly, a more concerning thought comes to my mind as I look down at my status and see my new buff, Rising Emperor's greater form. I point a question toward Ember, hesitant to activate my buff and see for myself. So monsters receive the ability to turn into humanoid forms when they reach level 1000. Does this mean I'll have the ability to turn into a monster? Updated status sheet, status open, name, J Soju, level, 1002, HP, 5015/5015, MP, 5015/5015, strength, 4039, 3999, 5049, 11188, 4847, 2020. 4039, 7714, 5049, 5049, 10098, speed, 3900, 4329, 5928, 4875, 5616, 1950, 3900, 5187, 4875, 4875, 9750, agility, 4008, 4008, 4409, 5010, 5932, 6212, 2004, 4008, 6974, 5010, 10020, defense, 4205, 3112, 5929, 4626, 5845, 8074, 6938, 2103, 4205, 5551, 10513. Mental strength, 4566, 4568, 5708, 5981, 9726, 8173, 2283, 4566, 7854, 5708, 5708, 11415. Skills, Absorption, Legendary Grade, Swordsmanship, Legendary Grade, Combat Magic, Advanced Fire Summoning, Inspect, Special Grade, Enemy Detection, Legendary Grade, Body Hardening, Legendary Grade, self-regeneration, legendary grade, spatial magic, item storage, plunderer, legendary grade, telekinesis, appraisal, special grade, conceal, special grade, berserker, legendary grade, dungeon walker, legendary grade, intimidation, legendary grade, dagger mastery, legendary grade. Stealth, legendary grade, bloodlust, legendary grade, equivalent exchange, combat magic, advanced wind summoning, all-seeing eye, extreme strength, legendary grade, dual wielding, legendary grade. Telepathy, legendary grade, final breath, legendary grade, combat magic, advanced earth summoning, combat magic, advanced mana manipulation, lifesteal, legendary grade, hibernation, special grade, combat magic, advanced demonic energy manipulation, combat magic, advanced ice summoning, body double, legendary grade, lie detector, legendary grade, hush, legendary grade, craftsmanship, mythic grade, extreme speed, legendary grade, combat magic, advanced water summoning, screech. Legendary grade, phantom step, legendary grade, flare, legendary grade, confusion, legendary grade, blast, legendary grade, bind, legendary grade, iron fist, legendary grade, extreme stamina, legendary grade. Combat magic, extreme lightning summoning, items equipped, 15 slots available post second rank up, current items equipped, platinum ring of visual manipulation, 151% mental strength, 111% speed, 100% agility, 99% strength, 74% defense, illusion attribute, the Behemoth's Platinum Amulet, 141% defense, 125% strength, 125% mental strength, enchanted boots of extreme speed, 152% speed, enchanted ice serpent's pendant, 110% agility, 75% magic resistance, 95% ice magic resistance. Platinum Ring of the Blue Ogre King, 131% mental strength, 125% speed, 125% agility, 110% defense, the Flame Emperor's Sword, Advanced Fire Aspect, 277% strength, 213% mental strength, 139% defense, 144% speed, 148% agility. Berserker King's Armor Set, Blood Bonded, 192% defense, Cloak of Total Darkness, 179% mental strength, 155% agility, 75% perception, hidden passive ability, concealment attribute, enchanted lightweight gauntlets, 165% defense, 120% strength, hardening attribute, greater demon's core, 50% all stats, archdemon's core, 100% all stats, empty slot, empty slot, empty slot, final slot, 15th, frowny face interchangeable, the Wind Tyrant's Dagger Set, advanced wind aspect, 191% strength, 174%. Agility, 172% mental strength, 133% speed, 132% defense, Midnight Dagger, skill buffs, Berserker, 125% strength mental strength, Bloodlust, 125% speed agility mental strength. 50% perception, extreme strength, 125% strength, extreme speed, 125% speed, final breath, 250% all stats, exact percent will vary, conditions circumstances apply, permanent buffs, Rising Emperor's Domain, hidden ability, passive, Rising Emperor's Greater Form, hidden ability, active, Red Hydra's Rage, Soul Bond attribute, active. Chapter 454, It's usually not that simple. Humans are far less likely to awaken a monster form than monsters are to awaken a human form. After all, ranked up abilities manifest what the user desires or needs most. Whether that's skill upgrades for those who cannot do it naturally, a new human form to fit in with society, a massive increase in mana control, or maybe a buff that fits their fighting style. Every rank up procedure is different. You won't know how it works until you try it. I continue to stare down at the Rising Emperor's Greater Form, tag on my buffs portion of my status, then let out a sigh and reply, "You're right, I might as well try it and see what this new ability does." I step back and stand in a steady stance, then activate the buff. A surge of energy instantly pulses through me. It's definitely mana powered, but there's a unique air to the energy that makes it feel like there's more to it than I can comprehend. I feel my feet being lifted off the ground, and my aura begins to expand and materialize into an outer layer of energy in the exact shape of my body. It starts off as a pure white glow but fluctuates and shifts in color from gray to dark shadowy black the larger it grows around me. Thick plumes of dense mana, more powerful than any shielding I've ever summoned in my life, wrap around my arms, legs, torso, and even my head. I can see through it without a problem. Even though the energy surrounds me, if anything, my perception of the dungeon only becomes greater. A swirling shadowy form grows larger and larger, pulling me off of the dungeon floor higher into the air. I stare down at myself, as I'm floating in the center of this form over 2 meters off the ground and still growing. I move my hands in front of me, and the energy moves in perfect sync without missing a beat. I take a step forward, and the growing mana-imbued creation does the same. As my feet now hover over 4 meters off the ground, I begin to activate skills. The first is my fire magic. My main inner body does not ignite into flames as I expected, but the outer layer of darkness mimics the flickering illusion of fire. To push my tests further, I turn to a desolate portion of the dungeon and summon a ball of fire, letting it blast off into the distance toward a far-off rolling hill. Unexpectedly, the shadowy mana-imbued mass around me manifests black flames of mana at the same time, and a black ball of fire over 4 times larger than what I was expecting to throw rockets toward the grassy hills. An explosion of mana, and destruction of a large portion of the dungeon ensues, letting the potential scale and possibilities of this power sink in. I stare down at the ground again, as the form doesn't stop expanding, and take out my sword. A perfect copy is manifested in the energy form's hand as well. I swing it across my body, producing slashes of fire that carve up the dungeon for hundreds of meters and leave trails of black flames. At the same moment, I feel an absurd amount of mana leave my body. This tale has been unlawfully lifted without the author's consent. Report any appearances on Amazon. Every slash I throw uses up over 4 times as much mana as it normally would, and the larger my form grows, the more it's starting to use. I activate Plunderer, and energy from all around seeps into my new form to fuel its growth even further. Even more mana is needed the larger I grow. Once my form grows to roughly 7 times my normal human size, the expansion stops. A flickering shadowy images of myself as stood in the middle of the Great Plains dungeon. My intricate facial features are exactly the same, my armor and gear are all replicated without any errors, and advanced fire magic flames flicker producing overwhelming heat. It feels like I'm unstoppable in this new form. I continue to practice for a few minutes, trying out other elements and basic skills to get used to this new power. I'm about to try imbuing chi into my blade, but before I do, a major concern hits me. Most buffs and instant power-ups like this don't come without a cost. It would be best not to push it too far without testing if there are any side effects. So, I make the decision to revert to my normal form before I get too deep into the unknown, like a flip of a switch. The moment I think about turning off my Rising Emperor's greater form, the energy around my body churns and seeps back into me, lowering me to the floor far faster than it expanded. I brace myself for a wave of fatigue like the Red Hydra's buff, or the tingling feeling I get from overusing my mana. But as my feet touch the dungeon floor, nothing of the sort comes. I feel normal. I try to activate self-regeneration and even scan my own body with my all-seeing eye, but nothing is wrong. Ember walks over with a satisfied smile. Looks like you received a greater energy form. Those are even more rare than monster forms for humans, but honestly, I don't know what else I'd expect from you. With your overuse of that Hydra's power, and the constant buffs and aura training, an energy form is the only upgrade worth giving. The system knows best. He shrugs. I turn around, placing my sword back into my item storage, and raise a question back. A greater energy form? So, what do I need to know about it? What can it do? It felt like my full body grew for a moment there. It's like it's a part of me. Ember walks closer, examining the damage done to the dungeon landscape and nodding with approval. Well, it seems to me you received an enhancement-style greater form. Usually, these forms are only useful for short spurts of battle because of their overexertion of mana. However, with the Plunderer skill, this will be less of a problem. It can increase the user's size, speed, strength, and overall total capabilities many times over for a limited period of time. Think of it like an enormous overcharged body double that you control from the inside. I'd already come to a similar conclusion, but Ember continues with information that I wasn't expecting to hear. However, there are some downsides too. Physical attacks on your energy form will transfer to your main body as well. Just because it's a souped-up version of yourself that surrounds your real body doesn't mean it's invincible. You saw how when you activated skills they didn't manifest on your inner body. They only were visible in your energy form. I nod. Yeah, well, that's because this energy form is a part of you. It's your being. It is you. There's a silence between us as I let that sink in, and Ember continues. This is the best case scenario we could be in for your second rank up. Now, we just need to trigger your soul energy awakening and maybe we'll actually have a chance against the Lich King if you're still fixated on killing that thing. For that, You're still going to need a lot more chi, right? More chi, and more time on isolated cultivation too. My train of thought over my new rank up and abilities switches back to where I left off before all of this. How long were we ranking up for? I still have a lot of work to do. My teammates will be coming to meet with us shortly, and I need to prepare a welcoming present for them. I check my memories, and see there's still no sign of either of my 2 remaining body doubles' deaths yet. I'm unsure if this is a good or bad sign, so soon I'll have to check things out for myself, Ember replies, finally making his way next to me, stepping around all of the burned portions of the dungeon around us. I was unconscious for the same amount of time as you. Form transformation rank ups usually take far longer than simple buffs. But I don't believe it was more than a few hours at most. I place a hand on his shoulder. And bring us both back into the canyon of dungeons in Sector 2, Ember speaks up from behind me as I begin to walk toward the exit portal. Oh, so I'll finally be meeting your human friends? This will be quite interesting. Chapter 455. As soon as I walk out of the dungeon and look up at the sky from a thin path on the edge of the canyon, I see the orange setting sun above. Instantly, the geopoints of my rising emperor's domain, find my friend, feature manifest in my mind's eye, showing me that Ari is nearby, but Abby and Maria are still far off in Valor City. My doubles sent off to find them, and the one taking care of the town of thugs and recovering slave workers are still active. So I have no updates to work with. I'll have to assume my double is delaying for good reason. For now, I'll continue with the task at hand. I airstep up out of the canyon, and Ember follows by my side, using near-invisible platforms of dense red energy to step off of and gracefully fly through the air. We head off to the edge of the abyss, and to my surprise, I see Ari at its edge spewing refined demonic energy from his fingertips in thin but steady streams to attack a provoked demonic wolf. At very close range, the energy rips through the wolf's hide, injuring its flesh all over, and bringing it to its knees in a matter of seconds after a barrage of jet black attacks. These are the weakest of the demonic creatures. But they are great target practice, and Ari's improvement is quite fast. Along with that, his confidence to practice without me in his main body is remarkable as well. As he finishes absorbing the remaining unrefined energy from the fallen wolf, I finally step into range and wave him down. At the sight of me, his eyes perk up, but he doesn't react quickly or move a muscle. He just breathes slowly and allows the energy within him to trickle out from his core and into the sand, escaping his fingertips for almost a full minute as both Ember and I approach. My best guess is, he still needs very high levels of concentration to keep the energy stable, so if he's not going to be in immediate battle or training for short spurts of time, his safest course of action is to drain his core. It makes sense, so I don't disturb him while he does his due diligence. However, once his core is drained and I stand before him with a brand new face beside me, he finally speaks up. You took your sweet time. So, I take it you won your fight and managed to rank up again. I nod. Yes, I managed to rank up. I'm much more confident I can fend off another attack if the Dark One sends any more guards our way, but I still have to get much stronger. We all do. Ari's gaze turns to Ember in his human form beside me. And who might this be? A strong ally. Ari looks at Ember curiously and cautiously. It's clear he's very intrigued by the confusing energy readings coming off of him. But concerned as well, I reply, yes, a very powerful ally. He's been assisting all of us from the background for a while, but I believe it's time you all finally met. Ari reads the situation perfectly and replies in a calm manner, a strong ally with a backstory that I shouldn't pry into just yet, it seems. He chuckles, then looks Ember in the eyes. Well, a friend of Jay's is a friend of mine. Nice to meet you, I'm Ari. Ember smiles, tightening his gaze and doing full scans of his own on Ari before replying and putting out a friendly hand to shake. Stolen from its original source, this story is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. I'm Ember. It's nice to finally meet. I look forward to getting stronger with you. They shake hands, but as soon as they release their grip, Ember does something unexpected. He points his hand toward the abyss and a thick stream of demonic energy comes swirling toward him, compacting and hovering right above his hand in a dense ball. He shapes it into a fluctuating long sharp crescent and sends it flying back into the darkness where it came. The powerful and dense attack of demonic energy slices through the abyss, leaving a wide open gash in the black mist. He turns to Ari. I see you've recently obtained a demon's core and need some assistance in mastering your demonic energy. I'm sure I can help you reach the next level. Ember's methods for manipulating demonic energy are fairly different than mine. He does not have a core, so he manipulates the energy outside of his body using some unknown force. However, he was the one that taught me how to use demonic energy in the first place, so I see no better fit for a teacher. I have a lot of work to do, and guiding Ari through the next phases of training would take quite a while. I could use a body double to assist him, but Ember's insight will speed up his progress even faster, so, I interject, Ember was the one that taught me most of my demonic energy techniques, so I trust that she'll be able to progress much faster with him watching over. Plus, this will be a good way for you two to get to know each other. In the same moment, I share my body double skill with Ari, and he immediately feels the rush of energy and creates 3 doubles that spawn behind him. His main body speaks, "It would be a pleasure. If you have anything to add, I'm all ears." I can tell I'm on the verge of another breakthrough. They both turn toward the abyss, and I sit back beside the same small rock formation as last time and open up my item storage to take out piles of mana crystals and the isolation pods to begin running a few more tests. That was easier than I thought it'd be. Now, back to these pods, I start up right where I left off, staring down at the current dilation 1. 2040x, reading that glows above the control panel. After roughly another 100 kmp worth of crystals, the number ticks up again showing current dilation 1.2041x. I continue feeding the machine more and more crystals. After an additional 1 million MP, the reading shows current dilation 1.2051x, further proving that my hypothesis that it would take nearly 1 billion MP to make it up to a 2x dilation. Seeing that in all the hours I farmed in the labyrinth, I only came back with a few million MP, I begin to rack my brain for more ideas. Although an average rate of 1 million MP farmed per hour is enough to sustain the economy of a small country, it still isn't enough to fund my science experiments here. So I'm going to have to think outside the box. There must have been some other way that the old Sector 2 leader charged these machines up with so much MP. I sift through my inventory and find crates of over 100 C-grade MP potions that I took from the warehouse earlier today and feed them into the machine to see the rating rise again to current dilation 1.2054x, and realize even magic items can be put into this machine as fuel too. I dump junk gear from my farming that I'll never use. Or sell like swords and axes from D to C-grade monsters until I see the number tick up again, current dilation 1.2055x. Then, I sift through a portion of my storage where many element stones from my time in the labyrinth sit. There's a few ice stones from the Elite Yeti floor, 2 earth stones that dropped from the giant worms on the 38th, a handful of unique stones from the wyvern boss on the 30th. Then lastly, the 9 black fire stones from the 39th floor mutants sit untouched, waiting to be unleashed. Beside all of these is the corpse of the massive lightning wolf and suspended animation inside my item storage. I'm curious what kind of items it will drop, but am unsure if taking its body from the boss room will trigger any unique reactions. So, I'm holding off on letting its body fully dissolve until I can get back to the labyrinth and see the current state of the 40th floor. I make the decision to play things safe and use one of the less rare stones first. Feeding an ice element stone into the machine, it disappears the moment I take it out and press the input mana feature, but the dilation does not increase. Confused at this reaction, I try a few more of these lower powered element stones, and it takes over half a dozen more to trigger the counter to rise, current dilation 1.2056x. They are just element stones after all. This machine doesn't care how rare or powerful an item is, it only cares about how much mana it possesses. I let out a sigh, but then remember the time I crafted a cursed overcharged wind element stone to drain all of the available mana from a dungeon. Maybe something like that could work. I look up from my tests and see Ember and Ari about 20 meters away getting along nicely. The streaks of demonic energy are flying out from Ari's doubles palms much faster, and the energy is far more condensed and deadly than before. I put the isolation pod away into my storage and walk over to them. Ember, I'm going to need some assistance from you to run another test. I expand my all-seeing eyes range to do a quick deep scan of the desert and pinpoint a weak rogue dungeon far in the distance, about 50 kilometers away from where we currently stand. Then, I point in its general direction. This will only take a moment. We'll know if it works or not pretty quickly. Chapter 456. I turn to Ari. You should come too. As long as you stay within 100 meters of me, your body doubles won't deactivate. They can continue to train here by the abyss while we go into the desert. Then, I turn back in the direction of the rogue dungeon. Sure, I'll come along. Ari replies. The 3 of us head off into the desert, flying with various magic techniques to increase our speed and fly over 50 kilometers in just a few minutes. It reminds me of my flight over here from Sector 1 on Ember's back. During it, I felt quite a few other rogue dungeons out in the wilderness. There's far less in these deserts than the crowded forest areas back in the Vice region, but near every town out here there are rogue dungeons scattered about, the same as Sector 4. The canyon that houses over 100 of them is quite the mystery to me. Honestly, dungeons of that magnitude and quantity are usually only found near massive cities where thousands or even millions of hunters excrete excess mana every day to fuel and grow them. There is hardly any activity way out here in Sector 2, and there couldn't have been more than 500 people living in the small town. They must have been created or maintained artificially, but now isn't the time for me to ponder this. I'm just glad there's a rogue dungeon not too far away, but not too close. If anything goes wrong in my test, the working dungeons won't be affected, and the town is far away from any potential blast radius. Here we are. The three of us touch down in a desolate portion of the desert with the remains of what looks like it used to be a small trading station and check-in hut, but is now just scrap wood that has fallen apart and sunk into the desert sand. Next to it is a small spinning blue dungeon portal that gives off the mana reading of a middle-ranked E grade or possibly low-ranked D grade at the highest. Someone must have regulated this dungeon or farmed it pretty often in the past, but it has been long abandoned. Even Ari, without a specific perception skill activated, can tell that this is an odd place to trek out to. He speaks up as we all walk inside. And take in the lush green scenery. What kinds of tests do you plan on doing with a dungeon this week? The rustling of jungle trees, long colorful flowery vines, and thick underbrush fills our vision. Here, I'll show you. I place a hand on both Ember and Aries' shoulder, dungeon walking us to the center of the dungeon right beside two wild boar mobs at level 53 and 54 just to get a closer look. We take the pair of monsters by surprise, but they hardly let out a squeal before the overwhelming aura of our trio suffocates them to death and they fall to the floor. I activate enemy detection to find a few hundred other boars between level 50 and 60 filling the dungeon, but they're all running far away from us in fear. With a sigh, I reach into my item storage to pull out one of the jet black firestones and place a hand on Ember's shoulder. If you encounter this tale on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Report it, Ari. You should probably place a hand on my back. I'm about 50% sure this will work, but to be safe, I'll be dungeon walking us out of here pretty quickly. His eyes widen at the intense rippling black flames of the stone that I let hover over my right hand using telekinesis, and its fire burns so strong and bright that trees above and the jungle regions begin to erupt into flames. He places a hand on my back, and I take this as a cue to activate my mythic grade craftsmanship skill. I take a deep breath in and out before my gaze hovers over the Imbue tab next to Ember's Plunderer mythic grade skill beforehand. I thought this through very carefully. The element stones and various items that became cursed or unstable the last time I performed this test were items made from material far inferior to the power of a mythic grade skill. However, this element stone is a borderline A grade material. The pure mana and fierce power it gives off is higher than anything I've ever tried to merge in a craft before. Even the leftover ice, earth, and unique wyvern stones in my inventory pale in comparison to the pure power these black fire stones produce. My plan is to activate the craft, then leave this dungeon the instant I do. The air goes still, and the jungle becomes silent. My vision burns through the Imbue tab in my mind's eye. Then, I press it and watch the white light of my craftsmanship skill envelop the entire stone. The instant I feel the craft complete, the mana in our surroundings begin to collapse in toward the stone. My MP is dropped to half in a fraction of a second and I catch a glimpse of the new item's information with my all-seeing eye. I blip all three of us away to a dungeon back in the canyon 50 kilometers away to safety before I can conceptualize what I've seen. Elite Minotaur's Firestone, containment item, info, an element stone left behind by an elite grade Minotaur with a fire magic variant. It has been imbued with the mythic grade Plunderer skill to create a one-time use containment item. This stone will plunder mana from its surroundings until the mana control limit of its previous monster owner is met. Once its limit is reached, the Plunderer aspect will cease to function. Class, type, containment item, current MP containment, 0.0001B/7.8901B. We all materialize in a random D-grade grassland dungeon in the canyon, and I speak out loud with a grin. I think it worked. I create a body double and it immediately teleports back to the dungeon to do reconnaissance. Less than half a second after I do, the double dies, but I see what is happening inside that wild boar dungeon is clear as day. In just a few seconds, a massive twister of fire has begun engulfing the jungle. A crater of disappearing dungeon mass is forming in the center where I dropped the black stone, and it is expanding outward and downward at a quickly increasing rate. My double gets too close to the blast, attempting to use all of its perception skills to visualize what's going on at the item's core, but is sucked dry of MP and pulled into the black fiery core before it can do anything. Over the next half a minute, I continuously send in body doubles to watch the increasingly large ball of flames destroy the dungeon I dropped it in. Enormous jungle trees, dozens of boars, and tall rock formations are burned away by the black flames and consumed as energy for the growing ball of dungeon mass. However, once the stone's fireball diameter reaches a point of about 300 meters wide, for some reason it stops expanding. My double watches the flames begin to flicker and die down, the raging ball of violent MP-hungry energy stops completely, and I finally get a clear visual on a black stone glowing with energy at its center. I manage to get a reading on the stone by flying closer as the flames fizzle out. Elite Minotaur's Firestone, Containment Item, Info, and Element Stone left behind. Buy an Elite Grade Minotaur with a Fire Magic variant. It has been imbued with the Mythic Grade Plunderer skill to create a one-time use containment item. This stone will plunder mana from its surroundings until the mana control limit of its previous monster owner is met. Once its limit is reached, the plunderer aspect will cease to function. Class, Type, Containment Item, Current MP Containment, 7.8901b/7.8901b. Using Water Magic and Wind Magic, my double carves a path through the leftover flames and floats down into the dirt-filled crater to stand right next to the large black stone I left before. It still flickers with black flames, but they are not nearly as violent. Its mass looks like it's grown a few times larger, almost half a meter wide now. The most fascinating thing is the immense amount of mana it contains. It feels as if one wrong move could set off a massive explosion. However, my double opens up its item storage and drops the fully saturated stone inside. It dungeon walks back with the package contained, then speaks to my main body with an outstretched hand. The test was a success. Let me see one of the isolation pods. I'll try to feed the result of this experiment to the machine. Chapter 457. I take the isolation pod I've been working on all this time out of my storage and allow my double to place it inside its own. It blips away, back to the wild boar dungeon to perform its test. I wait patiently for about a minute, then the memories of my body double successfully inputting the stone into the machine just like a mana crystal, then killing itself to quickly relay the information come rushing back to me. It worked. I teleport the three of us back into the wild boar dungeon, and sitting in the center of the 300-meter-wide dirt crater that's destroyed the jungle is a lightly humming isolation pod. At the sight of the massive hole, and the mana content in the air dropping by a noticeable amount. This test was a great success. The pod's door is left wide open, and the containment cell at the top is now magnitudes denser with mana than it was before. White plumes of pure mana charge the shielding barriers, and it now looks a lot more like the isolation pods that we used back in the Galeheart Tower. The glowing blue text only visible to my all-seeing eye hovering over the control panel now says, Current Dilation, 9.0957x. I let the machine fall into my item storage, then turn to Ember and place a hand on his shoulder while pulling another stone out into the open air. We'll do it again. I imbue a nearly identical black flaming stone with Ember's mythic grade plunderer skill and dungeon walk us out of there before the reaction can fully begin. A few minutes later, I dungeon walk back in to find the crater has grown far larger. The dungeon is less dense with pure mana, and another saturated stone sits at the crater's center. The contained mana inside is similar to the last stone. Current MP containment, 7.4255b/7.4255b. I let it drop into my inventory and pull out another, wanting to saturate all the stones I can as fast as possible while it's working so well. Another 5 tests go by, taking less than 20 minutes in total, and each of them saturates another stone with varying potencies between 7 and 8 billion MP. Every time I return to the dungeon, the affected area grows less and less dense with mana, using my high level of perception. Even the areas of the dungeon that are not directly affected by the plunder radius are weakening and becoming less dense with mana every time I return. Even the levels of newly spawned in monsters are lowering. What used to be a flourishing jungle region with level 50 to 60 boars quickly fell below level 30s for new spawns halfway through. On the test before this one, some of the mobs even spawned in at lower than level 10. The dungeon is in bad shape. Its artificial landscape is ripped to shreds, and most of its mana completely absorbed. As I walk down the crater to fetch the stone, I do a deep scan of my surroundings and find that there's more mana trapped in this single stone than there is remaining in the entire dungeon. Stolen from Royal Road, this story should be reported if encountered on Amazon. The newest group of spawn-in mobs I detect are between level 2 and 3. As I let the saturated stone fall into my inventory, I think about taking out one of the 2 stones remaining but turn to Ember before I do. There isn't enough mana to fully saturate another stone. Our best course of action will probably be to find another rogue dungeon to drain. He nods, smiling with his arms crossed. Sure, it may be unwise to drop another stone and not allow it to fully saturate. Would you like me to collapse this dungeon for safekeeping? There's less than 3 billion mana left in here at the most. It'll only take a few minutes. I shrug. Go for it. You've been wanting to do this for a long time, so have at it. Ember's aura immediately pulses red, and a wave of strong mana erupts from him. Very well, I recommend the 2 of you wait outside. I'll be draining every last drop, so it's best you don't get caught in the crossfire. The natural dungeon mechanism will teleport me back into the desert once I'm finished. Ember's cloud of red aura begins to grow, just like the times I witnessed it in the Titan's domain. However, now he's many times stronger than back then. I dungeon walk with Ari back to the exit portal, and we hop out into the desert next to the dilapidated wooden hut. The sun has almost fully set, making the fading orange glow the last bit of warmth in the air. The small blue dungeon portal slowly spins, but it's barely producing any mana readings and is becoming smaller and weaker at a rapid rate as Ember plunders it from the inside. While the portal shrinks and we sit and wait, I decide to take out the isolation pod again to begin placing the 6 additional stones inside. The moment I place a new stone inside, the text changes again, showing current dilation 13.2606x. At first, the number throws me off, because it didn't rise the expected 7.4255x amount. However, once I drop another stone with 7.9304 BMP inside and the number changes to current dilation 17.2258x, things begin to make more sense. I input another, and the rating reaches current dilation 20.4461x. After the final 3 additional stones, it reaches current dilation 26.1005x. After seeing the numbers rise in such odd intervals, I begin to do some math. It took 1 billion MP for every additional 1x dilation interval for the first 10 levels. However, once the counter passed 10.0000x, each additional 1x in dilation cost twice as much. It took 20 billion MP to go from 10x to 20x, then, just to make it halfway from 20 to 30x, it took over 20 billion MP again, meaning it will take 40 billion MP in total to raise the scale from 20 to 30x if this process is repeated. If this pattern continues, every 10 additional levels of dilation will cost twice as much MP to fuel. Now the old craftsman's note about higher levels of dilation not being profitable for selling to consumers makes sense. I mutter under my breath, content with how high I managed to get the machine already. I place the pod back into my item storage and begin to strategize in my mind how I'll be able to farm more of these fire stones at a steady rate. At the same time, the dungeon portal that Ember is dissolving is beginning to waver and pulse before our eyes. Less than another minute passes before it becomes so thin and transparent I believe an E-rank hunter without any perception skills could even see what's happening without enhanced vision. Still, I keep all of my senses at the ready, because a rumor about what is left behind from collapsing dungeons continues to stir in the back of my mind. I'm hoping right here and now I'll get to see if it's true. The portal gets smaller, spinning even less, and dissipating into thin air before our eyes. Then, we're left in silence as the final remnants of it implode on itself and the portal completely vanishes. A few seconds pass, and my gaze stays locked on the point where it disappeared with every bit of mana control pushing my all-seeing eye to its limit. Then, a flash of light teleports all foreign dungeon matter back to the desert. Ember materializes in front of me, still putting off an immense red aura, and brimming with newly plundered mana. My heart skips a beat, and my eyes widen as I see a tiny shimmering fragment of a bright white glowing crystal falling to the desert floor. It looks no larger than a fingernail, but sends out a unique aura that captures my interest. I watch it gracefully fall through the air for a fraction of a second, and see sparkling trailing mist dissolve off of it. It looks as if the mere contact with the air is eroding it away at a rapid rate, and if I don't act now, whatever this material is will completely disappear before it even touches the sand. I open a spatial magic portal right below the odd glowing mass, and it falls inside my storage. Chapter 458. The visual of the white crystal dissolving into the air plays over and over in my mind. I wouldn't have managed to catch it, or even sense it, if I wasn't specifically looking for it. I'm almost positive I just managed to finally obtain one of the most valuable magic items in the world. However, I'm going to need to replicate this process again and bring it back to a safe place for some test crafts before I can be 100% sure. Considering this, I don't bother to mention my find to the others until I'm certain of this discovery's legitimacy. For now, I'll stay focused on the main task at hand. We fly back to the abyss where Ares' doubles are still training, and I create a double of my own to send off to the canyon to go and farm the 39th floor for more stones. After that recent rank up, my mana control has drastically increased again, so I'm confident I'll be able to defeat the mutant elite minotaurs even without using chi. Once my double is off, Ari gets back to training with his doubles and practicing concentrated demonic energy control in his main body. I lay back on the side of a desert sand dune and watch the sunset with Ember standing close by, admiring the final golden glow before the desert turns to night. The only visible light on the horizon is the town full of workers, grunts, and one of my body doubles standing in as me, the Flame Emperor, keeping everyone in line. After almost half an hour of calm silence staring off into the open desert, my next plan of action comes together. I finally speak up to Ember and point toward the town. Want to see another project I'm working on? I'm curious to see the progress myself. I sense almost 400 humans in that village. If that's what you're talking about, then yes, I'm very interested. I get to my feet and look over to Ari, still hard at work training with his doubles, but he senses we're up to something, so he drains his core temporarily to speak. Go off to the town if you want, don't let me hold you back. I just need a few more hours and I think I'll be able to break past this next plateau. I just need more practice. I'm confident enough to train in my main body, so leave me here and I'll meet you guys there once I'm too tired to train on. I know my limits. I give him a nod and look back toward the canyon. Keep an eye on the dungeons too, there's still 6 active breaks in there. If any monster overflow occurs, it'd be helpful if you could get rid of them before they escape too far. Also, my double should be getting back from Valor City in the near future with all our teammates. Bring them to the town if they arrive. You got it. Ember and I head off toward the town while Ari continues to train by the abyss. The closer we get, the more the bright lights of the town below begin to shine, and structures that were not previously in such good shape begin to come into my field of view. I use conceal to create the elegant flame emperor appearance I left with, and put up my chi barrier, increasing the density considering the low amount I have left to use. Even with 20% of my base left, it is still more than enough to shield my aura. Ember suppresses his mana control as well, and we both touch down in the middle of town. We find ourselves standing in the middle of the main square. An enormous octagonal stone structure has been built around the fountain in the middle of the town with 8 doors and large windows that all lead into it from any side one approaches. It towers 3 stories high, is almost 25 meters in diameter, and looks to be built from very sturdy stone summoned and molded by earth magic. It's decorated and brightly lit up with orbs of light on its outsides and entrances. Upon closer inspection, I appraise that they're mana crystals imbued with my flash skill inside large glass containment casings. It's an interesting idea I was thinking of trying, but it seems my double already tested this theory and it works quite well. I make the motion to step inside the building because there is a very familiar mana reading waiting for me there. Once the door is opened, I'm greeted immediately by my body double rippling with black flames and wearing a mask. Unauthorized reproduction. This story has been taken without approval. Report sightings. He looks at me, then holds his gaze on Ember for much longer before speaking. I thought I'd be the one to show you a surprise, but it seems like we're both been very busy. I take it this is a perk of ranking up. I nod, and my double turns to let us inside for a short tour. Inside of the building, there's an even smaller octagon with 7 glass windows with slots to pay for goods and receive money for sold items. On the 8th wall there's a sturdy locked door. Each of the stations is unmanned at the moment, but looks as if this place is being set up to run a large operation. The rest of the room is completely empty. Ember and my footsteps echo in the wide open well-lit halls, but I can picture its potential. I can see a future public gathering place filled with hunters, villagers, businessmen, tables, and bulletin boards with quests as we walk through. I speak up to my double once we make it to the center room, the beginning of a guild hall, and one that will be very busy it seems. I like it. My double unlocks the door into the center room. It's large and spacious enough for a team of up to 10 workers to work inside it without getting too cramped, but my attention turns to the spiral staircase leading upward. My double looks up too. Those floors are empty for now. The middle floor was planned to be sectioned off for offices while the top floor is left for you as a working study. The double's flames die down for a moment and he reaches into his item storage to pull out the small silver tablet that controls the underground lair. Then hands it to me. I think doing this will explain things a lot faster than showing you around the place. As I take the tablet from my double, it points a finger at its forehead and instantly falls to the floor and begins to dissolve into pure mana. A rush of memories come back to me, and I relive the past few hours in an instant. From my double's point of view earlier today, I see the awestruck looks of the 20 grunts in the middle of the square as they see my body double descend from the sky after killing their leaders and taking on the 6 dark entities of unknown power. Next, the memories of my double forcing each of the higher level grunts to drink the same elixir of suggestion that they fed to these slave workers. It's only right to give them a taste of their own medicine. Some of them resisted at first, but I gave them the option of death or taking another dose. All of them fell in line shortly after. It doesn't matter if they praised me for taking down their leaders and opening their eyes to the charade. They may have followed orders from me regardless, but each and every one of them participated in forcing innocents to work until their hands bled and minds broke, so they will face the same fate. Over the next few hours, I watched and ordered all of the grunts to collect and sort the valuable materials and goods and bring them to the center of town. Meanwhile, I managed to create a weaker version of the full restore. potions using high-quality C-grade HP potions and imbuing them with my self-regeneration skill. The result of this craft is called a regeneration potion. It heals all minor wounds instantly and nullifies any toxic substances in the bloodstream. Many of the workers were restless and craving more of the original elixir when I found them due to its addictive nature, but after a single regeneration potion, every last one of them broke free from the curse. However, this doesn't mean they're fully healed. Many are mentally and physically exhausted from many weeks or even months of non-stop work and torture. I have no idea the extent of madness they've been through, so I just make it top priority to give them all stable food and shelter, then figure out their futures once they've recovered. One by one, I brought all of the groups ranging from 10 to 30 workers each into the town square. Many of the shops and structures near the center of the square have residential housing above them or nearby. I used access to the dungeons in the canyon to stack up on mattresses, pillows, blankets, necessary sanitary products, clean clothing, and higher quality food and water supplies. All in all, it only took about an hour to shop, and cost under 100 gold total at the supermarkets back in Solara, Vice City, and even one back in my small hometown to get enough materials and not take too much from any one store. Considering the stash of gold and high-grade items left behind in the underground bunker, this is a small price to pay. I used my earth magic and crafting skills to make lighting fixtures throughout the center of the city and fixed all structural damages caused by my fights or the past dealings in the city before I came. Minor fixes, supplies, and item sorting, along with miscellaneous grunt work are done by the 20-strong C-class rated slave drivers turned slaves themselves under my command. They are to report back to the middle of the town every 4 hours to give written reports and consume more elixir until I'm satisfied they've paid their price. Once this process started to reach its end, and many of the rescued workers found a place to call home for the night, I began working on constructing a base in the center of the town where all can come for information, hired work, and purchasing goods. The Guildhall's outer layer of construction came to a stable point of my liking just as the sun began to set. Then, my real body in Ember arrived. My past memories stop here once my double kills itself in front of me. I let out a light gasp as I take in all this new knowledge rushing into me, then click the silver tablet to open a hatch in the floor leading down into the mana-shielded bunker below. It seems I've been very busy, but there is a lot more to do. Come on, let's begin the preparations. Chapter 459. I walk down the narrow spiral stairs into the mana-shielded basement but decide not to close the hatch above me. With my most recent boost in mana control, I'm able to get a better reading of this A-grade mana shielding. With all of my skills and mana control on full blast, I'm sure I could see through it now, but it's not worth the trouble. Leaving an opening allows me to use enemy detection and my all-seeing eye on a vast area around the town without having to stress my senses. Once I make it down to the bottom, the middle wall is up, making it feel like an empty white-walled room. I press the tablet setting to open the wall to reveal what's on the other side. The center table where the green and red armored gang leaders used to sit lies empty in the center of the rectangular half of the room. On the far wall, there are dozens of high C-grade and some B-grade items and materials lined up, and their stats noted down on sheets of paper. Beside these, I see piles of gold, silver, and bronze coins are sorted in large crates. Then lastly, in a pile of its own is the fractured black armor of the dark guards I fought earlier today. None of them give off any mana readings, they just look like black shattered junk metal. However, in a neat pile in front of the shredded up armor is a small bowl with 5 glowing orbs inside that show up with Wraith's Essence Stone, hidden passive ability, reading with various mental strength buffs between 170 and 210% on each of them. Next to the damaged goods and black cores from the hearts of the Wraiths, there's a suit fully intact, and it's the one that was worn by the 7th rank Dark Guard. Even after death, the only readings I managed to see on this armor set say access denied. Ember peruses the other items and closely inspects the mana shielding walls while I walk over to these artifacts. The closer I examine the armor set that's still intact, the more curious I get. Even using my craftsmanship skill to try and examine portions of the armor, or imbue it with skills of my own, the set doesn't give any extra readings other than access denied. I try to push my perception skill further, but all it shows me once maxed out is that it's a normal piece of metal. My best guess is the armor is similar to a blood-bonded weapon with a concealment perk, once crafted and bonded with a user. It's worthless to everyone else that tries to manipulate it or put it on. However, I'm still optimistic that I can get some kind of data from it at a later date. So, I open up my item storage portal and let the entire armor set fall inside. For the sake of it, I let the trash sets of the lower level wraiths fall into my storage too but leave their cores for further use. I use telekinesis to lift the 5 dark orbs into the air above my hand, and activate my craftsmanship skill to get a better look at my options. The last Wraith Essence I merged with my cloak significantly raised its stats and added a hidden ability to it, so I see no better place to put the remainder of these cores as well. As I ponder this fact, the 5 cores that slowly spin around each other push me toward a new option on my craftsmanship window called Merge. Usually, items have maxed out in receiving new merging ingredients and imbued skills at around 3 to 4 power-up imbuements per craft. Some with higher material ratings can take more, and some with lower ratings take less. I already gave my cloak a few upgrades, and I'm not sure how many more it can take before it hits its max. However, with this merge setting and the fact that they're all the same or similar base item gives me the idea that I may be able to bypass this limit. I press merge, and the 5 orbs of energy fall toward each other in a flash of white light. The result floats in my hand and looks like a massive dark orb of mana but gives off an impressive reading that makes me grin. Greater Wraith's Essence Stone, 260% mental strength, hidden passive ability, might as well blood bonded while I'm at it. I whisper under my breath while opening up a gash in my wrist and pouring out blood into an empty glass bottle from one of the nearby piles of C-grade items. Then, I merge the new Essence Stone along with 8 ounces of my blood with my cloak to give it another massive upgrade. Cloak of Total Darkness, 179% mental strength, 155% agility, 75% perception, hidden passive ability, concealment attribute. If you spot this narrative on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. Cloak of Total Darkness, 270% mental strength, 198% agility, 130% perception, blood bonded, hidden passive ability, concealment attribute. While instantly regenerating and healing the lost blood, I scroll through my newly upgraded status and see that in ranking up, I've gained access to 3 more item slots. I join Ember in appraising and sifting through the newly looted gear, but nothing strikes my fancy just yet. What comes to mind is the colossal clear stone in my inventory and the potential loot that may fall from the lightning wolf in my storage once I let it fully dissolve. These are 2 legitimate A-grade items that will make for worthy new gear to fill these slots. I just need to find sturdy enough A-grade materials that can handle the imbuement. I'm sure I'll discover some soon. With the interesting loot out of the way, and Ember beginning to lose interest in the bunker, I create a body double and turn to the crimson-haired form of the fire dragon. Getting bored already? He smiles and nods in response. Yes, meeting your friend Ari was quite entertaining. However, right now, I feel my time is better spent sleeping, training, or fighting. I know you enjoy playing with these trinkets, but it doesn't give me the same rush. My double walks over to him, and I open my storage to transfer over my remaining black firestones as well as the isolation pod I've been charging up all this time. Then, I speak up. Well, how about you and this double go check on my other double farming in the labyrinth? Take the firestones at farms and search out another rogue dungeon in the desert to store more energy into this pod and collapse the dungeon when you're done. Ember's grin and interest return, so I continue in motion for them to exit together and have their fun. I need a few more hours to work on a special crafting and construction project here, so get your fill of mana and dungeon destruction all you want. Even test your new skills out on the 39th floor if you please. Just be sure to come back in less than 4 or 5 hours. That's when the arena event should be finishing up in Valor City. If my double and teammates aren't back by then, we're going to have to go and get them ourselves. The 2 of them agree to my point and walk toward the exit. Ember conceals his mana presence entirely, and my double uses stealth to cover its overwhelming mana control aura. Then a moment later, I'm left in the empty silence of the underground bunker. My vision turns to the piles of gold, silver, and bronze coins. I get to work and begin counting them with my all-seeing eye and mana manipulation. By letting raw mana seep into each of the crates and imbuing each coin with a small amount of energy, I can feel each individual one and get an instant tally. I find 318 gold coins, 905 silver coins, and 13,449 bronze coins. All in all, it's a hidden fortune, but after my haul of over 65 platinum bars from the arena back in Valor City, I become quite desensitized to these riches. All of the crates of coins here don't even amount to a fraction of what I managed to earn in just a few days of fighting. However, it's more than enough to begin my plan. I pull out a massive pile of mana crystals from my farming earlier today to use as fuel for these crafts, and one by one use small amounts of fire magic, earth magic, and mana manipulation to reshape the front and back marking on many of these coins. On one side, I craft the simple emblem of fire, and on the other side, the silhouette of a dragon. After each molten craft is complete, I imbue each coin with my body hardening skill, making the coins as unbreakable as my legendary grade body hardening backed by the mana control of a level 1000 hunter. They look exactly the same, gold, silver, or bronze, but cannot be broken, damaged, or manipulated unless whoever is doing so has higher mana control than my own. To make sure no replicas can be made, I add a special item name to each one: Bronze Flame Emperor's Coin, Silver Flame Emperor's Coin, and Gold Flame Emperor's Coin. In the hidden crafter's notes of each coin, I leave a simple two-letter signature, FE. Unless a hunter with the mythic grade craftsmanship skill goes in and edits my notes. I'll be the only one able to see this, so if by chance someone manages to create a similar coin with a similar name, it still has a hidden level of security beneath it. The process of imbuing and marking each coin goes by faster than I'd first planned. With careful precision and accuracy of my perception and movement speed skills, I'm capable of doing many coins at a time, and many crafts per second. It takes just over 3 hours to finish up making 300 gold coins, 2,500 silver coins, and 10,000 bronze coins. There are 3,872 miscellaneous leftover coins remaining, but I placed them aside in an unused pile. I want a clean number to start with to make sure I can keep track of things easier in the future. Once this task is complete, I sit back on one of the chairs at the table looking at my work with a satisfied sigh, carefully placing piles of the shimmering newly branded coins all into my item storage for safekeeping, along with the old miscellaneous coins too. My gaze hovers over all the C and B grade gear for a few moments, then I sense the presence of 20 grunts approaching the guild hall. Looks like it's time for their re-up. I grab a small crate of mind control elixir and activate my concealment disguise to cover my body in black flames in the shape of a suit, then walk up the spiral stairs to meet with my new unpaid workers. As I close the hatch to the bunker and walk out the front door to see all 20 men mindlessly stare forward at me in a single file line. Yet another odd feeling comes over me. The sensation of being watched hits my subconscious. Immediately I use my enemy detection skill along with a large burst of my all-seeing eye throughout the entire town to pinpoint where it's coming from. In my mind's eye, I get the picture of bright light blue glowing eyes staring at me from over half a kilometer away from the rooftop of one of the safe houses crafted to house the recovering innocent workers. I see the face of the young woman that was being controlled by Finn, the grunt with the bind ability. Her level and skill pop up from my appraisal skill showing, LV 267, and Moonlight's gaze, confirming she's definitely the same woman as before when I first showed up in this town. Then, just as I finish my scan and turn to the direction she's watching me from, her eyes stop glowing blue and she ducks down behind a pile of building materials on the rooftop. Chapter 460, I expand my all-seeing eye's visual range and watch the woman with the unique skill slip away back into one of the houses, quickly moving away from my gaze. The thought of flying over there and confronting her about her skill and why she was watching me crosses my mind, but it would make sense why she would be curious and want to see what the mysterious man in the flaming suit that took over their captor's operation is doing. That's what perception skills are for. She might as well use it if she can. It's not like I'm doing anything I don't want her or any of the others to see. So, I'll leave her be. I do a quick scan of all the rescued workers in the surrounding safe houses and find that half are asleep. Many are restless, and others are huddled together and talking to each other in small groups. Most of them have average basic skills like swordsmanship, dagger arts, and various speed or strength buffs, but a few have interesting unique skills, and even 3% or so have some kind of elemental ability. Everyone is very low level and won't be useful to me in the immediate future, but I'm looking forward to talking to each and every one of them once the sun rises tomorrow. Letting out a sigh, I deactivate my scanning senses and turn my attention back to the grunts. Now for you 20, I have some labor for you to do. Drink up, then follow me. We're building a road. I use telekinesis to give each of them very small vials of a highly potent bottle of elixir to drink. And they gulp them down without batting an eye and follow just as I ask. As we walk, I ask a few of them to search the looted warehouses we pass on the way to get 20 empty wooden carts because they'll be carrying a few things for me. Once we get to the edge of town where the stone road stops, we face in the direction of the canyon. There's a long and winding narrow pathway, only visible to my advanced eyesight in the dark of night. Even in daylight, it's not much of a path, so if I want this to be better for high-volume travel, I need to make it myself. I begin replicating the technique my body double used earlier to make the dimly glowing orbs of light that are fixed on every corner of the inner city. It's a combination of many kinds of magic. I use earth magic to lift small balls of sand up into the air, fire magic to turn them all into molten material, then a combination of wind and water magic to blow the molten sand into glass and cool it into a sphere shape that stays solid. Once this process is complete, I take a single high-grade mana crystal and place it inside. Then, imbue both the materials with my flash skill to make the mana crystal glow dimly. With the small output of light compared to my actual flash skill, The mana usage isn't immense, but the makeshift mana bulbs will run out of energy eventually. All I have to do to recharge them is feed the item another mana crystal. Or imbue some of my own mana inside. It's a design in progress. I may come up with better lighting ideas in the future, but these are perfect for now. Once I make about 100 glowing orbs of light and set them neatly in the sand nearby, I turn to the 20 men behind me and give them another order: follow behind me as I make this road. I pause, using my earth summoning skill again, and placing hundreds of kilograms worth of stone in the back of every one of the grunt's wooden carts. As I make the road, I need all of you to stress test it for me. There is going to be a lot of traffic on this path. I want to make sure it's ready. With a smirk, I float up into the air, carrying all 100 orbs of light around me using telekinesis. I activate my earth summoning skill again and begin creating a 5-meter wide stone pathway through the desert. Every 20 meters or so, I sculpt a stone pillar and place a glowing orb on top of it, using liquid stone to glue the bottom of each orb in place. The pillars are crafted on alternating sides and stand about 4 meters high. Behind me, I hear the heavy carts of the grunts creaking as they follow behind me all the way to the canyon's edge. I look down into the darkness and another idea sparks up in my mind. The same blast blowing process is used to craft many more orbs of light while the grunts continue to make their way toward me. Once over 100 more orbs are created, the grunts finally make it to me and I give them another order. Turn around and walk the road again. Once you get to the town, turn around and come back. I want you to walk back and forth on this roadway until I tell you to stop. The moment they hear me, the group of mindless grunts turns around and begins their trek back with carts full of heavy stone. I lift the many orbs up in the air and begin building more winding pathways down into the canyon full of dungeons. This tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. Each one of the dungeons has a stone tablet crafted beside it by my double showing the loot drops, approximate level, and monster type beside every dungeon. I build pathways that end right before the entrance portal of each one, and light the way with more and more of the white orbs, illuminating the canyon. I'm sure these paths will be a little less traveled, but I still want to make them sturdy. They are roughly 2 meters wide, and orbs are placed on shorter stone pillars every 40 meters or so. The natural blue glow of the portals lights up the regions close to the dungeons themselves, so I don't need to use quite as many lights as I first thought. The only 7 dungeons I decide not to connect the pathway to are the 6 breaks for safety reasons, and the single B-grade dungeon that is very deep down in the canyon because I want to keep that one for myself away from prying eyes. Once finished connecting every single one, I contemplate telling the grunts to stop their mindless stress test so I can assess the damage, but decide against it because I have one more thing I'd like to check on. I slip inside one of the closest blue portals nearby, then dungeon walk back into the Vice City Labyrinth's 40th floor. Coming in on full alert with all my buffs activated, sword drawn, and chi flowing through it, I'm ready for anything. However, my worst-case scenario theories don't come true. I'm left in an empty dirt pit. All of the burn marks and holes blasted in the ground from my battle against the lightning wolf have completely disappeared and have automatically regenerated. However, the room feels unusually stagnant and cold, as if time has stopped and it's waiting for a trigger to be pulled. The odd sensation of transport magic lingers in the air, like it's about to activate, but something is stopping it from occurring. I scan the boss room and slowly walk around in circles trying to see if there's anything new I can find, then let out a sigh and open my item storage. It's about time I got this loot. I knew something was up with this floor. I'd like to find out what's going on here. I let the deceased wolf's body fall onto the dirt floor, and less than half a minute later, its mana begins to disperse into the boss room and dissolve. 4 objects are left behind in the creature's place. A large pink mana crystal about the size of my head is one of them, and a half-transparent yellow stone with large arcs of electricity coming off of it drops next to it of similar size. I open up a storage portal on the ground beneath the items and get a reading on the small black stone and large white tooth that fall inside next to the crystals. 40th floor boss identification core 0248, Wolf Guardian's Fawn, 265% mental strength, 258% speed, lightning attribute. As soon as they fall inside, the lingering feeling of transport magic in the air resumes, and I feel my body become enveloped in white light. Once the flash subsides, my vision goes black. My non-visual perception skills pick up a deep winding cave system with narrow tunnels, dripping water, and even large caverns, but I don't sense a single living being. My objective here isn't to stick around long. I just wanted to get the 40th floor trial completed and get access to teleport to the 41st floor whenever I wish. The instant I begin to activate my dungeon walker skill to leave, I feel something strong and sharp piercing through every layer of my mana shielding, chi barrier, and armored defenses to sink deep into my stomach with no warning at all. Even as the weapon comes out, the Other side of my body, I can't sense or see at all where it's come from, it doesn't matter. I dungeon walk back to the 40th floor less than a tenth of a second later. I cough up blood while regenerating my wound and armor, trying to figure out what that was and where it came from. My appraisal and enemy detection skills were active, yet I didn't see the attack coming, nor did I even get a glimpse of who sent it. I stand to my feet once fully healed, then look to the sky of the empty dirt pit. A huge countdown timer can be seen floating in the sky, 29:23:59:41, a 30-day cooldown timer, huh? Well, at least I have access to the higher floors. I dungeon walk back to the 39th, then 38th, then all the way through each layer between here and the 30th until I find my double farming away at mana crystals while it waits for the minotaurs to respawn. It transfers its inventory into my storage, and I kill it on the spot, creating another copy to go check out the 41st floor for me and see what it can find. Less than a second later, the memory of it teleporting into the darkness and being stabbed multiple times in the stomach then decapitated comes rushing back to me. I send another double, and the same thing happens. I perform well over a dozen more tests, and no matter where I send the double into that boss room, I can never sense the enemy, and can never survive longer than a second to survey the landscape. Seems like I'm just not strong enough for whatever is up there. The 41st floor will have to wait for another day. Another copy is formed, and it goes back to farming mana crystals and waiting for the minotaurs to continue feeding my other double and ember stones for the isolation pod. Meanwhile, I dungeon walk back to the dungeon nearest to the canyon's exit and make my way back to the stone road to meet up with the grunts that continue their stress test on my stonework. I slowly hover above the grunts and watch them work for another hour. The eeriness of the 41st floor leaves the front of my mind as I become very satisfied with my new project's results. Midway through my process of assessing the grunts, I get the feeling of being watched by the same woman in the town, even from nearly 2 kilometers away. It's a far weaker feeling, but I'm impressed that at below level 300 she's able to sense me out this far. I don't mind that she's watching and let the tests continue. No cracks have formed in the roads, and the carts are able to be pulled very smoothly. The lighting fixtures are far enough to the sides of the roads that they don't impede travel, and they are bright enough that even in the dead of night the entire pathway is lit up completely. Eventually, Ari comes walking over from the abyss covered in sweat and grinning ear to ear. He waves me down and shouts out, "I did it! I mastered the demonic energy crescent. Just like the one you showed me this morning." I can tell he's very happy with his new power, but also he looks exhausted. I let down my flaming disguise to look more natural to show him my unconcealed face and reply, "That's good. I'm glad you achieved it without any major setbacks. I'll be waiting here conducting some tests throughout the night and staying on watch duty. Feel free to take a rest and look around the town until my double gets back with Dash." Once these words leave my mouth, I sense 6 figures appear out of thin air deep below the canyon. One of them is my double, and 2 of them show up as clear as day on my Rising Emperor's Domain perk. I point downward into the dimly lit canyon as they all begin to make their way up. Never mind. Perfect timing. It seems our long-awaited guests have finally arrived. Abby, Maria, Fisher, Lydia, and Monk all walk up the stone pathway with confusing expressions on their faces. The emotions that pour off them are mixtures of fear, excitement, confusion, and anger. The first words I hear any of them say come from Maria's lips. "We barely got away. Jay, we need to prepare for battle. The Dark One knows we're here, and its guards are coming to declare war." Chapter 461. Many hours earlier in the day, around noon body double POV, I leave my main body at the edge of the canyon and use the transport crystal to teleport back into the lobby of the Galeheart Tower. I put up my mana shielding, but unfortunately don't have chi to block my overwhelming mana control presence in this form. Only the ability to block my intimidation aura. That will have to do for now. I won't be able to go outside the tower into Valor City without being noticed in this form, so I call out to the lobbyman while walking toward the front desk, "Lith, I need to talk with Lith." Ding. The elevator door opens, and the man in question walks out, replying to me promptly, "Back so soon? I assumed you'd make it to Sector 2 quickly, but this kind of speed was not expected." That answers the question of where Ari went earlier too. "Seems you've been busy. I guess Fisher and Lydia won't be getting their full day off." He chuckles, but I reply in an urgent tone, "Yes, I made it out to Sector 2, but the Dark One managed to send a few of its higher level guards out there too. I think they were looking for me ever since I ditched the arena event last night." Litha's eyes widen. "You managed to come face to face with multiple dark guards and made it out alive?" I nod, "Yeah. 6 of them showed up in the sky and attacked on sight. I managed to kill them all. even the strongest one that was over level 1000. I recount the events of my dealings in the town, excluding the mention of any unique riches found in the warehouses and of course the help of Ember in my battle, but make sure to keep Lith fully informed of what went down so he knows the severity of this situation. I point to the ceiling for my next task: pull up the surveillance system. I need to find my teammates. That 7th rank Dark Guard threatened them before I killed him, so I'd like to make sure they're safe before the Dark One finds out what I've done. There probably isn't much time left. Without question, Lith brings up the live surveillance of Valor City, and we begin scrolling through it together, watching ordinary people go about their day-to-day lives in the silver, gold, and platinum districts. After scouring the streets, zooming in and out of every corner inside shops and behind buildings, there's no sign of Abby or Maria in sight. They must be training with Monk. I let out a sigh and shift my focus back to the silver and gold districts. If they're in the monastery, we won't be able to sense them until they come out. Considering the arena event doesn't start for another 6 hours or so, this is going to be a long wait. I zoom in on a very fancy upscale lounge in the gold district. There are large comfortable-looking recliners, an active spa treatment in session for clients inside, and many courses of delicious food being served on golden platters. Beautiful young women in maid outfits are serving the men while handsome men in butler uniforms serve the women. Right in the middle of this display, I see my other 2 teammates, Lydia and Fisher, sitting back with hot towels over their faces, enjoying the day. I almost can't believe what I'm seeing. Then again, they did want the day off to rest and explore the city. I let out a sigh and turn away from the moving image projection, scratching my head and thinking to myself, this tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. Let them rest for now. This is fine. Those 2 have never been in an arena event, so I doubt the Dark One has its sights set on them. Lith speaks up. I could send one of my workers into the city to wait outside their shop to tell them to come back to the tower once they've finished their fun. I nod. Sure, that would be perfect. My gaze shifts back to the Platinum District, and I zoom in on the monastery. Its entrance looks like a dark black void, as no mana can be picked up on this surveillance system. I speak up again. Could I get a sheet of paper and a pen? I'd like to send a message to Abby and Maria, but I doubt it's going to be as simple as walking up to the monastery and handing them a letter. I think to myself for a moment in silence as Lith motions for the lobby men to fetch me paper. Then I continue speaking. If we notify them right now, the entire Dark Guard could swarm the Platinum District in an instant. It would be rather odd for an unknown person to approach the monastery without Monk's permission. Even if the Dark One knows they're here, it doesn't bother attacking because it doesn't fear them. If too many odd events begin occurring at once, it will surely become much more suspicious. Lith responds, so, we wait until they naturally come out on their own. That would be the safest bet. I take the papers from the lobby man and begin to fill in the events of the last few hours along with what I believe is the best course of action for them. In simplified terms, the core message reads: run. We've got company, get back to the Galeheart Tower now. However, once I hand the paper off to one of Litha's workers that looks just like a very generic businessman in a presentable manner to infiltrate the city unnoticed. The other guard called forward to retrieve Fisher and Lydia looks like a weekend shopper with less professional attire. It's impressive how quickly he manages to get his team together for specific jobs. All I can do now is sit back and wait. Lith turns to the elevator and motions for me to follow. Come on, this is going to take a few hours, we might as well get comfortable. I walk into the elevator with him, and we're brought back up to his office. The surveillance system comes online in his penthouse suite as well, and I sit back on a comfortable chair with my arms crossed, staring up at the city, watching people go about their daily lives. In the back of my mind, a timer ticks away. While my real body trains Ari and begins to climb the labyrinth on its way to reach level 1000, hours go by here in the city. Fisher and Lydia finish up their time at the spa and go on a short shopping spree to buy some new interesting magic items and accessories. Then are briefly filled in on the situation by the undercover shopper brought in by Lith. They casually take their time leaving the city not to draw any extra attention and use their transport crystals to come back to the tower once they're far away from the city and out of sight. Once they get back to the tower, both of them come up the elevator and begin to question me more about this cryptic warning, but after an explanation, they begin to see the seriousness of all of this and cease their complaints. They watch the surveillance of the monastery with us up in the penthouse office. We all patiently wait for our other teammates to come out and for the businessman standing in the lobby of a partnered trading company's tower nearby with a message in hand to give it to them. It's rather natural that many businessmen would be waiting for meetings or finishing work in these buildings. Standing around fiddling with paperwork isn't very uncommon. Another hour or so passes before three figures emerge from the dark hallway. As soon as they do, the businessman sees them from across the street and walks out the door, making his way down the road to coincidentally cross paths with the trio. He pretends to accidentally not be looking where he's going, and stumbles into their path. With a worried look plastered on his face, he apologizes for making them stop in their path by bowing and reaching out a hand to Monk. As he shakes and accepts his apology, it's clear there's more to this interaction. Once his eyes meet the paper, he squeezes his hand closed tight and speaks up to Abby and Maria. "I forgot one thing, please, let us head back to the training rooms momentarily." With confused expressions, they agree, and my heart rate stops beating at such a rapid pace once I see them step back inside the black monastery door. 20 minutes later, they all come out again, walking to the Platinum Gate entrance at a fast and steady pace. Not saying a word, they make it through and move to the Gold District. However, out of the corner of my eye, I see a large black suit of armor come out from one of the private towers in the Platinum District. It flashes its wristbands and makes its way into the Gold District. The Platinum Guards bow down to the Royal Guard that is making a rare appearance in the main city. As the trio walks to the next gate, making their way into the Silver District, the Royal Guard isn't far behind. It is quickly and calmly closing the gap between them until they make it to the final gate that leads to outside. As they do, the Royal Guard motions for the Silver Guards to halt their activities, and Monk, Abby, and Maria have to directly confront the mysterious black armored guard. The words that echo through the surveillance system from the Royal Guard are quite surprising. "You three must compete in the arena event tonight." Without the Flame Emperor present, our newest guests still wish to see a show. "We can't have our top performers leaving the city so soon." Lith rotates the angle of the live video, and a large number 5 is printed on the black armored guard's chestplate, glowing bright orange through its heavy armor. Chapter 462. I can't sense the guard from here inside the tower, but that number 5 on its armor looks eerily familiar to the 7 I saw on the dark guard that I fought in the desert. Considering the strength difference it showed compared to the lower-leveled guards, I can only assume this one is far stronger than that double-ranked-up colossal. If it really wanted my teammates dead, there's no question it'd already be done. This means it has something else planned. There must be a reason it wants them to enter the arena. I watch as reflexively, all 3 of them reach for their item boxes on their waists, but the dark guard speaks up again while the large number 5 glows brighter on its chest. Not so fast. A pulse of red-orange energy comes out of the guard, and 2 long soul energy manifested swords form in its hands, faster than the eye can see. The guard strips each of them of their storage pouches and holds one sword to Monk's neck, and the other in front of both Abby and Maria. "Like I said before, you won't be leaving the city just yet." The Dark One is expecting a show and wishes for repayment for breaking his toys. The Dark Guard lets its energy blades disappear back into its body and dangles the 3 item storage pouches in the air while walking right down the middle of the street away from the exit gate and toward the arena. "Come on, fight in the arena tonight, then you're free to do as you wish." All 3 of them are frozen in place, most likely feeling a similar sensation to the one time I was face to face with the 7th ranked Dark Guard in the arena before I was powerful enough to take it on. Although I can't sense the energy levels of this interaction, I can see clear as day on the surveillance system that the power gap here is immense. As blue and green energies begin to swirl around the 2 women, and I see red lights sparking up in both of their eyes, Monk's voice can be heard, stopping mayhem from breaking loose. "We'll do it, we'll fight. But please, leave our storage pouches close by in the training hall. I have important family goods in there. It's important they're not damaged or lost. I don't care for the money or high-grade items, but you understand sentimental value, right?" The Dark Guard doesn't stop walking toward the arena but replies, "Fine, as long as each of you agrees to actually fight to the 7th stage, we'll keep your belongings close by. Heavily guarded, but close. If even one of you thinks about running away or quitting the fight, you're all dead." Deal. The 3 of them follow the Dark Guard into the arena to register, and all I can do is watch and wait. A million theories turn through my mind, and tons of options including getting my main body and Ember to come to help with this situation come up. But nothing seems like a viable option. This entire city is under lock and key, with a minimum of half a dozen more double-ranked-up Dark Guards lurking in the shadows, not to mention their boss watching every move. As bad as it may seem, waiting and letting them figure out how to get out of this situation themselves is the best course of action. From my letter, and the time spent inside the monastery after Monk read it, I'm sure they are aware of how powerful the monsters they're dealing with are. Considering this, both Maria and Abby are very skilled fighters and strategists themselves. Monk has been living within these walls for many years too. Odds are, they're already coming up with a plan to get those item boxes back themselves. I let out a sigh and sit back on my comfortable seat in Litha's office. but continue to keep my eyes glued on the surveillance screen, not missing a beat while the starting announcements for tonight's fight events echo through the room. Lydia and Fisher nervously watch, and Lith sits at his desk with his hands clasped, thinking deeply to himself and staring at the projections not showing any external emotions similar to my own stare. The surveillance system is split into two halves on the ceiling now. Half shows the upper area where the fights are taking place, and the other shows the underground training room where all of the contestants wait their turn to fight. There's a packed house tonight, and many new faces of strong newbie fighters along with familiar legacy fighters are down below. However, the air is very tense tonight because the Dark Guard stands by the exit stairs that lead to the surface. A pile of everyone's external loot is heavily guarded by 3 of its underling royal guards, but I can tell just by their stances these 3 are nowhere near the Dark Guard's level. Still, however, they hold a bit of prestige in this city, so no one dares defy them or challenge their wishes. The first few rounds of the arena go on as normal. The Stone Maiden starts off with a flashy first round. Many newbies give it their best shot to become legacy fighters, and both the Shield and Ace give great showings. After a few more newbie rounds, Monk takes his appearance in the ring and punches his way through all 7 stages without a single missed blow. He's brought back to the training room and Abby takes the stage next. Spears are thrown, she is channeled, and 7 rounds of monsters are defeated even quicker than Monk's. The audience roars with joy, placing bets, getting drunk, and enjoying the show late into the night. I wait to see Dark Guards storm the ring and force them to move on to the 8th stage, but it never happens. I can tell everyone is getting rather nervous downstairs. Abby heals everyone up after their matches and strategically begins moving closer to the 3 royal guards near the side of the room guarding the miscellaneous gear. If you spot this story on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. Another newbie takes the stage after her battle, then the Ice Empress is called to fight. Maria takes the stage and freezes every opponent she faces into sculptures of ice, then slices the 7th stage ghoul in 2 to end the performance of the night in a dazzling attack. The announcer continues hyping up the crowd and showing replays of the fight as Maria is transported back into the underground training room. She sees that both Abby and Monk have migrated closer to the piles of gear. As she walks over in the silent room, this is when the tension in the air finally snaps. The Dark Guard that stands in front of the exit speaks again. Reaching into an invisible storage portal in his chest and pulling out a large orange glowing crystal. First of all, I thank you all for the wonderful show tonight. He takes a step closer and the orange crystal glows brighter. In the background, the cheers of the crowd and the announcer's voice showing highlights of the battles almost drown out the buzzing sound that gets louder from the gem. The Dark Guard lets go of the crystal and takes a step back. It floats in the air for a moment, then drifts slowly toward the floor. Thank you for your service entertaining the community. The Dark One has invited each and every one of you to join its ranks. A new strong loyal group of subordinates is just what we need to get rid of a certain pest that cut our ranks in half. No one says a word in the room. They all just watch the gem drift closer to the floor in awe. You all will now serve as royal guards and have a special power bestowed upon you by the Dark One himself. A sword that can cut through any barrier of mana, a shield that can block any mana-based attack, and a body that can outlast any mere mortal in this dreaded world. You will become far stronger than you ever knew was possible. The tip of the crystal touches the white floor of the training room, and it looks as if a pebble has fallen into a pond. The floor ripples and the crystal disappears, sending out slow-moving orange shockwaves of light. Join our forces, and rule the world. The Dark One shall reign supreme. The young man who was one of the newest newbie fighters closest to the impact point on the ground is hit by the slow-moving wave of light, and a gruesome scene follows. His armor and clothes are all burned away as orange light starts to creep over his entire body. He begins to scream out in agony, and all that remains of his figure are bones and a beating orange heart left behind. In a matter of seconds, the light hits 3 other fighters and the same thing occurs, ridding them of flesh and violent yells, but imbuing their hearts with dense soul energy that keeps their skeletal structures upright. Upon seeing this, Abby wastes no time and lunges toward the weaker royal guards with her eyes locked on the item boxes that were stolen from them earlier. Bursts of red Hydra's soul energy come leaking off of her as Abby uses her earth magic to impale the guards and dive into the pile of gear. Simultaneously, enormous red structures of ice begin to erupt from the floor as Maria activates her ranked-up ice buff aided by the red Hydra's soul energy, piercing right through the shielding in the ceiling and shaking the room while creating a maze of mirrors and walls of shields tinted crimson. Monk channels all of his chi into his palm and thrusts it upward at the ceiling as well, sending a shockwave of chi through the entire area floor and making visible movement in the dirt flooring above. However, the shielding doesn't budge, and the ceiling stays intact without a single crack. There seems to be many layers of the A-grade shielding between the training room and the arena itself. The room beneath the arena goes into pure chaos as no amount of magic can stop the slow-moving orange light. It even ripples through Maria's walls of ice with ease, melting and shattering them to pieces without slowing its flow at all. The legacy fighters all use their elemental and speed-based powers to attempt pushing the rippling light back, but it's no use. As much as they try, even they fall subject to its curse. It's painful to watch fighters I fought alongside and had drinks with scream out in agony. However, unlike the weaker newbie fighters, the 3 legacy fighters' bodies stay intact and aren't burned away. They're enveloped in a bright yellow-orange glow and fall to the floor unconscious as runes with illegible lettering spin above their hearts. The echoing voice of the Dark Guard sounds out through the room. It's no use trying to run or fight back. This is the curse of the Lich King. If our God wishes to bring you to our ranks, there is nothing you can do to stop it. Your friend, the Flame Emperor, killed one of the upper 7 Dark Guards in Sector 2. This crime will not go unnoticed. We will find you all and wage war. An excited yell comes from the side of the room in Abby's voice. I found them. She holds 3 item boxes in one hand while grasping 3 white shimmering crystals in the other. Maria and Monk's heads turn toward her, and she throws 2 crystals through the air using all her strength and buffs to them. The Dark Guard notices its error and pulls out its energy blades to stop what's occurring by any means necessary. The crystals are being thrown less than 5 meters, while the Dark Guard stands back at the exit more than 20 meters away. Maria is closest to the approaching gems and lets out another burst of overwhelming power, letting her walls of ice glow bright red, become far more dense with mana and soul energy, and push into the ceiling even harder. She uses massive red ice crystals from her back to push her toward the teleport crystals faster. Monk moves all of his chi into his heels, pushing forward at the gem nearest to him, letting the world around him fade away and only see the glimmering gem that will bring him to safety. In the same moment, the Dark Guard lunges forward, releasing 2 dark red-orange energy crescents flying out from the swords. One is aimed at Abby and the other is heading straight for Maria and Monk. It's clear this guard is shooting to kill. It'd rather have them dead than get away. Abby is closer to the Dark Guard and crushes the transport crystal in her hand the instant she senses life-threatening danger. She's done her part and knows there isn't anything left for her to possibly do but get out of there and survive. Maria senses danger approaching too, as she's in between the blades and Monk, but knows there's no time to dodge. Its energy blade is slicing through her walls of ice like butter and rocketing their way. Her entire body glows with the red Hydra's buff, and it's being pushed to a limit I didn't know was possible. It looks similarly to when I was using it to fight that wraith for the first time, but far more concentrated and deadly. The depths of Maria's energy control are even more impressive than I believed was possible. Violent dark red tendrils of soul energy erupt from her body, increasing her speed and reflexes while also making stronger walls of ice. She digs deep into her energy control capabilities and channels every last drop of the red Hydra's soul energy to make one final wall of ice that erupts from the floor and makes itself steady by piercing through the ceiling. I can see the red energy leave her body completely. The blood-red wall is formed, and no more chi or soul energy remains in her aura as she continues to fly through the air toward the transport crystal. The metallic clang of energies colliding vibrates through the room as Monk grasps his gem behind Maria and crushes it in his hand, teleporting away to safety. The soul energy crescent sent from the Dark Guard collides with the final blood-red wall of ice and is stopped in place for a fraction of a second. Its outer layer is ripped away, lessening its attack power just slightly and altering its course. Maria grabs the teleportation crystal in the air while the soul energy crescent breaks through her final defensive wall. Due to the small alteration in course, the blade misses her heart by centimeters as she's sliced across the chest and opposite shoulder. Even so, she still manages to break the crystal in her hand and disappears in a flash of white light. The room is filled with the echoing angered yell of the 5th-ranked Dark Guard. A massive blood-red ice crystal sticks up through the arena floor, completely destroying the training room below, and disabling the shielding of the fight ring on the surface. Screams of innocent bystanders in the crowd begin to spread, and the announcer of the event tries to calm everyone down. On this cue, I immediately shut off the surveillance system and run to the elevator. The multiple seconds of waiting as the cart brings me to the lobby floor feels like an eternity. The white floor is stained with blood, and my heart races faster as the elevator door opens. Green flashes of light from Abby's restoration magic fill the room. However, my attention is solely captivated by the warm blue eyes and radiant white smile that greets me from across the lobby, reassuring me that everything worked out. Chapter 463, Main Body POV Midnight. My teammates approach me from the canyon, and my double points a finger to its forehead to kill itself. The memories of the arena come rushing into my consciousness, imagery of the 5th rank Dark Guard trying to possess my teammates, and Maria's overwhelming display of energy control to give Abby and Monk a chance to get away alive repeat in my mind. The fact that the 5th rank Dark Guard already knows I defeated the 7th rank Dark Guard, and said the Dark One is waging an attack to get revenge makes me wonder where all of the other guards are, especially the 6th, and the question of the actual power gap between guards also concerns me. Even using every last drop of the Red Hydra's buff in a single attack, Maria managed to only shift the trajectory of that monster's basic slash. It was impressive, but considering it took all of her power and she's most likely the strongest out of all of them, it's actually more concerning. If they didn't have a getaway plan and were in an actual fair fight, none of them would have lasted a second. I look at Maria, Abby, Monk, Fisher, and Lydia as they float up onto flat ground. They stand on the newly built stone road, lit up in the night, and I do full scans of each of them, accessing displays of their powers and abilities quickly, coming to a single conclusion. Maria speaks it aloud before I can say it myself. Jay, we need to get stronger. Those Dark Guards are on a level far above anything I've seen before. In our current shape, we stand no chance. In the same moment, I see all 5 of their gazes shift to the sky behind me and get in a battle-ready position. However, I speak up and put my hands up in the air. Hey, don't worry. You're safe here for now. That's an ally, Ember, and my double come floating down from deep within the desert. They must have just come from collapsing another dungeon. It's been almost 5 hours since I sent them off to continue collecting energy for the isolation pod. My double's mana control is off the charts, which has probably once sent my teammates into attack mode. I can sense it like a beacon in the sky. However, Ember is basically invisible to all of their senses. As they touch down, I continue to speak. There's no need to fill me in on the details, my double already caught me up to speed. I look toward the crimson-haired human form of my dragon partner, then turn back to my teammates. I'd like you all to meet the newest member of our party. Everyone, meet Ember. He walks toward the 5 of them with a calm expression and graceful silent steps, scanning them with an unknown aura of energy. He silently stares at them and looks each of them up and down with a natural-looking smile. I remember he did a similar thing with Ari. It was weird then. And it's still weird now, but Ember doesn't exactly spend much time with humans, so my best guess is he's just acting natural, or, a more likely explanation is he knows it's odd and just doesn't care what anyone thinks. So, he acts as he pleases. I shrug and place a hand on my head. He's been away from people for a while, so just know he means well. Ember is strong, and an ally I trust with my life. So I hope to see you all treat him like you would treat me. He'll grow on you soon. I let out a sigh, then begin walking slowly back and forth while deeply thinking to myself, he can handle greetings on his own. I need to figure out our next plan of action, and fast. What Maria said is right. I need to find a way to get them all in fighting shape for the inevitable confrontation with the Dark Guards. Stolen content alert. This content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. Ari greets each of the team members briefly, and Abby introduces him to Monk, but it's clear to see on his face he's still spent from training his demonic energy manipulation all day. While my mind wanders, Ari and my double step aside to observe while Ember begins to confront my teammates. He speaks up for the first time after examining Fisher and Lydia. You 2 are strong fighters. Proficient in mana control and have very refined and practiced sword techniques. Out of everyone here, you may not have the highest degree of overwhelming natural talent. But your experience and training shows. He puts out a hand and silently shakes both of their hands with nods of respect, then slowly walks over to Abby next. He gets up close to her face and stares her in the eyes for a few seconds before displaying a grin and stepping back. Restoration magic. Is that so? I haven't felt this presence in quite a while. Ember looks up to the sky, muttering to himself, not since, Was it that dryad that became a divine beast a few centuries ago? Was she the last one that had that skill? Too bad her immortality was cut short like the others during the incident. Though, it explains why her talent is still floating around looking for a host. He looks back into Abby's eyes, then puts out a hand to shake. Never mind that. Anyway, nice to meet you. It seems fate works in mysterious ways. I'd say I'm surprised you're in Jay's party, but honestly that would be a lie. It will be a pleasure fighting by your side. They shake hands, and Ember's attention quickly moves to Maria. The dragon's bright red eyes pulse with energy at the sight of the limitless potential it sees within Maria's energy control. Ember doesn't move for almost 5 whole seconds, examining the fluctuations in her aura and seeing that she rests calmly in her core yet acting like an abyss that calls for more. His grin that's still plastered on his face from meeting Abby widens even further. And he lets out a laugh, incredible. Such an insatiable hunger for energy, yet wielded by a delicate-looking woman. Appearances are very deceiving, aren't they? Maria responds, stepping forward with a confident look on her face and a sharpened gaze. You're right, about all of us. And if Jay trusts you, then so do I, but I don't understand your words and tone. What is all of this talk about immortality, divine beasts, and most importantly, what energy source are your abilities coming from? I can't sense a drop of chi or mana coming off your body. Whore, what are you? Ember takes a step back and stops chuckling, crossing his arms. Maria, right? Your name is a very familiar one floating around in Jay's mind. When our telepathy is linked, it shows up in my subconscious often. I always wondered what you'd be like, and I'm not disappointed. You may have the greatest potential of everyone here. What an interesting team. He puts out a hand to shake, and Maria stares down at it, not wanting to accept the gesture just yet. Ember speaks again. I promise you, in time more will become clear. Jay keeps his secrets for good reason. I'm one of his most guarded ones. This is the beginning of a road to see him opening up much more in the future. See me as a bridge to his mind. I believe you will learn more about his motives and desires soon. She continues to look at the hand for a few more seconds in silence. Then decides to shake it with her own. Okay, fine. Nice to meet you, Ember. They release their grip, and Ember finally moves to Monk, who waits patiently, staring off into the empty desert with his arms crossed and gaze steady. Ember curiously looks him up and down, then poses a simple question. Do you worship the originators? Mention of that word makes Monk's head turn to meet his eyes in an instant. He doesn't say anything back, but it's clear Ember struck a chord with this line. Ember leans in closer, scanning every part of his body, then eyeing the item pouch around his waist. What? I don't care if you do or don't. Everyone knows the origin civilization left us to a higher plane before any modern tools of record-keeping existed. It's not like I'm accusing you of anything, just wondering if you care to study their practices. Your lack of mana control and the contents of that storage pouch just lead me to such a conclusion. His eyes widen even more, then he finally speaks. You know of the origin civilization? Ember shrugs, responding in a nonchalant manner. Hardly, only rumors and replicated texts. Most of the real books that taught proper chi control and the creation of the system were lost in wars on planets that no longer have names I can remember. He lets out a sigh and waves a hand in the air. Trust me, I looked for answers longer than anyone. If they wanted to be found, they'd have shown themselves by now. Ember points a finger to Monk's storage pouch again. Any relics you believe will show you the real truth one day are nothing more than junk left behind by those that have moved on. They took everything valuable with them. Monk closes his mouth and bows, keeping silent for a few seconds, then bringing his head back up. I understand, but it is my life's journey to continue my search. Ember nods again. Very well. There's no point in trying to stop you. Who knows, maybe a stone or two haven't been looked under yet. There's always a chance. Whatever the case may be, you are strong. I look forward to fighting with you. Ember puts out a hand and they shake. He turns back to me in my main body as I finally finish with my brainstorming. And I've come up with a perfect plan. The rumbling sound of wooden carts full of heavy rocks sound nearby as the grunts under mind control come walking our way. I step up and look my teammates in the eyes. Welcome to Sector 2. This is our new territory, run by me, the Flame Emperor. I burst into a display of fire that signals the grunts to turn around and walk back toward the town. I have a lot to explain, and we have a lot of training to do. However, together we'll defeat every single Dark Guard and take the head of the Lich King. So, follow me. Tonight, we will prepare for war. Chapter 464. After the group acknowledges our goal, and me as their leader in this moment, I get the option to add Fisher, Lydia, and Monk to my Rising Emperor's domain system. I do so without notifying them of this change and now see their status screens and geopoints light up in my mind's eye. Then, I give instructions to my body double and Ember to go back to charging up the isolation pod while I train with my team. Ari tags along with them, and I give permission to use one of the saturated stones on the pod that hasn't been charged up yet. Ari needs a rest after training, and using the fully charged pod would be a waste to use now. I need that supercharged pod exclusively safe to use for chi control training for myself and my teammates. I don't mind a few billion MP being used up to bring the other pod up to 8x dilation for future use though. According to the old crafter's note, not much energy will be lost from anything under 10x. So, using one stone to make a pod where 1 hour of rest will equal over a full night's sleep will be perfect for the session we're about to have. Once he's rested up, my double will find us in the labyrinth. The three of them go off into the canyon, and I turn to the remainder of my team. By foot, the journey out here from Sector may first take days or even weeks. By sky, it would take hours, maybe a day at most. My guess is they will travel by flight again, so an enemy attack could come at any time. However, your escape from capture and run-in with the 5th rank Dark Guard means the Dark One's forces are not all on their way just yet. I pause and walk to the edge of the canyon, making another body double to max out all 3 copy slots of this skill. I order it to watch over the town and survey the skies to alert me if anything unusual approaches. As it flies away, I turn to my teammates again. This means there may be an attack coming soon, any moment actually, but we also know there is still time to prepare. We'll need to get you all in fighting shape by sunrise. I jump down into the canyon onto the nearest pathway that leads to a blue glowing portal. Come on, it's time for all of you to receive some major strength upgrades. I dungeon walk all of them back down to the 30th floor and share my absorption skill with each of them to allow my MCP absorption perk to make its full use. Staying within 100 meters of each of them, we circle around the outer ring of wyverns and slowly make our way into the center of the dungeon. With the use of temporary skills gained from my absorption skill, Monk is able to fly in the sky with us using water and earth magic from a few of the first wyverns killed. Fisher and Lydia let loose and reap the benefits of gaining millions of MCP after every kill, using their red Hydra's buffs to speed up the training time and having Abby heal them. Every few minutes once they deactivate the soul energy perk and face the consequences of the debuffs. Whenever nearby flocks of monsters are killed, I dungeon walk everyone to more dense portions of dungeon where respawns take place to expedite the process. I find enemies and they constantly fight them, absorbing their energy and moving on to the next. Many thousands of MP and mana crystals are left behind after monsters dissolve without us nearby, but I always make it a point to retrieve element stones if they drop. Maria and Abby easily make it to the center of the dungeon without using any soul energy or chi. Monk also easily takes out his opponents. It takes nearly an hour to clear this floor and bring everyone up to level 750, but everyone has gained over 100 million MCP each and they're all revving to fight more. As we beat the 30th floor boss and wait to move on to the next floor, Monk and I have a long-awaited conversation. He reaches into his item box to pull out a large silver briefcase. I thank you for your note of warning before we left Valor City. I managed to bring over a large portion of our remaining chi pill supplies with us. I'm still looking forward to hearing the method you used to gather so much chi in such a short period of time. If just over 150 pills brought you this far, we will all have enough to reach a whole new level. He clicks open the case and I see hundreds of white pills inside, possibly over 1,000. Monk grabs a few out and hands some to Abby, Maria, and myself, then eats one himself before clasping the case shut and placing it back in his inventory. I nod and eat one of the pills as well. Looking forward to filling my chi stores up to their max for the first time after ranking up again. As the hot energy fills my body, I respond to his earlier question, of course. Ember and my body double are working on getting the preparations for my expedited cultivation method as we speak. Once you've all made it to a considerable strength by morning, you'll be ready. I want to add at least 500 million extra MCP to all of your base mana controls before you attempt my method. Understood. The corner of Monk's lip turns up, and the rush of chi from the pill he just consumed fills his body too. The tail has been illicitly lifted. Should you spot it on Amazon, report the violation. We're transported to the 31st floor, and my teammates begin farming levels and mana control again. The sensation of chi rushing into my body hits me too, but I don't feel quite as satiated as I usually do after a pill. Not even a drop of overflow comes out of my pores either. While my teammates zip across the dungeon, I decide to take another pill. After this one, my core finally hits its saturation point and the excess chi leaks out like usual. How interesting. I've grown enough to the point where one pill isn't enough to fill my core. I didn't know that was even possible. I consider that it must be a result of the natural energy control upgrade that occurred after my rank up. My capacity is now roughly 1.5 chi pills. Halfway through farming this floor, a flash of light and the teleportation of Ari and my double arrive nearby. The archer looks fully rested and ready to train as well. He floats in the air next to me and I fill him in on our goals here to train our way to the highest floor possible together. It is true I could just power level them myself by repeatedly sharing experience points with them by bringing my full team to a high-level boss room and clearing it myself. That wouldn't be great in the long term though. They need the combat training as well as the MCP that comes with killing mobs yourself using my absorption perk. Relying on their red Hydra's buff for training now is a loophole I'd rather not have them get used to. because it will be used up in the future. Half of mine is gone and Maria's is completely used up. The permanent buff that was on her status before is no more. I witnessed it disappear myself. However, it's the fastest way to farm mana control and levels, so it has to be done. As Ari joins the team, red flashes of light fill the air and we begin clearing more and more floors. Once everyone makes it within 5 levels of the floor boss each time, we move up to the next floor. It takes 3 more hours to clear the next 7 floors, bringing everyone near level 900 and adding close to 400 million additional MCP to their mana controls. If we were to go back down and farm these monsters again, the MCP gained would be much lower. The main reason for such a high gain is that they're consistently beating monsters at higher levels than their own, giving a higher percentage of mana control gain than weak mobs. The overwhelming power of the Red Hydra's soul energy has cut through everything in its way so far, but finally comes to a roadblock where its strength is not enough. On the 38th floor, my teammates face off against the giant armored worms that even gave my mana control trouble when I was training up here before. Ranking up, the crimson-covered energy blades don't do as much damage as I imagined they would. Fisher and Lydia meet their match, and only crack the outer shell of these beasts. No matter how many attacks they throw in solo fights, the rapid regeneration of the worms continues to keep the monsters alive. The two of them are easily able to get away, they're just not powerful enough to quickly take the monster out alone for training purposes. Together, they're able to take a single beast down in a few minutes in a brutal all-out battle. But it's clear we're making it to a crucial point in training where power leveling any further may not be possible in the short time constraints we have left. They alternate final blows to share the MCP and EXP gains. Ari, on the other hand, is able to use Red Hydra imbued spirit arrows to pierce the flesh of the worms. His spirit energy has unique properties, and with the recent boost in mana control from the previous 8 floors, he's able to take the worms out alone in just a few hits when timed right. It makes me wonder how strong his demonic energy attacks would fare against these creatures, but it's understandable that he doesn't want to bring that volatile energy into a life and death battle like this just yet. Abby, Maria, and Monk waste no time on this floor after seeing the struggles of their teammates. This is the first battle where chi-imbued blades are necessary to take opponents out. Abby imbues her daggers with chi and slices through the worm's flesh and armor with ease. Maria's sword, hot with chi, can carve up these monsters like butter, and Monk uses a technique of fists imbued with energy that sends waves of chi through the worm's bodies and slowly cooks its insides, killing it in under 10 punches. I watch them train for another half hour until every worm in this dungeon is killed, and decide to move on to the next floor instead of waiting for the respawn. Once we make it to the 39th floor and take on the Minotaurs, I explain that this is the final floor they'll be able to train on, recounting some of my experiences on the 40th and 41st floor. Less than 10 monsters spawn up on this 39th floor every 30 minutes, so we take turns testing our skills just like the worms. Fisher and Lydia give it their all, sending red waves of water and ice at their level 966 opponent, ruthlessly stabbing and pounding the monster to the dungeon floor. They're pushed to their limits and I can feel the massive amounts of Red Hydra's soul energy being used up in every attack to the point where I hypothesize they are also draining its power away like Maria did, but to a much slower degree. It takes over 10 minutes, but in a combined effort, they defeat the elite Minotaur. Even after Abby heals them up, it's clear they've hit their limit and are very tired. Great job today. You two have gained over 500 million mana control each, improved just about 300 levels, and have defeated the strongest base level monster in the labyrinth we'll be able to fight today. You may rest. They give satisfied smiles and are happy with their progress. I look forward to teaching them chi in the future, but there's no time to bring them through the full training process now. I turn to the others. Now it's up to the rest of you to show off how far you've come. Ari manages to use his new and improved Crimson Spirit arrows to take out the Minotaur in just 3 direct hits to the head. Abby and Maria use chi to slice their opponents' heads off before the battle even starts, and Monk does his signature attack pattern, punching the Minotaur from every angle and defeating it in 17 blows. I think about bringing them to face the lone mutant, but my double takes care of it before I get the chance to try. It's probably better that way. I bring all of my teammates to the boss room and let them take on the level 997 Minotaur boss together. With chi-infused weapons and Red Hydra's soul energy filling the boss room, the massive Minotaur doesn't even get a chance to fight back. Abby, Maria, and Ari are the only ones who continue to fight. Fisher and Lydia rest while Monk and I watch with our arms crossed. Everyone in the boss room shares EXP from a boss kill, so whoever would like to fight has the option to. Curiously, we're all transported right back to outside the boss room once the transport magic activates. There's still a 30-day cooldown ticking down on the 40th floor, so no other challengers are welcome. The 41st is out of the question, even for me. I point back at the gray spinning boss room portal. Well, you've all made it this far. It's almost morning, so our first portion of training here has almost come to an end. You may feel like you're strong now, but I assure you the gap between these Minotaurs' power and a Dark Guard is unimaginable. We all step through the boss room portal to fight another Minotaur at level 995. This is a great start, but we have a long way to go. We'll take on this boss a few more times to max out all of your levels. Then, for a few of us, the next stage of training will begin, Chapter 465, after clearing the boss room 18 times over the next 45 minutes. Everyone in the group reaches level 994. We could most likely push everyone up to 997 if we farmed here for a few more hours, considering the Minotaur boss consistently appears at level 993 to 997. However, the minuscule gains aren't worth the extra time wasted right now, so we leave the labyrinth back to the dungeons in the canyon. The sound of heavy stone being pulled and wooden carts hits our ears as the red-orange morning sun rises over the sand dunes of the desert. I float up out of the canyon and see the tired pack of grunts trudging my way. They look pale, hungry, thirsty, and on the edge of death's door. Some of them even look angry at the sight of me, letting out grunts and sneers. I sigh and order them to drink another vial each of suggestion elixir from my item storage to make all of them fall back in line. In my time away, the effects of this potion began wearing off. However, if I work them any harder, they may actually die, as that may be a fitting fate. Their labor would still be useful in the future. I activate my earth magic and disperse all of the stone in the carts. Then, I look far off the stone trail about 50 meters near the canyon's edge and instantaneously form 5 small worker huts in a line out of stone with nothing more than hard beds and a single table in each of them. They have no windows, and an open door, but will be more than enough to keep these men out of the heat and keep them from dying. I pull out rations of food, water, and more elixir from my item storage and evenly distribute them in the huts using telekinesis from a distance. I stand before the dazed grunts and point to the huts. Take your rest. Eat and drink up. Make sure to take your elixir once you wake up and await my orders when I return. They all let go of their carts and begin moving toward the makeshift housing. I move the carts off to opposite sides of the desert path in neat lines. They'll most likely be useful again at some point in the future. So, there's no harm in leaving them out here for now. As my teammates follow behind and we approach the town, they have mixed thoughts on my punishment of the grunts. However, we take a slow and peaceful walk back to town on the stone path while I fill them in on the exact details of what happened in the town yesterday. After this, they're far more understanding of my harsh treatment. Abby and Ari are especially on board and think I should be pushing them harder than that. Even violent torture is on the table in their minds. Maria agrees with me almost entirely, believing that an eye for an eye is good punishment. Fisher, Lydia, and Monk don't care to make any comments on the matter. Once we get back into the small settlement, the topic of conversation shifts to what the end goal is with all of these people. They're from all over the Dark Continent and have no place to call home. They're stranded out here in Sector 2. As we walk through the doors of the empty guild hall and down into the mana-shielded bunker, I respond to this point. I'll be giving all of them a few options shortly. I can tell they still need their rest. I'll wait to make a speech to everyone until they're all awake. One by one, we walk down the spiral stairs, and right on cue, one of my doubles and Ember arrive from the sky. They too walk down and join us shortly after I open the middle wall and let everyone inside the mana-shielded base. Once the initial awestruck moment of admiring the room passes, my double takes its item storage contents out to place in the center of the empty half of the room. If you encounter this tale on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Reported, 2 large isolation pods come out, and I immediately activate my craftsmanship skill along with other perception perks to examine them. One says, current dilation, 8,700 in 5x. It must be the one set aside, using only one containment stone that rested in before coming to train with us. The other reads out, current dilation, 46.9209x. My double turns to me, and I expect it to kill itself to share its memories with me, but it speaks up. Open up your storage. I have an item I need to transfer over carefully. I create a small white portal, doing as it says. My double opens its spatial magic portal millimeters above mine, and a small white shimmering stone makes itself visible for a fraction of a second before falling inside. It was only detectable because I was watching so closely and carefully. My double places a finger on its forehead the next second, and the memories of a second dungeon collapsing and that white stone falling from it just like the first rush into my mind, so the farming process is replicable. I whisper under my breath with a grin, I make a new double, and have him and Ember go off to continue making containment stones for later use. Then, I'm left alone with my teammates in 2 lightly humming isolation pods. One of them hums significantly louder than the other. It's clear there's a difference. I turn and point to them. This here is our next stage of training. They all look at the pods with different expressions on their faces. Most of you already know these are isolation pods. Machines that allow us to rest for 6 to 8 hours in a trance-like state filled with dense mana while only an hour goes by in the outside world. Monk's eyes open at the sound of that. But my other teammates have already witnessed their power. I continue all the same. They're made with very dense mana shielding that isolates us from the outside world. No sound or external energy is let in other than the energy and mass circulated through the core of the machine at its top. This also means whatever is inside stays inside. Of course, the seal isn't perfect, or it would act like my item storage system and no energy at all would ever leak out. But for my explanation, it gets the point across. I point to the weaker pod. Then turn toward Maria, Abby, and Monk. When you take a chi pill, and its total contents exceed your core's limit, the excess leaks out and dissolves into the air. However, when confined in a semi-closed place like a room in the monastery, the walls can trap excess chi and the absorption rate of energy gathering increases in speed and effectiveness. Monk speaks up at the weaker pod. So what you're saying is, I could gather chi in a super saturated environment where no chi could leak out while also taking advantage of time moving faster by almost 10 times. I smile. Yes, precisely. 8 days in there would only be 1 day in the outside world. Plus, let's say you were to bring 100 chi pills inside. You would be swimming in dense chi, forcing your body to absorb it at a much faster rate than normal. The pod may be used up multiple times as well. Its charge should last upward of a few years before it totally runs out of energy. Then, I turn to the other pod that hums louder. This one is supercharged. We'll only get one shot at using it before it falls down to below 10x dilation. My guess is 36 to 48 hours is going to be its limit. The dilation is nearly 50x, it's 46.9 to be exact. Monk pulls out his silver briefcase and clicks it open. I continue talking as the sea of white pills come into view. Ember and my double are off working on getting more materials to supercharge another pod. However, getting enough to bring this weaker one up to such a high rate will take another 12 hours to do. We could cut that time in half and use the materials from a 5 to 6 hour farm and bring a pod up to 30-35x. Though, I believe it's most efficient to try to bring them closest to 50, Monk whispers to himself, that would be over 90 days. 3 full months of isolated cultivation in a supersaturated environment. In just 2 days here in the outside world, he looks up to me and responds, I see. So you'd like to go one at a time then? I nod. Well, we really don't have any other choice. The materials I use for these machines come from the 39th floor. The Minotaurs only spawn in so fast. He thinks deeply to himself, then speaks up again. So then the best candidate for the first round would be Maria. I'm quite surprised at his response, but happy he sees my vision too. He's been wanting to try out my cultivation method all this time, and supplying all of us with precious resources, yet he still isn't jumping in to get first picks. With a satisfied smile, I respond, a very logical deduction. That was my first choice too. If danger is approaching, we need to get our strongest fighters with the highest potential for growth a chance to take advantage of these pods first. Everyone turns toward the blonde-haired hunter dressed in silver, white, and blue. She doesn't say a word at first, just looking down at the chi pills, then back up right at me. You're right. I can still see that soul energy blade of the Dark Guard fresh in my mind. If I want to be able to fight back against a monster like that, a major leap in power is necessary. She pauses again, but the determination in her gaze grows as she turns her head toward the strongest loudly humming isolation pod. I'll do it. Chapter 466. I take a few minutes to explain to Maria how I believe the gathering process in the pod will go. I give her some technique advice on long-term cultivation training. Isolation pods are a little bit different than my time in the Titan's domain, though. They make the user slip into a calming and relaxing state, making it easier to channel energy, float in place, think through tough problems, or even sleep for prolonged periods of time. It truly is the ideal environment for this type of training. I'm eager to try myself, but I'm happy to see Maria take the first shot at it. Considering the amount of chi on hand, and the smaller enclosed environment that we'll be testing the process in, the chi absorption rate may actually be more efficient than in the Titan's domain. Meanwhile, Monk begins to separate the chi pills into even piles on the center table of the room. I finish transferring enough food, water, and comfort supplies to Maria, and we all turn back to Monk as he separated the white pills into 5 piles. Then, he takes out smaller silver containers and places them inside each of them for easier storage. There are 1,688 pills. I made 4 groups of 300 for us chi users to take full advantage of, then 488 leftover pills to utilize for battle and further training for non-chi users. Monk points to Ari, Fisher, and Lydia, while Maria gathers chi. Amber prepares the next pod. And you deal with the waking townspeople. I can awaken and begin to train these 3 with chi. He looks around the room. This is a closed-off and sturdy enough environment to go through the awakening and beginning stages of their development. At his words, I use telekinesis and move the isolation pods to the furthest side of the room to give way for maximum open space in the center area, then speak up again. The mana shielding won't affect their training? One of the perks of the monastery is that the only energy available to use is chi. It may be tempting or distracting with all this excess mana in the air. He reaches into his item box and pulls out another silver briefcase. But this one is full of black bars of stone that look just like the monastery walls, and identical to the small bar he gifted me with my first set of chi pills. They'll be isolated from mana while training as well. Their mana control allowance is off the charts after the training in the labyrinth we just went through, meaning their aptitude for learning chi will be heightened too. All 3 of them will have the basics down by nightfall. However, for intense combat, it'll be a few days before they'll really be ready. I think the first wave of whatever comes our way is going to need to be handled by the 4 of us who already wield chi. He turns to Ari. However, I can tell you've already been partially exposed. Your learning curve may be much quicker. Only some time and testing will make it known. Maria stands in front of the pod with a determined stare at the back of the room. At the same time, I begin to sense hundreds of people moving around on the surface above us now, telling me pretty much everyone in the town has woken up from their long night of rest. Alright. The preparations are complete. It's now or never. Every minute wasted thinking about it is almost an hour gone inside the pod. It's been almost 16 hours since I defeated the 7th ranked Dark Guard, and just over 6 since you all got away from the 5th. They could be arriving 10 seconds from now. 10 minutes. 10 hours. Or 10 days. Whenever it may be, we need to be as ready as we can to fight. Maria turns around and walks toward the center table, then grabs a silver casing with 300 pills inside. You're right, let's do this. I'm ready. I smile and take a casing with 300 pills off the table myself, then reply, following her over to the pod and viewing all of the dilation settings and timer numbers while she walks inside. There's a very intense wave of dense and pure mana that pours out when the door is opened, and it looks like there's an endless white void inside the pod. It's on a whole different level than the 6-7x dilation pods I witnessed back at the Galeheart Tower. The pod is set to open back up automatically in 48 hours but can be opened from the inside at any time. As a mythic-grade craftsman, I also have an override function to open the door from the outside if need be, but I'm hoping I won't have to use that option. It would distract her isolated cultivation and waste valuable chi trapped inside. Maria looks at me as the door slowly closes. I'll come back stronger soon. Protect everyone while I'm gone. Jay, I will. Click. The pod closes and a 48-hour countdown timer starts on the top of the pod. Monk begins explaining the basics of chi to Ari, Fisher, and Lydia. So, I walk over to Abby. This content has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. Alright, I'm going to go confront the townspeople now. You can come and help if you'd like. With all my body doubles busy, I'm going to need a hand. She shrugs while taking her silver casing of chi pills off the table and following me as I walk up the spiral stairs. Sure, before we hit the surface, I use my concealment abilities to turn back into the flaming man that saved every group of refugees here. On top of it, I mask my presence with a dense chi barrier to make sure I don't overpower anyone's psyche by accident from walking by. I give Abby the option to use my conceal skill, but she decides to walk out of the empty guild hall in her unaltered form. To my surprise, there are quite a few people wandering the streets. Many are still inside the bedrooms that were made for them yesterday. But some are curious to see what is going on for themselves. I begin walking through the town on my way to the densest part of the housing area. People that see me on my way there have mixed expressions of thankfulness, awe, confusion, and fear. There's a wide mixture of people getting down on their knees to thank me, while others stand in shock without saying a word, then a few just run away screaming. My response to all of them is to meet me at the guild hall in an hour. that I have more food and water for all of them, and a very important announcement. I walk in and out of all the housing developments crafted by my double and the slave grunts last night, making sure every single person in the town knows that there is a meeting. Once I make my rounds, I circle back to the guild hall, and Abby asks a question. So, you'll be taking care of them for now, it seems. The burden isn't too heavy to bear? I feel bad that they're all stranded out here too. What's the long-term goal with everyone here? Start up a new town and have them help in working for the new Sector 2 trading company once we're in business. I nod, responding as we approach the empty guild hall entrance. Yeah, something like that. There's going to be a lot of useful positions these people can take on. However, I'd like to give them the choice. I detail my plans a little further with Abby and hear her simple critiques and feedback while a crowd begins to form all around the center square. Abby and I decide to float up to the guild's rooftop for a better view of the people approaching, and I wait the full hour like I promised before making a head count. 347 showed up, almost all of them, not bad. I whisper under my breath, the chattering noises of villagers fill the streets. People are beginning to get antsy, and they're all clumping up on the square in particular, closest to where I stand. I step off the roof and slowly float down toward them, then stop about 5 meters off the ground. Everyone stops talking, and their eyes stay fixated on the illusion of rippling black flames that give off no heat. I activate my screech skill, and use its special perk to project my voice throughout the entire town square. But keep the tone even and calm. Welcome all. I'm glad you came to hear what I have to say. All of the lingering chatters cease once my voice echoes through everyone's ears. First of all, you may call me the Flame Emperor. I will be taking over Sector 2 as its new leader, and my reign begins here. Again, no one speaks in the crowd, but some of the neutral faces from before turn to worry and fearful looks. To combat this, I continue, fear not, I won't subject you all to mindless labor like your captors that I've disposed of. I am merely here to give you all a choice, and another shot at a fruitful and successful life. The gazes calm down and people begin to think about my words. I want to make a fair and peaceful settlement here. One where this guild hall behind us may give work to hunters that farm in the dungeons, and one where merchants and businessmen can trade those hunters' goods. I wish to see restaurants, community, and entertainment thrive. I want the people here to enjoy a life they thought was gone forever. Some of the dull gazes in the crowd begin to see a glimmer of hope in their eyes, while some more cynical thinkers try to determine what the catch in all of this must be. I am powerful and wealthy enough to support and protect many, or even all of you if you wish to stay in my growing settlement. Safe shelter, weekly food, water, and basic needs supplies will be provided free of cost during our first few months of build-up. I will personally interview each and every one of you to find a suitable job and place where you fit in to help this town grow. Then, a scruffy man with a mean gaze yells out from the crowd in a sour tone, "What's in it for you? How do we know we're not being saved from one slave labor camp and taken into another?" All of that sounds too good to be true. A few crowd members begin to murmur and agree with him, while others complain that he's trying to ruin the only good chance they have. I think about raising this man up into the sky and burning him alive to prove a point, but the only point I'd be proving is his own, not mine. A little fear-induced loyalty is a good thing to possess as a leader. But too much may become a very negative trait quickly, so, instead, I just burst into a bigger illusion of flames and let under 0.5% of my intimidation perk's intensity bleed out of my chi barrier. It instantly suppresses the crowd's chatter, and they listen closely again. You're right. This does seem like an offer that benefits only one side. I see where you're coming from and hear your concerns. No one moves a muscle, and I let my chi barrier cover my body again so the intimidation aura stops leaking out. You all have two options. You may swear your loyalty to me, the Flame Emperor, as your leader and stay here under my protection and guidance for as long as you please. Or, you may leave unharmed and with enough food, water, and money to survive a month on your own. I will make arrangements to drop you off in Solara if this is the path you wish to take. I leave the crowd in silence again, and murmurs, chatter, and conversation fill the air. I float down toward the crowd, and people move away, making a wide open circle on the stone for me to land. Soon after, Abby floats down behind me, and I turn around to walk inside the guild hall. As the door opens and I walk through, I leave the crowd with a final remark. Once you've made up your mind, come inside the hall and meet with me one-on-one. Whatever your decision is, make sure it is final. If you attempt to deceive me, I will know, and you will face a punishment worse than death. The guild hall door shuts behind me, and I'm left in the empty octagonal room with Abby as the volume of chatter outside grows and grows. However, no one approaches the doors. They're all hesitant to come inside, Both Abby and I walk into the middle workspace, and I begin pulling large portions of non-perishable food out from my item storage along with piles of silver and bronze coins that show the fire and dragon emblem on their sides. Before I can even finish sorting them, a familiar face bursts through the door. She points right at me with a single finger, and her light blue eyes show the same determination that they did. At the moment she was resisting the elixir of suggestion from the deceased grunt named Finn. She yells out in a tone I can't tell apart from anger or excitement, "It's you. It's really you. You're the same guy from yesterday, I'm sure of it. Your flaming disguise can't fool me." Chapter 467. She takes a step closer to the glass window of the octagonal reception center and continues to speak in the same tone. "First of all, I thank you for saving me and everyone else that was captured by these horrible men. However, my eyes are sharper than anyone here. I'm not agreeing to any terms before you explain to me what kind of unique powers you're using and what you're really after in this city. Why did you save us?" I stare back at her as she confidently makes her way toward the table. Her tan skin and dark hair, cut short at the shoulders, contrast with the empty guild hall and white flooring. "You want the honest truth? I can answer your last question much more easily than the first. I saved you all purely by chance. I needed a resource-dense and highly secluded place to call my home base, and with the recent disappearance of this sector's leader, his old hideout and production town seemed to be the perfect place to take over. There just happened to be a gang of thieves and slave drivers inhabiting this town, and you all are lucky enough to have the option of working for me now, or going off back to your old lives." I pause for a moment but continue while activating my all-seeing eyes ability to scan her energy flow up close. While imbuing a small amount of chi around my eyes to see even further, my abilities that you ask of on the other hand, I'm afraid I can't go into details about them to strangers. As I finish my sentence, I also finish my scan, and find that the same odd sensation of something more than mana in a light shade of bluish-white circulating throughout her body. It's most dense around her eyes and brain. She puts out a hand to shake in front of me by the gap in the glass. "Well then, my name's Luna. We're not strangers anymore, are we? Your power looks just like my old village leader's. I haven't seen anyone wield it since then." I don't shake her hand, because there's no deal being made here. And on top of that, there is no silent notification that rings when someone new has joined my Rising Emperor's domain. She doesn't trust me. I ponder how familiar her name sounds while giving a response. "Nice to meet you too, but my terms are mandatory. Pledge your loyalty to me as your leader if you'd like to stay in my city, or reject my offer and I'll bring you back to Solara to start a new life. It doesn't matter who you are or what powers you have, trust and loyalty is the only thing I care about." So, Luna was it? Wait, Luna. Once I say her name out loud, a story Ari told me earlier before his demonic energy training comes to mind, and her weird soul energy-like power starts to make sense to me. My eyes widen and I pose the only question I can think of. "Ari. You know Ari, don't you? The archer with spirit arrows." Another memory from the grunt's conversation earlier when I was doing my surveillance of this town comes flashing back to me. They said that this woman was captured fleeing from a small village that was overrun by the Abyss in Sector 4. That sounds exactly like Ari's hometown backstory, and this woman's ability, name, and circumstances line up too perfectly to be a mere coincidence. She responds with widened eyes too. How do you know Ari?" Her face turns pale, and the life seems to drain out of her. What have you done to Ari? Who are you people?" Even now, Abby standing next to me begins to get a bit confused, but keeps herself from asking questions. The expression on Luna's face twists to anger and fear now, and I can tell she's nearing her breaking point. All of the stressors from whatever hardships she's been through the last few months are starting to take their toll, so I don't blame her for acting this way. My mention of Ari flicked some switch inside her, and whatever that may be, I'm not capable of dealing with it right now. I turn to Abby and whisper to her to bring Luna downstairs to meet Ari. It's been well over an hour, so the initial stages of their chi-based development is already complete. It may still be a lot to throw on him right now, but he's the most capable and knowledgeable one to handle this situation. I don't know the intricacies of their relationship in the past, but I'm sure he'll be happy to find someone from his village alive. This story has been unlawfully obtained without the author's consent. Report any appearances on Amazon. Understood. As Abby walks out of the center room and easily escorts Luna inside with a tight grip, I switch open the hatch and they walk down the spiral stairs. She resists slightly, but is in more of a dazed state, glaring at me while Abby guides her movements. I feel a bit sorry for not easing her into all of this, but she'll probably forgive me for the scare once she gets downstairs. A dense wave of chi flows out from the underground bunker, letting me know the others are hard at work. The two women dive into the dense white mist. Soon after, Abby returns to the surface without the young woman by her side. I shut the hatch and smile while seeing an image of Luna and Ari hugging each other tight in my mind's eye thanks to my enemy detection perk. Good, thank you, Abby responds. Seems like they really do know each other. I sensed an interesting aura coming off her too. Maybe she will be an asset to us in the future. I shrug, time will tell. I trust Ari to explain things to her and fill in the picture. If he trusts her, then she's alright in my book. I'm interested in her power as well, but I don't have time to spend on her at the moment. The front door opens again after I say this, and 3 elder women come walking through. The moment their eyes hit mine, all of them drop down to their knees and begin praying in mumbles and rhythmic hums. Once a few seconds pass, I get a silent notification on my Rising Emperor's domain interface alerting me that I now have 11 members under my leadership. The women's statuses and geopoints immediately show up in my mind's eye as well. My heart races with excitement, and I whisper only loud enough for myself and Abby to hear. Now this is more like it. I speak up, reading their names from my interface at the top of each of their status screens. Rise, Isabel, Charlotte, and Harper. Your praises have been heard. I accept you into my settlement and would love to hear more about you. They all hold their heads down to the floor for a moment longer, then look up at me with stars in their eyes, overjoyed that I knew their names before even asking. The women walk over and I interview them quickly with Abby and begin to explain their potential futures. I give each of them enough food, water, and sanitary supplies to last far longer than a week. Along with this, they each get 2 silver and 10 bronze coins with the Flame Emperor's markings on them. You will receive care like this every week from now on until the town is thriving and self-sufficient. In a few months, I will reassess the situation and continue aid if needed. Please, do seek comfort in the temporary housing I provided you yesterday, and no larger residences will be built in the near future. They gladly accept my gifts and treat the coins as if they're prized possessions. I welcome you to the Crimson City. I promise to protect you as long as your loyalty to me as your leader remains. The women walk out of the opposite side of the building with starry eyes and religious-like bliss. This is what I'd expect from some people that are saved from the depths of despair by a man with absolute power, but I'm relieved to see not everyone is so far out in a delusional trance like them. The next man and woman that enter through the front door are holding hands tightly, looking at me with skeptical stares. The man speaks up as they approach the glass window. Sir, I thank you for saving all of us from a terrible fate, but I do not wish to stay here. My wife and I have friends and family we were ripped away from back in Sector 4. You said you have a way to get back to Solara? If we could get back to our old life and community, we would be forever in your debt. I nod, and Abby helps me hand them supplies while I dig through the unmarked coins that I decided not to turn into the Flame Emperor's currency. We hand them their packages of supplies and enough money for a few inns and entertainment for about a month. Then I respond, of course, take these as a parting gift. Stay behind in the square. Once the crowds die down and I've interviewed everyone, I'll make sure to arrange your travel plans. The man gives me a kind smile, hiding his tiredness and built-up mental pain. Then his wife gives me a thankful look as well, and they leave through the back door and wait in the square. Over the next hour and a half, more and more people come through the front doors and meet with me to confess their loyalty or tell their story and ask for some way to get back home. Many were ripped away from their family and friends, kidnapped or swindled into taking the elixir, and subjected to torture and forced labor for months. Over half of the crowd wants a ride home, which was expected. Some are from Sector 1, and others even from Sector 3, but I only have easily accessible dungeon walker points in the dungeon hub of Solara in Sector 4, so my plan is to bring them all there and have them walk out pretending to be rogue adventurers. Letting a few dozen through at rush hour tonight separated throughout all of the dungeons will be perfect. Solara is the largest city in the Dark Continent population-wise, so it's the best place for all of them to go anyway. The other half either worship me like a godlike savior, or are level-headed hunters, business-minded young men and women, or hard workers that have been ripped from their old lives, but have no money or connections worth going back to. So, many of them see living here as an adventure and an opportunity to start over and grow in a community of people that all share a common past. I hand out more and more of the Flame Emperor's coins, flooding the townspeople with silver and bronze. They have nothing to buy right now, as I'm giving away everything for free, but I assume they'll begin trading or gambling amongst themselves with the coins, and get used to their value as I continue to flood the economy with more every week. As the crowd begins nearing its end, and only 50 or so people are left standing outside to meet with me, a notification pops up after another man pledges his loyalty to me and walks off with his care package. Congratulations! Rising Emperor's domain milestone reached, 100 out of 100 new party members added, new perk unlocked, power holder, a new rush of information hits my subconscious, and I can't believe my eyes once I realize what the perks of this new milestone allow me to do. This will make me unstoppable. Chapter 468, new perk unlocked, power holder, info, the caster may borrow 10% of all base stat points and mana control efficiency from party members under the allegiance of the Rising Emperor. In addition, 10% of the caster's base stat points and mana control may be temporarily distributed to any party members under the allegiance of the Rising Emperor. The caster may only borrow or share exclusively. Both actions cannot be performed simultaneously. Members affected by this perk must be within range of the Rising Emperor's domain. My eyes widen, and I'm left in awe reading this new ability. Up until now, it really only helped my teammates to gain new strength and temporarily use my skills when close to me. Finally, I'll be able to reap the benefits of this perk myself, and in an incredible way. Even though most of the people that swore allegiance to me are fairly low-leveled, some below level 50, and a majority below level 150, their average is still around level 100 considering the outliers, with an average base stat increase per level of roughly 2 points. A level 100 would have the base stats on strength, defense, speed, agility, and mental strength at roughly 200 each. Temporarily borrowing 10% of each of these may only raise my own stats by 20 points each, but the fact that I now have 100 people loyal to me means I can activate this perk and use all of their power whenever I wish. That would be a 2000 point base stat increase. Adding the hundreds of percent increases from my gear that stack upon my base rating, I just unlocked a new temporary buff that raises all of my stats to a tremendous degree with unlimited potential as long as I continue bringing more people into my settlement. The only downsides I can think of are that it can only be activated when people are within my domain's range, which is just over 100 meters in diameter at the moment. As my mana control and level grow, this will as well. On top of that, I'm able to borrow mana control efficiency from my party members too. The only ones I'd really be benefiting any noticeable change from would be my core teammates. Still, 10% from each of them may mean the difference between life and death in a future battle. I nod to myself, reading over the perk's description a few more times and confirm it's really all exactly how I see it, then mutter to myself, very good, now let's continue. A new pair of middle-aged working men walk through the front door and I finish the sorting process for the final 50 people that come in from the square. The final numbers end up at roughly 130 wanting to stay and live in this town. The majority of them took their care packages and thankfully made their way back to the housing I provided for them until further notice. Just under 200 are lined up around the square with all their belongings in hand, ready to leave, while a small group of 30 to 40 still wait inside the guild hall as undecided. While some have interesting circumstances and propositions, I let them step aside to talk to them later. Others are quite literally undecided. Their indecisiveness wouldn't allow them to choose. They would neither declare loyalty to me, nor tell me straight to my face that they want to leave and go back to Solara. I understand their situation may be tough, shock and trauma may be halting their abilities to react to my offering. However, I have no room in my heart and mind for people's feelings right now. We're on the verge of war, and I'm giving them an opportunity with a simple choice: stay or leave. If they haven't come up with an answer by the time I'm done with the line, they're packing up and leaving with everyone else. I let out a sigh and turn to Abby while pointing toward the small crowd of undecided. Alright, bring over more supplies, it's time to wrap this up. We walk over to the people that are split evenly into 3 groups. 2 of the groups are the cases of interesting individuals I wanted to have another chat with, while the larger group are the undecideds I need to deal with now. I turn to them and speak up. Alright, I gave you more time to think. All you have to do is give me a simple response. Yes, you want to stay and follow me as your leader. Or, no, you'd like to leave and have a free trip back to Solara with some money and food as a parting gift. As I stop talking, none of them want to speak up. Most shuffle around, looking at the floor or waiting for another to step forward first, so I speak up again while stepping forward and pointing to the closest young man I see. Unauthorized usage. This tale is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings. You're first. He looks up at me, and I speak to him like I'm speaking to all of them, just yes or no. Even if you leave now, I'll always accept you back here if you'd like to swear loyalty to me in the future. This isn't a permanent deal, just what I need to make now for efficiency. He nods to himself, then looks up at me with a scared look in his eyes, and responds after a loud gulp, okay, I'll stay. I swear my loyalty to you is a dash. While he speaks, red mist oozes from him. Only in my vision is my lie detector skill senses untruthfulness in his words. Before he even finishes his sentence, something twists and changes in his face, and he reaches into his back pocket to pull out a dagger and thrusts it toward me. In my advanced perception, I saw this coming and could have dealt with him before the blade came out of his pocket, but I want to make an example out of his actions for everyone to see, so I allow him to foolishly thrust his hand into the side of my maximum density chi barrier, gripping his silver blade tightly. He lets out a yell as the metal melts along with half of his arm as it's met with no resistance from my barrier, but instantly disintegrates his arm down to the elbow. His eyes open wide and his yells grow louder as he falls backward in pain, and my expression doesn't change at all. I let out a sigh and point a finger, using telekinesis to lift him off the ground to hover in front of me. I gave you one rule to follow, and you managed to break it. Do not attempt to deceive me, it is impossible. I put up a dome of mana shielding around only S2 for a split second and release a wave of unprotected intimidation straight into his psyche. The man foams at the mouth and passes out on the spot, then I drop him to the floor. I turn to Abby, and use telepathy to talk to her. Could you please bring him out to the huts near the canyon for me? Restore that arm and feed him a vial of elixir. Have him wait for me to return before he does anything else. She picks up the passed out man and walks out the door, and I turn back to the undecideds again. It is a simple yes or no. Do not lie or attempt to deceive me. If you don't know what to say, just say you don't know. I will decide for you. After my display, they all begin to answer and be much more cooperative. 13 of them decide to leave, and 8 of them swear loyalty to me and want to stay. I sort their gear out myself and have them leave the guild hall so I can finally get to the interesting folks I wanted to talk to initially. I would say that coincidentally worked out in my favor, but I felt his animosity for me from the start, and his hand kept tapping his back pocket every time he looked at me from afar. I was guessing something like that would happen and was happy to make an example out of that man. Thank you all for waiting. I hope the little incident there didn't frighten you. I do not have a high tolerance for crazy people. Please make logical decisions and speak your opinions out loud. As long as you tell the truth, there will never be an issue. I turn to the remaining 2 groups of men and women left in the guild hall. One has 7 people in it. Their spokesperson is short but looks very strong with a thick dark beard and mustache. All of them wear manual labor uniforms and carry enchanted tools like hammers and fine-tuned drills. He's the first that steps forward with both hands on his waist and a smile across his face. Not at all, Sir Flame Emperor. You made the rules. And he broke them to the highest degree. I see nothing wrong with your actions. I nod and turn to him directly, and he continues. The name is Maurice. Maurice Abelman. This is what's left of my team. I used to run an architecture firm, building small-scale projects and traveling town to town in Sector 4 right outside Solara. The only reason neither me nor my team have decided to swear our loyalty to you is that we do not know what that entails. As you must envision this town as a city that will grow, I know you need an advanced team of builders to work on the woodwork, sewer systems, and mana-based power lines. I'm sure my team could handle this if you give us the chance, but we're skeptical of another incident after being deceived by the leader of the Green Mist. He lets out a sigh and steps back to hear my response. I take a moment to ponder his claim, doing a full appraisal of him and his men and women workers. Most of them have extreme strength and body hardening skills to help with the heavy lifting and burdens of the job, but the young man to his right side has an earth summoning skill and their leader has a very interesting status, LV 114, structural perception, special grade. I dig deeper into his status using my all-seeing eye, and it shows that this skill works similarly to my swordsmanship skill's legendary perk. It seems he's able to see and manifest images of advanced systems and structures to see and test how they would work best with moving parts added to them over time by letting his subconscious take over and show him the way. My guess is it is a skill usually used for craftsmen making small items, or even may be useful for a combat magic user to use to bend mana and matter to their will to create more efficient spells. However, it is a truly unique use of this skill to use it for advanced architecture. Based on his backstory, it seems he's never worked on any major projects, and only built what small villages needed to get by and survive. I nod, and reply with a smile only visible beneath my flaming mask. So? You'd like to use my growing city as a sandbox to create your dream architectural creations? But wish to not be held back by the potential constraints of what submitting to me as a leader may entail. The corner of the man's lip turns up as well, and he nods. You can see my vision, can't you? I reply just as Abby walks through the back door of the guild hall again. I believe I do, and I believe you see mine. I wish to create an empire greater than anything the Dark Continent has ever seen. One that in time can rival the association. I will grow the funds, and I will grow in power. However, this will only work if every member that lives in this city serves me, and only me as their leader. Treat me with honesty and respect, and that will be what is given back to every member of this community. Nothing more, nothing less. His eyes sparkle, and another string of silent notifications ring in my inner ear. All 7 of them get down on one knee after Maurice, their leader, and pledge loyalty to me. As soon as they get back up, I ask Abby to get them their coins and basic supplies. Then, the voice of the second group leader hits my ear and I turn to see a tall man in a rogue hunter's uniform with 5 beautiful women behind him in tight colorful clothing. He takes a step forward with a white smile, chiseled jaw, blonde hair, and piercing green eyes. Nice to meet you. The name's Dan Stryker. I plan on being your #1 competition. Chapter 469. I try not to laugh, scanning his status to see he's level 219 and has one of those rare team buff skills that increases everyone's strength stat by 25% in a small radius for a limited amount of time. It's a great skill to have for helping newbies learn to fight, and beneficial to hunting squads that farm dungeons, but it's nothing special. However, he's very charismatic and confident. He said he had a business proposition for me when I met him and his girlfriends in line earlier without a drop of fear, so I decided to let him pique my interest. I raise an eyebrow and reply, "My competition, huh?" Explain, despite his cheerful attitude and the charismatic stance he holds. With women standing behind him holding his arms and back, green mist oozes from his body, letting my lie detector reading tell me that he's 100% serious about what he just said. The man speaks up again. That's right. I come from Sector 1. I used to be the manager and head promoter of a small mercenary pub in the entertainment district of one of the settlements a few hundred kilometers away from Valor City. I perk up at the sound of this but still don't know exactly what he means by him being my #1 competition. He continues before I get the chance to ask, "I see you're going to have a guild hall here to buy and sell goods from the nearby dungeons, right?" I nod. That's right. Stable prices will be placed on materials from the dungeons necessary for my craftsmen to conduct trade with other sectors and regions in bulk quantities. He nods with his bright white smile still plastered across his face. Exactly what I thought. So, think about this. What will you do with the items that are useless for the bulk order crafts you need? Who will you be hiring to form training parties that help newbies level up? Where can people go to if they want to buy and sell their goods outside the guild run by the government of this city? Something like a mercenary bar, or a guild hall ran by the locals. Imagine a place where anyone can post a quest and name their price. And anyone strong enough to carry it out first can collect the bounty. He smiles even wider as I think about his words. This man has a pretty solid point. While having my guild hall be the sole place for hunters to buy and sell goods from the dungeons would be very profitable and keep the supply and demand prices in my control entirely, it could lead to problems down the line. Villagers having the option to trade amongst themselves, even buy and sell the same items in another place, is a good way to make the people feel less smothered by my all-powerful hand, even if they are using my coins, and living in a society that I'm building. People need the illusion of choice, just like the association allows private guilds to function in society while their organization still reigns supreme. I nod and reply, "Fine by me, but while you're functioning in my city, you will still have to pay a tax to the city from every quest reward. We will iron out the exact percentages and details with every new business in further town meetings. I have no problem with private guilds and mercenary forces, I fully support them, but you all still must pledge your loyalty to me as this city's leader if you wish to stay and do business. No matters of deceptions or lies will ever be tolerated." Without any hesitation at all, the man bows in place and the 5 women behind him bow their heads as well. Of course, with you as our leader, I see my dreams of becoming the greatest mercenary guild owner coming true. He mumbles under his breath to the women around him one by one. Then, we can start up some restaurants, some late night clubs, and that cat cafe you always wanted to run, and sure, even a salon for you too. This is it, I'll be the business mogul that brings life to the entertainment district in this city. I chuckle to myself, as he's a bit scatterbrained about his end goals, but has great ideas to go with it. Plus, the energy, ambition, and charisma that he has may actually be enough to make it all happen. I see no problem with him starting up some private businesses and attempting to bring life to the entertainment side of this city. This tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. If you spot it on Amazon, please report it. Very well. Let's get you all situated, then I'll be on my way. I have to arrange the travel for all of those that wish to leave the city. So, until then, I turn to Abby and give her a detailed plan of what I'd like done while I'm away, bringing these men and women to Solara. She writes everything down on a notepad and happily nods. That's quite the undertaking, but it makes sense. Got it. I'll get it done. Great. I wave her off and walk out the door to meet with the large crowd of people while she begins to talk with Maurice and Dan inside the guild hall. The chatter is getting pretty loud, and I can tell everyone is getting quite antsy standing out here in the hot sun. So I float above all of them and use my screech perk to make my voice heard among the whole crowd. Alright, everyone. Follow me. Your ride back to Solara is this way. I float above them and through the streets slowly, making my way toward the road that was built last night. The crowd slowly follows and chatters amongst themselves as we make our way through the desert and to the edge of the canyon. It takes just under half an hour to get everyone here, and there are some stragglers, but eventually, everyone gathers around and I speak again. Alright, split into groups of 5 to 10 maximum. I'll be using a teleportation technique that only works in dungeons on each of you in small groups. Don't ask any more questions, that is all you need to know. I will lead you all to the Solaran Dungeon Hub. The transfer will be instant, but this process will take a while as I can only bring a few people along at a time. I watch them all split into groups and line up on the road in roughly 30 separate groups varying from 5 to 10 members just as I asked. The first group steps forward, and I activate telekinesis to make them all float in the air. Perfect, I'll be back very soon. I jump off the edge of the canyon and float down to the nearest dungeon portal with everyone behind me. Not saying another word, I jump through and instantly dungeon walk all of us right in front of one of the E-grade dungeon portals in Solara. The group of men and women look back at me with confused stares as the dungeon environment changed before their eyes, so I speak up, it's already over. Walk through that portal and you'll be back in Solara. Their eyes widen. Some thank me again many times, while others hurriedly jump through without another word. I wait a few seconds before all of them are gone, then activate stealth and follow them through. Each of them leaves through the dungeon gate and out into the crowded square without any of the guards batting an eye. I walk past the guards too, and quickly slip in and out of every dungeon icon that has an open door to set more dungeon walker points. Luckily, it's midday now and most hunters here are coming in and out of the square for lunch, rest, late starts, and even early end-of-day loot cash-ins. It's the perfect time to slip a few more people through unnoticed. I dungeon walk back to the canyon in Sector 2 and begin bringing every team through one by one to randomized gates. I leave a few minutes in between every teleport just to watch and make sure they make it out of the square and into the city alright before coming back. After another 2 hours pass, I finally finish up with every team and am left staring at an empty road back to my town. Well, I'm glad that's over with. I let out a sigh and turn to the workers' huts off in the distance where there are now 21 people waiting in a trance-like state for my orders. There's nothing I need to have done in the immediate future, but I'm sure that team of builders wouldn't mind some free labor in the coming days. I'm sure the people that were taken advantage of will enjoy making their past captors suffer the same fate. However, once these initial projects are done, and people's immediate revenge is satisfied, we'll need to make a voting system and I'll establish clear and written out rules to follow along with their punishments if broken. A new growing society like this needs order eventually. It can't always be ruled with chaos wielded by the strongest hand. With this in mind, I make my way back to the town to see Abby waiting for me inside the guild hall with a stack of papers. I got what you asked for. You were right about Maurice, alright. He's an architectural genius. Look at these. I make my way over to her and walk inside the center room of the guild hall to begin sifting through the many papers. They consist of intricate systems using the underground streams from the canyon to create a clean drinking water system, a sewer system that flows out the opposite direction, a power grid with multiple sources of energy that need to be supplied with mana crystals, and many other intricate designs. I see zoning layouts for residential areas, small and large shopping areas, food markets and restaurants, as well as an entertainment district with land plots and their estimated pricings for if in the future I'd like to sell segments of the city to vendors. Every sheet of paper comes with more and more plans for expansion that detail how these systems need to be tweaked and built upon when larger populations come to the city. It's all outlined in far more detail than I imagined. My grin can't be hidden as I murmur to myself, shuffling through more and more of the pages. This is perfect. Exactly what I wanted and more. I get to the last page and a list of materials is laid out consisting of massive amounts of heavy brick, lumber, metal, cement, and various conductors and unique building materials. The quantities needed for each material are in the thousands, and I can tell this won't be cheap. Hundreds of gold will be the price in bulk wholesale even at its lower end. However, I specifically told Abby to let Maurice run wild and not hold back, as long as it's for the good of the city. This will do. I grabbed the paper with all the necessary building materials for the first stage of construction and begin to walk out the door again. Thanks, Abby, you were a great help this morning. Keep an eye on the city while I go put in an order for these construction materials. There's only one place I know that would have these kinds of goods available in such high quantities. Chapter 470, Abby replies, of course. Good luck. I walk out the door again, but this time, I use extreme speed and wind magic to quickly fly through the desert back to the canyon. Once I set foot in a dungeon, I teleport to the dungeon hub in Vice City. I change my face and appearance to that of a D-grade hunter with average gear and allow my chi barrier to emit the tiniest amount of mana, making it seem like I'm just at the cusp of level 250. My new appearance is that of a very strong hunter, but nothing crazy enough to turn any important heads. With a confident stroll, I walk out of the gates and make my way to a part of town I've never been to before. It's a sectioned off corner of the city near the forest region that has many factories and processing plants. They create many non-magical materials and ship goods to various regions all over the main continent. Some of them still run on electricity. It's the remnants of the old world before the Great War, and before dungeons began popping up in this world. The lumber, stone, and metal industries are still thriving, which most of the world relies on for the infrastructure and construction of cities and for maintaining roads and buildings, while over 50% of this district is just warehouses filled with raw materials ready for processing and sold in bulk orders. The other half are the plants that process, ready, and ship these orders out. A very tiny percent of tall buildings are lined up near the border of the factory district and the main city. They act as a bit of a smog guard for the lower income housing in forest region nearby. These large buildings house offices for company managers, ensuring everything continues to move smoothly in the processing plants and warehouses. I walk up to the busiest office building I can find with large white lettering on the side of its building spelling out, Unity Building Supply Company, in bold print. As I walk into the front office, many men in suits wait in the lobby. After a quick inspection and appraisal, I find none of them are leveled high at all. Some aren't even awakened, to my utter surprise. They're level 0 with no skills or systems, meaning they've never even killed a monster in their life. It's been quite a while since I've seen people like this. The smell of cigarettes fills the air. And the old carpeted floor is soft beneath my feet. Outside, the sounds of saws cutting wood and metal being clanged fill my ears. The warm yellow light of the room is a change of pace for me too, as I'm used to very bright white mana-imbued lighting. I walk forward and approach the man at the back of the room behind the wooden lobby desk. His name, on a small golden triangle propped up on his desk, reads, Leonard Mason III. He speaks up while looking me in the eyes with a steady and professional gaze. Welcome to the Unity Building Supply Company. What can I help you with today, sir? I feel the glares on my back from the businessmen waiting patiently in the lobby behind me. But ignore it and just continue to do what I came here for. Placing the sheet of paper with all the supplies I need on the table in front of the man. I'm sure there's a normal process to place orders through your company, but I'm in quite the rush, so I decided to come in and ask in person. Is there any way I can place this order, pay in full, and walk out of here with these supplies today? The man nods and takes the sheet of paper from me, pulling a pair of glasses from his shirt collar and placing them on to read it. I'm sorry to tell you, sir, we don't take orders in this manner. Our company has very strict. He stops mid-sentence once he begins reading the page. His eyes widen as they move back and forth all the way down the sheet of paper. Then he looks back up at me. You said you're able to pay in full today? I smile and nod, reaching into my item storage beneath my fake hunter's gear and pull out a few shiny platinum bars for only him to see, of course. I'm ready to pay right now if you'll confirm you can fulfill the order. His gaze tightens on the bars of metal, then he realizes what material they're made from and immediately rings a bell at the side of his desk. An older woman about the same age as him comes out from a door at the other side of the room. If you spot this narrative on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. Tracy, could you bring this young man up to meet the boss? He has an urgent order that needs to be taken care of. We may have a way to meet our quota this month after all. Yes, will do. She looks at me and motions for me to follow. Right this way. The elevator at the back of the room opens, and I thank the lobbyman while following the older woman into the cramped elevator. It shakes as it slowly rises up 8 floors before reaching the top, then a large office with a beautiful handcrafted wooden desk sits at the back of it. A tall office chair is behind it, and the walls surrounding the room are lined with hundreds, if not thousands, of books, maps, and stacks of paper. There are 2 large windows on opposite sides of the room. One that faces the factories is shut, while the window that has a view of the forest and the rest of Vice City is open. And a cool breeze comes in. A very old man, seemingly on the edge of death, sits behind this desk in the chair, and a name tag is displayed on the table, Leonard Mason 2. He lifts his head up while putting out a cigarette in a small dish full with other bright orange butts. I smile and walk forward as the woman speaks to introduce me. This young man has an urgent order to be filled out. Leo told me to send him up. She backs up into the elevator again and leaves to go back downstairs. The man looks at me with disgust as I walk forward and speaks in a raspy breath. You're a contracted hunter, aren't you? No fancy get-up today? You are with the association, right? I told you we'd get everything settled by the end of the month. What do you want, kid? I smile and shake my head. No. Trust me, I'm as far from the association as you can fathom. I don't know what business you have with them, and quite honestly, I don't care to find out. I just need a large amount of building supplies and assumed your company was the best place to ask on short notice. I stop in front of his desk and give him the sheet of paper just like I did what I can presume to be his son down in the lobby. He does the same exact action, taking the list from me and attempting to read it while taking his glasses from his collar and placing them on his face. Well, if my boy sent you up here, it must be for a good reason. Let me see here. His eyes track the page up and down while he mumbles to himself in a grumpy tone with words I can't understand. I'm left to wait in my own thoughts while he checks his papers and looks at my own, writing down things on a new sheet right by its side. Finally, after a few minutes, he gets to the bottom, then looks back up at me. Well, first things first, I'll tell you the price. Then we can see if this conversation will even continue. You're looking at 558 gold, 62 silver, and 19 bronze in raw materials here. To get them moved from warehouses into a general location, plus processing some of the more unique items, it's going to be more. Plus, our company and city tax will be added on top of that too. He scribbles down more on a small piece of paper, adding numbers up before looking up at me again. We're looking at just over 604 gold, but I'll round it down and call it 600 even. With an order of this size, we'll take care of the loading fees for free if you bring your own trucks over or have item boxes big enough to carry a small town's worth of building materials like this here. I nod and think to myself if asking for the exact pricing on each item to haggle a few gold is even worth my time right now. But the old man breaks my train of thought. So, you still interested, kid? This is a serious order. I don't have time to play around. I look up at him and respond, pulling 6 platinum bars from my item storage and placing them on his desk lightly. Even though I'm careful, the bar's weight still makes a loud thud that echoes through the room for a moment. Yeah, let's do it. What's the fastest you all can process this order? I'd like to get things moving as soon as possible. The old man's eyes don't open wide with surprise like his son's. He just nods and pulls out a scale from beneath his desk, then starts weighing the bars one by one. Exactly 600 gold worth of platinum, it seems. How interesting. It's not every day I see this kind of metal used as payment in the Vice region. A grin shows on his face. Where are you from, kid? Who do you work for? With supplies like this, you could build an entire city ready to house a few hundred people. I'd like to ask for your ID, or at least a name I can write down here on our balance sheets, as that's company policy for any and all orders. I place a 7th platinum bar on the table before he finishes his sentence. He changes his tone. While it looks like I have all of the identification I need, I smile and take a step back. I thank you for being considerate of my privacy needs. I hope this will be the first of many purchases I make with you all. So, I'll ask again, when is the earliest I'll be able to pick these goods up? As these words leave my lips, a rush of memories hit my subconscious, and I see my body double get slaughtered far out in the desert. I can't help but to exhale with surprise and step back while more visuals rush into my mind. A massive brown bird with a wingspan of at least 10 meters soars through the sky, rippling with dense wind magic and soul energy. On its back, there is a black suit of armor and they are flying high in the sky coming from the same direction as Sector 1. My body double managed to confront them and get a clear visual before it sliced into too many pieces to count by an invisible wind energy attack. The last thing it managed to see is a number 6 glowing bright orange on the underside of one of the large bird's wings. I shake my head and step forward, keeping my composure as I'm in the middle of a meeting. Sorry, go on. The man responds to my question as a bead of sweat drips down the side of my forehead and I try to estimate how fast that bird was flying and how far away from the town my double was. We have all of these materials on site. We can have them processed and sorted by the end of the day if you'd like. I nod back to his response, but my mind is somewhere else, coming to the conclusion that however fast this bird is flying, I have no time to waste thinking about it any longer. My gaze turns to the open window at the back of his room, and I quickly reply, "Alright, perfect. Get everything ready for me and I'll be back after sunset." "I look forward to doing business with you, Mr. Mason." Leaving the old man with a curious look on his face, I run toward the window and jump out without saying another word. Chapter 471. The man doesn't get a chance to reply as I airstep toward the center of the city. Activating my stealth skill and expanding my all-seeing eye to find the closest dungeon to my location right now. At my current speed, I'll get to the main hub in less than a few minutes, but the underground train ride to a nearby dungeon could be unpredictable, adding even a few more minutes to my travel time. Crossing downtown and going into the underground dungeon hub may be faster, but it will also take a few minutes too many. As I finish my scan of the city, I pinpoint one of the mana shielded boxes containing a portal underground that connects to the main dungeon hub transport system. Seeing this, I make my decision to create a much faster route in. I focus on the center of an empty alleyway in a residential area and dive with a single outreached fist through the hard stone road. It crumbles and disintegrates instantly beneath the pressure of my chi and mana shielding, leaving a smooth circle in the ground leading deep into the city's lower levels. I phase through the road and narrowly avoid important city infrastructure, but don't stop my momentum as I come in contact with one of the outer walls of a mana shide protection barrier put in place to keep monsters out in case of breaks. It buzzes loudly and releases a large amount of mana as I break through. It all happens so fast that I don't bother to wait and watch what happens after I dive through the blue floating dungeon portal before me. Fractions of a second later, I'm flying out of the canyon in Sector 2, rocketing toward the spot in the sky I remember detecting the approaching dark guards. As I airstep through the sky leaving a blue trail of extreme speed behind, I think to myself if they timed all this or if it was a coincidence that they attacked the only hour I was away from the city. All night I stayed up and watched the city, and in the morning I kept a keen eye out for any approaching guards. Thinking about it more doesn't get me anywhere though. The good thing is I made it in time to stop them from approaching before they made it to the town. Less than 5 kilometers away, I see them as clear as day, the sharp yellow-orange eyes of an enormous hawk-like bird, leaking orange energy behind it as it rides on a wave of invisible wind magic. I catch a glimpse of the underside of its wing again, and confirm it says the number 6, but do a full inspect and appraisal to know without any doubt. This is another dark guard infected by the curse of the Lich King. LV 1377, active items, none, active skills, none, buffs, curse of the Lich King, no items, no skills, and no other buffs show on its status, but I can feel that it's using wind magic. However, it's being powered by the soul energy within it, just like the 7th guard I fought before. This proves my theory further that when an entity is infected by the curse of the Lich King, every bit of their being is stripped away and granted new borrowed power to grow stronger under new rules. Old elements of the user's past abilities can be manifested artificially by using soul energy as its power source. This is a far different use of shared soul energy than the Red Hydra's buff I've used myself, or the Sun God's curse mark that I recall the 40th floor boss having. Both of these shared soul energy perks allow the user to retain their original buffs and skills, but the Lich King's soul energy works much differently. As my pulse of energy to read the large bird's status and do a full body scan of it with my all-seeing eye comes back, the massive creature shifts its gaze toward me. I try to scan the armor standing on its back, but nothing comes back. Before I attempt to push my senses further, the hawk's trajectory shifts right toward me and I hear a static-filled voice enter my head while the hawk stares me down and speeds up. "I just killed you. Pesky bug, I knew it wouldn't be that simple if the Dark One ordered us to finish this job personally. You cannot live, I will be the cause of your demise." This tale has been pilfered from Royal Road. If found on Amazon, kindly file a report. Before the static message stops, I already sense over 20 blades of invisible wind flying my way in all directions, creating a sphere of sharp mana blades closing in on me. I can see how my body double got trapped in such an attack. Every blade of wind here is denser and stronger than the soul energy armor of the ranked-up Colossal's final form. Pure mana alone would be useless trying to stop an attack like this, however. After my own recent rank up and increase in chi capacity and efficiency, these slow-moving blades of wind are both visible and easily blockable from my line of sight. I chuckle to myself and pull out my Wind Tyrant's dagger set from my item storage, separating the crimson blades imbued with wind magic into 2 parts and saturating them with chi to the point where they begin to leak white-hot energy with every fine movement I make. These kinds of attacks aren't even worth drawing my rail sword. Bring it on. With a smile on my face, I begin gracefully dancing through the barrage of attacks, but use my legendary dagger mastery along with dual wielding to watch 2 threads of intent guide my movements. As the wind prison closes in, my blades break every slash at their weak points one by one, dancing through the sky toward the approaching hawk without slowing down my speed at all. In less than a second, all 24 of its attacks disperse into nothing more than energy in the air, and there's a sparkling display of white chi dissolving soul energy as it drips from my blades. The enormous hawk's eyes sharpen, and I see the number 6 glow on its wing far brighter than before. Then, the telepathy channel we were just linked to buzzes with static and cuts out as the bird speaks to the suit of armor on its back. But their words are a mystery to me. The armor nods once, and jumps off the creature's back, floating in the air right where it jumped, staying back while the monstrous bird dives toward me. Another invisible sphere of wind magic attacks me from all around, but I perform the same graceful dance to dodge and disperse all of its incoming strikes. The moment I do, the bird sends off another attack and it ends just the same. The closer I get, the more wind blades it throws, but I just increase the speed of my dance in the sky, not even breaking a sweat. Its eyes are larger than my entire head, and they burn bright orange while they track my every movement. At the speed that its pupils dart across the battlefield to track me, I'd assume it could throw far superior attacks than the ones it's using now. Once I get within 50 meters of the monster, its intentions finally become clear while the static noise flows into my ear. Your precision with the blade is admirable, but I'm afraid no one's eyes are as precise as mine. I know all of your movements, and this is really the end. Any last words? I sigh, twirling my daggers in my hands while I airstep closer. Any last words? An admirable fighter? You all sound the same. Every last one of you. Bring it on, let's see what you've really got. The sky around me changes color. It shifts from a bright blue with hardly a cloud in the sky, to a murderous shade of orange. Hundreds of wind crescents appear from this air, coating in a dense orange layer of wind magic, and plummet toward me at over 4 times the speed its previous attacks did. My eyes sparkle with the flame of battle as I finally begin imbuing chi into my footsteps and around my eyes to aid my vision for the first time during our exchange. My reflexes are enhanced, my visual perception of soul energy is awakened, and my movement speed increases for a whole different level. I grip my daggers even tighter, and dance through the sky again. The ringing sounds of chi on soul energy clash through the sky at over 30 beats per second. Plumes of white energy erupt from my daggers and orange mist fills the air, staining the sky with its coloring. Midway through my routine, the hawk that set up this attack dive bombs in at me to take advantage of the confusion it believes it's caused. The monster's sharp eyes begin to overflow with orange energy, and its hard beak sucks all of the protective soul energy around its body toward a main point, like sharpening and hardening its weapon to focus on a final attack. I sense it coming from above me before it's even finished hardening its beak and whisper under my breath. You really think I'd fall for something like this? Either I've gotten immensely stronger, or this dark guard is far too overconfident for its own good. The answer feels like it's obviously both. Whatever the case may be, it's leaving itself wide open, so I'll prepare to strike once it comes within range. The bird dive bombs in, and its speed increases to impressive highs. At its perfect calculated angle, it drops through the storm of wind slashes and threads the needle perfectly on track to make contact with me in the center. However, my own power is far from hitting its max, and I have plenty of tricks I haven't shown this opponent yet. It falls into the sphere of wind, and has its beak pointed straight at what it thinks is my blind spot while I continue to fend off its normal attacks. Once it's less than 10 meters away, and there is no way for it to change directions in time, or else it'll be torn apart by its own blades. I set up my own counterattack. I activate my flash skill to its maximum potential, lighting up the entire ball of wind into a second sun in the sky. Then, separate into many different illusions using phantom step to disperse into many plausible directions within the slashes of wind. Next, I activate stealth to disappear from its senses entirely and use my speed buffs to position myself in front of the diving bird's underbelly. Last, I saturate my daggers with over half of the chi in my core to release a devastating dual slash of energy on course to slice this enormous graceful bird into pieces. It's over. Leaves my lips just a few milliseconds too soon. The slashes of chi are less than a meter away from slicing through the monster's heart and stomach, guaranteeing this victory for myself. However, the second flash of light in the sky ruins all of my perfectly calculated plans. Far away from our fight, over 500 meters above, an enormous release of mana and soul energy hits my senses the instant this lethal attack leaves my blades. The black suit of armor that was waiting patiently in the sky explodes into pieces and a flash of silver light comes out of it. It looks like liquid metal streaking toward us, and it's so fast, it makes my own chi-imbued footsteps look like I'm taking a leisurely stroll. The silver streak of light cuts the distance in an instant and swerves in front of my dual slash, All I can see in the blur of light is my blades of chi being completely deflected and thrown off in another direction, and a bold number 2 printed on the silver forearm of the figure that deflected them. Chapter 472, Let me handle this. Dumb bird. Is the only thing I hear is the same silver arm that blocked my attack punches the brown bird in the underbelly. Its wind magic attacks all disappear in an instant, and it goes flying high into the air without even having to flap its wings. It isn't killed, but definitely knocked unconscious in a single blow. I jump backward and go on the defensive immediately, scanning the figure in front of me, but hardly believe what I see when a LV 1894 appears on its status along with the Curse of the Lich King buff and nothing else. I get a good look at the guard, and its figure starts to look less and less human to me the more I examine it. With 3 horns coming out of its forehead, shimmering silver skin, athletic striated muscles, and eyes that stare directly through my soul as if this creature has been living for a million years, the pupils and irises are both jet black, while the outer edges that are usually white are a dull, matte silver, a few shades darker than its skin. Whatever this creature is, it is far from human. The silver aura that surrounds its body is dreadful. It feels colder than ice, but looks like a constant stream of evaporating metal particles coming off its body. It makes a motion as if it were about to step forward in the air, but before its foot even completes a full stride, a silver flash of light fills my vision and it's right in front of me. Staring me in the eyes less than half a meter from my face, fight me. I was told you were a strong one. I hope that attack was not the full extent of your power. The creature doesn't strike me even though it's clearly within range. It just stares into my eyes with a lifeless gaze and waits for me to answer. I use this opportunity to continue my motion backward, placing my daggers on my waist and pulling out my fire-imbued sword while swallowing a chi pill to restore the half of my core that was used up in my last attack. I concentrate my chi into my blade and use the excess in my barrier to only cover my vital organs with the maximum density possible. The rest of my body is still covered at 75% strength. But considering my opponent's speed and power, it feels necessary to defend for any potential lethal strikes. It steps forward again, and it takes most of my perception skill, purely focused on its movements, to watch the silver flash come closer. Its right hand glows brighter silver and a long spear appears that looks like bubbling metal being summoned from seemingly nowhere. It lunges forward with the silver spear and throws a basic attack straight at my heart. Its eyes are locked on the target, and it moves with absolute confidence. No matter the direction I move, it will surely follow, and given the time I have until it makes impact, the only thing I can do is block. I grit my teeth and focus everything I have into my swordsmanship skill. Letting chi flow through my hands into the blade while glowing brightly with all my buffs, I airstep sharply to turn my body in the same direction I swing my sword, and it collides with the sharp edge of the spear. Silver soul energy reacts with the plumes of chi that erupt from my sword, and for a moment both of us are stood perfectly still in the air as if we're evenly matched. However, the silver figure pushes forward with unyielding force, consistently pressing on without a single change in its expression or soul energy released whatsoever. My own power is fluctuating greatly as I continue to push its limits and fend off the attack aimed to end my life. As my airstep's force catches up to me, my angle of momentum relative to the creature's spear shifts, and my body rotates out of its direct path. There's an explosion of white and silver energy that sends me flying to the side while I follow through with my swing, pushing me farther away, and the silver spear misses my body entirely by just a few centimeters. The instant I ready myself in the air again and look for my opponent, it's already turned at a right angle and come back at me with machine-like precision. I block again, twisting my body to the other side, using up precious chi, but avoiding a fatal blow. This time after our separation, the spear comes back much faster than the first 2 times. The incoming strike is so quick I can't even move my sword fast enough to block it. I want to activate my newest ranked up buff to increase my size, speed, and power, but its activation time takes far longer than what I have to work with here. The best possible option I have in a moment like this is to move all of my chi to cover my heart and head, then brace for impact. It lunges forward and the tip of its silver spear comes within millimeters of making contact with my chest, but it disappears before my eyes again. The author's narrative has been misappropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. Next thing I see is the creature to my side thrusting his spear through the back of my left knee. It disappears and reappears, and I feel it thrust another attack through the inner side of my right elbow. It vanishes 2 more times, thrusting its weapon through both of my opposite knee and elbow with no resistance at all. Searing pain erupts from the center joints of all 4 of my limbs, and it becomes impossible to move at the same speed I did a moment ago. The creature appears in front of me with the same emotionless look on its face, staring me straight in the eyes. then pushes its palm on my chest where my chi barrier is still the strongest. An incredible pressure knocks the wind out of me, and I'm blasted back, down toward the desert floor. This all happens in fractions of a second, that it's almost too fast for me to comprehend until after the fact. Its words echo in my mind as I fall. As I thought, you are just another weak human, and the visual of it punching its brown bird partner from the sky moments ago replay in my head, showing that in this form I was really just as weak to it as the 6th ranked guard was to me, even though it stares at me with an emotionless gaze high above in the sky with its arms crossed, and silver spear floating by its side. I can still feel the cold sensation of its attack in my legs and arms. If anything, it's getting even colder. I ignite my body in a sea of flames, but the cold sensation doesn't stop. Once I look down at my legs and at both of my arms, I see the silver soul energy growing from the injuries this creature gave me. It looks like metallic slow-moving ice is growing from my joints, and it's freezing my flesh and bones no matter how much fire I summon onto it. I attempt to cancel out its ability by flooding the areas with chi, but it does nothing more than eat up the white energy and drain my stores. All of the energy in the infected areas is being sucked away. I even activate my Red Hydra's buff, but it's even less effective than my pure chi, so I shut it off the moment I realize it's futile. On top of this issue, I'm also hurtling toward the ground at speeds faster than anything I've ever experienced. Once my multiple attempts at healing come back with definite failures, I imbue my sword with a raging hot fire to slice through my own legs above the affected area. Destroying the problem entirely before it spreads too far, I slice off my own left arm, then regrow only it to hold my sword and slice off my right. An item storage portal forms above me, and the frozen silver limbs float up into suspended animation while I regrow my other 3 limbs and focus on the bigger issue at hand. Based on my downward velocity, impact will not be survivable if I fall on my neck or back. I activate wind magic gusts below myself to slow my fall. This works, but my momentum is too great to stop entirely. The golden sand below me gets closer very quickly. I position myself upright to land on my feet, making impact on the ground with an echoing thud that displaces the sand all around for over 100 meters wide and over 20 meters deep. As the dust clears, I quickly open my item storage. My subconscious creates a new method for retrieving gear from my inventory. I open 4 simultaneous portals beneath my feet and in front of my hands, plunging all 4 limbs into my storage, and retrieving the unaffected gear from the limbs I cut off previously back exactly where they were on my body before. My rings, boots, and gauntlets come out of my storage system on my body as I pull myself out of the spatial magic. With it, I pull out another chi pill and swallow it on the spot, expanding my perception range to locate the dark guard in the sky. Before this creature can get a chance to attack me again, I activate my newest buff, Rising Emperor's Greater Form. Instantly, I feel my power grow and my feet lift off the ground. Energy erupts from the cloud of dust that formed from my impact, and an enormous black shadowy energy projection of myself is left staring up at the sky. The silver entity feels the disturbance the moment my transformation starts and zips down to the desert floor to see what has happened. It stares forward with its silver spear slowly floating around its body in circles while it patiently waits for my transformation to reach its peak form. Then, it finally speaks up. Weak, dumb humans. You do not understand how pointless it is for me to fight an inferior creature like you. Merely by existing, I have already won. I don't listen to its words, I just charge up my sword with everything I've got. I create my most destructive attack possible. To do so, I plunder mana crystals that fall from my item storage and feed my main body with mana, and imbue the inside of the attack with chi. The enormous shadowy armor that amplifies my strength by over 7 times mimics my actions, showing my sword glow and flicker with jet black flames. The inner core of the greater form's sword glows white with chi, as energy leaves my body continuously feeding into this buff's powers. The sand beneath my feet and all around me is melting and turning to liquid glass as I continue charging up and waiting for any signs of movement from the silver figure. But it doesn't budge, it just continues staring forward with its arms crossed. It speaks again as I pull back my sword to swing. I will make you understand how weak you really are. I swing my sword forward at its cryptic message, and a wave of chi surrounded by fire magic multiplied by my ranked up buff's power tears through the desert, melting every rock, sand dune, and shrubbery in its way. The second ranked dark guard doesn't budge, and it's hit directly by the mountain splitting slash. I feel immense amounts of energy drain from me but watch in amazement at my own power as it collides with the floating silver mass of soul energy. Based on the Dark Guard's confidence, I was still partially considering the fact that it could block an attack like this if it tried. I can sense its estimated soul energy density, and I created a slash strong enough to easily break through its barriers, but for some reason, the monster still stays standing in one place as my slash makes contact. The creature is sliced in two. There is hardly any resistance at all actually. A small eruption of soul energy, chi, and flames burst out on contact, but the guard made no effort to increase its shielding or dodge the blast. Most of its body is incinerated through. All that remains are a few parts of its arms, legs, and the top half of its spear. My heart beats loudly in my ears as I regain my MP stores and take another chi pill to recharge. I keep a safe distance away and hold my blade at the ready for something to happen, but nothing does. The part that irks me is the fact that there wasn't even a level up reward for defeating this opponent. I murmur to myself, this can only mean one thing. It's somehow not dead. The scattered tiny bits of silver parts all throughout the desert begin to vibrate and move. My eyes try to track them all as they begin to come back to a central point. Once they do, the silver cells begin replicating and growing, reforming the horned creature's body to look exactly the same as before it started. The eyes of this menacing monster look as emotionless as when the battle began. It grabs its spear as it completely reforms in its hand and speaks again. Do you understand now how weak humans truly are? Chapter 473. The silver-coated creature stares at me, completely unharmed after taking a point-blank hit from my most powerful attack. I'm positive I just blew apart and incinerated over 70% of its body, but in mere seconds it managed to completely regenerate despite me destroying all of its organs and even its entire head. The creature walks forward and speaks up again. Do you see why you are weak? A simple hit to the head or heart will cause irreversible damage in a human body. No matter how much you train, or powers you gain, you will always be an inferior species. I grip my sword tight and point it forward in a ready stance, waiting for it to finish its point and for the battle to move on. Just like my birdbrain partner that I use for a ride, even it is fragile enough to be taken out by your chi-based attack. One hit in the vitals and it's all over. Such weak creatures. My eyes widen as he speaks these words. From what I recall, fighting the 7th ranked guard, it couldn't see my chi blades at all, and from what I saw in my moments fighting with the 6th, it wasn't able to perceive them either. Somehow, this metal monster is able to, almost as if it has read my mind. The 2nd ranked dark guard continues, just like your red soul energy, I too have borrowed power from the dark one I am capable of using. However, myself and 2 other dark guards have cultivated chi and awakened our own soul energy. This is why I choose to leave the Dark One's power dormant. It's not necessary. The figure grips his spear tight. The Dark One, that being, is the only one that is truly strong. You are a fool for challenging its all-powerful might. You're just a human. He points his spear forward at me, then lunges forward in a flash of silver speed. A loud vibrating twang echoes throughout the open desert as the layers of silver energy around its spear tip collide with the dense energy manifestation of my mana and chi soaking my sword. Its spear is deflected and it bounces back in the air a few meters before flying back in toward me. In my greater form, I'm much larger than it is. Even so, its speed and power do not surpass my own. I'm able to easily block its incoming strikes as it sends in more and more pointed at my heart, head, and upper spine. It isn't hard to block any individual attacks, and the amount of mana and chi being used up for just pure defense is rather manageable. It feels as if I've finally obtained the advantage in this exchange. However, there is no time to relax. Its machine-like precision still keeps me on guard. Every few exchanges, I'm able to see an opening in its movements. There is no mistake that it's made, it's just not physically quick enough to escape my blade. I land slashes across its torso, slicing off limbs, and even an attack with my elongated sword in my greater form that cuts off his head at the neck and incinerates it entirely on the spot. Every time, its mass bubbles and reforms, regrowing everything it's lost without any change in expression or power level. The monster even blocks a second incoming attack with the tip of its spear before its entire head has even grown back. Over 10 of my attacks land, and over 30 total exchanges of blocks and dodges pass, but not a single time has it managed to land any on me. It doesn't show any emotion, and no signs of slowing down, so I decide to try a few more options. I attempt to lock the creature in place with rock and ice, but its strong body breaks through my traps without any resistance because my mana manifestations aren't reinforced with chi. Flames from my blade are only super effective when chi is imbued inside the slashes, and both wind and water attacks are just as effective as the stone and ice. They make the creature exert more energy by breaking them or pushing through the pure force of the attack, but there is not nearly as much lasting damage as my sword strikes. They don't even slow it down or make a dent in its body. This content has been misappropriated from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. It speaks as I continue my testing. I've watched your tapes in the arena. I've analyzed your fighting style, I know all of your skills and tricks. This is not a matter of how I will defeat you, it is just a matter of when you will decide to give up. I know your strength and you cannot defeat me. Its voice rings in my ears, and I decide to activate the one new skill that I've been waiting to try. All of my other elemental skills are advanced grade combat magic powers, but there is one that I have most recently acquired that is one tier higher, extreme lightning summoning. As the silver monster comes in to attack with another barrage of calculated spear thrusts, golden arcs of electricity begin to form all over the massive shadowy greater form that stands out in the desert. At first, it just looks like mild static, but as I channel more and more of my MP into it, the arcs of electricity begin to burst outward at a violent, uncontrollable rate. Energy surges through my body, making me feel even faster and more alert. It's as if I just activated a speed and perception buff. This must be an extra passive perk from an extreme grade elemental skill. I drain MP crystals from my inventory to allow the skill to fully activate, using up tens of thousands of MP per second to expand the lightning's range outward. I visualize the orb of static that the 40th floor boss created when fighting me. However, as I use it, my arcs of electricity look a bit different. They're not expanding outward in an even sphere like I remembered before, they're all arcing outward in many directions, then curving in toward a single point. A bright yellow and white line of concentrated electricity hits the metal man with all of its power. It seems the arcs of electricity are drawn to it. No matter what direction I spew them out from, they all direct right back into the silver figure that lunges toward me with its spear. Its body vibrates violently on a microscopic level. I see its silver skin twist, swirl, and make thousands of pin-sized spikes all over uncontrollably in rapid succession. Even so, its forward momentum does not stop and it continues to attack. After a full half a second of pure discharge, I deactivate my lightning skill and focus on swinging my sword down to block its incoming spear strike like usual. However, this time, the Dark Guard's movement feels slightly off. It feels like it's lagging behind, as if it's lost half a second of planning time while its body still moves forward in an attack. For the first time in this entire battle, its eyes dilate and widen for a split second as it tries to readjust its course, but I don't let that happen. I swing my sword downward and slice the creature in two, releasing extra waves of chi and black flames I wouldn't have been able to produce and hit so precisely if I didn't have the opportunity of its misstep. The monster's spear hand in its right half still lunges at me, and I block its hit, jumping back and pushing it back as well. It reforms into its original form, and its eyes revert back to its normal state, but I'm sure I caught it off guard for a moment. My lightning attack is naturally attracted to its metallic body, and when it was hit with everything I had, I'm positive it froze with shock and made an error. I grin ear to ear, and activate my lightning summoning skill again, running forward with my sword and going in to test my theory once more. It sprints into full battle mode too, and we run forward to clash. The same exact results occur, as my lightning blast makes contact. My opponent is stunned for a fraction of a second, and I land an even higher damage dealing blow, incinerating a solid amount of its body away, but retreating after my attack just in case, to not get hit by a counter. I do it again, and again, over 5 more times. Each time I manage to land stronger hits, and I get in position to land the final blow. If I can land the same attack it let me throw at it earlier, but at closer range, I'm nearly certain I'll be able to incinerate every last particle of this monster and kill it for good. The only reason it's able to regenerate is because there is a portion of it remaining. The only logical thing I can think to do is make sure none of it remains. Attacks with my greater form's sword without releasing any significant percents of my core's chi are able to incinerate 15 to 25% of its body mass in a single strike. In its weakened state, the moment after an electric shock, a slash is capable of destroying 25 to upward of 40% of its mass. With that being said, I managed to decimate over 70% of its mass in a single strike when releasing chi from my core in a concentrated fire blade when it gave me a free shot. If I'm able to land this attack right after electrifying it, there's a high chance I'll be able to win this battle on the next strike. My breathing slows, and I get in tune with my heart rate and the rhythm of battle, fending off its robotic attacks and waiting for the perfect time to release another lightning strike. Eventually, my moment comes. I release arcs of static from the perfect distance, and ready my manifested blade full of chi and mana. Tons of mana crystals from my farming yesterday are drained by my plunderer skill as I focus on making my attacks as dense and potent as possible. The instant my electricity ceases, I swing my blade and let the black crescent of flames covering a blade of chi fly across the desert floor, heading toward the silver man frozen in place less than 10 meters away. It is on a path to hit the creature at point-blank range and destroy it completely. Right before impact, the air pressure changes, and I jump backward while restoring my mana and chi with crystals and pills. The last thing I see in my enhanced perception skill before impact is the outer layer of its eyes shifting from silver to the bright orange borrowed soul energy of the Lich King. Chapter 474. The orange soul energy spreads from its eyes to surround its entire body. Its 3 horns atop its head grow larger and begin to turn into a shimmering orange metallic color. The creature's eyes look sharper, and I can tell that it is now operating on a whole new level that just fractions of a second ago. The attack I threw at its base form, hoping to incinerate it to pieces, collides with the outer layer of its orange shielding, and an eruption of black fire, orange soul energy, and white chi disperses from the attack. My ultimate strike manages to slice through its shielding, but large amounts of its firepower are blasted away. Less than half of the attack even makes it through to make contact with the monster itself. An impressive wound still rips the horned beast in half, disintegrating most of its left side, but this is far from what I was hoping to see. Even a direct hit in its most vulnerable position using my most powerful attack is not going to be enough to kill this monster. It immediately heals and thrusts its spear forward at me with far greater strength and speed than it did in our exchanges before. The orange energy from the Lich King is boosting its natural strength and energy control by at least 2 times. It's clear it was holding back before because it believed I wasn't capable of dealing any real damage to its body, but now it's getting serious. Its spear tip collides with my greater form sword, and the energies that collide make a shockwave of energy that spreads through what's left of the melted sand all around us. It pushes forward, staring at me with its emotionless gaze while my shadow manifested form's twisting face emotionlessly stares back at it. We don't move for a full second, both stuck in place, pushing our power against the other with equal force. Eventually, the force builds up too great, and we're both propelled backward. The bottoms of my mana-manifested boots grip the glass shards, rocks, and sand of the desert, activating wind magic to keep myself upright and facing forward. The horned creature digs its feet into the ground too, staring ahead and staying on guard. I decide to speak up for the first time in our fight, replying to its earlier nonsense with my screech skill to project my voice across the battlefield. Looks like you're just as weak as this puny human, even borrowing power from your lord. I thought you said you could defeat me while keeping the Dark One's soul energy dormant. What happened to that resolve? Its grip tightens, and it lunges forward again. There will be no one left to witness this scene. The Dark One has ordered me to dispose of you, and I shall do it by any means necessary now. It thrusts its spear straight at the center of my head, and I swing up my sword to block. We bounce from each other in an energy-filled clash again, but the monster jumps back in at me without missing a beat. Over and over, switching positions like a machine, it aims for my heart, head, and back. However, I endure and stay focused. Once I've figured out its attack pattern, I begin launching counters of my own. Its 2 weaknesses I know of are lightning to stun it, and chi to actually damage it. I alternate between the 2 whenever I get the chance. I shock it time and time again whenever it gets near, and manage to land a few hits with my greater form's blade imbued with chi. But it doesn't seem to mind these minor attacks. It takes my sword slashes head on, hardly trying to dodge, mostly just continuing to thrust its spear forward to aim for my vitals with unyielding accuracy and vigor. I land over 15 solid hits, and shock it senseless with lightning over 20 times, but it keeps coming back for more, not changing its strategy at all nor slowing its movements in the slightest. Then, just as I get comfortable with its rhythmic attacks, and start to prepare for getting into position to send off another one of my major strikes, something changes. Its attack pattern shifts, and its spear tilts downward mid-strike. It doesn't aim for my chest, but rather thrusts its spear into my upper thigh. In doing so, it leaves its head wide open and I cut it clean off, even landing a second slash as I pull my sword back to cut through its torso and slice it into 3 pieces. However, as I lunge back and it reforms, I feel a cold sensation creeping up my right leg. Even though it stabbed right through my greater form's body, the damage from the attack still carries over to my real body inside the greater form. I feel my right quad muscles tightening up, and it becomes harder to step forward. My skin and muscles are quickly turning into the silvery icy mass just like it did before when it attacked me in midair in my base form. Right now, I have no time to amputate and reform my entire limb. So I'm going to have to think of something else fast. The dark guard flies forward at me again, now aiming for my heart, and I barely block its incoming blow. We both fly back and it attacks my head, then back, then resets to do everything again as I continuously block its strikes. Meanwhile, the silver ice spreads deeper into my leg. Only one possible solution comes to mind. I activate my mana manipulation skill, and create a barrier of pink energy beneath the infected area of skin. Without hesitation for even a fraction of a second, I tear away a chunk of my leg and propel it away from me, then use self-regeneration to stop the bleeding and restore my ripped-up muscles. A bloody shard of flesh that hardens into a frozen crystal of silver metal shatters as it hits the desert floor beside me. At the same time, I block another barrage of the ruthless monster's attacks. We go on for almost a full minute, tearing up the desert, creating paths of glass and craters deep enough to build small settlements inside. Hundreds of sword-on-spear collisions go by, over 1,000,000 MP worth of mana crystals are absorbed from my item storage, and virtually no progress has been made on my end. I land plenty of blows after powerful lightning strikes, but it heals instantly and it seemingly doesn't affect it whatsoever. Every few dozen attacks, it manages to hit my arm or leg with its spear as well. This story has been taken without authorization. Report any sightings. I'm able to discard the damaged areas. But unlike this monstrosity, I have a limit to how long and hard I can fight. Eventually, I will get fatigued from using such massive amounts of mana and chi, especially in this greater form. It knows this very well, and is just waiting patiently for me to meet my end. I attempt to send body doubles out to the dungeons, as if Ember were here, he'd be able to help me face this creature 2-on-1. However, my doubles' weak basic forms with no chi or excess mana to drain continuously get killed before they can even escape 50 meters away from us. It knows I'm using my copies to send for help and won't allow for it. Ember and my other doubles are still deep within the dungeons farming mana. So sensing anything in the outside world is beyond their capabilities, I have to do this on my own, and I need to figure out a way to kill this monster right now. As these thoughts race through my mind, the visual of the outer edge of the town comes into my immediate field of view. The moment I see it, I realize that our battle has stretched many kilometers through the open desert already, and if we continue to fight like this, over 100 innocent people will be caught in range of the excess energy from our attacks. As I try to guide the horned monster away, blocking its strikes and attempting to guide its next attack in a different direction, it jumps back and doesn't attack me again as it usually does. In just 2 simple moves, it's already caught on. My eyes widen and my heart skips a beat as it opens its mouth to speak again. You know another weakness humans have that I just can't stand? It's the one that makes you all truly the dumbest of them all. I grit my teeth as the monster's orange eyes shift toward the town in the distance, and I know exactly what it'll say next before it even leaves its silver lips. It's the fact that you do not value self-preservation before everything else. If an opponent is stronger than you, why don't you run or submit? If the odds are against you, why do you choose to roll the dice just for the chance of glory? It points its spear forward, turning its head toward the town then back to me. And why would you risk your own life to protect those that are weaker than you? If they cannot fight off enemies themselves, they are better off dead. It turns its entire body and jumps in the air, flying off toward the town in a silver and orange flash of light. It yells back to me as I jump in the air using wind magic to follow. I'll give you a choice. It's a simple choice that every human like yourself chooses incorrectly. Let's see how you fare. It flies high up into the air at a 45-degree angle, making a direct course to end up a kilometer above the center of the desert town right next to where the residential housing is. If it is planning what I think it is, all I can do is use every power within my means to stop it. The closer to the town we get, the closer I get to catching up to the silver-orange streak in the sky, but our speed stats are nearly identical in our advanced forms. Even using lightning to shock its system hardly slows it down any more than it slows me to let out a charge. All I'm able to do is try to catch up and think of a plan before it's too late. Once it reaches its destination above the town, it comes to a halt, and I slice it in two right there in the sky. However, it doesn't react at all. It just reforms its body and points its spear down at the ground. My final destination is below us. The Dark One has informed me that you have grown a liking to this town and its citizens. Along with that, your teammates that I had the pleasure of watching in the arena are down there too. You're the strongest fighter here, aren't you? It'd be a shame if I brought them into the fight, wouldn't it? How would they fare against my power? Its eyes glow orange and it points down at the town below us again. Your final decision must be made here and now. Submit to the power of the Dark One. Become a Dark Guard and be on the side of the army that rules the mortal world. Or, die failing to protect those below in a meaningless human struggle. I channel chi into my blade without thinking twice about its options. As it rambled on about its great power, I came up with a last-ditch strategy that has a high potential of working. A grin forms on my face while lunging forward, and our sword and spear collide in the open air again. I allow the figure to thrust my sword down, and push me directly down toward the small town. It dives toward me, sending off more ruthless attacks as we fall toward the people that have sworn their loyalty to me. Our even-sided duel continues as we both rocket toward the ground. Attacks of lightning and chi blades slice it to pieces, and frozen metal shards of skin and flesh of my own are ejected to the sides. However, this time, the monster knows it is destined to win as soon as we hit the ground. Its movements speed up, and it takes riskier spear strikes as it has nothing to lose. Victory is mine, it has been since the beginning. You have thrown away your life for nothing. It is a shame, you would have been a great asset to the Dark One. We crossed the halfway point. Now, we are less than 500 meters in the air. From the town below, it looks as if a massive ball of fire is raining down from the sky. I can sense everyone, especially in my greater form. It is possible to see Abby in the guild hall, a large distortion of chi with all my teammates below her, and roughly 140 residents all scattered within the housing area enjoying their first full day of freedom. I whisper under my breath. Not close enough yet. In the same moment, I send out an urgent message in a wave of telepathy to Abby and she hears my call immediately. A burst of green light comes out of the guild hall, and many people in the streets begin to notice the second sun falling from the sky. They begin to group together, and a massive circle of restoration erupts from Abby down below as she groups everyone together in the town square. I continue to fend off the silver monster in the sky, but the waves of energy continue to blast off in many directions. It speaks again as we both are sent flying faster downward after a powerful burst, now less than 200 meters above the ground. It's over. Look at that. They've all even come to watch your demise and end their own lives in the process. How pitiful. It sends another heavy spear strike down at me, pushing me to fall faster while it is sent flying upward. I fall within 100 meters of the town square while the dark guard hovers at almost 250 above the ground. It charges up the point of its spear, and yells out while dive bombing toward me with the same emotionless gaze. Time to finish this. I activate my newest perk from my Rising Emperor's domain called Power Holder and reply, I agree. Let's finish this. Power Holder, activated, 10% power share, receive, select party members, all, select stat points, all, select mana control, all. Temporary buffs added, 3,982, strength, 2,902, speed, 3,470, agility, 3,005, defense, 4,402, mental strength, 3,568,290,446, mana control. An incredible surge of power floods in from below me, as I feel over 140 individual streams of dense mana instantly seep into my body. All of my enchanted gear adapts to my new nearly doubled base stats, and my energy control improves by adding billions of MP worth of control to my efficiency. On top of that, the greater form I'm wielding applies these stats even more. I take a deep breath and feel power surge through me like nothing I've ever felt. I can see everything, feel everything. It's like I've temporarily ranked up again. While enjoying this moment of bliss, I don't lose sight of the task at hand. I activate my lightning magic with every ounce of mana and strength I have left in me, shooting bright yellow and white tendrils of electricity out of me from all angles. They all close in on a single point high in the sky. My enhanced perception watches the monster's silver skin vibrate and stir while I charge up my sword with every bit of chi I can channel. The horned beast falls down as I use wind magic to stop my fall less than 70 meters above the surface. As we collide, dense waves of flames cloak the sword as I release it up at the paralyzed dark guard with genuine fear in its eyes for the first time. The sky lights up with an incredible ball of fire, electricity, soul energy, and chi. Over 90% of the creature is destroyed instantaneously, incinerated on the spot. I allow for my lightning attack to be released from my body again, and use my enhanced perception to track its remaining fragments down and burn them away while I continuously restore my MP and chi. The tiny silver bits attempt to grow and reform, but the continuous shocks of electricity keep the fragments stunned in the sky until I can slice through each and every one. I don't stop slashing away at them, plundering more mana from my storage and swallowing more chi until I hear a series of notifications sound in my ear. Level up, X138, use absorption, MCP, 389, 550, 246 MP, yes, NO, use absorption, stat, 1921 strength, yes, NO. A wave of satisfaction and relief washes over me as I reach level 1140 and press yes to absorb its strength and MCP. I deactivate my greater form, and release the stat points and mana control I stole away from the townspeople below me. But my all-seeing eye picks up on two high-level mana readings still in the sky. One of them is the silver diamond-shaped spearhead that was on the tip of the Dark Guard's weapon, and the other is a large brown bird with a number 6 burning beneath its wing. It is flying away from the city in the direction of Sector 1. Chapter 475, I airstep upward to appraise the silver diamond spear tip falling through the air before opening a spatial magic portal to let it fall into my item storage. Metal fragment of infinite regeneration, 338% strength, 290% mental strength, 277% defense, hidden ability. In the same upward movement, I pinpoint the 6th rank dark guard way off in the distance flying away from me at high speeds. I don't hesitate to blast off and follow it through the sky at an even faster rate using all of my buffs and wind magic skill. I'm able to catch up to it in a matter of minutes, but the amount of mana I used to rocket through the sky this far would be highly inefficient for high-speed travel over long distances. It is much more efficient at flying than I am. However, this doesn't matter as I swing my chi-infused sword 2 times and slice off both of its wings at their bases. The creature doesn't react until it's too late, erupting into a sea of orange soul energy while I stand on its back with my blade pointed at its neck. We both plummet toward the desert floor. Its severed wings spin away into the wind by our sides as I open a telepathy link with the creature. Don't try anything stupid, your life is in my hands now. As it feels my chi-infused sword start to melt through the back of its neck, the violent orange crescents of wind that was forming all around us disappear and it responds. Impossible, you defeated number 2. That is, just not possible. I shove the blade deeper into its neck again as we fall through the thin cloud line and the golden desert sand becomes visible below us. Well, I'm here now and your partner isn't here to save you again. So, it is in fact possible. I killed number 2, I twist my blade and continue talking. Now, you're going to tell me a few things, and in return I'll set you free. How about that? It lets out a painful screech after my blade rips through its feathers and muscles, colliding with its upper spine. However, the bird doesn't respond. I take this vow of silence as a wish for death. I channel more chi into the blade, and it begins burning more flesh. Very well, the desert floor gets closer as I ride the wingless bird at an increasing speed toward the ground. I thrust my sword forward to kill it here and now, but it replies through our link. Wait. I'll tell you what you need? What do you want? You'll really set me free? And my wings, what about my wings? I dash, I smirk and stop my forward thrust, pulling my sword back right before where I could have severed its head from its spine. Sure, you'll get your wings back. Tell me what other guards are on their way, and what other forces can I expect to face coming here in the near future? I want time frame estimates, power levels in comparison to yourself and that 2nd rank dark guard. Then most importantly, where can I find the dark one? I feel fear shiver through the bird's body, and a moment of hesitation in its reply come after my questions, so I stab the sword back in its neck. Answer me before we hit the ground. It replies the moment it feels my blade's tip hit its spine again. Alright, I'll tell you what I know. I promise I'll tell you everything, just dash, go on. Number 2 is the Dark One's trusted exterminator. There is no job it cannot complete and no human it cannot kill. Only the 1st ranked guard is stronger, but no one knows its strength other than the Dark One. I'm the fastest flyer, so number 2 and I were sent out to eliminate all double ranked up threats before the other units arrived for cleanup. That's all I know. I thrust the blade in harder, cracking its bones, and here it let out a shriek of pain. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen from Royal Road. Please report it. The ground is getting closer. We don't have much more time until impact. What's cleanup? Explain. No vague details. The remaining Dark Guards will lead the cleanup. They're coming by foot with the Dark One's army of wraiths and ghouls. It should take a week or 2 for everyone to arrive, but some Dark Guards may be faster than the main forces. They'll loot this town dry and take over Sector 2, just as planned from the very beginning. I shove my blade even deeper, causing the bird to cough blood out of its mouth, and I hear an audible crack in its bones. The Dark One. Where can I find your leader? It doesn't respond. All I hear is the whistling wind by our side and watch the sandy dunes grow larger below us. Where can I find the Dark One? Still, no response comes back. Last chance. None of the Dark Guards know. You will not find the Dark One, it will find you. As these words enter my inner ear, I thrust my sword all the way through its neck, and we make impact with the sand below. Level up, X23, use absorption, MCP, 145-262, 900 MP, yes, no. I reach level 1163 and absorb its MCP as a large crater is formed in the desert and most of its body is incinerated by the force of the fall. There, you're free. As the dust cloud settles, I let out a sigh and pick up the only remaining piece of its body, examining it with my appraisal skill. Desert Hawk's beak, 281% speed, 222% agility, wind attribute. The large beak that glows white with miniature swirls of wind magic falls into my item storage while the 2 wings I severed from its body fall into the crater beside me. I airstep up through the dusty cloud it creates and murmur under my breath, "There are your wings back." 2. A deal's a deal. Now we're even. I self-regenerate my full body to try and restore some of the built-up fatigue from my fight against the second-ranked guard, but it feels like something only sleep or Abby's full restores can fix. Once I make it back to the town, my Flame Emperor's disguise goes back up, and I float toward the center of town to directly confront the issue at hand. Using telepathy, I let Abby know I'm coming, and update her on the outcome of both battles. She may understand, but the citizens of this town that was established just this morning may have very mixed opinions after seeing an energy attack that could have killed all of them instantaneously just barely get deflected less than 100 meters. Above their heads, to my surprise, not a single one of them has disconnected from my Rising Emperor's domain system, so it seems like they all still see me as their leader. However, it's best to come clean and tell them exactly what is happening to keep this trust in the future. As I make it over the center of town, then stand on top of the guild hall just like I did earlier. Many heads turn to the sky where I stand, and I see a mixed use of stares of awe, religious bliss, confusion, and even excitement fill the crowd. Abby floats up to the roof behind me, and I begin to give a speech. As all of you have seen, our town is under attack. This is a very important detail I did not reveal when you all swore loyalty to me. We are at war with the underground leader of Sector 1. Their army is on the way, and it will be sending many other opponents like the one you just witnessed me fend off. I stand in silence for a moment to let the crowd soak in this information. Then speak up again. Considering these new events, if you wish to leave the city and receive a trip back to Sector 4, I will be more than happy to arrange this travel. However, just know that putting your trust in me aided my victory in this last battle. I'm sure many of you felt slightly weaker before my clash in the sky, but now are back to your normal selves. Am I right? Chatter from the crowd begins to grow. Many people confirm that they did feel weaker, like their power was being drained. I speak up again before too many opinions can be shared. I know most of you are not warriors or hunters, and wish to live a simple life in this village. This is a lot to take in after months of forced labor. And on your first day of freedom. If this simple life is all you desire, that is more than enough to help my future city thrive. Do not feel pressured by my words to do something that is not in your nature. However, if you wish to become more. If you wish to become strong and fight by my side, I can lead you to a path of immeasurable strength. After these words leave my lips, I activate my Rising Emperor's domain again, and use it to share my power rather than take it. Power holder, activated, 10% power share, contribute, select party members, all, select stat points, all, select mana control, all. The contributed stat points are nothing special, as 10% of my stats are evenly split between all 140 townspeople. This boosts everyone's base power by a few points on each stat. However, the mana control is where the difference is made. Tens of millions of MP worth of mana control are granted to each and every person below me. This is enough to begin sensing mana in a very different way than normal hunters. It's around the range of mana control a hunter between level 300 and 400 would achieve when they're destined to become an elite. An incredible surge of energy is felt in every one of the people below. And they all are hit with a simultaneous burst of euphoria from receiving this power. Many of the hunters in the crowd activate their skills and can't believe the new efficiency they've been granted. Elderly and simple merchants move around with far greater agility and ease. The small group of new religious believers all get down on their knees and begin bowing at the gift from their god they've just received. I allow everyone to react to the power in their own way, and allow them to talk amongst themselves for almost a full minute, then speak again. My ability has the power to grant my followers gifts in times of need, and in return, I'm able to receive your power if necessary in battle as well. I deactivate my buff, letting the power come back to me and leave everyone in their unaltered normal states. So, knowing this information now, decide what you will do. The first option is to get a ride back to Sector 4. The second option is to stay and live a simple quiet life in this city. Lastly, the option I am extending to those of you that are ready to take the leap. You may join me and become the first members of the Flame Emperor's army. Chapter 476. The group below me begins to shift and talk amongst themselves. A few speak up and ask specific questions about things from general city growth in the future, to the reason why I'm fighting Sector 1, and finally how I'll be able to train them and grant them power if they wish. One by one, I explain in further detail our situation. The majority of people already knew there was a war going on just from the way I conduct myself, and the demonstration of power against the gang leaders previously. Before they even agreed to serve me, many felt the mana shockwaves of my battle against the Colossal and already assumed the worst. Considering this, not a single person decides to sever our link and take my offer to leave back to Sector 4. That doesn't mean they all have combat abilities and wish to fight though. Over 2/3 of the crowd chooses to stay and not fight. They're hoping to become business owners, simple workers for those businesses, or even artists living a simple life in the city. I direct all of them to consult Morris's builder team and work over the details in the guild hall with Abby once this meeting is over. My words to the architect are heard by everyone as they disappear into the octagonal empty hall. That's right, I put in the order for your building materials and should have them delivered by tonight. Anyone that has special housing needs, or would like to establish a business, tonight will be the soft deadline to get these things submitted. A large construction project will begin tomorrow. Once they all go inside, there are 37 individuals that stay standing in the square. I do a scan through all of them, and find these are certainly the strongest ones here. Almost everyone in this group is over level 150, and a majority of them have useful basic combat skills like dagger arts, swordsmanship, body hardening, and various stat buffing skills. Of these brave recruits, 3 in particular stand out the most to me. I point into the crowd. You 3, step forward. My gaze locks with each of theirs as I point to them individually and they step forward. State your names and abilities. A short, bulky, blonde-haired man steps forward first. The name is Francis. I wield earth magic. Next, a thin, dark-featured young man with a handsome face steps up next. I'm Andy. I have a wind magic skill awakened. Then lastly, a woman with orange hair, freckles, athletic build, and sharp eyes speaks up. The name's Rachel. I control fire. As they begin to realize why I singled them out, I use my body double skill to split into 2 parts. There are some wide eyes from the crowd, but no one reacts too much as my copy steps forward and talks. If you would like to get stronger, I'll be providing you all with gear, resources, ability training, and power leveling indefinitely in the dungeons just outside town. Split into 3 groups behind one of these element users. These will be your team leaders. Of course, everything will be overseen by me, but we will begin training right away. Everyone does as my double says, and gets into groups behind each element user, and they all follow to a nearby warehouse for gear to be sorted out and for my double to change up the teams a bit. My goal is to get them all up to level 250 to 300 using their own skills and abilities with my double giving guidance. Then, I will take over and train them myself, allowing them to absorb mana control once they've built up a good enough base of fighting talent. With my inspect and appraisal skill, I'll be able to give them all the perfect gear and match them up with opponents that will push them to their limits together. The author's tale has been misappropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. The reasoning behind having the only 3 element wielders be perceived as leaders early on is because they will naturally be able to gain mana control faster. In time, they will become stronger than the hunters by their sides. It's best to put them in this position now rather than later. Once I see them off, and my double takes them to the nearby warehouse, I'm left alone in the center of the square. I let out a sigh and airstep high above the town to look down on it from the sky. The sun will be setting soon, but I still have quite a bit of time to use up before that happens. I could check on Ember and my doubles to see how their progress on element stone farming is going, but to be honest, even if they were ready for another pod, I don't think it would be a good idea for me to go inside for isolated cultivation just yet. There are still a lot of things to do that can only be done by me, and if any of the dark guards come by now, I'm certain my teammates aren't capable of stopping even the weakest of them in their current form. Ember can fend for himself, but even in his current state, I question if he could have beaten the second-ranked dark guard on his own. It would probably be possible, but it's not a risk I'm willing to leave up to chance. I whisper under my breath, that settles it. I'll stay on guard and protect this place myself until everyone is strong enough. As these thoughts race through my mind, the slow-moving wind passes by high up in the sky and I decide to open up my item storage to see if I can craft any items worth filling my open item slots. I sift through everything and examine their stats very carefully, seeing what options my craftsmanship dashboard gives me when I set certain items next to each other. This is it. My old daggers didn't hold up too well against a double ranked up monster, so I think it's about time I make an upgraded set. A smile shows across my face as I decide on what item I'll make first by merging 3 items from A-ranked monsters together into one, along with enough blood to bond with the creation and tens of thousands of MP and crystals to be the energy for the craft. Extreme grade, lightning stone, wolf guardian's fawn, 265% mental strength, 258 speed, lightning attribute, desert hawk's beak, 281% speed, 222% agility, wind attribute, Storm King's dagger set, blood bonded, 312% speed, 299%. Mental strength, 276% agility, 250% strength, 250% defense, lightning attribute, wind attribute. After an intense burst of light, a pair of long curved white blades with yellow static rippling from them emerge from the craft. They have the same merging perk as my other daggers, allowing me to use them as a single blade or a pair as I wish. As soon as I hold them, a rush of buffs flows through me, and I test them out in the sky, throwing enormous blades of sharp wind charged with intense waves of electricity through the air. Satisfied with this craft, I place them into my storage after a few more slashes. I'll have to test them out on a real opponent to see their true capabilities later. While they don't have the destructive power that fire magic brings, the deadliness of the wind blades and usefulness of the lightning stun may put these daggers on par with my Flame Emperor's sword. It makes me excited to upgrade my main weapon in the future too once I find a genuine A-ranked fire material to merge with it or replace its base. With my weapons now upgraded, I turn to try to make something a bit unique, and soon discover the possibilities of a very unique crafting option for a defensive item. Now this is what I was looking for: Shard of the Colossal, 266% strength, 210% defense, 200% mental strength, metal fragment of infinite regeneration, 338% strength, 290% mental strength, 277% defense, hidden ability, infinite essence of regeneration, blood bonded, 365% strength, 329% defense, 312% mental strength, 300% speed, 300% agility, hidden ability. I use another 8 ounces of blood, and this craft takes over double the mana crystals that the last one did. Once the flash of crafting light is finished, a tiny orb of liquid silver-colored metal is left in its place. I look at it closely, seeing the appraisal reading on it and wondering how exactly I'll be able to equip this item. The moment I picture it as a ring in my mind and push my finger forward, the silver ball shapeshifts into a ring and floats onto my finger. Out of pure reflex from touching this silver material in the past, I get ready to cut my own hand off if it begins to freeze and turn to metal. However, seeing as it's blood bonded and my own item now, thankfully it doesn't, I still raise an eyebrow at the fact that it didn't turn into a ring the moment after the craft was finished. The slow rate of transformation is quite odd. With a name like that, I'd assume it'd be a crystal consumable, or maybe a necklace or something. As I speak these words aloud to myself, and picture what it would have been in my mind, the silver ring around my finger shifts and grows, forming into a large silver crystal. Then, moments later, into a necklace with a shimmering string with a pendant on the end. As it floats above the palm of my hand, I begin to understand what this item really is. I picture the silver liquid transforming into a shield, then a spear, then a sword, and finally an enormous wall that mimics my mana shielding. I'm even able to expand the silver moldable liquid into a dome that completely covers my entire body and expands outward tens of meters to grow larger and larger. It can instantly transform into whatever I desire. My guess is that it will have very adverse effects if an enemy touches this liquid silver material, just like when I was fighting the being it came from. The infinite possibilities run through my mind as I continue to shapeshift the material into whatever I wish, but won't have any clear data until I test it out against an actual opponent. The only downside I'm able to find now is that it uses up a lot of mana to expand and regenerate. Once the sun begins to actually set, I revert the silver back into its ring form and place it on an empty finger. Alright, that's enough fun. It's almost time for me to get back to the Vice region and pick up those building supplies. Chapter 477. As the sun fully sets, I go to the Canyon of Dungeons and teleport back to the labyrinth to update Ember and my double on the news. Afterward, one of my doubles that was farming the labyrinth takes the post of surveillance on the town while Ember and my final double continue their dungeon collapsing. I receive a single small flake of luminite straight into my storage and a confirmation that my double is holding enough containment stones to charge another pot up to nearly 50x. Right now. I take this information to mind while teleporting back to a dungeon inside the Vice City Dungeon Hub, then change my appearance back to a D-grade hunter and walk through town. Once I pick up this order, I'll bring this news back to my teammates. As soon as I walk through the front door of the office building, a commotion fills my ears. Multiple businessmen talk to each other with concerned tones. Did you hear? There was a dungeon break that broke through the protective barriers of the hub's shielding protection. Impossible. No monster has ever broken through. It's supposed to be A-grade rated. No monsters are even that strong. It's true. Not too far away either. They're investigating and mending the shielding right now down the street. It was really that close by? I heard not a single monster even got out. The association must have deployed their strongest team to take care of it before the city was in danger. I don't mind their chatter, because if I'm not mistaken, I'm the monster they're talking about. Breaking through the ground and protective barrier of the dungeon hub wasn't the stealthiest move I could have pulled while leaving earlier. However, it was definitely worth it. I made it back to Sector 2 just in time. It really doesn't matter to me how much chaos I cause here. I merely see this city as a playground to be used for my wants and needs. The more work I cause for the Vice Regions branch of the association, the better. I hope they dig around this mystery for as long as they can. They won't find a thing. As soon as I get to the desk at the back of the room, the receptionist from before greets me with a smile. He speaks up even before I do. "Back so soon? It's almost like you disappeared into thin air. How can I help you, sir?" "Well, I believe my order is ready to pick up. I paid your father upstairs for an express delivery." He rings the bell again and tells the older woman named Tracy working there to go upstairs and relay the news. She comes back down a few minutes later with a clipboard in hand and a large set of keys with a smile on her face. Then, looks at me and motions for me to follow. "Right this way, I'll bring you to the warehouse where we've sourced all your goods." We walk out the front door together and I begin to follow her through the dimly lit streets and into the warehouse district. Her heels click on the hard sidewalk and her fingers tap a pen on the clipboard, completely out of rhythm with her steps. This narrative has been purloined without the author's approval. Report any appearances on Amazon. On top of that, many sounds fill the streets. There are metal and wood factories still processing materials at full capacity, workers leaving as they get off their shifts, and some new workers arriving for their night shifts to start. After walking through the lively area, we finally arrive at a massive warehouse district and stop at the side of a wide building that stretches further than many sports fields put together. Once she clicks one of the keys in place, and a small door opens to let us inside, what I see is rather shocking. Just the sheer amount of stacked materials up to the ceiling of a multiple-story building, and further than the normal I can see, is more building materials than I've ever seen in my life. This is all yours. This is what 6 platinum bars gets you after all. Are you going to need the warehouse number to assign pickup units, or would you like to use some of our trucks? After midnight, we'll have to charge you daily for taking up the warehouse space here. My gaze is still glued to the thousands of trees worth of wood, steel beams and stacked piles large enough to build the entire warehouse we're standing in again. And the brick and cement that could build sidewalks and roads large enough for the entire distance we walked on our way here. I whisper under my breath, "Maurice really isn't messing around." "That's good to see, then," reply to the woman. "I have enough item boxes to pack it all up myself. Just leave me here, I'll get it cleared out within the next few hours." She looks at me with a dazed stare, only seeing the one item box around my waist that isn't even real. It's a manifestation of my conceal skill doing its work. I can tell she wants to question how I could possibly fit all of this into a D-grade item box, but she bites her lip and turns to leave. "Very well. The boss told me you were a unique customer. I will let you be. It was a pleasure doing business with you, and your privacy will be granted as wished. We hope to do business with you again in the future." The door clicks behind her as I'm left alone in the warehouse. I activate my all-seeing eye to confirm there are no magical recording devices in here. Then quickly and carefully put small blocks of stone using earth magic over the old-fashioned video cameras on every corner of the warehouse for my total privacy. Once content that I'm not being watched, I activate my spatial magic skill and expand it outward in every direction as far as it can go. I walk down the long warehouse length and all of the rows of material fall inside and remain in a state of suspended animation. This is both extremely time and energy efficient, but also a great test for my storage power. I've never hit its limit, however. Once I get to the end of the warehouse and the last stack of pallets falls into my white portal, I find that today the limit will not be found. It makes me consider that maybe there isn't even a limit to begin with. After making the walk back through the completely empty warehouse, I use my earth magic again to let the stone from the cameras fall away and show them the little item box on my waist and a thumbs up to thoroughly confuse anyone watching the surveillance footage. Then, walk out the door and make my way back to the dungeon hub, and soon fly back to the town that now sits under the completely dark night sky. The first thing I do is try to find one of the abandoned warehouses out in the desert that is even close to the size of the one I just left, but none of them compare. To make sure all of the materials are safe, secure, and accounted for, I use earth magic to create a stone replica of the warehouse I just left. It takes tens of thousands of MP to summon all of the stone material. To make sure it's lit during the day, I add large openings in the walls every 10 meters or so and fill them with the product of mixing sand and fire magic. The windows aren't perfectly clear glass, but they'll let the light in somewhat once it's daytime. Once it's complete, I open my storage and let all of the materials back down into this makeshift warehouse exactly how they were when I took them from storage. That's as good as it'll get. I'll leave the actual building to the professionals. On my way back, I notify Maurice and his team via telepathy inside their rooms that the supplies have been delivered and tell them where to find them. I don't expect them to start using them until morning, but a notification can't hurt. Afterward, I walk into the guild hall and find Abby sitting in the middle room of the octagonal building. She's lying back on a comfortable-looking chair, half asleep. However, I feel her aura spreading out past the guild hall. It even fluctuates the moment I step inside, so I can tell she's still on guard, just resting up with the free time she has after a long few days. She perks up once I begin to speak. Mission accomplished. Ready to check on the others downstairs? I'm curious to see how much they've improved. Chapter 478. I enter the middle room with Abby and open the hatch to the underground bunker with a single click. A wave of visible dense chi flows out, and I feel my body naturally absorb it once it hits my skin. We both begin walking into the bunker down the spiral stairs, and I close the door above not to let any excess chi come flowing out. Down below, the sound of sparring takes place, and the humming rattle of an isolation pod fills my ears as well. It is vibrating and giving off a bit more noise than it did when I left it this morning, but it's not that far outside of my expectations, so my attention shifts to the teams of people sparring on the empty side of the room. Fisher and Lydia's cores are filled with chi, and they are doing very simple hand-to-hand combat training, matching each other's basic chi blows. Ari is fighting Monk one-on-one. His core is dense with chi as well, flowing through his body at a more intense rate than the others. It looks as if he's been training with this energy for far longer than just a day. His exposure to chi in the past has certainly made it easier to channel it now. Then, at the back of the room in the lotus position, I see Luna. Her eyes are wide open, and the blue energy is magnified now, mixing with the chi in the room. Her core is dense with chi as well, but its capacity isn't even close to a tenth of the others' training. She's been awakened, but possibly not a combat type. So she's working on training her eyes in some way. As Abby and I make it to the bottom step of the room, everyone stops sparring and turns our way. I speak up. So, the awakening process went smoothly for all of you, it seems. That's good, but I think we're going to need to increase our rate of training even more. I recount the events that occurred outside, and they all report feeling their energy fluctuate earlier in the day when I used my power holder perk. Along with this, I tell the team enough containment stones have been charged up to the point where another pod is ready. However, I'd like to see what state the pod Maria is in once it's finished before I use these resources to charge up my only remaining one on hand. In addition to this, once I see how efficient these pods are at chi gathering, I may send a double back to the Galeheart Tower to persuade Lith to give me some of the others he has on hand. My gaze turns to Luna once my update is complete, and I see that she is still not connected to my Rising Emperor's domain system. Knowing this, I walk over and pose a question. Now what will you do? As you can tell from my story of the second-ranked Dark Guard, the powers we're against will only get more terrifying. You may have a past bond with Ari, but I know nothing about you. If you would like to stay here in the core of our operations, or fight with us, I need a confirmation of your loyalty to me as your leader. This is not a negotiation, it is a requirement. I don't have time or mental space for doubt. She turns to Ari, and I open a three-way telepathy link between us. He speaks to her through it, letting me listen in on the conversation. This will all be over soon. Once I finish my training and do my duty in defeating the Dark One's army, we can go back to Sector 4 and search the abyss. It is eating away at the back of my mind too. Trust me, Luna, this content has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. She responds through the link, turning to me with wide eyes. You know about what happened in Sector 4? I nod, but Ari interjects. He does. Jay has given me the power that will allow us to get deep enough into the abyss to find our past. Without him, it would be impossible. Swear your loyalty and everything will work out. Please see him as one of our brothers and sisters from the village. I trust him with my life. She smiles and bows her head slightly. Very well, if it is Aries' wish, then I will follow you as a leader. A new link is formed, and her geopoint along with full status shows up in my mind's eye. Still, a million questions about what they're so desperate to go back and look for enter my train of thought, but there are far more important urgent matters at hand here. So, I break our telepathy link and speak up to everyone else. We're going back to the labyrinth. We're going to grind mana control absorption until Maria leaves her pod. We have just under 36 hours until her time is up. If we're lucky, we'll be able to level grind you all up to 1000 to push a forced rank up in the process. I use spatial magic to allow the unused isolation pod to fall into my storage. We'll take turns using this in the labyrinth if you're in need of a break. My double will watch over the city and Maria while we're gone. Without questioning my words, all of us leave the underground bunker and make our way to the canyon of dungeons. I teleport them all to the 39th floor, share my absorption skill to everyone, and immediately assess their strengths after the chi awakening they just went through. Abby is the first to use the spare isolation pod while these tests commence. Her power hasn't changed much, and the opponents on this floor were already one-shot kills the last time we were here. I place the pod near the back of the dungeon by the boss room, and Monk stays behind to guard the pod, as he hasn't improved much since our last session either. Fisher and Lydia, on the other hand, have risen to a whole new level. The last time we were on this floor, it took both of them fighting with their full strength and Red Hydra's buffs activated to subdue one of the high-level elite minotaurs. Now, with chi infused in their blades, they're able to slice the heads of these beasts off in single movements. The monsters on this floor don't wield any chi themselves, so it isn't the greatest indicator of how they'll fare against genuine soul energy, but it's a vast improvement to how they fought before. Ari shows improvement too, at a rate much faster than I even believed to be possible. He's capable of imbuing trace amounts of his core's chi into the spirit arrows he manifests, sending out attacks of chi similar to the strikes I learned to throw out of my sword after absorbing well over 150 chi pills and months of training. It's clear that his core capacity and strength of attacks are still far less deadly than my own, but the fact that he can already manifest physical chi outside his body is a unique and very promising trait. He's able to obliterate an elite minotaur's head in a single chi-infused strike. Luna watches all of this in shock, with a bright blue aura constantly surrounding her eyes. Her level, combat skills, and mana control are far too low to even think about challenging one of these beasts. However, this will change after our training session is complete. Soon, she is about to be power leveled higher than ever imagined. This is for the sole reason that I'm curious if she'll get an upgrade to that unique skill and blue aura around her eyes. The three of them clear out all of the minotaurs on this floor except for the mutant. This is saved for my double and Amber once they return from doing their rounds creating another containment stone and farming the lower floors between 30 and 38. We walk back over to where Monk guards the isolation pod, and the door opens letting Abby step out fully rested. Alright, it's time to start power leveling. I put the isopod back in my storage, and we all walk through the spinning gray boss room portal. Once a level 996 boss appears, we get to work. It takes a few minutes for the room to reset each time, and only the person who deals the final blow gets to absorb the MCP, so we rotate who gets to fight each respawn. The upside of this is that we all get to give pointers and test out new combat techniques on a near A rank monster that spawns in at level 993 to 997 over and over. Then, once each fight is done, we all share the EXP. Floor 40 is still on cooldown, and floor 41 is impossible for us to challenge. Given these facts, fighting this boss is the best possible source of mass MCP and EXP we can get. Every kill lets the one who defeated it gain tens of millions of MCP, and each time we cycle back, the party gets far closer to reaching level 1000. Although the amount of EXP gained per kill when a monster is a lower level than oneself is minimal, it isn't non-existent. It may take some serious grinding, but it is possible for everyone here to rank up from this boss room alone. Chapter 479, after the first 4 hours pass, everyone matches the same level as the strongest boss that can possibly spawn, level 997. Just about 500 million MCP is gained by each of them fighting. Luna does not have the combat ability to kill a minotaur, but she comes along for the ride and gets power level through the roof. She passes level 500 in just a few boss room runs and gains a new buff called Eye of the Last Full Moon. In addition to this, her available proficiency points are force used during the rank up process, and her single skill, Moonlight's Gaze, is upgraded to legendary grade. After another 5 hours pass, everyone reaches level 998. The fighters gain 600 million additional MCP each, and they begin taking rests in isopods at staggering intervals. After 9 hours of staggered 1-hour breaks and nearly 1 billion additional MCP gained each, everyone on the team hits level 999. I speak up once everyone is well rested, staring at the boss room portal, waiting to enter again. We have 18 more hours until Maria awakens from her pod. Let's push through and rank up. Roughly 15 to 16 hours later, after close to another 2 billion MCP have been farmed, everyone in the boss room is overflowing with power just from this grinding session alone. Even without a rank up, their mana control and chi capacity has risen far over 2x in just a day and a half. The first to hit level 1000 is Abby, the next is Ari, then Monk. Following just 2 boss room runs later, Fisher and Lydia hit 1000 as well. they all stand back and wait with bright, rank up options floating in front of their status screens while I bring Luna back into the boss room a few more times before she gets the notification too. All 6 of them stand in the middle of the grassland dungeon on the 39th floor as my double slaughters minotaurs with Ember in the background. Simultaneously, they all press, rank up, and white light floods over their bodies. A few minutes pass as I float in front of them, but none of the lights stop shining. I remember when I ranked up a second time, it took me a few hours to come to as well. However, I thought that was only because I was awakening a greater energy form. I think to myself for a while longer, then open my link with Ember once I sense him nearby with my double again. Hey, could you two come here for a minute? I have a special task I need done. My copy and Ember both come over and I relay the news. We brainstorm for a few more minutes about the time it would potentially take to get here from Sector 1 on foot, and the relative power my teammates have shown during this training session compared to the 7th, 6th, and 2nd ranked Dark Guards. However, the conclusion we both agree on in the end is the same: they're strong, but not strong enough. I toss a teleport crystal to my double, and it transfers all of the containment stones it's farmed and charged over the last 2 days into my storage along with 2 more glistening shards of luminite. I nod, thanks, you know what to do next. It's time to speed things up even more. If you spot this story on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. It disappears without a trace while Ember and I are left to watch my teammates rank up below me. Every half an hour or so when the elite minotaurs here spawn back in, I subjugate them quickly, and even get to see Ember use a light red manifested soul energy sword to cut down a few minotaurs of his own. All of the powers he was granted other than a human body are still a mystery to me. He drops some hints about them once we get back to the 6 people ranking up with. Collected firestones in my storage. You know, that 2nd ranked Dark Guard sounded like he was a blast to fight. No excuses this time, I'll be ready for the next battle. I still have a few new finishing moves I need to try out. I nod with my arms crossed. We'll all have plenty of opponents to go all out with soon. Save your energy. Once my double blips back into the 39th floor, it's laughing while pulling out 5 brand new isolation pods from its storage. I did what you asked, but Lith was using one of them. I would have asked him before taking these, but his timer said 5 hours were left. I place my open palm on my face but accept the 5 brand new isolation pods without hesitating, then transfer over the uncharged firestones I farmed back to my double. That's fine. Even if he said no, I would have taken them anyway. His life relies on these next few hours too. He can try to be angry with me after we deliver him the Dark One's head. At these words, the 6 white lights below me begin to dim down, and 3 of them even stop glowing entirely. The rank-up process seems to be finishing up now. Ember and my double go back to collapse another dungeon with the newly farmed stones out in the desert while I watch everyone begin waking up and standing to their feet. They look down at their statuses with awe, and I too am impressed at the new mana control frequency coming off of most of them. I point out into the dungeon as the Minotaurs respawn. Take a few minutes and test out your new ranked-up buffs. It will be good to get a feel for your new power before we move on to the 3rd and final stage of your training. My eyes widen as I take in the magnificent sight of varying shades of blue, green, and bright white lights fill the dungeon and incinerate LVL 970 monsters the instant they're touched by the energy blasts. The body of a serpent, visual of a white ghost, roar of a tiger, eye of a god, arms of a demon, and form of a goddess fill my senses. It's hard to keep track of everything as I take in the magnificent view. A corner of my lip turns up as they all deactivate their buffs and walk back to me. Good, you've awakened your ultimate weapons. Now let's sharpen these blades and get you ready for war. I dungeon walk them back to the canyon, and we fly back to the town with ease. Everyone's movements have become far more agile and confident. It's clear they're itching to use this new power, but as we make it to the center of the city and begin to descend, I put my Flame Emperor's disguise back up and speak, patience. You still have a long way to go, you'll soon see what I mean. We descend into the town as the morning sun rises, and a few new things become visible to me. Full sections of the center square are completely rebuilt, and other sections are still being remodeled. The section of housing where people were staying before in 1 to 2 story old homes have been turned into 4 to 6 story apartment buildings that have beautiful windows and balconies, and the front entrance has a square of its own that connects to a main road back to the guild hall. On this road, I see a few small shops already open. A pawn shop, tiny bakery, and a bar are the most prominent ones with people walking in and out. However, most of this road is still vacant and still being built, off in the distance by the mega warehouse I made the other night. I sense my surveillance double looking over 21 slaves under the elixir of suggestion carrying supplies. There is a team of architects directing them and giving orders while building up another apartment complex on the other side of town. They're so far away, they don't even notice us arrive. However, I'm glad they're enjoying themselves and using the resources I've given them. Good. One less thing for me to think about. Now, let's see how things are going underground. All 7 of us walk into the guild hall and I open the hatch that leads downstairs. Immediately, a loud humming and rattling sound erupts from the bunker, but it's followed by a dense wave of chi that feels like a warm ocean wave is hitting my ankles. There's so much coming out, it's almost a shame to watch it disperse into the atmosphere without trying to absorb some. Everyone feels the same way, so we walk down the spiral stairs quickly and close the hatch behind us. The isolation pod at the back of the room shakes and vibrates violently, but the timer on top says 5 minutes and 21 seconds, so we stop and stare. Abby speaks up after a few seconds pass. Just in time to see the great reveal, we all slowly walk forward and watch the minutes and seconds tick down to midnight. Then, the curved metal door swings open. Chapter 480, long flowing blonde hair and sharp royal blue eyes emerge from the white wave of chi flooding out from inside the isolation pod as the door fully opens. Maria steps forward and everyone is left in silence as we witness a pure outline of bright white chi, twisting and swirling around her body. Her skin looks smoother, her figure appears more mature, and her overall appearance looks as if she's entered into a new prime. She's glowing with power, truly an upgraded version of her past self. Not a drop of mana makes its way through the barrier. And it's clear the use of this technique is second nature to her as she walks further out of the door and looks each of us up and down. Her gaze stops on me, the only one with a chi barrier like her own, and switches her serious stare to the hint of a smile I can see hiding her bubbly nature beneath it. Let's spar. Simultaneously, the door of the isolation pod falls off its hinges and I see the inside of its shielding is cracked and discolored. My eyes focus on it as I see the top portion that still stores a considerable amount of mana within it begin to leak faster and faster to the point where I question if it's going to explode on the spot. It was showing signs of wear and tear just moments ago, but the full extent of its damages wasn't clear until the time dilation stabilized with the outside world and Maria stepped out from the pod. I open my storage and allow it to fall into suspended animation before anything unpredictable happens, then respond to Maria. Of course, that was going to be my question to you regardless. I need to see how much more powerful you've become. Let me get some preparations for the others ready, then I'll give you the real fight you've been waiting for. Maria keeps walking forward, looking down at her hands and observing the room with careful eyes. I can tell just by the way she moves, her chi and mana control have risen to astronomical heights in the last 2 days. For us outside, it has only been 48 hours, but to her, it has been over 3 months. As she walks over to the exit, I turn back to the others who are still staring at her without saying a word. Then, take 5 of the 6 isolation pods in my storage out and place them in a line. In a matter of seconds, I carefully use my craftsmanship dashboard integrated with the capsules designs to equally charge each of them with the containment stones I have from the last 2 days of farming. They all become charged up to dilations between 43x and 47x, and I turn back to the squad. Next to them, I place food, water, sleeping gear, and miscellaneous supplies that were left over from a few days ago when I went shopping for the townspeople. Everyone take a pod, except you. I point to Luna. We need combat fighters to use these pods only. She is a limited resource. I turn back to Ari, Abby, Monk, Fisher, and Lydia. The chi is split unevenly between you all. I'm keeping what I have on me for my turn, but I trust that you'll distribute the amount you have on you between yourselves regarding who you believe will need it the most. Time is running out. The author's narrative has been misappropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. As I remember, Abby and Monk both have 300 pills each, while the other 3 have a few hundred between them. Split evenly, they'll have close to 200 each, but no matter how they distribute them, I believe if they get half of the result Maria achieved, they'll be ready enough for battle. They distribute the pills and gather the supplies they want while I give a briefing on what to expect, how to gather chi, and explain the basics on establishing a chi barrier. Then, end my spiel with a simple line: you know what you need to do. 48 hours in the pod. Come out as sharpened weapons of war. They each enter their pods and I nod to them goodbye and good luck, then turn around to see Luna timidly standing next to Maria at the back of the room. I speak up to Maria and point to the stairs. Let's go spar. I know just the place. She begins walking up the stairs, and I follow, then turn back as Luna is still waiting for a place to go and speak to her too. You're going to watch. I want to know what those eyes can really see. She follows right after and we exit through the hatch to leave the 5 vibrating pods in the basement below us to venture out into the desert. We fly about 10 kilometers away from the town, and I use telekinesis to carry Luna behind us. Once we make it to an open part in the desert and touch down on the sand, I put my hands up in a fighting position and stare Maria in the eyes. She stares back and shows the same smile from the bunker before while putting. Her hands up as well. Neither of us activates any mana-based skills, but the flowing white barriers of energy around us get denser and denser the longer we stay in the ready position. Luna steps far back a few hundred meters like we recommended, and activates her ranked up buff to manifest an enormous light blue transparent eye high in the sky. That gives us the cue to start. Maria runs forward, and I do too. The sound of chi on chi like crashing waves echo through the desert as our spar begins. Fists smash against fists, forearms block kicks, punches are landed. She speeds up our reaction time and boosts our movement speed. I feel as if I'm fighting a mirror, and it's clear to see that Maria feels the same way. Dust flies up in the desert, creating twisters and miniature sandstorms wherever we move to. Every punch, kick, and strike we throw gets faster and faster as we try to gauge each other's power with incremental increases in strength. But it only gets higher with neither of us stopping anytime soon. My movement speed and strength that I'm using eventually surpasses the 7th ranked Dark Guard. The precision of my attacks nears the pinpoint accuracy of the Lightning Wolf on the 40th floor, and the sheer amount of punches and kicks I throw nearly replicates the storm of Windblade attacks I was forced to encounter while facing the 6th ranked Dark Guard. She's managing to keep up with everything I throw at her and even launch attacks of her own back with equal speed and force. While doing so, she's managing to keep that same hint of a smile on her face. Maria is enjoying every second of this thoroughly. I am too. It feels as if we're dancing to a song no one else but us knows the notes to, and it's being written down and ingrained in our minds every new step we take. While it is refreshing to fight a teammate of this caliber, it is also slightly terrifying to think about the fact that Maria isn't even ranked up yet. She went into that pod at level 994 before we all started level grinding, and her chi control is already on par with the lower ranked Dark Guards without using any mana at all. I find what I believe to be her limit when I see a bead of sweat on her forehead, and a spark of ice magic activate in her eyes. I jump back and speak up before she can bring this spar to a potentially dangerous level. Good. That's enough. This is good progress. I think you're almost ready to fight the Dark One's army. The dust settles around us for a final time and the large glowing eye above us connected by a thin string of mana to Luna's back blinks and disappears into thin air. I pull out my sword and point it out into the desolate desert. There is one last thing I'd like you to test out. I channel a small amount of chi into the blade and swing it across my body, allowing it to flow out of the sword and release a slash of pure white energy. Then, turn back to Maria. I doubt you had the chance to try an attack like that in the isopod. You may want to develop a longer range chi attack of your own before we go to the labyrinth and rank you up. She reaches for her own sword in her item box on her waist, but a yell from Luna behind us turns our attention away from this topic. Her yells can be heard from far away in the direction her eyes' energy left from. There's something coming. I can see something coming our way. It's a knight, a black knight. That's all I could see. It's just a single black suit of armor with a number 5 printed right on its chest. Chapter 481, I expand the range of my all-seeing eye and enemy detection once I hear Luna shouting. My range reaches out as far as the town nearly 10 kilometers away on one side, but I can't sense anything in the opposite direction. On full blast, I can feel the readings of rogue dungeons up to 50 to 70 kilometers away if I push myself, but for some reason, I can't sense this dark guard that she's crying out about. Maria is on alert too, and I feel her natural aura spread out a few kilometers, but the same confused expression shows on her face as she doesn't sense anything out of the ordinary either. Luna makes it nearby us, and points far out in the desert in the direction of Sector 1. It's coming. Whatever it is, it's incredibly angry. She keeps pointing in the same direction, but I'm positive there's nothing out there. Still, the fact that she accurately described the 5th ranked Dark Guard's appearance and number placement makes me believe her vision is real. I jump in the air, and Maria follows me upward. I use telekinesis to carry Luna again and we start drifting off in the direction she's pointed. Tell me if we're going the right way. We'll confront this guard before it makes it close to the town. She nods, looking around with her eyes glowing with a light blue aura, but speaks up before activating her ranked up buff again. I can't see it without my buff activated. On her status now, I see Legendary Grade, Moonlight's Gaze, along with 2 buffs. I have the last full moon, and a new one that she received after hitting level 1000 called Awakened Guardian's Eye. The enormous blue eye emerges from her back and floats above us, staring off into the empty desert, and I pose a question. Which buff is this? I can see you have 2. She doesn't reply for a moment, but points off in the desert. It's the Awakened Guardian's Eye. I can't see far enough with the other one, same with my skill, they work best at night. I turn my head up to look at the eye and hear her voice call out from behind me again, about 300 kilometers. That's how far out it is, by the way. At its current pace, it still would have taken all day to make it here. I might have overreacted, I grin, no. That's exactly the reaction I wanted, don't worry about it. Is that the limit to your range? 300 kilometers, right now? I think so. I notified you the moment I saw it, are there any other troops with it? Or is the guard all alone? She shakes her head, there's nothing else around it. It's just trudging through the desert alone. I don't know why, good. So with you on watch, we'll have plenty of time to prepare if any other troops do show up in the future. Keep using that eye and notify me if there are any changes in its behaviors or you see any more troops within range. I let a handful of mana potions out of my items storage and let them float over to Luna while I increase the speed of my steps to catch up to Maria. Seems like it's the same guard you fought in Valor City. You ready for round 2? I think you can take it on with your power now. Maria's eyes light up with ice magic and the barrier of chi surrounding her body reflexively gets more dense around her vital areas before she responds. Unauthorized usage. This tale is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings. Yes, I've been waiting to face that guard since the moment I entered the isolation pod. What are the odds it'd come to greet me once I finished my training? She takes another step forward, leaving ice behind with each of her footsteps and small wisps of white chi, speeding up her pace. I increase mine as well to match hers and we soar through the desert sky for over an hour at top speeds before the dark guard comes within range of my all-seeing eye and enemy detection as well. Just as Luna said, a suit of jet black armor trudges through the sand with the number 5 printed on its chest. The only difference I see in its appearance since the last time I saw it is a large X marking over the number 5 on its chest, almost like it has been scratched out. Red-orange energy is leaking from the small cracks in the black armor, and as Luna also stated previously, its aura exudes rage and every step it takes amplifies its anger. I point forward and lean to Maria, we're getting close. Get ready to fight soon. This is all you, I'll let you have the rematch you deserve. Our pace slows a bit and we begin to descend down to the desert floor. Maria pulls out her silver blade and imbues chi into it while descending even faster than me. Eventually, the black suit of armor becomes visible on the horizon without using any of my skills, and Maria sees it too. Stay back and let me test out a few moves I couldn't try on you while sparring. This should be over in a few minutes. I halt in midair a few hundred meters above the ground and cross my arms to watch as Maria touches down on the sand. Making a crater of ice as she lands, Luna floats behind me, catching up still while being dragged along by my telekinesis, then comes to a halt by my left side with her enormous blue eye still staring down from above. I speak up, this should be an interesting fight, time to watch closely and learn a few things. As the impact from Maria's landing with the sand sends ripples through the desert, the suit of armor finally speaks up in a loud angry yell that can be heard by everyone in the area. It's you. You. The one that ruined my reputation. You're the one that made the Dark One disown me after years of diligent service. The bright 5 etched into its chest plate glows red-orange. And the EX, scratched across it, bleeds with this energy-filled light as well. The only way I'll be accepted back is if I kill you. The Ice Empress, the one that foiled my plans. I just wanted you to serve the Dark One and join the winning side. It is a shame you refused my offering in such a flashy manner. I should have killed you when I had the chance at the city gate. Memories of the enormous crimson ice crystal that destroyed the arena in Valor City surface in my mind. This was the finishing move Maria used while channeling all of her Red Hydra's remaining soul energy into a single attack to deflect this guard's attack and give our teammates enough time to escape. By the way, this guard is talking. It seems he's been exiled for failing to capture and turn Maria, Abby, and Monk into the Dark One's slaves. Maria understands the situation as well and speaks up while pointing her silver sword forward, playing into the rage-filled knight's words. Well, this is your chance to prove yourself again. If you really are a loyal follower of the Dark One, then you won't lose to me a second time, will you? She allows a small portion of her mana control to leak out from her chi barrier, giving the Black Knight the perception that her strength is still the same as it was the time they met just 2 days ago. The Dark Guard's red glow beneath its armor grows brighter and brighter, until it forms 2 long energy blades in its hands just like it did in that underground training room before. Its steps are powered by orange soul energy, but they're mixed with its own blood-red aura. The sand beneath its feet is melting with every step, turning into molten glass while it speeds up more and more. Dead set on reaching Maria, it yells. That's right. The first time was a fluke. At your level, with nowhere to run, it will be impossible for you to fend me off again. This will be your end. I'll get my seat back at the Dark Guard's assembly right now. he lunges forward, swinging both of the red energy manifested blades across his body to create the same crimson-colored slashes that were impossible for Maria to block last time she was faced with only one, instead of attempting to dodge like the Dark Guard predicted. Maria lunges forward too, saturating her blade with chi, and taking the two soul energy attacks head-on with her glowing white sword. A magnificent white and red collision of energy lights up the battlefield below me as Maria's blade slices through and obliterates both crimson energy slashes with a white crescent of chi from her own blade in return. It rockets across the desert floor aiming for the Dark Guard. Then, shatters the two red energy swords it wields when the attempt to block her incoming attack fails. The crescent of white hot chi collides with the Gi5, printed on the Dark Guard's chest, cracking its armor to pieces before it even registers what hit it. The entire battlefield appears to be moving in slow motion for everyone watching. Luna's enormous eye is wide open, taking in every detail of the fight. I'm impressed by Maria's first chi blade manifestation's power, and she's equally excited to unleash her full strength if the guard survives this blow. As the black armor shatters and falls to the desert floor, it's impossible to see what's underneath. A blinding red light expands from within, blocking everyone's vision of the Dark Guard's true form. This flash of energy is followed by the roar of a monster that does not sound at all like the angry human yells we heard moments ago. Chapter 482, my inspect skill picks up a reading as the black armor of the 5th rank Dark Guard falls away, LV 1572, its status is just like every other one of them. With no skills or items, but a Curse of the Lich King, branded in orange lettering on its buffs section. The immense amount of heat that erupts from the broken armor and crimson glow leads me to believe that there is some kind of fire-wielding monster that is now emerging. This will be the perfect opponent for Maria to test her new abilities on. Fire is her exact opposite element matchup. If anything, her weakness, just from her display moments ago, and my spar with her earlier, I know she has the strength to take this guard on, but the real test will be seeing how she fares against actual combat with a genuine A-ranked monster aiming to kill. The monstrous roar echoes through our ears and the red humanoid form beneath the armor grows larger and larger in size until it reaches over 5 meters tall. Its silhouette is bright red, but as it grows larger, jagged rocks begin to stick out of its body. Once it reaches just under 10 meters in height, dark black obsidian-colored glossy stones have protruded all over it to create what looks to be a golem's form. It has two glowing red-orange eyes that just look like circles, and a slit for a mouth that glows the same color of its deadly soul energy. Another roar that sounds like a static screech mixed with rocks crashing together erupts from its being as the red light in its eyes pulses. Hairline fractures in its obsidian body show red energy swirling beneath its surface, and the monster's hands manifest long thick blades just like the ones it held in its human form. But over 5 times as large, blood-red flames erupt from the golem creature's back and arms, spreading immense heat throughout the desert and melting the surrounding area of sand just for existing nearby. It tilts its head down at Maria while she swallows a chi pill from her item box to replenish her stores. After her session in the isolation pod, it looks like she's used up most of the chi gifted by Monk, but I count 9 more in the small silver tin left after the one that she just consumed. Ice magic is activated and her chi barrier is let down to reveal her true mana control to the Dark Guard. Only portions of chi are used around her heart, head, and blind spots while the rest is focused in her footsteps and channeled into the silver sword. As the heat from the monster's release of power nears her, the melting of sand stops in its tracks and a wave of ice challenges it, freezing the desert floor in a circle that only increases in size the longer Maria activates her ice magic. She points her blade toward the obsidian golem and releases a royal blue aura of her own that clashes with the monsters in the air. It's an energy made of mana, but my senses pick up trace amounts of chi within it. Whatever this power is, it's a step closer to awakening soul energy than anything I've ever managed to manifest before. 2 domes of lights hit each other from nearly 100 meters away as both of them declare battle on the other, then they both charge forward. The golem's echoing footsteps show off its immense strength, and the constant flames and red glow that comes from it show its magic power is considerable as well. Maria steps through the air with blue-tinted chi increasing her movement speed, closing the gap between them much faster than expected. Her sword glows the same light blue as she swings it through the air, leaving behind a trail in the sky that leaves a faint stain in the air just like the red Hydra's buff. She gets faster and faster. As she gets closer, and jumps straight into the dual incoming blades of the golem without an ounce of fear in her movements, Maria spins her body between the 2 blades, dodging their sharp crimson edges just by a hair on both sides. In a single swing, the monster's right shoulder is sliced through. An enormous blue slash line is visible on the monster's body as Maria continues to fly past her target unharmed. As she touches down on the molten desert floor, it crystallizes into solid ice. Soon after, the loud thud of the black rock falling off of its body can be heard. Maria doesn't take a moment to admire her work, lunging back around to release another light blue slash at the creature's left arm while she's standing in the blind spot behind it. Another bright blue line is etched into the golem's opposite shoulder as she slices through it, and she steps higher into the air to get a better vantage point away from the monster to assess its real damage. Another loud thud reaches her ears as the second arm of the monster falls to the floor, but her senses are put on high alert from an unexpected incoming attack, a case of theft. This story is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. Maria swings her sword back to block two crimson blades coming her way from the soul energy manifested arms that still carry swords where the physical obsidian body was cut off. This reminds me of the technique the 7th rank Dark Guard used when I managed to cut off one of its limbs as well. The technique is very similar, however, this monster's power seems to act a bit differently. As the red and blue powers clash, the energy released into the atmosphere is nearly equal in strength. Two of the monster's blades that harness all of its power are being repelled with an equal and opposite force as the ice mage in the air follows through with her icy slash. They stay in the same place, battling it out over a single exchange in midair for over a second. Maria's eyes open wide as she sees a thin black line of rock forming in the center of both of the energy manifested arms that connect back to the golem's main body. Every fraction of a second that passes, more and more of the monster's arms regenerate and reform into the old form it had just moments ago before Maria cut them off. She pulses with a blue aura at the sight of this and shoves the crimson blades backward a few meters. This gives her enough leeway to dodge to the side as the momentum of the blades continues downward and slices through the air where she just was. Taking advantage of this moment, she slices through both of the golem's legs, leaving a light blue line across its upper thighs. When she touches down to the floor behind it, the expected reaction to this attack would be a moment where the creature stumbles or falls as it tries to regenerate its legs. However, underneath the hard obsidian stone is a red energy form that moves on its own without the need for a physical body at all. It turns around, leaving its severed legs behind, carrying its upper body on just a soul energy manifested lower half, and swings its two crimson swords again right at Maria on the ground. Although this wasn't what she expected, it was in the realm of possibilities. Maria jumps out of the way again and analyzes the creature while its glowing red eyes track her movements too. The impact of the red blades with the ground sends a shockwave of molten sand her way that towers over 3 meters high and grows in speed and power the more soul energy is channeled into it from the monster's blades stuck into the desert. She jumps in the air again, and the golem's legs begin to regrow. Just the same as its arms did, standing as small black sticks in the center while more black rock is summoned to fill the empty space. The waves of molten sand die down once the monster takes its energy blades from the ground and starts sending out crescents of soul energy in the air for Maria to dodge. Her chi aura gets much weaker while she soars through the air dodging these crimson slashes, but it isn't because she's getting weaker. Her attention has shifted from attack to one of pure analysis. Every shot the creature throws at her adds to her ideas on what to do next, and I see her eyes channeling over 50% of the chi that isn't protecting her vitals. She's watching where the energy flows in this monster to try and figure out its weakness. Clearly, taking off its limbs doesn't hurt it at all, and getting in close to try and land another attack without a proper plan is just taking an unnecessary risk if she doesn't know where to aim. Out of curiosity, I copy the chi flow she's using and channel a large portion of my available energy into my eyes to watch the golem meticulously throw slashes at her while she gracefully dodges through the air. At first, all I can see is the silhouette of red-orange soul energy in the form of a massive human outline. However, the longer I look, and the closer I focus on its release of slashes, the more I see there is a distinct direction of its energy flow. The flow is so fast and instantaneous, it's like a heart pumping blood at 1,000 beats per second. But there is clearly a point where this power is coming from. It is all coming from a central point deep inside its chest. Similar to golems I've faced before, this one has a core of its own. It is just hidden within layers and layers of dense soul energy to make itself look like a pure energy being. As I come to this realization, a shift in Maria's movements makes me surmise she's come to the same conclusion. Her movements in the air become faster, and her blade glows blue again. Instead of going for the available openings on the monster's arms and legs that it allows her to take between every few dozen slashes, she bides her time and doesn't go for the easy shots. After every attack, the monster's blades come back into position to protect its chest before anything else. This is exactly where Maria's gaze is locked onto as she continues flying circles around the golem waiting for it to slip up. In return for its slashes, she sends her own blue ice attacks littered with chi down toward the monster. They are never aimed to hit it directly, but to freeze the battlefield below and limit its movements to a select few areas. The more she throws, the larger the massive ice crystals form like obstacles in its way. and its attacks become more predictable to the trained eye, like a rat in a maze. Every new ice structure guides the golem to an endpoint that I can see as clear as day. Maria is setting up her finishing move, and the rage-filled golem that believes it's invincible to her slow-moving attacks can't see it coming at all. After 3 more chi pills, and nearly 100 dodged crimson slashes, the semicircle barrier of ice behind the golem is created, and it has nowhere else to backpedal to now. Maria's sword charges brighter blue than ever before in this battle, and her body radiates with a light that I've only seen happen when she activates her ranked-up buff. The last time I saw her use this with the Red Hydra's power at a far lower skill level, it decimated multiple layers of A-grade shielding and destroyed the entire arena back in Valor City. If she uses it now with her newfound strength, imbued with chi as well, the result would be catastrophic. A bright blue glow erupts off her as her aura expands to envelop the entire battlefield, including the cornered beast below her. Waves of cold ice magic freeze the entire area solid for over 200 meters in diameter. It believed it had the upper hand the entire battle, as Maria made it seem she was running from its attacks in fear once she realized she couldn't hurt it. The frozen ground shakes beneath the obsidian golem, getting louder and louder until Maria whispers the name of her ability, Ice Age. Enormous blue crystals of ice erupt from the ground, towering over the 10m tall golem, expanding faster than it can think to move. They drop the temperature of the desert air instantly and encapsulate the golem in a massive prison of ice. At the same time, Maria dives in at it with her blade swinging across her body. She slices through her own solid blue prison, shattering the towering structure to pieces the moment it's formed, disintegrating the monster's black stone body entirely. It only leaves behind the shocked red inner form and a singular black orb in the center of its being that desperately tries to reform the rest of its physical body. However, it's far too late. A bright blue flash of light, and a single dense chi and ice-infused slash slices the core in half. Maria makes contact with the icy ground behind it, turning with glowing eyes and a charged sword ready for more. But ringing notifications in her head tell her the battle is already over. Both sides of the core fall to the frozen desert and the red energy slowly dissipates into the air. Chapter 483, Maria's level rises by 71, bringing her to level 1065 in an instant. By the way she's looking at her status, it's clear there is a rank-up notification in front of her waiting to be accepted. However, she recalls my description of the other's rank-up process that I told her about on our way out here and decides not to press yes just yet. She picks up both the fragments of the dormant black obsidian golem's core and places them into her item storage. 2 of the larger chunks have item readings on them that grant over 300% mental strength buffs along with fire resistance. I speculate what kind of armor, pendant, or possibly even a weapon these materials could make. However, it's Maria's kill, so she'll be the one to decide what to do with these core fragments in the future. Her ice magic deactivates while putting back up her consistent chi barrier. Then, she chi steps up in the air to greet Luna and me watching from high above. I'm the first to speak. That was very impressive. I could tell you were strong while sparring, but your combination of chi and mana brought your abilities to a whole new level. It almost looked like soul energy. I think to myself about how Maria would have stacked up against the second-ranked Dark Guard if she were to battle it alone. On pure physical strength, that silver creature would have had her beat, but just based on pure magic power they may have been close to even. The only guards that remain are the 3rd, 4th, and 1st. Based on this performance, after she ranked up, there is no doubt in my mind the 2 remaining lower guards will not be an issue for her. The only real looming threat is the first-ranked Dark Guard and the Dark One itself. As my mind races, Maria speaks up again. Yeah, it's a neat trick I managed to learn near the end of my session in the pod. Once my chi control reached a high enough level, I was able to begin incorporating mana directly into the flow. It works the other way around too. Instead of launching them as separate attacks, the 2 are slowly becoming one energy source. She flips her open status toward me to show the rank up screen. Once I get to a safe place to rank up, I'm almost positive they will become even more natural to wield together as one. We turn back toward the town after Luna does another scan of the desert, confirming there are no other strong beings within 300 kilometers of us. There are a few rogue dungeons and 2 small villages with populations below 50 each, but no sign of the Dark One's army. Looks like he really came alone. We head back to the town at fairly quick speeds, making it to the bunker in under 2 hours. Maria sits on the opposite side of the room in the lotus position and presses rank up, glowing white while the 5 machines hum in the background, slowly leaking chi and mana. I turn to Luna. Then point to the crates of B-grade weapons and equipment by the back wall, pick out 12 items. Make sure they have spread out buffs to equally boost all your stats, and choose a weapon you're comfortable learning how to wield. You were over level 250 before the power leveling session, so I assume you have some monster hunting experience. She nods and walks over to the crates, putting on a few rings, necklaces, a light armor set, some boots, and picks out a pair of daggers with high speed, agility, and mental strength enchants on them. Then, we leave the bunker together and I point to the canyon of dungeons. This way, it's time for you and a few others to increase your mana control. Let's see if that 300 kilometers range is your skill's hard cap or if there are ways to raise it. There are a few others in the dungeons that need the exact same training as you. We make it to the canyon, and I open up my Dungeon Walker skill to scan every dungeon I have access to until I find my double in a C-grade dungeon training the 37 recruits from the other day. A case of content theft. This narrative is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. After putting up my Flame Emperor's disguise, Luna and I teleport there and I greet my body double with a stone bullet to the forehead, killing it instantly to receive the memories of the last 40 or so hours that I've been away. The intricate details of the training this group has been through come rushing back to me. These are the people that volunteered to become the first soldiers in the Flame Emperor's army, and their commitment shows. I've been giving them a constant supply of newly crafted regeneration potions which heals all of their injuries and drastically decreases their fatigue, allowing most of them to train pretty much non-stop since the start. They have the best gear available to them, courtesy of the deceased Sector 2 leader's warehouse stockpiles, and my A-grade body double has been keeping a close eye on their every move, stepping in milliseconds before battles are going to end poorly, and giving pointers after every fight on how to better use their weapons and talents. We progressively trained in harder and harder dungeons as everyone became more skilled. Once used to the routine, none of them fear getting hurt at all anymore, and start improving at an exponential rate. All 37 of them have made it to level 330 to 340. The only limitation they're facing now is the lack of time spent honing their mana control. Their actual combat skill has been refined. Luna has a similar problem. Her level has been artificially boosted, but her mana control is lagging far behind. I use my enemy detection skill mixed with my Rising Emperor's domain, find my friend, perk to find everyone's geopoints through the dungeon. They're all pretty close by in groups being led by their leaders. Then, fly over to each of the groups and gather them together in a single spot. They all look happy to be here. Some sweating, others breathing heavy, but most have smiles on their faces and are enjoying the grind. I speak up once I have their attention while sharing my skill. All-seeing eye, with everyone, open your status screens and look at the new options that are now available by activating the skill I have shared with you. Many of their eyes widen and they scroll through their status screens, clicking the eye next to their skills and gear to read more information about them, and many see where I'm leading them next before I even speak up. There should be a section labeled PP, or proficiency points. You gain one of these every time you level up. To upgrade a skill from basic grade to special grade, it takes 50 points. To upgrade from special to legendary grade, it takes 250. If you are an element user, it takes 100 points to upgrade to an advanced version of your skill. I want you to all use these points and grow stronger. We will be starting your next stage of training very soon. Looking down at my own status, I see PP 638, and do some math. I still need 362 more points to hit 1000 to have enough to upgrade my absorption skill to mythic grade. Although I have enough to upgrade some of my basic grade skills to legendary, or my advanced grade elemental skills to extreme, it isn't worth doing when I weigh the perks that a mythic grade version of my absorption skill will grant. After this, I close my status and look down at everyone in my new army. It's full of legendary swordsmen and tanks, advanced elemental users, and support types with team buffs that exceed 50 to 70%. Next, I switch the skill that I'll be sharing with them from All-Seeing Eye to Legendary Grade Absorption. After this, I use my Rising Emperor's Domain perk to share 10% of my mana control, distributed equally between all 37 of them, and Luna, making it 38. Instead of sharing this with all 140 of the people in my list like last time, this power is now going to less than of them. Meaning, their boost in strength is over 3 times greater than the last time this buff was used, meaning, I'm granting them tens of millions worth of mana control more than before. Everyone is hit with another wave of euphoria, and their strength is increased to an absurd degree. They all group together and I dungeon walk us to the 19th floor of the Vice City Labyrinth. Simultaneously, I place a body double on guard by the dungeon's entrance to make sure no hunters come up to disturb us. Training at this low of a level is a lot different than the upper floors past 30. Below floor 20 is where the association tends to actually farm and train. I sense a good amount of hunters on floor 10 to 13, and a few teams on floor 15 and 16, but it seems that no one is nearby, so we have floor 19 all to ourselves. A monster's screech fills the air as everyone stands on a black surface and a green-eyed, sword-wielding, mana-shielded berserker giant comes charging at the group of new recruits. I don't instantly kill the monster, but let it run closer and closer, allowing everyone here to use their new mana senses and feel the actual strength of the disgusting creature approaching. Many activate their skills, ready their weapons, and wait for my commands. I float above them all, not saying a word as it speeds up and eyes the crowd of humans that has come into its territory. A level 405 berserker giant jumps in the air toward the 38 hunters, and I create a large dome of mana shielding between them and the beast just 10 meters away from our group. The battle-crazed sword wielder collides with it in midair. Its blade shatters against the dense shielding and its body disintegrates and breaks apart, killing the monster on the spot for all of them to see. I didn't even lift a finger, but the monster was defeated instantly. I've granted you a portion of my power for this stage of training. It's called mana control. The cumulative experience gained by processing mana through your body over time increases this power. We'll be working on a skill called mana shielding and farming these creatures here with that skill I granted you earlier to increase your own base of mana control. By the time we're done here, you'll be able to do what I just did without using my shared power. Chapter 484, hours pass. I have my body double periodically dungeon walk back to the town to check on the energy readings to see if Maria has woken up from her rank up process, but no signs of her completing it have come back. Meanwhile, my method of sharing mana control with these recruits to boost their abilities is working very well. Some of them still don't have the speed and raw power to kill level 400 monsters with elite level mana control just yet, but when working as a team, many of them are able to take these berserker giants down. They rotate who gets the final strike to absorb MCP evenly. The millions of MP worth of progress after each kill is equal to training with an elemental skill for days or even weeks on end at their level. However, they're managing to get this mana control experience without even having elemental skills. Plus, the rest times and built-up fatigue that is needed after normal mana control training is not necessary either. My body double as well as me and my real body are constantly watching the battles unfold to block any fatal strikes before they happen and monitor everyone's progress. I even switch my shared skill from absorption to mana manipulation a few times in order to let some slower learners get a feel for what mana shielding should look and feel like when they do it naturally. Over 4.5 hours pass since we started. Maria still has not woken up from her rank up process, meaning she's been unconscious for over double as long as the others were. In this time, all recruits of the Flame Emperor's army have made it to levels 400 to 410, and can defeat berserker giants with ease while using the combination of my shared mana control and their own. By constantly absorbing the MCP of monsters higher level than their own using my unique skill, they have all managed to bring their own mana control bases up to that of an elite at the association. They just don't know it yet. I'm sure if they went in as teams of 3 to 5, they would be able to take on the 20th floor boss now. However, pushing them all up to high floors right now is not my next plan of action. I deactivate my power share with everyone so they can feel what their own non-artificially buffed strength feels like. The final stage of your preparations will commence now. You will all hone your skills and get used to your new level of power. I leave my body double with them to fight the berserker giants one-on-one. Now it is time for them to come up with their own unique ways of wielding mana control while fighting. It's not all about teamwork and getting EXP. They'll begin maximizing their mana density and efficiency to kill while fighting solo, as my double informs them of this, and begins to spread out to find newly spawned berserkers to train with. I motion for Luna to come over to me and show me what she's learned so far. We don't travel far until I find a monster for her to show her skills. Her speed, strength, and defense are on much higher levels than these low-level monsters, given that she's ranked up twice already. However, her mana control has progressed just like everyone else's, and I watch her make simple mana barriers while imbuing her blades with mana as well. The chi in her core from Monk awakening her the other day stays dormant. It may be able to be used once her natural energy control increases over time. Good. I'll go get the others that show promise and move on to a private training session. I fly back over to the groups of people fighting under the watch of my double and pick out the 3 element users that wield fire, wind, and earth. If you encounter this story on Amazon, note that it's taken without permission from the author. Report it. Rachel, Andy, Francis, come with me. They follow my words and I immediately teleport them to the 30th floor near the outer edge of the mountainous forest section of the Wyvern's dungeon. Everything in this dungeon is level 550 to 750. We've jumped up over 10 floors because I need to expedite their training. An earth wyvern comes soaring down from the sky and I speak up, pointing at it. This is a ranked up monster. Who is prepared to take it on first? They all stare at the creature summoning spears of earth around its body and dive bombing us at high speeds. Only one of them steps up to my challenge without thinking twice. It's the orange-haired woman named Rachel. She bursts into flames and points her sword coated in a thin layer of her own natural mana shielding at the monster that is clearly far superior to herself in pure strength and magic. I share my absorption skill with her again, then activate my power sharing perk as well, giving her exclusively 10% of my mana control. As the ranked up buff transfers it over, the flames around her grow larger while her mana control base is artificially boosted by far over 1 billion MP. I take a step back and watch her swing her sword upward and slice the ranked up earth wyvern in half before it touches the floor. Her flames continue to expand, bursting out over 10 meters on all sides and glowing dark crimson, almost black. Leveling notifications ring in her ears while she absorbs millions of MCP from a single kill. The other team members standing by watch wide-eyed with excitement and awe, and our private training session begins. One by one, I share this power with each of them so they can get their own kills and slowly work toward the center of the wyvern dungeon. A full 2 hours pass of teleporting them around the ring to absorb hundreds of millions of MCP. The 3 squad leaders become much closer while fighting side by side, and Luna starts to talk with them a bit too. Luna's mana control improves drastically, allowing her to contend with wyverns without my help by the end of this training. The element users are capable of taking on the lower level wyverns by themselves too. I don't think they're capable of actually defeating the boss in this dungeon yet, not even as a team, but their progress has come very far. All 3 of them managed to hit level 500 and rank up in no time. The earth and wind users awaken ultimate abilities called Fortress of Stone and Unbreakable Wind Prison, while the fire user awakens a unique offensive buff called Firestorm. After I finally get them all just past level 600 so they can upgrade their elements to extreme grade, my body double blips in to tell me some news. Surprisingly, it isn't the double that was watching the other recruits train. It is the one that was farming and collapsing dungeons with Ember. It's Maria. She's waking up. It blips away right after telling me. At this, I wrap up our training and bring everyone back to the exit of the Canyon of Dungeons. They all begin walking back to the town on the pathway, and I leave Luna and the 3 squad leaders with my body double in charge of getting them food and necessary materials from a spare warehouse. And to get some proper rest, I fly over at max speed. Surprisingly, I don't sense any mana or chi coming from underground that isn't from the pods. However, I do sense 2 unexpected readings right outside the guild hall. Once I get back, I see the double that warned me as well as Ember in his human form leaning up against the side of the octagonal building. His long red hair flows in the light breeze before speaking up. I felt a soul energy awakening, so I decided to come and see the reveal myself. That is, as long as you're okay with your teammates seeing my true form. Soul energy users are capable of seeing more than meets the eye. He grins, and my heart starts to beat a bit faster while walking over to the bunker's hatch. That's fine. If they're strong enough to perceive you, they're ready to know the truth. If we'll be going all out in this war, it's better they find out sooner rather than later. He responds again while we come to a halt above the door. Plus, we finished collapsing another dungeon. You have just enough containment stones to charge that last pot up for yourself if you wish. I nod and open up the hatch. That's my plan. If you and Maria are strong enough to stand guard while I cultivate, I'll be entering the pod next. Ember, my double, and I walk down into the waves of chi and mana that flow out. I see Maria standing in the middle of the room looking down at her own body. She slowly waves her hands around in the air and her eyes track their movements. Ember stands beside me with his arms crossed and head continuously nodding while I try and use all of my perception skills to figure out what is going on. Her hair is silkier, her skin is smoother, and it appears as if she's glowing with beauty. However, somehow she looks void of energy, just like the readings I get when I look at Ember. It's like a mana and chi suppression technique is activated that makes it impossible for me to see any energy. I do see a new buff on her status reading, awakened form of the ice goddess, but other than this, it's almost impossible for me to gauge her new strength. I speak up anyway. Welcome back. Over 6 hours awakening seems to have paid off. Your chi mastery has reached a level I'm unable to detect. She nods while continuing to look at her own body with wide eyes. Her gaze doesn't move anywhere else for almost 30 seconds before looking up and replying, I have. This is, her eyes halt on Ember and she stops speaking. She stares at him for equally as long, then turns to me. You're soul bonded with a dragon. Chapter 485. The words that escape her lips aren't exactly what I expected. Ember did mention she'd be able to see his true form, but I assumed he meant in the heart of battle. Or that she'd be able to perceive that he is a soul energy user too. I wasn't expecting her to see through his disguise the instant she awakened. However, it was within the realm of possibilities, so I calmly respond, I am. She immediately replies, and that red hydra's energy reeks on you too. I hope you get rid of the rest of it soon. Ember laughs and turns to me. See, I'm not the only one that thinks taking borrowed power is a bad idea. Especially from that old sorry excuse of a divine beast. He just wants to be a dragon so bad, but he never will. Ember rolls his eyes, and I'm clearly unaware that they can even sense this buff, although it's not even activated. Maria steps forward, still wide-eyed while taking in her new environment, but gets straight to the point. If you were waiting for me to become strong enough to guard you while you cultivate, I've reached that point. Ember nods and agrees. It is true. Maria is ready. We can guard the town while you're away. At this, I take out the last isolation pod and my double and I begin charging it up with all of the remaining containment stones. During the process, it transfers over one more fragment of luminite into my storage, making there 6 in total now. In return, I give the silver tablet that controls the walls and bunker hatch mechanisms to my double to hold on to while I'm inside. At this rate, my teammates will come out of their pods about 12 hours before me, so they need a way to exit the bunker. Maria speaks while this is happening. How many of the dark guards have soul energy of their own awakened? I assume they are far superior to that 5th guard I faced earlier today. I reply while setting a 48-hour timer on the pod in front of me with 48.121x dilation. Before I defeated the second, it told me 3 of the dark guards have soul energy of their own, while many other servants only relied on the dark one's power. She nods. So, most likely the 3rd and 1st. Ember pitches in. We can spar in the desert if you'd like some experience. This isn't my first time dealing with the Lich King after all. I can simulate the strength of its dark guards and give you some general soul energy pointers. Maria turns to Ember, and for the first time, I see a physical manifestation of energy emerge from her. A pure blue aura covers her hand and swirls around. In my senses, it feels like a seamless combination of mana and chi. I can't separate the two. They flow perfectly together and feel as if they've dissolved into one energy. It shows no source of where it's manifested from, swirling around her hand, then disappearing in the same manner back into her skin and away from my perception. That's a good idea, let's train. I smile and step into the pod and turn to Ember. We're an open book, tell her everything she needs to know to become stronger. I'll meet you on the battlefield once my own awakening is complete. The pod closes, and the room is left in silence for a moment, but my double speaks up to break the tension. Well, I mean, it's not like I'm gone, just my strongest version won't be available. Come on, I want to go watch you two spar. I turn to Maria, especially you, that new ranked up buff. I want to see what kind of form you awakened. All of them leave to go upstairs while I begin my 3-month training process inside the isolation pod. Immediately, I begin to start my cultivation process. The last time I did this was before I was ranked up a second time, and this time around there is far more dense mana in the air than just in a Titan's domain. In the white-walled room of the Titan's domain, a majority of the gained mana control came from plundering the walls and soaking in the energy from outside. In this isolation pod, billions of MP are being held in a concentrated point while circulating through the air in a confined space. There is a natural euphoric effect of these pods that makes me feel as if I'm floating in a cloud of energy and instantly relax. The fact that Ember and Maria are strong and capable enough to protect everyone while I'm here lets me forget about everything else and concentrate on this one task. I sit down in the lotus position in the center of the pod, and it feels as if I'm floating in midair while I start taking out over 90% of my chi pills to begin the oversaturation process. The author's narrative has been misappropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. Last time I did this, it was with less than 150 pills in a box almost the size of a small sports field. Now, I'm using double the pills and in a space that isn't even large enough for me to take a full step in any direction. After many hours of swallowing pills and letting the dense waves of white-hot chi fill the pod, the extreme difference in density of energy that fills the air compared to the last time I attempted this process is astounding. Just breathing in every few seconds and letting the chi circulate through my body feels like hours worth of cultivation in the Titan's domain goes by. I begin gathering chi in the same way I left off last time, putting up a denser chi barrier and circulating it all throughout my body while filtering in more and more new chi. Along with this, I continuously absorb the mana that leaks out from the top of the chamber. It lets me continuously activate my perception and stat increasing buffs that stimulate my mana control's growth. The air around me feels like I'm bathing in a warm bath of pure energy, and every second I continue absorbing it, the stronger and more full of life I become. The rate at which my strength and power increases is on a level beyond that of anything I've felt before. A few days pass, and the constant flow of energy keeps me awake and energized throughout the whole process. My mind is focused on one thing only, absorbing and processing all of the energy around me. There is nothing else to think about but finishing the task at hand. I prepare to ascend in my strength and ability over the next 3 months to heights I couldn't physically or mentally comprehend. Before entering this pod, meanwhile, in the outside world through the eyes of my body double, Ember and Maria begin to train while the sun sets. The golden-orange rays disappear over the horizon of rolling sand dunes while I watch a display of flowing blue soul energy freeze hundreds of meters of desert in a single slash of the sword. The block from Ember's light red manifested blades sends streaks of transparent flowing fire rocketing back in the opposite direction that disintegrates massive valleys of sand. Their exchanges create whole new landscapes in the wide open desert. The two of them move so fast, it's almost impossible for my body double's eye to see. Without the use of chi in my current state, I'm unable to see the true power of these attacks other than their destructive aftermaths. One thing is for sure, this is all just a practice match, because neither Ember nor Maria used their true forms. Both of them just stay as humans and have a friendly spar. Irreversible damage has been done to the open desert, creating what looks like a 5 kilometers wide and deep canyon into the ground. After only 10 minutes of fighting, both of them come floating back to me once the sun has set with satisfied expressions, and we slowly make our way back to the town. Maria is the first to speak. So, Ember, why didn't you go into an isolation pod too? Don't you want to grow stronger? He replies. Well, there's a short answer and a long answer to that. Maria shrugs. We have time. I nod. Yeah, I'd like to know too. Well, it's a bit more complicated than you'd think actually. He sighs and thinks to himself for a moment. Alright, let's start from the beginning. Ember tells the story of how he woke up in the Titan's domain. Hatched anew from an egg from a dungeon I'd plundered a while back. In creating a soul bond with me, a special kind of contract was formed after his rebirth. All immortal divine beasts like himself retain the power they've gained from every one of their past lives. However, the total release of that power is generally affected by different things depending on their circumstances, planet they're reborn on, and the era they're reborn into. Sometimes just gaining pure levels is enough to radically unlock their powers, other times it's dependent on the number of enemies they have to kill, and in some cases there is a new skill entirely they're reborn with that dictates how this new life will be completely different. Ember's fate this life happened to be relying on me, the human that took him from his post as a labyrinth guardian. He finishes his story up just as we've made it back to the town, turning to Maria. So, to sum it all up, in this life, as Jay grows stronger, I do too. Whether that is by level, energy control, or new power boosting skills. Our system level is linked, but the correlation of raw power is dependent solely on how strong Jay becomes. It doesn't matter if I enter that pod and gain more energy control or raw power myself. It will add to my cumulative base, but my availability to that power will only become more pronounced as Jay grows as well. She responds. So what you're saying is maybe tomorrow, once Jay has grown a bit stronger, you can give me a real fight. Ember laughs while we all touch down in front of the guild hall. Most likely, yes. I can already feel my power growing. By tomorrow, you'll be able to use that ranked up form on me without holding back. However, it might be a better idea to save your strength for the real enemies. True, good point. We check in on all facets of the town after this. My double that was doing surveillance updates me on the news. The construction team has finished their second small apartment complex and have moved on to the beginning processes of the mana-wired power systems, clean water processing for the underground streams, sewers, and tending to all of the personal small business requests from the townspeople. Over half of the building supplies are already used up, but Maurice said that this next project should take longer than the first. He'll give me a detailed list once they need more supplies. Based on their progress so far, I'll gladly give them whatever materials they need to continue expansion. My other double that has been managing the new army recruits comes back to me with Luna and reports that everyone is exhausted, but well-fed, and resting. They should all be up and ready for anything in the morning. Luna has been doing routine checks with her ranked-up buff of the town's surroundings, and after her increase in mana control, the range of her awakened guardian's eye can now see up to 400 kilometers away during the day. Along with that, now that the sun has gone down, she tests out her eye of the last full moon that shines bright in the sky. It is over 3 times as bright and large as her other buff, and the pupil looks just like a full moon. It can see nearly 600 kilometers in all directions from where she stands, and has far better in-depth detail on mana readings and visuals than her other, with her periodically checking to see if there are any new movements from the direction of Sector 1. Everyone feels very prepared, as we'll have hours of warning if they approach by foot. My doubles, Luna, Maria, and Ember all watch above the town as the night passes, and the rising sun comes again. Daily life in the town starts up as usual. The construction projects continue, normal citizens trade goods, settle into their new housing, and make new friends and business partners. The members of the army set off to train with my double in the canyon for team leaders to get used to their new strength. Along with this, the 3 elemental team leaders begin creating formations and battle strategies with the elite level fighters that serve as troops under them. This allows them to work as a team and take out opponents on higher floors of the labyrinth that they're incapable of defeating alone. Back in the town, the humming of isolation pods in the bunker is muffled out by the laughter and normal daily lives of citizens settling into their new homes. The sun makes its full cycle, and the silence and peacefulness of the beautiful sunny day puts all of us on edge. Things are just too perfect. The day feels so eerie that not even Maria and Ember want to waste their energy sparring. They just stand on guard above the town. I don't blame them. The only thing I can think to do is continue counting down the hours and minutes before my teammates and real body awaken from their pods, as the sun fully sets, and Luna's eye of the last full moon illuminates the night sky again. I can only think that all of this is the calm before the storm. Chapter 486, the dead of night hits and we check on the isolation pods while Luna stares out into the desert. My teammates' pods say less than 4 hours remain, while my own pod is at just under 16. The tension from the uneventful day is eating away at the back of everyone's minds. However, once we make our way back up to the surface during one of Luna's periodic scans of the open desert, she blurts out a startled remark to make all of our wildest suspicions come true. They're here, they're really here. Her enormous eye blinks shut and disappears in the night sky and her face is visibly distraught. I fly over to her with Ember and Maria nearby. What did you see? Describe it as best you can. Everything. She stares up at the sky again with shock on her face. Hundreds of them. Maybe thousands. Or dash, the massive white eye in the sky with a full moon for its pupil manifests again, and she begins to describe what she can see. At least 1,000, yes, maybe more. They're all disgusting creatures. I've never seen anything like this. They look like white-skinned zombies, and floating skeletons with black robes, and 3 more of those dark suits of armor. She gulps and looks at all of us while the eye in the sky disappears again. The Dark One's army. It's finally here. Her descriptions sound just like ghouls, wraiths, and the 3 dark guards that remain. The range at which her perception skills can see during the night is just about 600 kilometers, so I pose the next question. How fast are they moving? How much time do we have before they're here? Luna looks at the ground to concentrate and the bright white eye in the sky pulses. They're moving fast. Maybe 50 or 60 kilometers per hour. They'll definitely be here before you make it out of your pod. I nod and think to myself while Maria speaks up next. Well, why don't I go out there with Ember and take care of things? I'm sure the army of ghouls and wraiths won't be an issue for us. Even your body doubles without chi may be able to fend them off fine. The only real opponents for us would be the 3 remaining dark guards. I reply, you're right, that's a good option. It's what we'll have to do eventually. Confronting them before my 16-hour timer hits 0 is inevitable, but waiting 4 more hours for the others to awaken is a more reasonable thing to do. Ember nods. From what you told me about the 2nd-ranked Dark Guard, and my past knowledge, the 1st-ranked Dark Guard will be well over level 2000. Not to mention the potential that the Lich King itself is most likely observing its army in the shadows. He turns to Maria. We may be able to fend it off the main forces right now, but we have no pure data to back things up yet. We need to stall them and send out a scout in the meantime. I interject, on it. I might as well go and check things out under a stealth veil to get some info. I have 3 tries if they somehow manage to catch me anyway. By this, I mean I have 2 other doubles left behind in this town. It would make the most sense for me to try and get valuable info on the approaching army while everyone stays safe here and the others wait to get out of their pods. Everyone agrees, and I activate my skill to become invisible before flying off into the desert. I'm able to push my speeds up far faster than the army is approaching and reach their location in less than an hour and a half. Once the army comes into my senses, I perceive exactly what Luna described. Under the darkness of night, all the naked eye can see is a wave of approaching orange energy. Using my inspect and appraisal skill, this energy has, Curse of the Lich King, stained on everyone's status, and the cloud of leftover soul energy that trails behind the charging army stretches even further off into the night. Their levels, oddly enough, range from lower 100-200s up to 500-600s. At first, it confuses me, because I remember only seeing the top-tier ghouls in the fight arena, but as the army that stretches over 3 kilometers wide approaches a small desert village, I understand where these weaker ghouls are coming from. Unauthorized usage. This narrative is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings. One of the dark guards in its suits of appraisal blocking armor drops an orange crystal in front of the tiny village as they approach. And the same effects that I witnessed beneath the fight ring a few days back commence. Many people sleeping in their homes are hit with this wave of soul energy and their bodies are completely consumed by its power. I witness a gruesome event of people being burned alive and taken over by this orange energy, then see their bodies be rebuilt with the infinite regeneration process of the ghouls. Their status and individuality are wiped clean away and the curse mark shows in their buffs. As the army tramples over the tiny village, those who were infected by that orange crystal join the charge as mindless monsters in the growing army. Floating above the front-facing force of ghouls are skeletal wraiths just like the ones I faced in the arena and the ones that accompanied the 7th ranked Dark Guard when I first fought it. They're all between level 600 and 999, some of them give off very odd energy readings, but their status screens are completely wiped all the same. I count about a dozen. Lastly, there are the 3 Dark Guards. 2 of them float above the right and left flanks of the charging troops. One of these was the guard that dropped the orange stone. I can't see any clear indications of what ranks these guards are, but my best guess is that this is number 3 and 4. I attempt to break through their gear's privacy and chance multiple times, but from the safe distance away in the sky, it's impossible to break through. If I get any closer or push my mana control any further, it may break through my stealth skill and give up my location. Visuals are all I can count on for now. Far behind the entire approaching force is a final Dark Guard that floats calmly in the sky leading the charge. I assume that this is the first-ranked Dark Guard. At this, I turn around and speed back to the town with all of the information I have to offer. The sun begins to rise as I make it back to town. I hold off on giving everyone a full update because when we go down to the bunker, it's just about time for the clocks on my teammates' pods to hit midnight. When the doors open on their own, the same violent stabilization process happens and I make sure to let these pods fall into my item storage before they have the chance to expel any of this chaotic energy. As each of them walks out, the room fills with mana and chi again. I can't sense exactly how much each of them has grown, but the remarks from Ember and Maria tell me everything I need to know. Ember speaks first, 1 more awakened. 1 on the verge, another with a unique breakthrough, and 2 who are very strong. Maria speaks next, looking Abby up and down with the same sparkling eyes that she looked at Ember with when she first awakened. You did it. Abby is looking at her new form and around the room in the same way Maria did 2 days ago. She can't keep her gaze off of her hands, and for some reason she's waving them around in the air like she's moving an invisible force. Her hair is glossier and longer, her skin is smoother, and her build is even more graceful and athletic. I cannot sense the extent of her new power, but Ember and Maria are impressed, so that's a good sign. Her eyes widen and her jaw drops once her gaze finally falls on Ember, and I can't help but to chuckle a bit. Ember promises to fill her in on the details of his true form after they leave this bunker and she accepts the absurdity rather quickly. Less than half a minute later, she begins to get a feel for her new soul energy awakening. Abby makes her entire body glow in a bright green light for a few seconds before deactivating it. Her eyes stay glowing bright green for a few seconds after the light ceases. And I wonder what special properties she's gained. The next to begin getting attention is Ari. He looks taller, more handsome, and has smoother skin as well. Luna is the first to approach and speak to him. Ari, your chi barrier. It's intertwined with mana and something else. It's like they're mixing together. What is this? He smiles and replies, it's the beginning of another breakthrough. Ember adds to it, indeed. It seems there's going to be more energy than just chi and mana intertwined in your breakthrough once it happens. What a peculiar reading. He turns to all of us, whatever it may be, I'm no longer the fighter I was when I entered that pod. That was a major power-up. He turns to Monk, then back to us, if you think my power-ups are unique, look at Monk's. That shielding is made of pure chi, not a hint of mana is intertwined and it's not by accident. It's like you ignored working on your mana control this whole time and only absorbed chi. He nods while staring forward with a very serious expression. That's right. I have perfected the first form of my old master's teachings. I am ready for battle. Ari raises an eyebrow, but Ember's next words make everything a little more clear. It seems he's done exactly as you said. A unique kind of chi awakening. One that ignores the help of mana control and builds upon itself. Ember's eyes squint. Then he shrugs, an odd method, but I've read text of the originators doing such a thing. I've never seen anyone actually try to achieve its final form. He nods, you're on your way. Impressive start. Monk breaks his serious expression and smiles while giving Ember a slight bow. Then, Fisher and Lydia step forward next with confident expressions, admiring their physical changes and testing their chi barriers against each other in the back of the training room. From what I can tell, they haven't begun awakening their soul energy at all yet. However, their chi barriers have reached the point where they have far surpassed their former states and can suppress their mana to outsiders like my body double without a chi sense. I allow everyone to settle in for a few minutes, then speak up myself. I'm glad you all had a productive gathering process, but the Dark One's army is here. My gaze turns to the pod with my main body in it, showing just under 12 hours remaining. It should arrive in town in less than 8 hours, so if we want to stop them before they get here, you'll need to fight the forces that are arriving now on your own. What do you say we meet this army in the middle and test out all of your new abilities? I open the hatch to go up into the outside world after I get a unanimous round of nods. Great. Let me explain exactly what we're dealing with here. As the sun fully rises, and the people of the town wake up for another beautiful, bright and sunny day, I recount the exact events of my scouting mission to all of my teammates. The approaching forces loom far beyond the horizon as we all come together to formulate a plan. Chapter 487. Just 20 minutes pass before we all agree on the plan of action and begin floating over to the housing where the 37 members of the Flame Emperor's army are all waking up to get ready for another day of training. They're all greeted by a telepathy message directed into their heads. Today is the day that your training will finally be tested. We have an army approaching and need your help to wage war. Less than 30 seconds after my message is sent, everyone shows up in the newly built city street in full armor, with weapons ready, and have item boxes stacked with potions. My other double is nearby, and it joins our ranks. This makes 2 of us. The last double is staying behind with Luna to watch my main body in the guild hall and trigger the isolation pod's override function if necessary. With her ranked up buff, she'll be able to get a clear visual of the battle even from here. Although her combat powers have improved a lot over the last few days, her abilities as a long-range overseer are far more valuable in this battle considering the circumstances. I give the newly trained recruits a short breakdown of the situation and assign them their roles on the task we're about to all carry out. Each of my teammates introduces themselves, and all of the trained recruits show them respect for being one of the top fighters by the Flame Emperor's side. We all fly up into the air in the direction of the approaching army. The 3 elemental squad leaders are able to match our movements by summoning mass, while the other elite fighters are capable of summoning mana beneath their footsteps and speeding through the sky in their own way too. Although we can't move as fast as we wish, all of us are capable of moving nearly twice as quick as the Dark One's army. We'll manage to meet them in the middle, a few hundred kilometers away from the town. Ari makes a quick stop near the edge of the abyss to farm demonic wolves while we begin our trek through the desert. Fisher and Lydia float on guard on both sides of the elite's army and get to know the elemental squad leaders. Leading their whole charge is one of my body doubles. Behind this group, Ari catches up with us and meets Abby and Monk behind the base of this triangular formation. Maria and Ember step through the sky on visible platforms of soul energy beneath their feet, following Ari, Monk, and Abby's white and green footsteps. Then finally, at the rear, my other body double continuously does scans of the desert around us to stay on course and double-check the dangerous forces approaching. A few hours pass as we make our way through the open desert. Hundreds of kilometers of rolling sand dunes pass us by, along with small villages, a few rogue dungeons, and unique landscapes like large rock formations and valleys. The further out we get, the more unique the terrain becomes. Sector 1 is a mountainous region with forests and a colder climate than the hot desert near the center of the dark continent like where we're traveling from in Sector 2. So, the closer we get, the more random greenery like small trees and shrubs become more common. It isn't until we're less than 70 kilometers away from the Dark One's army that their energy readings and status numbers start to appear in my mind's eye again. I speak up to stop everyone from venturing any further as we approach the entrance between an enormous rock formation to our left side that stretches out a few kilometers into the desert. To our right, there is a deep ravine that looks like a series of enormous sinkholes have swallowed up a portion of the desert to make twisting caves in the rocky sandy ground. It too stretches out for many kilometers, making a natural V-like formation that if the Dark One's army continues on their trajectory, they will have to funnel through a small flat pathway about a kilometer wide between the two landmarks to continue their forward movement. However, if we move forward now, we would be the ones trapping ourselves with a narrow pathway to escape behind us. Of course, we can take to the sky and none of this matters, but the majority of the Dark One's troops are on the ground, so this is how I'd like to look at our army too. Forcing their troops to break their current formation and squeeze into a narrower path to fight seems like quite the geological advantage that I cannot pass up if it's right in front of me. Halt, everyone. We will wait here for their army to meet us. Everyone stops in the sky, and the elite level warriors float to the floor with their elemental squad leaders next to one of my doubles to rest from the flyover. Fisher and Lydia are by their left and right sides, staring off into the distance between the mountains and deep ravine. Unauthorized usage. This tale is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings. The rest of us float in the sky and watch the cloud of orange mist begins to form on the horizon. Soon after, the sound of thousands of rumbling feet, shaking the ground they walk on, echoes off the side of the small mountain range and through the deep valley. Everyone stares forward and begins powering up their skills, glowing in displays of blue, green, red, white, black, and white light all through the air and desert floor below. They all stand their ground as the enemy forces come into our line of sight. There's over 30% more ghouls in their army than I scouted out before, meaning more towns were destroyed and assimilated by that crystal contraption. The orange trail of soul energy eating up the golden desert in their wake is even more vibrant now, and I can see them without holding back my perception skills for the sake of hiding my location. Everyone else sees them too and holds their ground as they approach closer and closer. Over 5 minutes pass as they continue to charge forward. Not a single one of their forces tries to go around the mountain or the valley. They all come straight at us, I whisper under my breath. As confident as ever, another few minutes pass as their forces begin to bunch together more. Squeezing their 3 to 4 kilometers wide rectangular formation into a 1 kilometer wide line that will fit between the natural land barriers. As this happens, I see the 2 black suits of armor that hover over the right and left flanks of the troops break their formation to hover over the high mountains and deep valley. They leave their troops below unguarded in the interest of gaining a better height advantage to match our stronger troops that stay in the sky. I smile and speak up in a loud voice using my screech skill for everyone to hear. Begin phase 1 of our attack plan. Stall and destroy their main forces. Do not let a single one of them through this natural barrier between the mountains and the ravine. Protect us from the numbers below and we will do our job to confront the dark guards above. My double, Fisher, Lydia, and the 37 troops of the Flame Emperor's army run forward into the mouth of the battlefield, leaving streaks of mana, various elements, and chi behind them. Fisher's full body glows bright blue, and he activates the new buff he obtained from ranking up a second time called Divine Water Serpent's Blessing. From almost 100 meters away from the front line of attacking ghouls, he swings his sword, and the mystical form of a 20m long serpent erupts from his aura and flies from his blade. Infused with mana and extreme great water magic, the elegant attack cuts through the desert and collides with the glowing orange ghouls. It slices through dozens of them, overpowering the weaker troops' soul energy without even directly making contact with their bodies using chi. Many white-skinned ghouls are killed in a single blow. Simultaneously, Lydia activates her ranked-up buff called Spiritual Roar of the Ice Warrior, combining it with her extreme ice magic and swinging her curved blade. Her icy aura erupts from her sword and creates the enormous 10m tall manifestation of a white tiger, letting out a roar that freezes the desert floor as it charges forward in a physical form of her mana blade and makes contact with another section of the ghouls' front lines. They're frozen entirely and shattered to dust as the overpowering wave of mana hits them. Taking out over a dozen troops with the blow of her own, both of them charge right into the open paths that their destructive attacks have made, and the elite level fighters follow close behind. They're confronted with level 100 to 200 ghouls on the front lines. They're faster, stronger, and more skilled fighters than these low-level creatures. However, the soul energy powering their movements is a whole different energy source than mana. It works by different rules, making far lower-leveled monsters a challenge against non-chi users. My double leads this charge, using mana blades of flames, ice, earth, lightning, water, and pure mana to show the effectiveness of completely overpowering these opponents. While they would have no hope defeating level 600 or higher ghouls without chi, the majority of the troops are not that high level. All borrowed soul energy users have a limit to their power. Overwhelm them and make them use it up entirely, and the battle is as good as over. Rachel is the first of the new recruits to show that this is possible, burning one of the ghouls to the ground in a series of slashes until it cannot get up again. The other element squad leaders show the troops following that it's possible too, and everyone begins to slice away at the ghouls while Fisher and Lydia fire off deadly shots from their ranked up skills to do the heavy lifting, the more advanced
Ghouls and approaching wraiths will not be taken down by pure high-powered mana alone.
But I'm confident Fisher and Lydia will be able to face that problem with their chi when it comes. The goal now is to hold off the troops here inside of the V formation to stall for time while the fighters above start their own battles. Maria and Ember both stare off into the distance, both now covering their eyes in dense layers of red and blue soul energy. They examine the dark guards that are ignoring their troops being obliterated below them and solely focus on the fighters up in the sky. There's two loud explosions that ring through our ears, but we also see beautiful visuals of white and purple light in the sky. The white light comes from the dark guard that sheds its armor above the mountainous landscape to our left. From here, it looks as if he's an old man in white robes. A pure white aura covers his body that matches his long flowing white beard. His head is shaved bald, and he has a white number, 4, on the palm of his left hand. Monk immediately turns in this direction and speaks to us. That dark guard.
He's mine.
I will battle him. In my body doubles form, it isn't completely possible for me to gauge everyone's strengths, so I look to Ember and Maria for their opinion. Ember nods. Yes, you can handle him. It will be tough, but this is a good matchup. One I'm very interested to see. The corner of his mouth turns up, then Maria looks over to Abby and Ari, pointing toward the valley. The bright purple light fades and a woman with long black flowing hair, purple skin, red lips, an extremely curvy figure, and the tattoo of a number 3 right between her neck and chest. You two can fight her. The same goes for that opponent. She will not be easy, but you can handle it. We all turn to the final dark guard that has not shown its true form and stays back, many kilometers behind its troops, patiently waiting for the battle to commence. I speak up while Monk, Ari, and Abby head off to confront the dark guards that have declared their positions above the battlefield. So, does that mean you'll be able to handle number 1? I point off in the distance, but there is no reply that comes back from either of them. They both stare at the figure in the black armor that floats in the sky. It doesn't look like it's going to enter the fight anytime soon, so I'm curious what they think of it. Ember finally speaks. I'm not sure.
Whatever that isn't one person.
There's more than one opponent in that armor. Maria nods, but doesn't reply for a few seconds, examining it again. You're right. Whatever that is, it's nothing like any of the other dark guards. Chapter 488. Monk and the dark guard that looks like an old man in white robes are the first to confront each other in the air above the mountains to our left side. I can see the blue text hovering above the man's head in my inspect skill reading. LV 1602. White energy seeps out from Monk's body to match the color of the aura surrounding the old man. His own robes and skin turn bright white, and the two men in the sky look like they share the same power. For some reason, neither of them has any mana readings coming off of them, but there's a thick visible aura that keeps both of them floating in the air. The next words that come out of Monk's mouth while he clasps his hands together and bows make me realize what exactly is going on here. Master.
It seems you are alive even after defending our temple from the Dark One.
I am disgusted at that monster's actions, but thankful I'll get another chance to show you what I've learned of your teachings. A pulse of white energy comes off of Monk again, and the white light that surrounds him grows even further, seeping out from his core to create a ghost-like form of himself around his whole being. It is nearly twice as large as his own body and surrounds him entirely, mimicking his movements exactly as he comes up from his bow and gets into the fighting position. It looks like a more compact pure white version of my Rising Emperor's greater form. At this, a pulse of white energy comes from the old man in the sky, and the same white aura comes out from his body to create a large white manifestation of himself, flowing long beard and all. The old man bows, but doesn't speak at first. The only difference with the old man's transformation is that once he comes up from his bow, his eyes glow bright orange and streaks of the Lich King's soul energy bleed through into his pure white form. He finally speaks up to Monk, but it sounds like his words are not easily mustered. Mind and body are not entirely my own. Your fate shall be tested in the strength you have gained. I cannot hold back. If you have not surpassed me, you will become a pawn of the Lich King, to play in the world's great game. The orange soul energy continues to infect the pure white form that the old man manifested, and the two lunge forward at each other with straight faces and tight fists. Both men collide and the crack of chi on chi echoes through the air, making the mountainous rock formations beneath them quiver. Many heads turn in their direction as two shockwaves of white and orange light collide and erupt throughout the battlefield. Then, again, over and over, their energy forms collide, matching fists and kicks back and forth while zipping through the sky. Every time they do, larger shockwaves are released through the air and the orange energy that seeps into the old man's form flows faster and glows a deeper orange. A blur of energy fills the sky while loose rocks from the top of the formations below them crumble away,
making avalanches from the repetitive shockwaves.
It seems as if they're increasing the power of their blows after every attack, and their fighting style is identical. Neither of them is backing down, and they are both going on the full offensive. Down below, near the edges of the rock formations, the falling stone crushes many ghouls as they attempt to charge forward. The majority of them regenerate and climb out from the fallen rubble, but others are crushed by boulders so gigantic they cannot escape the death traps of stone. Screeches and cries come from these monsters that have fallen in the way of a Dark Guard's battle, while many other fights begin to unfold nearby as well. The elite level fighters in the Flame Emperor's army fend off the hordes of ghouls, while the elemental squad leaders and my body double protect them from the stronger opponents that slip through the cracks. Meanwhile, Lydia and Fisher fly into the air to confront the wraiths that approach from the rear with black orbs of energy in their skeletal hands. I send them telepathic messages to let them know that the orange hearts of the wraiths are their weak points, and blue and white flashes of light fill the sky. The ranked up buff energy manifestations of a serpent and tiger collide with their first approaching LV 881 wraith, and it is pushed backward while the two orbs of compacted soul energy explode in the air. The tail has been taken without authorization. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. The wraith still flies forward at the two sword wielders in the sky, forming two new energy orbs. However, its attack is cut short when two chi-infused swords slice through its defenses, using the explosion of soul energy in the sky as a smokescreen for their true intentions. Fisher and Lydia kill the wraith in a single dual strike. Its bones and shattered core fall to the battlefield to be trampled by more approaching ghouls. The two A-ranked fighters scan their enemies and lock onto the four more nearby wraiths over level 900 that witness their fellow monster be slaughtered in an instant. They all fly higher in the sky with charged swords and black orbs of energy to continue their fight. Near the right barrier of the V-shaped battlefield, three figures hover over the deep ravine. The purple-skinned woman speaks up to Abby and Ari as they arrive before her to confront the third-ranked Dark Guard. Her eyes show shimmers of orange soul energy, but the aura that surrounds her body is a deep purple color that matches her skin. My doubles inspect skill picks up a LV 1790 rating on her status. My instincts when looking at her make my stomach churn and skin crawl. She's a beautiful woman, but even at this distance, I get the feeling that she's a very tricky and manipulative creature. I'm on guard even though I'm not even fighting her. Ari speaks up first as they approach. Whatever you are, you creep me out. He activates his ranked up buff called Energy Form of the Ancient Archer, and 6 enormous arms made of swirling black energy erupt from his back. They're each many times larger than his normal arms, and the energy engulfs both of his actual arms and hands, so he's able to finally control these manifestations. They tower over his body by nearly 4 meters, 3 on his right side all hold bows, and he turns his body to have them face the woman. The top one is bright white, it is loaded with a chi and mana infused spirit arrow. It is not quite soul energy, but on the verge of awakening. The middle bow is jet black, and the energy arrow locked and loaded in this bow is made of pure demonic energy. It looks like the ball of energy ember is able to manifest outside his body, however, it is in the shape of a long sharp arrow. The final bow is shimmering gold. It is gripped tight by the bottom manifested hand, but there is no arrow loaded in it. 2 of the hands on Ari's left side pull back the spirit and demonic arrows, keeping them pointed at the woman. She lets Ari power up while the purple energy around her grows denser, then replies in a calm manner, 6 arms? Not bad, but I can do better. She stares him in the eyes and gives a devious grin, then turns to Abby. It looks like the insects have finally come to play in my nest. It's time to feast. The purple energy around her grows even denser, making it hard to see her physical features, but only the outlines of her figure in a cloud of soul energy. Abby takes this initiative to put up a protective shielding of her own bright green soul energy around her body and manifest 2 spears of stone infused with soul energy in each of her hands. Pointed at the Dark Guard, her new ranked up buff is not activated, and as I watch from afar, I question when she'll use it and how exactly. Form of the Immortal Healer works and what it looks like when in full use. The instant she glows green, 8 bright purple threads of soul energy are shot out from the Dark Guard's hidden veil. 4 of them head toward Ari and the other 4 straight at Abby. 2 arrows are shot out from Ari's manifested bows. The bright white arrow that collides with the first purple thread snaps it in 2 and breaks its forward momentum before it even makes it halfway to him. The second black arrow makes contact with the thread and sends a shock wave down the entire attack. The purple thread does not burst into sparks like a normal mana attack would when making contact with demonic energy. This is because it's made of soul energy. However, it is engulfed in a wave of darkness and consumed entirely, disintegrating both the arrow and the thread it touched. Pure white chi fades into the air after both the demonic energy and mana are dissolved away. Ares' bows create brand new arrows once the two are released, and his spirit steps upward while sending out 2 more attacks at the remaining threads that follow him like heat-seeking missiles. Abby throws both of her stone spears forward, and they collide head-on with the endpoints of 2 of the purple threads. On impact, they're both split perfectly down the middle and shatter into energy in the air. She steps forward, leaving a trail of green light behind her, getting in between the last 2 remaining purple threads and letting her forearms covered in soul energy collide with the attacks. There's an enormous eruption of energy as the 2 forces collide, but in the end, the purple threads shatter just like the others. Ari destroys the 2 that have followed him up into the air as well, and both of them close in on the woman beneath the purple mist. Her voice rings out again with a smooth tone full of confidence. You 2 are strong food. I do like a good fight before a rewarding meal. The purple fog pulses with energy and her outline beneath it shines white, then begins to deform. Arms begin to grow from her back, just as they did from Ari moments ago. Instead of stopping at 6, she manifests 8. The extremities don't stop growing larger and unnaturally long. They gain more joints than a normal human's arm. At the same time, her human arms and legs begin to shrink away into the center of her body. Behind the mist, her entire body shifts and grows into a much larger creature. The outline of a spider forms, and it continues to grow. Its legs grow outward to over 5 meters in length each, but it doesn't stop there. Both Ari and Abby jump back and defend while far denser threads of purple soul energy erupt from the fog along with the head and many eyes of an enormous arachnid monstrosity. At the back of the battlefield, my double, Ember, and Maria continue to watch all of the main fights unfold. The last Dark Guard does not move a muscle either, watching from a few kilometers away at the back of the army. Back in the town, roughly 200 kilometers away, Luna watches the battle using her ranked-up buff and reports the updated events to my double that guards my main body. Deep underground in the bunker where only one isolation pod remains, the rumbling and humming sounds are increasing with every minute that passes. Through the tiny cracks in the seal near the containment system at the top of the pod, small amounts of mana and chi escape at a normal rate. However, there is also a faint dark red glow that leaks out, hinting that a unique awakening has begun. Chapter 489. On the battlefield, the loud cracks and shockwaves of chi and soul energy between Monk and his old master echo throughout the sky. Their rate of contact and intensity keeps rising, and they begin to land proper hits on each other too. It's not just blocking and equal force counter moves anymore. Monk is the first to take a heavy blow to the side, sending him flying downward into a rock wall, shattering it to pieces as his chi form destroys everything in its way. An entire rock structure crumbles beneath him as he jumps back up into the sky and continues the brawl. Just seconds later, he lands an attack of his own, a kick to the chest that sends the old man in white robes flying down toward the ground in the opposite direction. The same magnificent display unravels. An enormous 100-meter large cliffside is broken in 2 and crumbles away as the Chi Master, covered in soul energy, is thrown through it. He gets to his feet and flies back up into the sky as well, and their relentless attacks continue. Both of them are using the same technique I saw Monk use in the arena many times before. Every attack they throw is aiming to damage the other from the inside out. If the receiver of each blow does not have dense enough shielding up in the area they're being hit, the damage is immense. Both fighters exchange blows again and again, sending each other flying onto more cliffsides and rock formations, turning the small mountain range into an enormous pile of gravel. Each of them knows the severity of the attacks being thrown, and knows that neither of them can survive more than a dozen or so hits from the other. It is just a matter of who can land these hits first, keeping their cool, and releasing enough power to match and overwhelm their opponent in the end. It is a war of technique and pure energy capacity. It will be impossible for either of them to cheat the other. The strongest will win. Meanwhile, the avalanches of fallen rubble that crush the ghouls nearest to the mountain range are not slowing down at all. Dozens of enemies are killed by residue from this violent brawl in the sky, but not as many as the elites led by my body double and their elemental squad leaders. The recruits have found their stride, protecting the exit of the V-shaped battlefield with everything they have. Over 100 ghouls have been killed by the elites alone, and nearly 100 more have been burned, sliced, or crushed by the squad captains. Another 4 wraiths' orange hearts are crushed and their bones are scattered among the fallen ghouls in the battlefield below as Lydia and Fisher soar through the sky. About 10 wraiths remain, and every one of them gravitates to the center of the sky to make a circle around the 2 A-rank fighters with orbs of darkness in their hands. Enormous forms of a blue water serpent and an icy white tiger clash with these attacks, making soul energy and mana residue rain down onto the hordes of monsters below. Fisher imbues his blade with chi and lunges to the left. Lydia does the same, gripping her curved weapon saturated with chi, and lunges to the right. They each curve around in large semicircles high in the sky, leaving white streaks of energy behind them and slicing through 5 hearts each before meeting each other on the far side of the ring. The entire circle of wraiths is decimated in seconds, and their remains fall down to be trampled under the Dark One's army being slaughtered below. The 2 A-ranked fighters dive down, following the remains, and start slashing through the mindless ghouls to make paths for the elites that approach. Above the ravine, the arachnids' legs stop growing once they reach roughly 10 meters each. It stretches out in all directions over 20 meters in total, and it's half a dozen eyes track Ari and Abby as they step through the air, dodging the thick purple threads that form out of the soul energy that surrounds the creature. Each of the spider's long limbs manipulates a single thread at a time. It looks similar to a technique I'm able to use when activating mana manipulation, forming pure energy into razor-sharp strings of thread. However, by the looks of it, this monstrous being had a unique skill similar to this and uses it like a spider would its web. The long strings of soul energy thread continue to weave through the air in a seemingly random fashion, rocketing toward the archer and the healer while they use their offensive and defensive abilities to block. In the creature's human form, it took only 1 arrow of any kind for Ari to disrupt the flow of these threads, but now, it takes him 2 to 3. The spirit arrows change the direct course of the purple attacks and slow their forward momentum, but multiple shots need to be fired now before the threads actually snap or splinter. The same goes for the demonic arrow. The top layer of the soul energy is dissolved, and the mana inside of that layer is eaten away, releasing pure chi into the air. However, the inner core of even denser purple energy remains. It takes multiple arrows to break it down to its thinner parts and destroy the actual attack. Meanwhile, he still has to evade the other 2 threads with extremely fine and calculated precision.
Unauthorized duplication. This tail has been taken without consent.
Report sightings. Abby steps through the air with her gaze locked on the spider's many eyes. The green soul energy surrounding her body grows denser and denser, and she takes the spider head on without any fear. Green and purple explosions release energy into the air as she punches through the threads with her fists alone. It seems as if her attacks are much stronger than before because they are doing the same amount of damage to these new and improved threads as they did to the lower powered ones in the Dark Guard's human form. This is happening because, just like a chi barrier or mana shielding, Abby is focusing a majority of her offensive soul energy into her fists, feet, and eyes. This is boosting her attack strength, agility, and perception. She's able to easily evade and counteract the 4 purple tendrils of energy that continuously reform and attack her, but is forced to stay a distance away because the closer to the spider she gets, the faster and more precise the movements of these soul energy threads become. She knows this, and Ari picks up on it too after destroying another 2 threads.
He's the only one capable of sending in long-range attacks.
Continuously dodging and blocking from a distance will only tire the 2 of them out and make it harder to fight the longer the battle stretches on. I'll have to use it now then.
There's no better time.
He whispers to himself while the 3rd arm of his ranked-up buff moves toward the golden bow without an arrow. He yells out to Abby, "Cover me." I need a few seconds. Abby's fists glow even brighter green, and she sends off a large number of weak soul energy spears as distractions for the spider's threads to move away from Ari and block Abby's incoming attack. On it, they shatter all of her spears, but shift the battle as Abby's speed nearly doubles while she gets closer and closer to the spider's body. Her fists move so fast, clashing with 8 threads at a time, and they move in on her like a circular cage, trapping her inside. Like prey only able to block and disrupt a few threads at a time. Every time one is destroyed, more form from the arachnid's limbs, and it appears she's really in a tough spot, unable to escape. However, she threw herself into this situation. It was clear that this would happen, and the stone-cold calculated expression on her face shows that she is still in control. She yells back to Ari, "Do it. I have a plan, don't worry about me." The golden bow glows, and on its string, 4 energies begin to form and spin together. There is pure mana, dense chi, demonic energy, and the red essence of everything remaining from the red Hydra's buff. It begins to spark, vibrate, and hum as the energies have a hard time getting along, but an invisible force keeps them together. Immense amounts of these energies, far stronger than the base-level arrows he shot previously, come together and form a swirling manifestation of an arrow. Then a shell of golden light begins to cover it. The arrow looks just like the bow and is buzzing loudly while violently shaking, yet staying in place and contained by the golden casing. Ori pulls it back and aims right at the spider's head. He releases the arrow, and it soars through the air. At the same time, the 8 threads that surround Abby collapse in on her, and there's an enormous flash of green light that erupts from inside the mass-crushing prison of purple soul energy. the spider lets out a screech that sounds like malicious joy, as it thinks it's crushed the girl to death. So, it moves two of its limbs covered in purple energy in the way of Ares' arrow to block the brunt of the blow. On contact, the golden casing of the arrow melts away, and the release of pent-up vibrating energy rips through both of its limbs, tearing them off its body to only leave stubs behind. This release does, however, change the trajectory of the attack, and it misses the spider's head, but blows a large hole through its side, making flesh leak out while the spider's eyes open wide. It screeches again. This time, full of agony and anger, rather than joy. A static telepathic link opens between the arachnid and Ari as it yells at him. Food should know its place. I'm down to 6 arms because of you. We are not the same. We are not. Your friend is dead, and you are next. You've missed your one and only chance. It begins to untighten its prison dome-like grip of its purple threads around the portion of sky where Abby once was. But the instant she does this, a bright green glow comes from the cracks, all of the spider's eyes open even wider, and it moves backward in the sky when it sees a glowing green body emerge. It doesn't look like the green soul energy that surrounded Abby's body a moment ago. It looks as if the body itself is made of this energy, and there isn't a scratch on her. Abby has activated her ranked up buff form of the immortal healer. It just looks like her silhouette is floating in the sky, glowing light green, almost to the point where it looks white. The arachnid sends its 6 remaining controllable threads flying her way, but Abby doesn't even try to dodge them. The purple soul energy tendrils make contact with her body and phase right through. No damage is done at all. Abby floats closer and closer to the spider, and it retreats down into the ravine while mercilessly attacking Abby. With everything it's got, nothing works. It's like the creature is attacking a hologram that cannot be damaged. She drives the monster down into the ravine and manifests a large green spear in her right hand, slowly bringing it above her head. In the same moment, Ari follows downward from a distance, using this second distraction to charge up his golden bow again. At the back of the battlefield, the last dark guard watches and waits. Muffled tones come from within its armor, sounding like it is having a conversation with itself. This is not the direction the war should be going. Shall we do something about it? We can kill every last one of them right now. Come on. Let me out. Patience is key. We can kill everyone that is fighting. This is true. However, our real opponents are watching the battles unfold just like us. The Dark Guard points forward at Maria and Ember, then its voices continue to have a conversation with itself beneath the armor. They do look rather formidable. Come on, they're nowhere near our level. One of them feels like they just awakened before this battle. They have no experience in our realm. Yeah, I can kill them, boss. Let me at them. The woman's soul energy is very new, yes. However, her potential for power feels bottomless. I wouldn't underestimate her. Also, this Flame Emperor we were told about, we were not warned he was a dragon. Something about that one feels very odd. I will be the one to battle him. They continue to argue about who gets to fight who, but eventually settle on opponents. Across the battlefield, Maria and Ember continue to stare at the armor until it finally moves. The right hand of the Black Knight reaches for its helmet and takes it off, letting it fall down to the chaos below. For green eyes on one face with orange number 1 S marked in each of their pupils stare across the desert. It sends waves of natural intimidation for kilometers in every direction. Each eye shows their own reading in my inspect skill. LV 2588, LV 2588, LV 2588, LV 2588. Ember's whole body begins to glow with a light red aura, more intense than anything I witnessed him show off during the sparring session earlier. At the same time, Maria becomes covered in a dense blue layer of soul energy too. The air around us drops in temperature drastically when she pulls out her sword. Both of them analyze the opponent that just made themselves known and prepare to fight the strongest Dark Guard. Chapter 490, the Dark Guard shreds the rest of its armor, revealing a dark gray-skinned man standing over 3 meters tall with considerable muscle mass, staring across the battlefield with 4 green eyes, each labeled with an orange glowing number 1. Even underneath the black armor, this monster wears skin-tight silver plating on its chest, arms, and legs, but its bulging muscles and veins are hardly restrained by it. A dangerous aura radiates through the air, and even without my inspect skill telling me there are 4 ratings on this being, it already feels like there is more than one monster containing the mind that is sending mental attacks our way. Its entire body radiates a dark gray energy, and the silver armor left on it glows orange just like the numbers in its eyes. The light around it grows brighter and brighter until it engulfs its whole body. Meanwhile, Maria and Ember float upward. Ember speaks up, turning back to me. It will be a tough fight, but we can handle this. Your main body's power is growing steadily. I can feel my own power being gradually unlocked as it does. However, I cannot sense the Dark One's presence anywhere. I do not know when it will strike. We need you here before it does. I nod, looking up to the sky where I know my double and Luna are watching, but I don't give them any signs to open my capsule yet. If Ember and Maria can handle this creature on their own, every extra minute they can hold it off is just under another hour my main body gets to gather power. Understood. Ember pulses red, grins, and turns back toward the guard. You don't have to worry about me. I'll win. Maria's soul energy grows denser and bluer around her too, and she looks back at me. We've got this. I clasp my hands and nod back to her with a relaxed expression. I know. Show me what you've got. In the same moment, I open up a telepathy channel for all three of us, so that we can easily communicate moving forward. She smiles, and the soul energy around her glows even brighter when she turns her back to me. Both of them speed forward in the sky toward the large mass of glowing soul energy where the Dark Guard stood moments ago. It looks as if it's shifting and deforming. The glow becomes much wider, and using my inspect skill, I can see that the LV 2588 that hovers over each one of its eyes is getting further apart. The glow becomes many times larger than its original form, but finally fades and reveals quite the sight behind when it disappears. There are 4 men that look exactly the same as the guard that stood there before. Their skin is dark gray, their heads are bald, their muscles are bulging, and their silver armor still hums with an orange light around it. However, there are 2 key differences in each of them. The first is that each body only has one eye in the center of its forehead. They've separated into Cyclops creatures, and all share the same energy output as their original body did moments ago. The second difference is their weapons. They each carry very unique artifacts that seem to be made of the same metallic material, and glowing orange with the Lich King soul energy. Far on the left, the first creature holds an enormous spiked club. Next to it, the Cyclops to its side has metal fixtures on its hands that appear to be some kind of cannons. To its side, the next monster has an enormous shield with a skull on the front. Then finally, all the way to the right, the final grayskin creature carries a long elegant sword. He keeps by his side while scanning the battlefield with his single eye. This one gives off the most eerie aura. All of them stare forward as Maria and Ember continue to approach, then, split off into 2 groups of 2. The guard with the club and cannons both lunge off to the left side while the sword and shield move off to the right. Maria speaks up through the telepathy link while turning to change her trajectory to the left. Looks like they've already begun. Ember turns his body to the right and locks his gaze on the humanoid monsters with a shield end. Long sword, they have. Call if you're in a pinch. Same goes for you. In blue and red streaks of light, they both rocket off toward the enemies that separate themselves over the war below. Trails of gray and orange energy are left behind the 4 parts of the first-ranked Dark Guard, and with the ice and fire trailing behind Maria and Ember, it looks like an enormous circle is being drawn in the sky. Both of the points are destined to meet in the air, roughly a kilometer above the battles of the 3rd and 4th-ranked Dark Guards. The narrative has been illicitly obtained. Should you discover it on Amazon, report the violation. I watch from afar as their glows get brighter and they get closer. Time feels as if it's slowing down while the incredible forces clash. The dense soul energy around Maria's sword clashes directly against the enormous spiked club of the guard that leads the charge on her portion of the battle above the Rocky Mountains below. Both of them stop in the air, many meters apart without physically touching. Their soul energy auras battle it out in the sky. Immense shockwaves ripple off the display. The blue waves of light spread ice wherever they make contact, and the orange waves ripple back, attempting to melt through energy and mass wherever it can. Neither of them budge, as it seems their magic power is even. After a full second of pushing back and forth, the spiked club begins to push its way through the blue light. Even though ice crystals form all over it and begin to creep down the Cyclops' wrists and arms, it still pushes forward, yelling out loud in a manic tone, "You're mine. The newly awakened. She's all mine." Maria sees where this initial exchange is going if she doesn't step things up. Her magic power may be stronger in this base form, but this mutated monster most definitely has a brute strength advantage. Her whole body begins to glow bright blue, almost white, as she starts to activate her first ranked up buff, Ice Age. However, the guard that comes flying in from behind shimmers in an orange light as bright beams of soul energy come rocketing out from its arms right where its hands should be. You're not getting an attack off that easy, as the hot orange lasers come flying her way. She shifts the focus of her ranked up buff's energy attack and twists her body out of the way to avoid both of the lasers and the downward swing of the spiked club. Using her advantage of speed and agility while still up close, she sends a slash of ice-imbued soul energy at the monster's side. It makes contact with its silver armor and upper left shoulder. There's a loud cracking sound as the blue energy damages the silver metal, and the dense ice attack freezes its entire left arm down from its shoulder to its hand. The creature is forced to jump back and only hold its heavy club with its right hand while it loses feeling in its left side. Another round of lasers are blasted toward Maria by the creature coming from the opposite direction. These beams of soul energy are far stronger than the energy that surrounded the club user, so she doesn't hesitate to dodge these, but still slips in a weaker energy right at the fragile arm before flying away. She backs up and goes on the defensive while the attack hits and the monster's arm shatters into a million tiny pieces. The dark guard with lasers on its hands sends another barrage of attacks for Maria to strategically dodge in the air while it yells at its battle partner, "You idiot! It's going to take us forever to grow that mass back. Did you listen to anything the boss said? Don't underestimate her." At the same time, Ember makes contact with the dark guard on his side of the battle hovering over the deep ravine. He manifests a long sword made of light red energy and clashes with the enormous silver shield that creates a dome of orange soul energy around both it and the sword wielder behind it. Ember channels more soul energy from his inner being into the manifested sword and it begins to make the barrier around the two guards vibrate and ripple. Then, moments later, a tear in the orange dome forms as Ember's soul energy begins to melt it away. His manifested blade makes contact with the guard's shield, and the same effect follows. The orange veil around the shield disappears into thin air and the metal of the shield itself begins to melt. The guard jumps backward and a large slash is left across the skull that was on the shield. The dome of soul energy that protected the two guards dissipates as the one casting it retreats. "As you believed, boss, this one is not normal." From behind, the guard holding a long silver sword, that the shield holder calls boss, jumps forward and engages with Ember next. Its one glows bright in its eye, and the orange energy around its own sword glows far brighter than any of the other guards on this battlefield. Its blade clashes with Ember's red manifested sword to create an Isekai, and release vibrations of energy that shake the ground and disturb the air for many kilometers in every direction. They look at each other face to face. The green eye of the dark guard stares straight into Ember's emotionless crimson gaze. The guard's teeth are clenched tight as it pushes its blade forward with all of its strength, while the corner of Ember's lips stay permanently turned up. He pushes back while analyzing this monster's strengths and weaknesses, waiting for it to make the next move so he can end this battle in the most efficient way possible. Both parties are formidable and have nearly equivalent physical strength, however Ember's confidence is his advantage. His true form is visible only to soul energy users that dare to look his way. He is like a force of nature that stares through the dark guard's soul. The dark guard speaks, "So, you are the pest that has been chipping away at our forces and slowing down the advance of the Dark One. I will do everything in my power to make sure our ruler is the one who becomes the next demon lord." There's a pause while shockwaves continue to radiate through the air. Ember's red sword glows brighter and brighter, to the point where it begins to melt away the dense soul energy surrounding this guard's sword. His crimson eyes pulse and glow, showing anyone that looks into them the manifestation of a black fire dragon made of energy beyond their comprehension. It is a window into the bottomless power that is trapped within him. Only drops are what leak out. That's the limited power he is using now. The dark guard jumps backward at the sight. His natural instincts to run force his body to move without any decision from his conscious mind. Ember swings his sword across his body, releasing a blood-red slash and replies, "The seat on that throne does not belong to the Lich King. I will make sure of that." The energy rockets through the air, and with no time to dodge, the dark guard readies his sword while allowing his body to glow in a bright white light. Its sword grows longer, and its muscles start to shift and grow larger as well. Simultaneously, from behind the white glowing silhouette of the evolving swordsman, the dark guard holding its shield comes from behind and puts up its dome of defenses again. An orange barrier is manifested around both of them, and is held by the guard with the shield. The supercharged crimson slash makes contact with the outer edge of the barrier for a fraction of a second, but melts through even faster than the sword did before. It crashes into the silver shield, and it's split in two instantly. Next, the crimson slash makes contact with the chestplate of the armored guard, and it's sliced through like butter. The guard doesn't even get to react. The gray soul energy that surrounds its body doesn't stand a chance against this crimson strike either. It seems to be defying the natural logic of soul energy, becoming not only denser but also stronger as it soars through the air. It melts through and disintegrates everything it touches. The creature is split in two, releasing enormous amounts of dark gray energy, killing it on the spot. The slash continues its path toward the white glowing and expanding guard behind it. However, instead of staying on its straight and unmovable path, a long silver sword collides with the unstoppable strike and deflects it with a single swing. The red crescent flies off into the open desert at mind-numbing speeds and disappears while the white silhouette of the boss of the strongest dark guards grows into its greater form. Back in the underground bunker, more and more dark red light seeps out from the cracks in the isolation pod. A ringing notification sounds in my main body's inner ear from the level transfer perk of our soul bond. This is the experience gained from Ember killing the shield user. Level up, X219. This brings my main body's level to 1382. This increase in power makes the red energy pulse and flow out at an even greater rate. The entire underground bunker begins to fill with chi and mana intertwined with each other, stained dark red. The pod vibrates and makes the shielding in the room hum and react to its energy output. A very unique soul energy awakening is taking place inside. Chapter 491. The massive arachnid monster falls into the ravine with its two severed limbs by its side. Both Abby and Ari follow it downward. With their weapons poised to kill, the tendrils of purple soul energy still violently pierce through Abby's vital points, but they phase through her heart, head, and stomach as if nothing is hitting her at all. The bright light green glow of her form of the immortal healer ensures her physical body cannot take any damage at all. Everything the spider throws at her feels like nothing but a passing breeze as Abby gets closer and closer with her glowing green spear of manifested rock raised above her head. She is in the perfect striking range but hasn't released any attacks just yet. Behind her, less than 20 meters away, Ari charges up another one of his golden arrows. This is the attack that severed two of its limbs before and left a large gaping hole in the monster's side. He yells out as all three of them fall into the darkness of the ravine and approach the depths of the desert floor deep below. I have another attack ready. Abby, give me some room to let it fly. She continues taking hits from the spider and forcing it to retreat downward. The monster is only moving away to avoid being stabbed through with the enormous glowing spear. However, Abby yells back with an unexpected reply, "Shoot it now if you have the shot." Right through me. Ari's eyes widen at these words, but he doesn't hesitate to release the tension of the shimmering string holding the golden arrow. The only thing between Ari and the spider's main body is the 6 soul energy threads in Abby. The shimmering arrow rips through the air, then makes a direct hit with Abby's back, just as she asked, like all of the soul energy attacks from the monster. This too phases through her without shifting her form at all. The golden arrow comes out of Abby's green glowing chest and shatters all of the purple tendrils that attack her without even breaking the golden outer shell. It rockets down toward the spider's main body, and it reacts by directing its remaining limbs and energy threads to block just as it did before. Abby takes this moment free from the arachnid's merciless attacks to jump to the opposite side of its body, and her bright green energy form begins to flicker and pulse. She deactivates the form of the immortal healer and throws the stone spear covered in her offensive soul energy directly at the other side of the spider's body. The golden arrow's outer shell begins to melt away and tear through 2 more of the creature's remaining arms before leaving another enormous hole in its side. The creature begins to screech and cry while blood gushes out from it, then is speared all the way through with a green glowing weapon. Another 2 of its remaining limbs are sliced away in this attack, leaving only 1 limb remaining on each side. It directs one of its last purple threads of soul energy at the woman who floats right above her head, pulling enchanted daggers from her sides, as Abby releases 2 slashes of pure soul energy directed at the spider's head. A final 2 threads of purple energy with all of the 3rd-ranked Dark Guard's remaining strength are thrust forward. One is aimed at her chest. It breaks through the soul energy shielding and creates an explosion of energy that pushes the spider down further into the ravine and Abby back up into the air. The other purple thread aims for Ari, but it is further away so he has time to react, sending spirit and demonic arrows its way to slow it down. The collision of Abby's 2 full-powered soul energy slashes makes contact with the creature's head and slices its brain into 4 even pieces in an X pattern, then rips through its main body as well, melting through its organs and piercing its heart. The moment this attack makes contact and finishes slicing through, Abby reactivates her form of the immortal healer buff and her body glows bright green again. Unable to be injured by the aftereffects of the purple tendril of soul energy thread following her upward through the sky, Ari, on the other hand, has shot over 3 of each of his arrows at the last remaining thread, yet it hasn't even shrunk to half of its size. He fends it off as much as he can, but at the rate of its upward momentum, it is aimed to hit his heart before he'll be able to fully take it out. A loud echoing thud can be heard at the bottom of the ravine. At the same time, Ari manages to release a partially formed golden arrow that shifts the trajectory of the final thread. It shifts away from his heart and pierces through his stomach instead. He coughs up blood while level up notifications ring in Abby's inner ear. The purple soul energy thread begins to fade entirely as the life of the 3rd-ranked Dark Guard fades away, At the same time, Abby activates her first ranked up buff, Area of Total Restoration, to spread a green aura around her over 100 m in diameter, engulfing Ari inside it as they're both blasted upward by the violent explosion of purple energy from the bottom of the ravine. The calming warm veil of Abby's healing magic washes over him as the hole in his stomach is restored almost instantaneously, and a wave of satisfaction washes over him. He smiles and looks above to see Abby's bright green form. "We did it," she replies as the upward momentum begins to slow. "This tail has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. If you spot it on Amazon, please report it." "We did." That was quite the impressive shot. I wouldn't have had the opening to take it out so easily without the help of those golden arrows. I can't use any offensive attacks while in this immortal form. That went perfectly. Ari nods, then lets out a sigh and closes his eyes, allowing the green healing magic to completely take over his body. The enormous arm manifestations carrying the 3 bows on his back shrink back into his core, and he lets her heal the rest of his fatigue as they continue to fly upward out of the dark ravine. Above the mountain range on the other side of the battlefield, another deadly exchange is taking place. Monk is surrounded in a pure white chi energy form, while his master has turned almost entirely orange. Every exchange that they throw back and forth destroys more of the desert landscape, and releases more and more of each other's power. The shockwaves they send off after each collision are enough to send cracks through the desert ground for over a kilometer away from each of their strikes, not to mention, when one of them lands a solid attack, the other is sent flying into the rock ground. To create craters over 200 meters wide and nearly 30 to 50 meters deep, the scale of their battle is only growing by the second. Both of them are breathing heavily, and have landed over 10 solid hits each. It's clear they're both at their limit, and any new blow the other throws could be their last. They are truly evenly matched. Monk speaks up as the last remaining visible essence of white chi energy is sucked away and taken over by the orange borrowed soul energy of the Lich King. "Again, I am honored I have had the chance to show you my true strength that I have gained from your teachings, Master. It is a shame I could not get to fight you when you were using your true power as well." He clasps his hands together, and the white aura around him glows far brighter. 2 enormous white hands manifest in front of him. They seem to be over 20 times the size of the energy form they are both using to fight. With blinding speed, the 2 hands, each larger than entire buildings, come together and clasp around the orange form of the soul energy infected Chi Master. It creates an ear-shattering crack that sends a shockwave so powerful through the air that it ripples through everyone floating in the sky and spreads out over 5 kilometers in every direction. All of the remaining mountains are leveled in an instant, and it seems near impossible for anything to survive a devastating blow like that. On impact, the white hands hold steady for a few seconds, then begin to fade away. The body of an old man falls through the sky, an unnoticeable gentle smile forms across his face while he falls into the rubble below. Trailing a weak aura of orange soul energy and remnants of white chi behind it, a single tear falls down Monk's cheek as he bows in the air and returns to his base form, After the death of the 3rd-ranked Dark Guard, and the desert-shifting crack that followed Monk's final attack, the remaining members of the 1st Dark Guard begin to step up their game. The guard with laser artifacts built into its arms turns to its side, watching the bright glowing form of their boss transform, then yells out to the one-armed club wielder. The boss is already using his final form. And we just lost the Spider Queen. It's time to step things up. We cannot disappoint the Dark One any more than we already have. It shoots more high-powered laser beams down to distract Maria, making her dodge them all in the air, unable to attack precisely at these high speeds. The club user grunts and replies, "Fine. I wanted to at least have some fun with this battle, but if you want me to finish things now, I'll do it. Cover me." The club user's body starts to glow just like the boss. Its muscles shift and grow, and even the spiked club in its hands starts to vibrate and expand. Maria sees this happening, but has no way to stop it as she is fully absorbed in dodging the barrage of lasers coming her way. This spike club holder grows at a far faster rate than their boss, expanding over 5x in size in less than 5 seconds. The white glow ceases and it towers over everything, still floating in the sky, but now over 15 meters tall. Its arm is still missing, but the dark gray soul energy that covered its body before is now manifesting the image of an arm in its place so it can easily hold its club with both of its hands. The enormous muscular humanoid Cyclops lets out a murderous roar and charges toward the action. The laser wielder lets out a laugh and retreats. "That's it. Let her have it. Show this girl how strong the 1st-ranked guard really is. If you can kill her before I level up to my final attack form, I'll even give you some of my mass to make up for losing that damn arm of yours. Come on, you brute. Let me see what you can do, it roars again, not letting out any understandable words, but its speed and agility seem to have improved drastically as it zips through the air toward Maria. It swings its spiked club like a bat and Maria has no time at all to dodge. She activates her ranked up buff, Ice Age, and swings her soul energy imbued sword back to block the deadly incoming strike, but to her utter surprise, the massive structure of ice is shattered in an instant. The upgraded mental strength and immense dark gray soul energy that has been released in this final form is on a level far higher than it was moments ago. The ice attack Maria threw could have easily taken off its other arm if it was launched just a few seconds earlier. However, now it is shattered and destroyed in an instant. Maria's reaction time, agility, and speed were her primary advantage moments ago too, but now they are hardly even equal. This brute's speed outranks hers by almost twice as much as it lunges forward and swings its heavy club. Her physical strength does not even stand a chance against competing either. It was already at a lower state than this guard before it upped itself to its final form, as Maria is hit by an unstoppable brick wall of force and rocketed backward over a full kilometer in the sky. She realizes she is going to need to bring her full power to the table as well to take on this mutated monster. She coughs up blood while catching herself in the air and holding her sword steady. Still looking 100% confident even after taking that brutal attack head-on, as the club user speeds forward through the air, she whispers the name of her second ranked-up buff, awakened form of the Ice Goddess. The instant these words leave her lips, the entire battlefield shifts in temperature, the troops far below on the battlefield shiver, and the entire sky looks as if it's been tinted in a veil of dark royal blue light. Enormous amounts of swirling blue soul energy manifest from deep within Maria and begin to erupt outward to form the manifestation of a goddess holding a long blue sword. The manifestation of her goddess-like form grows just over 20 meters tall, towering above the approaching dark guard. Her aura erupts outward like a semi-transparent blue sphere and collides with the aura of the approaching club user that roars in fury. It swings its club at her, letting more of its dark aura seep from its body to strengthen the blow, while letting more orange soul energy cover the weapon itself to harden the metal. Maria calmly stares forward with a cool icy gaze and swings her sword forward in a striking motion too. As they collide, another shockwave multiple times stronger than the hands clasping of Monk's attack ripples through the sky. This travels tens of kilometers in every direction as the blue and gray soul energies show their incredible power. However, this even clash does not last for long. The cracking sound of metal breaking follows the shockwave, and the crackling sound of ice forming seeps its way down the club and onto the dark guard's body. Not only is the creature's flesh frozen this time, but even the soul energy that swirls around it is frozen in place. The enormous blue sword of the Ice Goddess's form breaks through the frozen club and shatters it to pieces while stabbing the monster in the chest, freezing its heart in an instant. Blue ice takes over its entire body, moving quickly, and freezing all of the soul energy left along with any flesh that dares to move. The massive green eye with a 1 labeled in its center turns to pure blue ice. Maria twists her blade inside the monster's chest and its entire body shatters into shimmering icy glitter that falls down onto the desert battle below. The sound of ringing level up notifications echoes in her inner ear as she turns to face the other glowing and expanding creature to her side. It is manifesting a far more intelligent and dangerous aura than the club user she just killed in a single blow. Chapter 492, just over 200 kilometers away, back underneath the town, the dark red energy that seeps out from the final isolation pod begins to flow out at a much faster rate. It is equal parts chi and mana, and they are so finely intertwined, they have almost become soul energy, but there is still a vital catalyst or energy level that is yet to be reached before the two combine. However, this blood red energy does not just seep out of the pod and dissolve into the air and through the mana shielding in the room, it stays surrounding the isolation pod, and slowly swirls around it in a circle as more energy seeps out to add to its mass. Every second that passes, almost a full minute goes by inside. Yet my main body is manipulating the energy that has seeped out of the pod and portions of it are coming back into the small cracks. It is happening very slowly, but the released chi and mana that is slipping out from the pod is being circulated back inside. High in the sky above the battlefield, Maria turns to see the dark guard with silver laser fixtures on his arms grow many times in size. Its muscles bulge and ripple beneath the veil of white light that surrounds it. The armor on its chest and circular metallic cannons on its wrists glow bright orange and expand in size as well to match its new form. The massive eye on its forehead grows to be the size of a normal human being, and its height reaches nearly 20 meters tall. It stops glowing white and its true form is revealed. It's thinner and far more agile looking than its old form, and as it kicks off the air and zips around Maria in circles, it's clear that its speed and agility have received a major boost. The heavy silver cannons on its wrists are vibrating and glowing bright orange. It yells out at the same time both of them shoot out bright lasers of immensely strong soul energy in straight lines directly at the ice goddess's form. I am the fastest of all of the first-ranked guards' forms. On top of that, my firepower is the greatest when I concentrate it in a single beam.
Your advantages are gone.
You may have killed my ally, but it is only a matter of time before I get my revenge and receive another gift from the Dark One after killing a specimen like you. He lets out a manic laugh while the energy beams collide with Maria's long royal blue manifested sword. Her awakened form pulses with soul energy being channeled through it, and the majority of its concentration focuses on her blade to block these incoming beams. This lessens her defenses everywhere else, but releases a magnificent wave of blue and orange energy as she blocks the incoming attacks. The beams are dispersed and flood out to the sides of her blade like hot lava as shockwaves ripple through the air. The Dark Guard takes this opportunity to shift its position and send in 2 more fully charged beams at her opposite side. Maria's awakened form shifts its body and uses the same sword motions to block the 2 new attacks coming in as well with everything she's got. Another 2 attacks come from above the moment she blocks these 2. A game of endurance ensues. The laser user witnessed Maria's raw power when it killed the club user with a single blow. It is far too intelligent and agile to be caught up in a trap like that after seeing the aftermath of its first victim. However, their soul energy strength when concentrated into a single point seems to be nearly even. After just over a dozen separate attacks from a safe distance away, every single one of them is reflected away by Maria's blade, and her icy gaze doesn't leave the Dark Guard for a moment. She hasn't had a chance to attack back herself yet, but is waiting for the perfect time to strike. The laser user is waiting in just the same manner. Her deflections and guarding tactics are flawless. The only way for it to possibly get a more powerful shot off now would be to charge up for longer or get in closer. Both options would give Maria enough time to send the attack off when she wants to. They are both very aware of this,
but neither wants to test the waters and get hit by the
other's attack, that is, until a metallic roar fills the air and sends impossibly strong waves of intimidation rippling through the sky. Out of the corner of Maria's eye, she spots the bright white light starting to fade away from the other remaining Dark Guard with its long silver sword facing Ember in the distance. It has almost reached its final form as well. This completely changes the mood of the battle. The laser user even speaks up full of confidence while sending its last attack. I may be the fastest, and I may have the most precise pinpoint accuracy with my energy attacks, but I assure you, my raw strength and battle intelligence are unmatched by the boss. Once I'm done with you, I'll pick up the scraps of whatever is left of your friend. Maria's blue sword clashes with these energy attacks, but this time, because of the guard's overconfidence taking a moment to speak, she has enough time to move her awakened form out of the way from one of the beams of energy. It buzzes loudly while it barely misses her left leg and her blade blocks the remaining attack. However, she has enough energy remaining after only blocking 1 beam to send a crescent of her own soul energy flying back this time. The monster's eye widens as it doesn't have enough time to charge its own lasers back up to full power or dodge completely. The icy blue crescent collides with its right foot, crystallizing it and the gray soul energy around it instantly. The blue aura starts to creep up its leg until a bright blast of orange lasers fill the sky. It lunges forward, pointing one cannon at its leg and other pointed at the open portion of Maria's side below where her sword just swung. 2 lower-powered laser beams shot on short notice are fired off. One blows off the Dark Guard's own leg, preventing the icy soul energy from spreading, while the other cuts a semicircle hole in the side of Maria's goddess's lower stomach. Her main body controlling the energy manifestation is damaged, and a chunk of flesh is ripped from her side while she coughs up blood. However, her opponent just moved in far too close for comfort, panicking, and left itself wide open, not to mention crippling itself by slowing down its only advantage. Blowing off its leg to save it from the spreading ice may have saved its life in the short term, but now it can't run away quite as fast. Maria brings her sword down to create another slashing motion while the Dark Guard tries to backpedal. Unauthorized use. This story is on Amazon without permission from the author. Report any sightings. It manifests a gray soul energy leg to replace its lost flesh, but during this process, it has to charge up its orange energy cannons to attempt blocking one of Maria's incoming slashes. In a fraction of a second mishap, she's turned this entire battle around, putting this Dark Guard on the defensive and takes control. It uses the full power of its beams to disperse the incoming wave of energy, but isn't prepared for the second crescent coming from its blind spot. It fires off 2 more hopeless attacks, aimed at the blurry blue figure that has guaranteed its demise. One of the final lasers hits the goddess's leg, making a small semicircle hole in Maria's flesh again. While the other beam goes flying off into the open air, she doesn't even bat an eye, because the crescent that is rocketing at the Dark Guard now cannot be stopped, blocked, or avoided. She whispers, "It's over." The creature with the most precise attacks and greatest speed in the entire Dark One's army has lost. it has never had to run, it has never had to defend from attacks it cannot perceive, it has never met anyone or anything other than the Dark One itself with enough power to overcome its overwhelming battle strategies. A single mistake, and I lost. I was not perfect.
No. I was not strong enough. I guess that is what it takes to win. Undeniable strength, or
perfection. The second blade hits it from behind and the icy darkness takes over. The energy in its laser ceases to charge as its arms become stiff, its heart stops beating as the blood in its veins becomes as hard as rock, its vision fades to blue, then to black as its eye freezes over. All of the soul energy in its being fights to stop the freeze, but it feels like bringing a candle into a raging blizzard. No matter how much it tries to melt away, the depthless icy force of nature takes over and plunges this dark guard into the abyss of death. The soul energy cuts right through its armor and body, turning it completely to ice and shattering into glitter on the spot. Blood gushes from Maria's leg inside where she was hit with the monster's beams, but a smile stays on her face as the level up notifications ring in her inner ear. She covers the wounds with dense soul energy to stop the bleeding, and turns to the final battle that is about to take place far away in the sky. The final dark guard that carries a long silver sword continues to grow in size beneath the white glow. It hits 10 meters in height, but doesn't stop there, even reaching 20 meters. This is when the white glow fades away, and the creature beneath it lets out a roar. However, this isn't where the monster stops growing. It reaches over 30 meters in height, towering high in the sky. Covered in a dense layer of gray soul energy so dark it almost looks black, the silver sword it carried before has expanded in size to fit its new form that is over 10 times as large as the original. An aura of orange soul energy vibrates around this sword so dense and strong, it feels as if the entire blade is wrapped in the laser beams that erupted from the guard that was just killed moments ago. It finally stops growing and points its sword down at Ember, who calmly watches it take its final form. He stands with the same emotionless expression, and has even put his red energy sword down by his side, but the soul energy coming from his being has doubled in density since the battle started. Almost like the faucet of power is opening inside him, an echoing voice comes from the monstrous first-ranked guard's mouth as it declares battle against Ember below him. Do you dare to defy the orders of the up-and-coming Demon Lord's strongest subordinate? Whatever you are, you cannot match my final form in battle. Show me your true form, dragon. I want to show the Dark One that even creatures of legend can fall to my sword. Ember crosses his arms and looks up at the orange-coated silver blade, that is over 10 times his human form's size. You want to see my true form? He pauses for a moment, then shrugs, putting his red energy sword up in the air to match the giant Cyclops. No. I don't think I will. A mere servant of the Lich King isn't worthy of seeing my final battle form. His aura pulses dark red, letting even more soul energy flow out from an invisible core. Then he speaks in a nonchalant manner while his body starts to grow. However, you aren't too weak. I'll give you props for the power you've managed to gain on your own. I'll use a new battle form I've been meaning to test out. You'll be a good punching bag, the final dark guard yells in rage, making the dark soul energy around him twist and swirl. The orange light on the silver sword looks almost as bright as the sun, and the monster pulls the blade back to ready a swing. You dare mock me? You are arrogant enough to face me without using your full dragon form? How dare you even try? Energy surges off the enormous giant in the sky as it lunges forward with speed that doesn't seem physically possible in such an enormous frame. Its silver blade leaves a dense trail of soul energy behind as it rockets down toward Ember. Once it makes contact, there is a bright white glow and an eruption of red and orange that collide. The sound of energy colliding this time sounds like space itself is tearing apart with their clash. The bright white light fades away, and Ember holds his bright red energy manifested sword against the silver and orange blade coming down on him. However, he looks very different. Ember has grown almost 3x in size, part of his body is covered in black glossy scales, while other portions are shielded in blood-red manifested soul energy armor. A long pointed tail comes from his back, and so do a set of dark wings proportional to his larger body. It is a human-dragon hybrid form, and the energy being released from his soul energy core has grown magnitudes in power. He still has arms, legs, a human body, and a human face, but many features have shifted to be dragonoid in nature. I wasn't aware of this form at all. It must be a perk he's kept hidden from one of his rank ups, or had been capable of doing all along. Every time he's been in his dragon form in the past, anyone that has seen it has been killed on the spot. If this is a step down from his true dragon form, I'm incredibly curious to see what he looks like now that he's ranked up a second time. Ember has awakened a tier of energy level beyond anything I've ever seen. In a fraction of a second, he transformed and stopped the enormous monster's incoming blade with nothing but a soul energy manifested sword of his own. Ember shows a toothy grin, flaps his wings, then swings his sword upward to release a bright red slash of soul energy that sends the silver sword upward and pushes the dark guard back with a look of fear in its eyes. Ember flies forward without hesitating at all, swinging his manifested blade across his body and letting it clash over and over with the enormous silver sword. The dark guard is pushed back over and over, and it looks like Ember is just toying with it. Every slash he throws seems to be pulling from a deeper pool of power. It's impossible to tell if Ember has been holding back this whole time, or if this is a direct cause of my main body absorbing energy and having an awakening while Ember fights. The guard yells out while being pushed back further away from the battlefield. Impossible. How are you getting stronger? I can see one's true strength with a single gaze. At the start of our battle, I was guaranteed to win. Yet, this power. Where is it coming from? Who are you, really? Ember continues to mercilessly attack the giant, pushing him far off into a desolate portion of the desert while staring through its soul with his crimson eyes, then finally responds, I thought you were the strongest in the Dark Continent. Mr. Number 1? You're going to kill us all? The Lich King will save you, won't he? Ember swings his blade with another surge of new power. This time as it collides with the silver sword, the metal cracks and shatters into pieces, sending the dark guard flying back again, this time rocketing toward the empty desert floor. Ember dives down to follow the guard's descent. His crimson blade grows larger and larger, glowing so bright red that it fills the sky. The dark guard fights back with everything he has, creating an orange blade in one hand to replace the shattered silver sword, then a dark gray blade in the other made from its own soul energy. Then, Ember speaks up in a low tone that only they can hear. You were pretty strong. It's a shame you had to work for the Lich King. You would have been a great labyrinth guardian. Ember pauses, staring the monster in the eyes. You want to know who I really am? You're going to die right now, so I might as well humor myself and see if anyone still remembers. Ember whispers a few words to the creature, and its pupil shrinks to the size of a pea in an instant. It shudders and all of the soul energy surrounding its body vanishes as it loses the will to fight. Ember swings his blade across his body and slices the defenseless monster in half right down the middle, splitting its head and heart in one shot. The red crescent follows through and hits the desert floor, making an enormous slit in the ground, followed by the earth-shaking thuds of the monster's corpse. This is followed by level-up notifications ringing in Ember's inner ear as he floats back toward the battlefield and whispers to himself. I guess he did remember. Ember arrives above the endless army of ghouls that continues to fight with the Flame Emperor's elites down below, then looks out into the empty desert facing Sector 1. I know you're watching. You have been this whole time. When will you show your face, Lich King? Back underground in the bunker below the town, the red swirling energy around the final isolation pod swirls much faster, and the bright light coming from inside the pod only grows more as the level up notifications ring inside my main body's inner ear. Level up, X177. There is another pulse of light from inside the pod as my main body opens up its status and upgrades a single skill. The dense red energy that comes out from the pod begins to change its consistency. More and more of it flows out, and the rate at which it spins around the humming and vibrating machine increases. It gets to a point where wind is blowing through the room because of the energy's rotational speed. Then, once it seems to have hit a dangerous level to the point where it could damage the shielding of the bunker, the red energy starts to shrink. It all comes back into the pod and disappears inside in a matter of seconds. The room goes silent, and even the humming and buzzing of the isolation pod halts. There are hours left on the timer above it. However, it appears there isn't any chi or mana remaining in the pod. The door clicks open, and the first thing to touch the white floor is a boot covered in a dark red, almost black, soul energy aura. Chapter 493. A deep voice echoes back to Ember's challenge as the desert ground behind the marching ghouls turns pitch black. It seems I haven't hidden myself enough to get past the eyes of a fellow divine beast. An enormous black shadow has been cast across the sand, and it begins to ripple and vibrate while something emerges from within. The top of a dark cloak becomes visible, surrounded by a dark black aura. It comes out of the ground to reveal a massive skull beneath the cloak. My doubles inspect and appraisal skill picks up a reading that doesn't even seem real at first glance. LV 3642, active items, Lich King Scythe, 519% strength, 444% mental strength, hidden ability, Lich King's Cloak, 604% agility, 399% speed, hidden ability, dark attribute, Ring of the Divine, hidden ability, Archdemon's Core, 100% all stats, Archdemon's Core, 100% all stats, Archdemon's Core, 100% all stats. Archdemon's Core, 100% all stats. Archdemon's Core, 100% all stats. Active skills, combat magic, superior dark summoning. Buffs, Curse of the Lich King, 1733/2500, greater form of the Dark God. Its eyes glow dark orange, and it resembles the wraiths that were in the arena and on the battlefield earlier. However, comparing those weak monsters to the sheer size and power of the creature that emerges from the abyss below is nearly impossible. The monster's head is almost 5 or 6 meters tall alone, and the soul energy that radiates from its eyes is the source of the power that allows every one of the thousands of moving creatures on this battlefield to continue fighting. If all of them were put together and had their power stripped away, it wouldn't even be close to what this being contains. As it continues to emerge from the ground, a long silver scythe follows it upward, being held in its right bony hand. Jet black energy surrounds its weapon just like its wavering cloak. It towers over its troops, 20 meters high in the air, and it hasn't even managed to come out of the ground more than halfway yet. Ember replies by letting his bright red aura cover his whole body while still in his upgraded second form and float down to talk to the being at eye level with a tone as if they're old friends. Looks like someone got stronger since the war. The Lich King's glowing orange eyes shift upward to see Ember floating down, then replies, "A lot happened while you were asleep for 50 years. I'd begun to build my army to finally take control of this world. I have become unstoppable while the strong kill each other and those that remain become weaker. Very few remember the strength of those that ruled the old world. You know that better than anyone." Ember and the Lich King stare at each other as it continues to rise from the darkness. "It makes sense that you were behind all of this. I must say, the appearance of so many soul energy users at once was surprising. Especially that flame user. Where is he?" It scans the battlefield, but only lands its gaze on my body doubles. It doesn't even stop on either, knowing they aren't a threat. That one's growth was fascinating, but it seems as though my second-ranked guard took care of him as instructed. He surely would have been on the battlefield today if that wasn't the case. Ember inwardly grins, but doesn't show any expression. Listening to the Lich King continue to speak, I could not place my finger on how they were all advancing so fast, but seeing you in the flesh makes everything clear. Plus, to find you in such a feeble state makes my victory even more satisfying. At least you brought me an early congratulatory gift. A new lineup of Dark Guards will suit me well. I'm sure you're aware, the seat for a new Demon Lord is making itself known. The Lich fully emerges from the ground, standing over 40 meters tall, floating just over the ground with the bottomless black pit of shadows below it. It points its gaze off in the direction of Sector 2, but shifted slightly, aimed at the abyss filled with demonic energy. Ember nods and responds, "I'm fully aware. That is one of the reasons we've come to stop you." The Lich King pauses. "We? Who is we? Since when do you work with humans?" Then, it lets out a long and slow laugh. "Anyway, your army is mine. This is the natural order of the world. The weak will die and the strong will live on forever. Come back in another 50 years and try again." It looks down at its army, and the bright orange gaze pinpoints every human below it that hasn't been taken by its curse. It lifts its bony hand in the air out from its cloak, holding the silver curved blade that is even longer than its wielder. The dark black dreadful energy around it pulses and starts to send eerie waves out at a constant rate. Ember responds by manifesting two long red blades in his hands and flying forward. The enormous silver scythe comes rocketing downward as Ember swings both of his blades upward, and there's a shockwave of soul energy that vibrates throughout the desert so far, even 20 kilometers away. The sand vibrates and rolling golden dunes collapse. Taken from Royal Road, this narrative should be reported if found on Amazon. Hundreds of troops from the Lich King's army are blown backward by the blast, and even some of the elite mana wielders are caught up in the blast over 2 kilometers away, despite both Lydia and Fisher putting up walls of chi and denser mana from their ranked up buffs to block the mental attacks. Monk, Maria, Ari, and Abby all feel the vibrations of that blow ripple through their bodies as well, even though they're scattered throughout the outskirts of the battlefield. They all immediately start to move from their positions and gravitate toward the epicenter of the blast to help. Ember and the Lich King are at a standstill with energy radiating from their attack. But neither of them let up. The black energy around the Lich grows darker and the orange in its eyes pulse. The scythe begins to move downward, pushing through the red barrier of energy that Ember's blades are making. More and more dark red energy comes out from Ember's invisible core, and his blades become stronger as well. He begins to push the enormous mountain-sized blade up again, and vibrations of energy fill the desert. There's a reaction between the two energies, and both Ember and the black-cloaked skeleton are pushed back from the blast. The Lich King stays floating just a few meters above the desert. and Ember is rocketed backward through the hordes of ghouls, killing another 100 of them just from his aura touching them as he flies backward. Nearby, Monk, Maria, Ari, and Abby come to Ember's aid, and even my double high in the sky helps by opening a telepathy link between them all. However, the only voice heard in it is Ember's voice yelling at everyone, "Run, now! This battle is about to get serious. You've done your duty. The Dark Guards are defeated, the Dark Army is crippled, and you have given Jay enough time to finally awaken. The Lich King is a monster far out of your league. The stakes of mortals losing to it are far too high, worse than death. I will hold it off alone." In a flash of bright red light, Ember takes off toward the Lich King again, growing in size and releasing exponentially more soul energy by the second. Black waves of energy come off of the Lich King's body as well. Its aura grows in power as it raises its scythe high above its head again, channeling darkness into its blade while placing its other bony hand on the desert floor that is covered in its shadow magic. Then, its eyes pulse from orange to jet black for a fraction of a second, and another figure emerges from the mysterious abyss below the Lich King. A figure that looks exactly like an oversized Dark Guard emerges. However, it looks like it is made of the black energy that it was born from. There are rippling dark energy swirls all around it, and as it walks forward, it looks just like a walking shadow. My body double catches a glimpse of the Shadow Soldier's status. And it reads, LV 3002. An enormous glowing orange, 0, is visible on its chest, and the knight walks forward out from the shadows while holding a bright orange gem the size of its head. Then, starts to speed up its footsteps, turning its strides into a run. It looks just like the gems that were used to turn the people in the surrounding towns into ghouls with the power of the curse of the Lich King. Ember sees this, and mid-transformation, aims his next attack directly at this newly formed creature. There's another shockwave that vibrates through the entire desert. It isn't from Ember's collision with the Shadow Knight, it is his growing red blades that are stopped by the silver scythe of the Lich King right before he can stop it. Ember's wings grow larger, and the black scale and draconic features that only covered parts of his body before begin to expand. His red aura pulses more and more, pumping soul energy into his true form as he flies back around to attempt letting out a wave of red soul energy flames down at the Shadow Knight. There's another explosion of power as a dark energy slash comes out from the Lich King's scythe from a distance to cancel out Ember's flames. The Shadow Knight continues its increasingly fast-paced march forward into the hordes of ghouls, and in the direction of the elites of the Flame Emperor's army that Fisher and Lydia lead away to safety. The black energy that grows around the Lich King is expanding at the same rate as the red energy around Ember. The dragon expands to nearly match the Lich King in size, from nose to tail. He's over 40 meters long, his eyes burn bright crimson in color, and flames erupt all over his body as he expands his red soul energy aura outward to release his full power. A crater of molten rock and sand is instantly formed beneath him, and in the same moment the Lich King lets its black aura clash with Ember's, raising its scythe above its head again, and letting it pulse with dark energy, the shadowy circle. Below it expands while Ember lets a tsunami of soul energy flames down on the Lich King. The entire ground that is covered in darkness erupts upward, making a cylinder of dark energy shoot up toward the sky to meet the violent wave of fire that rains down on it. As these attacks clash, the Shadow Soldier that was able to escape makes it to the middle of the V-shaped battlefield and presses the orange gem into the E0 on its chest. Its black form turns into a burning orange light, then, a wave of orange soul energy ripples off of it and through the battlefield. The energy begins to flow outward in every direction and toward the remaining troops that have just begun to retreat after Ember's orders. The orange light moves quickly, far too quickly for any of them to outrun on such short notice. The entire battlefield of fallen ghouls is soaked in this orange light, and the fallen Lich King soldiers become rejuvenated by the influx of new orange energy that creeps into their dead cores. Every fallen ghoul and wraith that lies dead on the ground begins to move again, regenerate, and stand to its feet. New roars, screeches, and movement fills the battlefield with life of the undead. The enormous pillar of black energy collides with Ember's dense red flames. This wave of red fire disintegrates parts of the black veil, but the amount of energy that emerges from the shadows below feels as if it's endless. The dark energy surges up into the sky, it expands outward, then disperses. The being beneath the darkness reaches its final battle form, greater form of the Dark God. A 100m long jet black scythe emerges from the darkness, and the white skeletal form beneath the dark cloak is now covered in swirling black energy with the faint light of orange eyes below it. The shockwave of energy from this final form's evolution process ripples over 50 kilometers deep into the desert, knocking out the elite troops of the Flame Emperor's army over 5 kilometers away, leaving them on the desert floor foaming at the mouths. my body double that helps the troops escape with Fisher and Lydia is hit by the blast, and barely stays on its feet after the mental pressure of that blow. However, the body double that stayed behind in the center of the newly rejuvenated ghouls has no chi to protect itself from this shockwave at less than 1 kilometer away, and it's killed on the spot by the overwhelming pressure, sending memories back to my main body. Monk, Maria, Ari, and Abby, who are the last to remain on the battlefield after making sure the weaker troops had a way to escape, are capable of putting up chi and soul energy shields to protect themselves from this violent mental attack. But the energy that hits them is still baffling. This sudden surge of energy slows their travel speed momentarily, but Abby releases pulses of restoration magic to help everyone heal and attempt run faster from the orange wave. However, it's no use. The curse of the Lich King stretches up high into the sky to create an orange wall of energy that seems impossible to run away from. It moves at the same pace that the Shadow Knight approaches. Each of them turns to the wall of light and activates their ranked up buffs along with their soul energy, but in the face of the overwhelming power that was just unleashed on them all out of nowhere, these fighters seem like ants in the grand scheme of this battle. They stand in a line, using each other's chi and soul energy to attempt blocking the massive orange wave, but the moment it touches their shielding, the orange energy overpowers it entirely. Their defenses are breached instantly. The orange wave of death begins to fall upon them. The Lich King raises its impossibly large black scythe into the sky, and prepares to bring it down on Ember. Ember lets more red energy flood out from his core, about to forcefully release a level of power from within him that is certain to block this attack, but has a high chance of causing irreversible damage to his soul energy core in this life. However, he stops once he senses something approaching at high speeds from far off in the desert. The Lich King sees its facial expression, and yells out in a mocking tone, "You still dare to smile in the face of certain demise? You really have changed, haven't you? I will be the first divine beast ever to defeat the Black Dragon. This is the beginning of my new legacy. I will show the world my power." It starts to swing the scythe downward, and Ember erupts into flames, getting ready to block, but replies while continuing to watch the being approach in his senses, "I believe you're right, a new legacy will begin today." The scythe swings downward, and at the same moment the orange light starts to engulf the members of the Flame Emperor's party in the desert below. When all hope feels lost, the sky turns red. A wave of soul energy approaches from Sector 2. The temperature in the desert increases by hundreds of degrees in mere fractions of a second as a figure rockets through the sky at unfathomable speeds. It is covered in a dark crimson aura, holding a black sword, leaving trails of flames behind. Chapter 494, Pledge Your Loyalty, or Burn to Ash. My voice echoes through the desert, using my screech perk to make my entrance known. Just moments ago, memories of the entire battle flooded into my mind from a body double that was killed in the shockwave following the Lich King's transformation. Even while traveling over a kilometer above the desert, my dark blood-red soul energy aura melts the desert sand below. It looks as if an enormous ball of fire is rocketing through the desert and burning everything in its path. I'm fully armored up, using my ranked up buff to create the manifestation of my dark black greater form, while an even larger layer of soul energy surrounds it and manifests an enormous black flaming sword. My eyes are locked on a wave of orange light that is fractions of a second away from engulfing my teammates and turning them into pawns for the Lich King's army. My eyes pulse, and my aura grows as the desert turns to a sea of liquid glass below me. Everything and everyone is engulfed in my soul energy's flames. I position my trajectory downward to aim my blade at the enormous Shadow Knight with a 0 on its chest stained in an orange light. Then, my wave of fire collides with the overwhelming wall of energy that is the curse of the Lich King. The collision makes another devastating shockwave of energy almost equivalent to the collisions of Ember and the Lich King just moments ago. The orange wall of energy tries to eat away my blood-red flames, but it does not tear them apart with ease like every other roadblock it manages to instantly phase through. A unique trait of these flames starts to absorb the energy that eats away at it, and just milliseconds after the collision, the massive ball of fire begins dismantling and pushing back the orange-cursed energy. It spreads throughout the impossibly wide and tall wall, like a colony of fire ants attacking its prey and consuming it faster than it can move forward. My teammates who were moments away from certain doom are consumed by my flames, but the link through my rising Emperor's domain treats their mass as a part of my own body and passes through them like a warm breeze. The thousands of newly awakened ghouls and wraiths on the other hand are incinerated and absorbed into the dark red flames. All of their weapons, broken cores, and charred remains fall into my fire and end up inside my item storage once they're killed. The swirling orange soul energy left behind in the atmosphere does not dissipate, it is eaten up and absorbed by my flames as well. I swing my blade from a downward position, starting at the ground and up to the sky to release a soul energy attack straight at the dark guard with a 0 on its chest, the liquid glass of the desert is parted as my energy rips through it, hundreds of kilometers into the earth, tearing through the Shadow Knight's armor without any resistance at all. I fly right over its head as it's sliced in two, then incinerated by my flames. Level up, X226, level up notifications ring in my ear, alerting me that I've hit level 1785, but this upward slash that took out the Dark Guard wasn't even the main purpose of my attack. My gaze is still held steady on the Lich King that is wielding an impossibly large scythe, and the instant stat increases from this kill only powers my movements forward even faster. It swings it downward, and across its body. At a 45-degree angle pointed straight at Ember in his newly ranked up true dragon form, my red soul energy sword collides with this dreadful black scythe less than 10 meters away from Ember. And the earth-shattering collision that ensues can be felt vibrating in the sandy desert over 100 kilometers away. Red and black energy radiates off both of our weapons, as they're not even touching, but their soul energies fight for dominance at a standstill over 5 meters apart between them. The Lich King is holding its scythe with two bony hands swinging downward, engulfed in dark magic and eyes glowing orange. I swing my sword up, using every ounce of new power I've managed to absorb and obtain. While awakening, it feels like all of my bones are breaking, and every muscle fiber is tearing, but I don't let up. I continue to push upward and let my flames burn brighter. Red arcs of electricity start to erupt from my flames, as well as enormous tornadoes of wind that keep the fires growing and raging on. Every element in my status is being pushed to its limits and imbued into my soul energy to add to this slash. We hold this position in place for just over half a second, but it feels as if hours are going by in my mind. The explosion that follows pushes both of us backward. The Lich King is sent flying upward and back into the desert while I'm thrown down to create a deep crater in the ground. This doesn't hold either of us back from charging up our weapons and immediately going back in at the other for the kill. I jump into the air, holding my enormous manifestation of a dark red flaming sword. Even in my greater form, being overdoubled in size again by the soul energy surrounding it, my form is just about the size of the Lich King's final form. Ember swoops in as I jump up, allowing me to land on his back to gain more speed while concentrating my power into my blade rather than my footsteps through the air this time. There's another reality-shaking clash of energy, sending ripples of heat, light, and soul energy vibrating through everything nearby. We're both sent flying backward again. However, this time I have Ember to guide my movements and don't have to steady myself. Instead, I charge up another attack without thinking about stabilizing in the air. The narrative has been taken without authorization. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. Ember speaks through our telepathy link while our dark red soul energy begins to merge together. Fashionably late, aren't you? Time to kill this monster. Ember releases a concentrated wave of flames forward at the same time I swing my blade and both of our attacks collide with the black aura of the incoming scythe. This time, after vibrations rattle the desert, the Lich King's long curved blade is actually pushed backward a few meters before the release of power. With our combined attack, we've got it beat on pure strength, just slightly. However, our opponent notices this too and more black aura starts to surround its blade and flood from its inner dark form. The monster's voice echoes throughout the desolate flame-covered battlefield as it raises its scythe again. Impossible. A mere mortal and a weak dragon have stood up to me in the form of a dark god. This act shall never be remembered. I shall erase it from history. With you two as my servants, the world shall only know of the immortal Lich King, the Dark One. No, the Dark God. It swings its scythe downward again, but I get an eerie feeling from it once the black aura around it starts to swirl and shift. Halfway through its downward slash, the tip of the scythe disappears into thin air, or, more like, it falls away into the dark aura of shadows. From behind me, a massive black portal opens, and the pointed tip of the monster's blade comes rocketing out. The rest of the curved weapon follows, and I turn my body to block it with my blade at the last moment. Without my full attention being captivated in the charge up and a switch in momentum, it overpowers me and I'm sent flying off of Ember's back while blocking the scythe. My soul energy sword still keeps a direct hit, so it never manages to cut through my body, but I'm shot flying past the Lich King at close proximity just in time for it to create another jet black portal and swing its scythe through this one too. I twist my body again, and this time, with enough momentum to clash with it using equal power, my soul energy blade collides with a small portion of the Lich King's scythe that sticks out of a black portal that floats in the air. At the same time, Ember lets out a concentrated beam of fire at the Lich King's main body, and manages to burn away a portion of its black cloak, and swirling black energy of its greater form underneath to reveal the bright white bone of the monster's lower ribcage. I spot a shimmering orange light inside it, and make the split-second deduction that it must have some kind of core or power source. As soon as I come to this conclusion, however, the energy and cloak that Ember burned away reforms and covers up the orange glow again, and I have to block another incoming scythe from the black portals that form all around me. I don't have the momentum to fully protect myself this time, and am sent rocketing into the desert floor to create another deep new canyon in the molten sand below. As I shoot back up to the surface, I watch Ember narrowly avoid the swing of a scythe that appears from behind him, then sends off another fire attack to melt away a small portion of soul energy and reveal that orange light again. I come to the conclusion that I need to switch things up. I activate the perk of my Rising Emperor's Domain, Power Holder, and feel 44 geopoints with stats I'm able to steal right now. 6 of them are my ranked up teammates, 37 of them are all the unconscious elites over 5 kilometers away, and 1 is an unknown new link of loyalty at a very high level. The natural range of my domain has risen exponentially from the level ups and increase in energy control. Without even thinking for more than a fraction of a second, like turning on a passive buff, I take 10% of everything they have and notifications ring in my inner ear while I fly back up at the Lich King. 5,584 strength, 4,950 defense, 5,888 agility, 6,292 speed, 7,220 mental strength, 14,087,516,777 mana control. A surge of power flows through me. All of my base stats are nearly doubled, and the increase in mana control increases my overall energy control and significantly buffs my soul energy. I sense Ember's soul energy capacity rocket upward too. It feels as if a dam has broken and energy pours out to cover his true form in a layer of fire at a whole new level than it was moments ago. The black scythe from the Lich King appears from Ember's blind spot out of a black portal, and the moment he detects it, there's no time to dodge. He can only turn his talons in the way to block. As he does, the two forces collide with even power, and the glowing orange eyes of the Lich King widen in confusion. His claws wrap around the monster's black scythe, and at the same moment I swing my soul energy blade upward and aim right for its chest, where I witnessed the orange glow pouring out just moments prior. With its blade stuck in the grasp of a flaming dragon, and my crimson energy sword pointed at the creature's heart, the Lich King knows exactly what is about to happen. It lets out a blood-curdling scream, and a declaration that echoes through everyone's ears: I am the Dark One, the Undead King. I will become the next Demon Lord. You mortals cannot stop me, impossible. If you dare to defy the natural order of my new world, I will take you down with me. As my energy sword rips through its black cloak, incinerating the dark shielding around its chest area, I dive deep into its rib cage while swinging my sword. An enormous orange gem rests inside it, flowing with soul energy, and pumping power all throughout its body. Before I can even bring my sword down on it, it begins to glow brighter and brighter as if it's about to explode. I make tight shielding of soul energy around my head, heart, and vital organs, but leave everything else nearly defenseless, and charge my blade with all of the remaining soul energy I have. A cracking sound ripples through the air as the monster tries to take its blade back from Ember's grasp, but he holds on with bloodied talons, tightening more onto the sharp blade. The Lich King sacrifices over 20 meters of its scythe, severing the end part by closing its dark portal. Ember still holds onto the creature's broken portion of blade while releasing a full-powered, highly concentrated beam of fire at its head. At the same time, a new portal is formed right behind me, and the cracked and broken scythe comes through it, pointed right at my back. With the expanding core about to explode in front of me, and the enormous black fractured scythe coming at me from behind, the only possible way I could dodge either of these would be to give up on my attack and run. However, that's not at all what I plan to do. I follow through, pushing my soul energy blade deep into the orange gem at a diagonal angle, predicting that it will explode the moment I break through it. I position my body in the way of its blast to be violently propelled in the direction it does. The scythe swings down right where I was, and slices through my left shoulder and left leg. Without the violent orange blast that pushes me to the right side, it would have been a direct hit. However, my main body is propelled far away while the broken gem erupts from a slit that my sword managed to produce and expels its energy at a constant rate from inside. The orange blast melts away my skin at close proximity, but isn't able to breach any of my denser soul energy shielding. While flying backward through the air, I use self-regeneration to grow back my lost limbs and melted flesh, then concentrate on the new black portals that appear to my sides while I plummet toward the liquid glassy ground. I block every one of the blows with my energy sword, watching black shards of the side's metal get chipped away with every collision it makes. By the time I hit the ground, less than half of its weapon remains. At this point, I'm fully regenerated, and I jump back into the violent explosion of orange energy from its core. The Lich King continues to let out a death screech as it tries to obliterate everything in its vicinity, but the aura that comes off of Ember and myself is far too strong to be eaten by its orange soul energy. I grasp my blade tightly, jumping directly through the violent orange aura eruption, while bashing away its final attempts to block me. With its shrinking scythe, with my gaze locked onto the orange core gem that is still floating in its chest and releasing power, I swing my blade at it again, this time with no external threats left to stop me from releasing everything I have into a final attack. My sword plunges into the crack that my previous attack produced, and I allow all of my soul energy to erupt from my blade and engulf what is left of the stone while shattering it to pieces from the inside. My flames stretch outward, engulfing more and more with boundless hunger. The more it absorbs, the stronger my flames become. As I get stronger, the Lich King's energy that attempts to slip away becomes weaker. All of the energy from this orange blast falls into my dark flames, and they engulf the Lich King's entire body. There is no hope for it to escape. The crystal disintegrates, and every drop of the orange soul energy in the surrounding area disappears in an instant to leave nothing but a skeleton in a black cloak holding a shattered scythe. The screeches stop, and the waves of energy that threaten to tear the desert in two cease entirely. Ringing notifications sound in my ear, and the remains of the Lich King fall to the molten desert below. Level up, X414, use absorption, skill, combat magic, superior dark summoning, yes, no, use absorption, buff, curse of the Lich King, yes, no, use absorption, stat, 3188 mental strength, yes, no, chapter 495, as I scan the battlefield to ensure there are no other enemies. Nearby, I slowly let my buffs and soul energy aura deactivate and flow back inside my core. I instantly absorb the new skill, combat magic, superior dark summoning, and an additional 3,188 mental strength points. But pause before accepting this new buff. Curse of the Lich King stares at me in bright orange status text just as it did as a stain on every Dark Guard status I saw it on. It hovers above the pile of bones that falls closer to molten sand below me. I tighten my gaze, then decide not to accept this buff. I open my item storage and let out a sigh to let the remains of this monster fall inside. The black metal shards of its scythe, remains of its dark cloak, the skull of the Lich King that still is covered with swirling black energy labeled, superior dark element stone, 5 dark orbs labeled, archdemon's core, and a silver ring with a clear gem on it labeled, ring of the divine, hidden ability, fall into my storage. If I have second thoughts, I can decide later. I whisper under my breath, something doesn't feel quite right about that buff. I don't want to add it to my status without thinking it over and getting a second opinion from Ember as well. Its corpse will stay in suspended animation inside my storage for as long as I'd like. My gaze hovers over the rest of my status, and I see my level has reached 2199. In addition to this, I take a moment to look at my new skill combat magic, superior dark summoning. Combat magic, superior dark summoning, info, dark magic allows the caster to summon darkness. It is the absence of light. Or, the absence of magic itself. If dark magic clashes with any pure mana-based attack, it will negate the opponent's attack proportional to the amount of MP the enemy is exerting. And advanced grade, hidden ability, the MP necessary to negate attacks thrown by elemental skills by the opponent need to only exert 25% of the attack's MP to negate it. And extreme grade, hidden ability. Portals of shadows can be created within the caster's mana control aura and can allow items or portions of the caster's body to phase through it as long as they stay touching the caster. Superior grade, hidden ability. A single opponent killed by the caster may be resurrected in the form of shadows. The remains of this opponent must be sacrificed to the shadows, and only one contract may be created at a time. Once a new contract is created, the old one will disappear. The Shadow Soldier will be reborn at the level it was killed, but may gain EXP to level up, and increase its mana control naturally. Its experience points will be split evenly with the caster while it is walking in the world of the living. This resurrected form is capable of expressing free will, but their link to the world of the living can be severed by the caster at any time. If the Shadow Summon is killed, its level and mana control will decrease by 10% once it is summoned again. Grade, superior, upgrade. My eyes skim through these notes, and I get very excited about the potential of this new power. I'll be able to negate mana-based attacks without using demonic energy. Use a new kind of spatial magic, and the appearance of the Dark Guard with a 0 on its chest makes much more sense to me now. That was the Lich King's resurrected summon. After analyzing this new dark magic skill, I reread my newest skill upgrade I was able to do right while my soul energy was awakening. This is the reason I was able to use absorption to have the option to accept a buff in the first place. However, only one of the Lich King's buffs showed up, and after reading it I soon understand why. Absorption, mythic grade, info, this is a unique skill. Upon dealing the final killing blow to any creature, the caster has the capability to absorb its skills. Absorbed skills will be adapted to fit the caster's biology. A special grade, hidden ability. After defeating opponents of considerable strength, there is a chance the caster will be able to absorb 5% of their opponent's highest stat points. This will permanently increase the caster's status. For every 5 levels that the opponent surpasses the caster's own, the probability of triggering this passive ability increases by 1%. A legendary grade, hidden ability, skills acquired using absorption will now increase in grade class up to the current grade of this absorption skill. Therefore, skills acquired using absorption will now increase in grade class up to mythic grade upon casting. Old skills already obtained by the caster can now be upgraded to mythic grade after defeating an opponent with the same skill. After an opponent is defeated, their mana control proficiency, MCP, may be absorbed. For all opponents below 80% of the caster's level, 0.1% of MCP will be absorbed. For all opponents between 80% of the caster's level and the caster's level, 0.25% of MCP will be absorbed. For all opponents between the caster's level and 120% of the caster's level, 0.5% of MCP will be absorbed. For all opponents above 120% of the caster's level, 1% of MCP will be absorbed. There is a 5% chance that any opponent above the caster's current level will allow 1 proficiency point, PP, to be absorbed. A mythic grade, hidden ability. If the defeated opponent is above 10% the caster's level, there is a 10% chance the caster can absorb one of the opponent's permanent buffs. Every additional 10% the opponent's level is higher than the caster's level, an additional 10% probability of their permanent buff being absorbed will apply. If the opponent has more than one permanent buff, the most compatible ability will be chosen. Unique buffs' latent abilities may change based on the caster's biology. The narrative has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the infringement. A mythic grade, hidden ability. If an opponent's HP is brought down below 5%, the caster has the capability to absorb a single skill without killing them. Activation time may vary depending on the total mana control difference between opponents. The opponent will permanently lose the skill from their status after it is absorbed. If the enemy has more than one skill on their status, it may still be stolen after killing them. Grade, mythic grade, upgrade. 2 interesting new mythic grade hidden abilities catch my eye at the bottom of this description sheet. The first is the ability to have a chance of absorbing an enemy's permanent buff. This is what allowed the Curse of the Lich King to show up in my possible absorption options. The last ability stands out to me the most. Now, it is possible for me to steal skills without killing my enemies. I close my status, then take a look at my surroundings. The sun is high in the sky, reflecting off the molten desert around me as far as the naked eye can see. Ember floats downward, shrinking, and turning back into his dragon hybrid form, then eventually back into his full human form, with his arms crossed and a smile on his face. The moment I look him in his eyes, I stare deep into a crimson void of soul energy and immediately see the manifestation of an enormous black flaming dragon many times larger than the form I just witnessed in this battle. Even though he's not using any soul energy, I can sense exactly how much his core will allow him to output if he chooses to go all out, along with the eerie feeling that this well of power is nearly limitless and is just held back by a seal. I murmur to myself as he floats over closer to me. So this is what Abby and Maria saw. I get why they reacted like that now. Ember grins and responds, yes, I have to say, your Soul Energy Awakening debut was rather impressive too. It's unclear which one of us is the true monster, wouldn't you say? He looks off into the distance too, and the molten sand sloshes around, radiating immense heat. The edges of the 10 kilometers wide sea of glass I created start to crystallize now that my soul energy flames have died down. I ask Ember a question. So, what exactly is the Curse of the Lich King? I'm able to absorb its buff now, but I haven't yet. It's still floating in my storage undecided. A majority of its soul energy essence is floating inside suspended animation as well. Ember exhales through his nose, chuckling for a moment, then gets serious and shakes his head. It's similar to a lesser version of your Rising Emperor's domain. However, only you're able to give your army power, you cannot take it for yourself. You'll have to strip their status clean of everything if you want them to comply. However, the upside is, it doesn't have to be an agreement between two parties, the buff holder will be the one in control. You can forcibly create contracts. I think about it for a moment, but Ember speaks up again before I do. If it were up to me, I'd say let that buff and the Lich King's remains rot away in your storage for eternity. You don't want any part of that disgrace of a divine beast's legacy stained on your soul. As long as you keep its soul energy essence from dissolving back into the world, it can never begin the rebirth process, he shrugs, but it's up to you. I nod, that was my initial thought as well. I'll pass on absorbing its buff for now, and keep its soul energy locked away for safekeeping. Ember chuckles again, but is interrupted by the cracking and hardening of the glassy pool below us. Ice spreads our way, and a bright flash of blue and green light does too. Abby flies through the air with Ari by his side and all 37 of the fully restored elite fighters. Maria is below them, using her ice-imbued soul energy to freeze and harden the desert floor so it's capable of being walked on again and not just a molten pit of death. 5 people trail at the rear. Fisher, Lydia, and my one remaining body double are behind the fighters to the right. Then, Monk, and an old man in torn white robes with a LV is 1602 tag and a link of loyalty to my rising emperor's domain floats next to him in the sky. Things begin to click in my mind, vaguely remembering the feeling of a weak life force deep beneath the mountains become engulfed in my flames during my initial attack. They heard my words, pledge your loyalty, or burn to ash, as I flew over, and as the orange soul energy burned away from their body, they submitted to the flames and joined my ranks by their own volition. After a quick appraisal, I find that his status is completely wiped clean. There are no items, no skills, and not even the Curse of the Lich King buff left over. My mind races for a proper explanation, but can only conclude that it is a unique trait of my soul energy using my buffs and skills in unison to create this effect. It seems I can burn away curses like this under special conditions. To know more, I'll need to conduct further tests in the future. Ember and I float down to greet the rest of the army. I deliberately do not put up a disguise this time, allowing everyone here to see my true appearance. They put their life on the line to give me time and fight an army that numbered nearly 2,000 troops while I was awakening. Getting a bit personal is the least I can do for them in return. Once we all touch down on the icy glass that Maria has summoned, I speak up, we've won. All of us that stand here today make up the strongest force in the entire Dark Continent. I thank you for your service today, and hope that this great battle against the Dark One's army marks the beginning of our reign. Everyone looks up at me, and I scan the crowd, looking at everyone in the eyes individually. This is just the beginning. A great battle has been won to declare dominance over the Dark Continent, but this is far from the true powers that rule this world. We will celebrate our victory, and we will strive to grow stronger. The moving image of a burning flag with a Hunters Association logo on it flashes in my mind as I visualize my next target. Slowly formulating a new long-term plan of action, I float back up in the air and begin sifting through my item storage to let many of the items that were absorbed into my soul energy flames fall out. I use telekinesis to let them all float down slowly to everyone below. Your spoils of war. I managed to pick these up before destroying the battlefield. I let about 100 of the highest grade weapons fall out of my storage. These are silver swords, shields, daggers, and unique artifacts that some of the higher grade level 400 to 700 ghouls had on them. The elites take them with thanks, and I move on to the even better loot. Over a dozen wraith cores fall from my storage next into the hands of Lydia and Fisher. Then, 8 purple gems in the shape of spiders' eyes fall toward Ari and Abby. They hum with energy, and each have mental strength and agility buffs that breach 300%. The remains of a shattered silver sword, being what is left over from the first-ranked Dark Guard, falls toward Maria. Its shards each have 450% strength buffs, and can surely be used in future crafts. None of the other items from the first guard remain, they were all shattered to dust or burned to ash. Ember doesn't care for magic items like these, so Maria is happy to take them for a future craft. Then lastly, I float down to see Monk and the old man by his side. He turns to look me in the eyes, and both of them bow. I nod back and speak to the old man first. Considering our link of loyalty is already created, you have my trust. However, I still have many questions to ask you once we've all recovered from battle. He gives me a weak nod back, replying in a raspy tone, of course. It's clear he has built up immense fatigue and is having a tough time even standing in front of me now, but is doing so out of respect. I smile, then turn to Monk. Great. This must be even more of a surprise to you than it is to me. It is a pleasure to finally meet your master. Chapter 496. I look off into the distance toward Sector 2, then speak up to Monk again. Let's get back safely and rest. After that, we can talk. Everyone around us divides their loot and begins to chatter amongst themselves. I decide to wrap up my talk before I lose everyone's focus, so I float back up in the air and put on my Flame Emperor's disguise. Now let's go back to town and bring the good news. I float upward with Ember next to me, and my ranked up teammates follow close by. We leave the enormous sea of hardened glass behind, the mountain range is completely leveled and melted away, the ravine is filled in, and the entire landscape is forever changed. The sun continues to shine overhead as we return home. A few minutes into the flight back, I decide to eliminate the body double that is with me now and replace it with a new double at my current level 2199. I create a second as well, to replace the one that was killed in battle. I have them both fly much faster off ahead of the returning troops to go to the Canyon of Dungeons. One of them is given some gold to head to Vice City and Solara to get more food and water for the town, while the other one heads off to start upgrading my skills. As it vanishes off into the desert, I start sifting through my item storage to look at my own gear again, and I begin hearing dozens of notifications in my inner ear. Skills are being upgraded to mythic grade and elements are all rising to extreme grade one by one. A grin comes across my face as I take the time in the air while traveling back to begin sifting through my storage and planning out what kind of new gear I'll craft with my new high-grade materials from defeating the Lich King. The first thing I try to do is remove my Greater Demon's Core from my inventory slot. With all of the new high-ranking gear now, its 50% buff to all of my stats is becoming near obsolete. It is still a great boost, but I'm sure in the near future I'll have items that can fit that space better. I attempt merging it with my Archdemon's Core using my crafting skill, but it doesn't show up in the interface. Neither do any of the 5 Archdemon Cores that float in my storage. They can be equipped, but cannot be taken off my item list nor modified by any other outside items using crafts. It makes sense that a demon would never unequip or alter its core, but feels unreasonable for a human to be locked into the same mechanism if I'm not dependent on it to live. I continue to tinker around with it for a while, but come to the conclusion I'll need to do some tests with soul energy and some new mythic grade skills another time. I'll find a way to remove it eventually. I really only need one core to properly use demonic energy. Once I come to that conclusion, I come up with 2 other crafts that I'd like to try out. The first is a simple one, so I activate it while soaring through the air. Taking the remains of the shredded Dark One's cloak and imbue them into my Cloak of Total Darkness. Adding all of the remaining ripped fragments of the Lich King's cloak, 604% agility, 399% speed, hidden ability, dark attribute, to my blood-bonded cloak does not create a new visual appearance, but it significantly upgrades the cloak's stats and adds a dark attribute to its abilities. Cloak of Total Darkness, 680% mental strength, 595% agility, 498% speed, 200% perception, blood. Bonded, hidden passive ability, concealment attribute, dark attribute. I feel a surge of power as it's upgraded while I'm wearing it. The cloak feels as if it can shift and change with more ease. And my magic power as well as natural perception and movement speed feel a noticeable change. I do a few twists and spins in the air while continuing to lead everyone forward, so Ember comments on it. Already putting the Lich King's gear to good use, huh? Anything else interesting? I nod, thinking about a few other items I'd like to wait until I'm back in the town to craft, but pull out the silver ring with the clear gem on it labeled Ring of the Divine, Hidden Ability. I did get this, but no matter how many times I try to appraise it, nothing more than its name comes back. I'm not exactly sure what it is. This catches Ember's attention, so he floats closer to me and I hand him the ring to examine. Ember lets it float in the air in front of him, using an invisible energy that I'm unable to sense to make the artifact float in front of his eyes. The longer he looks at it, the more intense his stare gets. Then, he finally looks up at me. Yes, this is definitely a divine key. I raise an eyebrow and respond, a what? Divine key. What does it do? Ember shrugs, pulling a silver ring with a red gem on it out from thin air. It appears on his finger, and I see the same exact appraisal reading on it too, Ring of the Divine, Hidden Ability. Now, I'm even more confused. It's clear to see on my face, so Ember speaks up again. He hands the silver and clear stone ring back to me while making the silver and red ring disappear back to wherever it came from. Sometimes, the divine beasts are called upon. This is the ring that each one carries to answer that call. You shouldn't be able to hold the ring, nor should it even be manifested in this physical world in the hands of a mortal. The conditions in which you killed and sealed away the Lich King's soul energy inside you must have altered with the wish of the divine. Ember smiles and thinks to himself for a few more seconds. Put it on. It won't do anything for you now, but it may bring opportunity if the divine ever care to call. He thinks to himself again, then speaks up in a more nonchalant tone. It's been tens of lifetimes since anything like that has happened, so I really doubt you'll ever need it. However, there's always a chance. I hold the ring in my hand for a while longer as we soar back to the town. As the construction projects and day-to-day lives of townspeople come into view, I decide to take Ember's advice and place the ring on. We all float down to the nearest entrance of the new apartment building, and my double has already returned with fresh supplies for everyone to go back to their rooms and decompress from the long, hard battle. It's agreed upon that everyone meets back up before the sunset to celebrate and talk with the town. I plan on doing an official announcement, but feel it is more necessary for people to relax and spread what happens by word of mouth for now if they wish. After handing these out, my double gives additional supplies to the man, Dan Stryker, that has set up a small mercenary guild bar right outside the apartment complex on the small street leading the center of town. I give him cooking supplies, high-end drinks, and miscellaneous gear and supplies to throw a celebration for the army volunteers once they've finished washing up and resting. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. Many of my teammates want to do exactly the same thing.
Ari meets back up with Luna.
Monk helps his master find a room with a comfortable bed and good food to rest. Lydia and Fisher decompress on their own and socialize with the army recruits, rehashing moments of battle together. Then, Abby, Maria, Ember, and I all go back to the guild hall in the center of the city. Instead of going inside, we all float up onto the roof and overlook the town as word of what happened today slowly spreads amongst the villagers by word of mouth. None of us speak a word to each other. We just enjoy the view as people live their lives and the sun slowly moves over the horizon. Soon,
Ari and Luna meet us up on top of the roof as well. Then, Monk,
Lydia, and Fisher all make their way here too. I share my craftsmanship skill with everyone, and we even sift through all of the B-grade materials down in the bunker to find more gear to maximize their crafting possibilities. Everyone gets major upgrades. Fisher and Lydia both make many concealment cloaks similar to mine by merging the rate scores and imbuing my conceal skill.
They hand them out to everyone here on the roof. Ember and Monk are the only ones that prefer not to take the gift. The others that do will now be able to alter their appearance to whatever they can imagine even when I'm not sharing my concealment skill with them. Ari and Abby make pendants and rings out of the purple spider eyes. Maria uses the core of the 5th rank Dark Guard to create a set of blood-bonded armor with over 350% defense buffs and high magic resistance to all of the elements. Then, she merges all of the large fragments of the 1st rank Dark Guard sword to create a brand new blood-bonded sword with over 500% strength enhancements. She doesn't imbue the sword with any skills or weaker element stones, hoping that she'll get to fight a strong ice monster in the future for its element stone. While they do this, I make my own new weapon in the same fashion that Maria did, but I have both the weapon's base material, as well as the element I want to imbue. The potential of the craft I'm attempting here excites me. I take all of the broken pieces of the Lich King's scythe and stack them on top of each other, using telekinesis to keep them floating in the air.
The only reason this blade broke was because the Lich King sacrificed it to pull it from Ember's grasp. Before its base was shattered by its dark portals and structural integrity began to fall apart. This blade withstood attacks directly from my fully powered soul energy attacks, its fragments all red. Lich King Scythe, 519% strength, 444% mental strength, hidden ability. It still vibrates and longs to be imbued with dark magic again, so much so that when I take the Lich King's dark skull from my inventory, the dark element stone that has merged itself inside this creature's remains still tries to seep its way back into the floating pile of shattered blade. I activate my newest skill, Superior Dark Summoning, and allow black tendrils of energy seep from my hands to meld with the energies that loom around, even imbuing soul energy into this magic to increase its strength and simulate the kind of magic I'd use during battle. It creeps into the fragments of the blade, and mixes with the pure dark elemental energy coming out of the skull. I cut open my wrist to allow far more blood than necessary to pour out, soaking the blades and regenerating my blood to create a foolproof secure bond. I remember Bree saying the more blood the crafter uses, the more control over the blood-bonded craft the wielder will have. Just 8 ounces has always been enough in the past, but from the sheer size of materials I'm using, and the power that seeps out from this dark element skull-shaped stone, I get the feeling using far more is safer. I activate my mythic-grade craftsmanship skill, and the enormous pile of materials begins to glow bright white. First, it expands and flashes, then, it begins to compact and fuse together while floating in the air. It gets smaller and smaller, but the energy density inside of the craft reaches levels even more intense than I imagined. Once the bright white light finally ceases, a long black sword is left in my right hand that is nearly as tall and wide as I am. It immediately calls to be imbued with dark soul energy imbued magic, and I do exactly that because it feels so right. The blade pulses with dark magic, and a jet black aura forms around it. Right at the base of the blade, a black crystal skull channels the power from my hand into the impossibly dense metal. Over 100 m of scythe has been compacted into a 2 m long sword. It the same weight as that scythe and is capable of wielding even more power. Yet, it is all compacted and focused on a very small concentrated point. This is a weapon incapable of holding back. I could never use it in a friendly sparring match. It is a tool built solely for war. The Dark Emperor's blade, 729% strength, 666% mental strength, 512% speed, 478% agility, 401% defense, blood bonded, dark attribute, hidden ability. I stare at the rotating masterpiece as I channel more and more power into it, and it never hits its cap. It continues to charge further and further with no end in sight. I hold it high above my head, then open a spatial magic portal behind me to let all of the remaining hundreds of silver swords that I managed to absorb from the fallen ghouls on the battlefield earlier fall out. The silver blades of my slain enemies come together, and I use a small amount of fire-imbued soul energy to heat them up enough that they are moldable. As I bring the massive black sword down to my side and sit back, I mold all of these blades into the shape of a throne. Using ice, water, and wind magic, the throne consolidates and shimmers silver from the sun's rays. I sit back against the cool metal made of the weapons of the enemy forces we just utterly destroyed, and rest the jet black sword beside me. We've won. All of my teammates that fought in this war stand behind me and appreciate the view for a few minutes. Lights begin to shine in the city below, and the party looks like it's starting all along the street leading from the mercenary pub to the apartments hosting villagers and elite fighters. I stand up from my throne and place my new sword back into my inventory, and point down to the crowd forming in the streets. Please, all of you celebrate your hearts out tonight. Let me worry about tomorrow. Just be ready to leave by noon. We'll visit Sector 1 together and bring the good news. Post-chapter status update. Status open. Name, J. Soju. Level, 2199. HP, 11,000/11,000. MP, 11,000/11,000. Strength, 8,594. 10,743. 36,181. 10,313, 37,728, 62,650, 4,297, 8,594, 21,485, 21,485, 21,485, 34,376, equals 277,931 total strength, speed, 7,452, 8,272, 11,327, 9,315, 19,003, 37,111, 25,784, 38,154, 3,726, 7,452, 23,250, 18,630, 18,630, 29,808, equals 257,914 total speed. Agility, 7,596, 7,596, 8,356, 9,495, 19,826, 45,196, 26,130, 36,309, 3,798, 7,596, 20,965, 18,990, 30,384, equals 242,237 total agility, defense, 6,245, 4,621, 8,805, 6,870, 14,613, 19,484, 10,304, 24,918, 25,042, 3,123, 6,245, 15,613, 24,980, equals 170,863 total defense, mental strength, 10,406, 15,713, 13,008, 13,632, 36,421, 70,761, 39,023, 69,304, 5,203, 10,406, 31,114, 26,015, 26,015, 41,624, equals 408,645 total mental strength, skills, absorption, mythic grade. Swordsmanship, mythic grade, combat magic, extreme fire summoning, inspect, special grade, enemy detection, mythic grade, body hardening, mythic grade, self-regeneration, mythic grade, spatial magic, item storage. Plunderer, Mythic Grade, Telekinesis, Appraisal, Special Grade, Conceal, Special Grade, Berserker, Mythic Grade, Dungeon Walker, Legendary Grade, Intimidation, Mythic Grade, Dagger Mastery, Mythic Grade, Stealth, Mythic Grade, Bloodlust, Mythic Grade, Equivalent Exchange, Combat Magic, Extreme Wind Summoning, All-Seeing Eye, Extreme Strength, Mythic Grade, Dual Wielding, Mythic Grade, Telepathy, Legendary Grade, Final Breath, Mythic Grade, Combat Magic, Extreme Earth Summoning. Combat Magic, Extreme Mana Manipulation, Lifesteal, Mythic Grade, Hibernation, Special Grade, Combat Magic, Advanced Demonic Energy Manipulation, Combat Magic, Extreme Ice Summoning, Body Double, Legendary Grade. Lie Detector, Legendary Grade, Hush, Legendary Grade, Craftsmanship, Mythic Grade, Extreme Speed, Mythic Grade, Combat Magic, Extreme Water Summoning, Screech, Mythic Grade, Phantom Step, Mythic Grade, Flare, Mythic Grade, Confusion, Mythic Grade, Blast, Mythic Grade, Bind, Legendary Grade, Bloodweaver, Legendary Grade, Poison Mist, Legendary Grade, Iron Fist, Mythic Grade, Extreme Stamina, Mythic Grade, Combat Magic, Extreme Lightning Summoning, Combat Magic, Superior Dark Summoning, Items Equipped, 15 slots available post-second rank up, Current Items Equipped, Platinum Ring of Visual Manipulation, 151% Mental Strength, 111% Speed, 100% Agility, 99% Strength, 74% Defense, Illusion Attribute. The Behemoth's Platinum Amulet, 141% Defense, 125% Strength, 125% Mental Strength, Enchanted Boots of Extreme Speed, 152% Speed, Enchanted Ice Serpent's Pendant, 110% Agility, 75% Magic Resistance, 95% Ice Magic Resistance. Platinum Ring of the Blue Ogre King, 131% Mental Strength, 125% Speed, 125% Agility, 110% Defense. The Flame Emperor's Sword, Advanced Fire Aspect, 421% Strength, 350% Mental Strength, 234% Defense, 255% Speed, 261% Agility. Berserker King's Armor Set. Blood Bonded, 312% Defense, Cloak of Total Darkness, 680% Mental Strength, 595% Agility, 498% Speed, 200% Perception. Blood Bonded, Hidden Passive Ability, Concealment Attribute, Dark Attribute. Enchanted Lightweight Gauntlets, 165% Defense, 120% Strength, Hardening Attribute, Infinite Essence of Regeneration. Blood Bonded, 439% Strength, 399% Defense, 375% Mental Strength, 346% Speed, 344% Agility. Hidden Ability, The Dark Emperor's Blade, 729% Strength, 666% Mental Strength, 512% Speed, 478% Agility, 401% Defense. Blood Bonded, Dark Attribute, Hidden Ability, Greater Demon's Core, 50% All Stats, Archdemon's Core, 100% All Stats, Ring of the Divine, Hidden Ability. Final slot, 15th, Frowny Face Interchangeable, Storm King's Dagger Set, Blood Bonded, 312% Speed, 299% Mental Strength, 276% Agility, 250% Strength, 250% Defense, Lightning Attribute, Wind Attribute. Midnight Dagger, Skill Buffs, Berserker, 250% Strength Mental Strength, Bloodlust, 250% Speed Agility Mental Strength, 100% Perception, Extreme Strength, 250% Strength, Extreme Speed, 250% Speed, Final Breath, 400% All Stats, exact percent will vary, conditions circumstances apply. Permanent buffs, Rising Emperor's Domain, Hidden Ability, Passive, Rising Emperor's Greater Form, Hidden Ability, Active, Red Hydra's Rage, Soul Bond Attribute, Active, Chapter 497, As the Sun Sets. More people join the festivities, many elite fighters are fully rested, and the construction team under Maurice takes a load off from their hard day. This is both the debut opening of the first large bar in town on the main street and a symbol of the beginning of a new civilization that will grow from nothing into a force to be known by the world. I give a short speech and a simplified version of today's events once everyone has shown up, but leave them all on a simple note. We are no longer under attack from any nations within the Dark Continent. We shall grow and prosper from the ground up moving forward. Enjoy yourselves tonight. Consider this the beginning of a new era. There are clanks of drinks, cheers, and people go off and enjoy their night. I share a drink with my team, but the passive poison resistance perks of my self-regeneration skill negate its effects instantly. It's clear that the advancement of everyone's mana and chi control lessens the intensity of mind-altering toxins as well. but we do it more as a tradition to celebrate. The night goes on, but all of my main teammates end up right back on that rooftop once the main events calm down. We bring food, drinks, chairs, blankets, and lights up and surround the silver throne I created earlier to have our own private party and talk candidly amongst ourselves. It makes me happy to see the villagers enjoying themselves, and I entertain the fun conversations taking place here on the roof. But there are really only a few things left on my mind: the events of the battle replay in my head, the feeling of awakening and absorbing mana and chi in a trance-like state for months feels like a blur, and the fact that I've achieved the goal I set out to do is still flooding my body with endorphins. However, I want more. The chatter calms down, and we listen to the music that plays from below us in the town while staring up at the night sky and finally taking a moment to relax. Once the golden sun comes up over the desert horizon, I raise a question to Ember, who calmly watches the city lights get drowned out by the rising sun too. What is a demon lord? Ember turns to me with a curious gaze. No one has said a word for nearly an hour, enjoying the view, and this is the first thing that comes out of my mouth. Based on his expression, and the perked up expressions of everyone else around me, I follow up this question with a statement. Well, I heard the Lich King mention he would be the next demon lord. Then, I pull out the 5 archdemon cores from my storage, letting them hover over my left palm while pointing to the dark abyss that is barely visible in the morning light. It seems a lot of people get obsessed with this demonic energy. The association tried to kill all of us just to get a hold of the remains of demonic energy after a labyrinth was destroyed. The old Sector 4 and Sector 2 leaders were clearly colluding to take the resources of the abyss for themselves and had no problem trying to kill me to take my core. Now even the Lich King, the most powerful creature here on the Dark Continent, the underground leader of Sector 1. It carried 5 of these cores around too, and claimed it will be the next demon lord. So, what does it mean? What is a demon lord? What is demonic energy? What are demons? Ember lets out a sigh, staring off at the dark clouds of the abyss that are far away from the town near the Canyon of Dungeons. Well, if you really would like to know, I'll tell you. It won't make sense to a lot of your teammates. I can only explain it in terms that you and I have experienced together. That's fine. We can fill them in on the missing details as you explain. It's just been eating away at the back of my mind. I need to know why people want this power so badly. I let the cores fall back into my storage, then listen closely as Ember continues. Well, the reason people want power is an impossible question to answer in itself. Every individual seeks power for their own needs, but to be more specific, why do people want demonic power? There could be a number of answers to this question too. Ancient texts are hard to translate correctly. Sometimes demonic energy, mana, and what some call the god particle, chi, are hard to separate as the powers always shift as new eras come and go. There are always fights over powers that are unknown. If it is not the majority power source on planets, it will always be more valuable even if it is weaker than the main planet's power source. Sometimes, even the power of the divine is mixed into this misinformation. It is hard to know anyone's true motivation without knowing where they came from and what they know. He pauses, however, to stay on topic here. I can tell you why the Lich King in particular wanted to harness this demonic power. Great power comes from claiming the throne of the demon lord. Ember eyes the abyss one more time, then focuses his attention back on us. For any of you that have dealt with demonic monsters before, you know they do not exactly use the same energy as humans. The majority of power users on this planet use mana-based magic, and a mana-based system. Mana is the most abundant in this environment over every other power source. It has seeped into all life on this planet and naturally found a balance, adapting to the human world. If there was not any mana in your body to begin with, and no mana on this planet to manifest dungeons, the system would not be here to allow you to absorb the power around you and grow in the first place. This tale has been unlawfully obtained from Royal Road. If you discover it on Amazon, kindly report it. Everyone nods along as Ember continues. Demons come from the demonic realm. You walk through a rift to challenge one of their trials with a rift key once. Their world is mostly abundant with demonic energy, not mana. Their system and progression patterns to grow stronger do not work the same way as you humans. I nod, pulling out the purple-white glowing rift key that I still have that unlocks the next trial for everyone to see. And respond, that's right, but I can sometimes see demonic energy in my system text. I have a skill for it, and even demonic artifacts show up in my appraisal skill. I pause and think to myself before speaking again. What about demons that run labyrinths here? They have levels.
Most of them don't even use demonic energy at all, they use mana.
What's with that? Ember turns to me and grins. That is true, but imagine you were born without an ounce of mana in your body in the demonic realm. You wouldn't awaken the same system you have, your body and magic would adapt to the environment you're placed in. Once in contact with certain energies, the system will adapt to it too.
A great example is soul energy.
Its power is not always visible on the system either, but sometimes buffs and skills can be visible on it once mixed with mana or altered to fit an unmodified mana-based system. Ember points to Monk, my case in point here. Even without leveling up, or using the mana-based system, you grew stronger using an external energy source for many years before we met. Monk nods, and Ember keeps talking. Sure, you were born with mana, but living creatures adapt to their environments.
There are many energy sources and ways to control the world around you.
Far more than you can comprehend right now. He pauses, then speaks in a more serious tone to all of us.
The progression of a demon is simple.
It goes from a weak basic hatchling demon to a greater demon that guards a labyrinth. This is considered a very strong form in their race, like humans would look up to an elite fighter, or a B-class ranked up hunter. Once it grows strong enough, absorbing enough demonic energy, or if placed in a mana-based environment, enough mana, it may have the chance to evolve into an archdemon. It gains more skills, awakens a new core, and has the capacity to grow stronger far faster.
This is considered a peak-level soldier in the demonic realm.
An archdemon's growth rate and possibilities are endless. Ember lets out another sigh. Just like any powerful being, the greed for more power is never satisfied. There is a final progression for a demon, but it requires an enormous amount of energy, physical ability, and time. It isn't exactly a feat one can just unlock from leveling up or absorbing more energy. They have to pass trials and claim the Demon Lord's throne. In doing that, they're able to finally reach their true peak form. He turns to me and looks me in the eyes. Whenever a Demon Lord's throne begins to show itself, it is a sign that there will be a great war during that era. It's really only called the Demon Lord's throne because the highest concentration of energy is usually in the demonic realm. It's not very often one forms on other worlds. Another species is capable of claiming it, reaching their final forms too, but something like this basically never happens.
The demons always win.
This is why the name of this special rank-up process has been written into history as the Ascension to Demon Lord. Everyone sits in silence, but Ember keeps going on. It isn't uncommon for a new throne to emerge after a past Demon Lord is defeated, or a cataclysmic event triggers energy stores to create a rift. Most of the time, these great challenges happen within the demonic realm, but I've seen them emerge on other worlds too. He turns back to the abyss for a final time. So, when the Lich King said he was on the path to becoming the next Demon Lord, he meant he was building an army, and becoming stronger to one day challenge all of the demons and other beings that may show up to claim the throne. I turned to him with wide eyes, and a fast-moving heart full of excitement. So, what you're saying is the Lich King wasn't even strong enough yet to take that throne? Ember shakes his head, not even close. What I'm saying is, there are other beings watching this throne awaken too. Demons, demonic monsters, and creatures from other worlds are always watching. I'm sure you've seen for yourself, many lurk in the abyss, waiting for it to awaken so they can challenge it themselves.
It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
The fight for the throne has already begun. If the association is really that strict about demonic energy, odds are, there are members in that organization that hope to reach this throne too. My mind races at all of these possibilities, reshaping potential plans for the future based on what Ember has told me, but not setting anything in stone before I know exactly what I'd be getting myself into. So, how strong do I have to be to take this throne, and how far away is it from awakening? Ember shrugs. Who knows?
A week? 6 months? 10 years?
The progression could speed up or slow down at any time. Throne awakenings are unpredictable.
The trials are never the same either. Whenever it does happen, it isn't up to you. Your best bet is to keep training and getting stronger as usual for now.
You may feel like you are on top of the world right now, but I assure you, if you want to find true power, you've just scratched the surface of what is possible. The sun fully rises, and no more questions are asked. Ember's words sounded like they were initially meant as a warning to all of us, but the more we listen and think about his words now, they feel more like a wake-up call, or even a motivational speech. It is great to celebrate, but this is not the end. There is still far more work to do to reach the top. This sentiment sinks into everyone, and the town below finally falls asleep and stops partying as the morning comes. I make sure to give my doubles plans for the day while everyone goes and rests for a few hours, and I tell them to meet me back here at noon. Even I do the same, checking out a luxury suite at the top of the apartment complex that was specifically built for me. Many of my teammates have their own suites all made on the same floor. Monk goes to check on his master, but he has fallen into a deep sleep after making it back here and has not woken up since. The suites have large beds, nice views, and basic needs all figured out, but they aren't as classy as some of the Vice, Solarin, or Valor City high-rises I've been to. However, they're very nice for such short notice and limited building materials. I take a hot shower and get ready for the day ahead. A few hours pass and we all meet back up on the rooftop, feeling refreshed and ready to face the world. Fisher, Lydia, Monk, Ari, Abby, Maria, Ember, and I all stand in a circle. I hand out transportation crystals to those who don't have any, while those that do pull them out from their item boxes. It's time to get back to business. Let's break the news to Lith, and see how things are going in Sector 1. In a flash of white light, crushing the crystals in our hands, we're all transported into the white-walled lobby of the Galeheart Tower. Chapter 498, we materialize inside the lobby of the Galeheart Tower, and I immediately ask the two lobby men to tell me where Lith is even though I already know the answer. He should be in his office. The elevator dings, and opens, but no one is inside it. I turn and walk inside. All of my teammates follow. Then the fast-moving elevator moves us up dozens of floors in a matter of seconds before letting out a ding and opening up to show the visual of Litha's high-rise office. The moment I lay eyes on him, the man's appraisal-blocking artifacts are meaningless to me now. I see his LV 824 rating clear as day now, his extreme wind element 2, even all of the high-grade mental strength-boosting artifacts cannot be hidden from the soul energy coursing through my eyes. Even the mana shielding in this building that I assumed to be impenetrable before, can easily be looked through like glass windows. My conceptions about this being a completely secure building were completely wrong. The Dark One was most likely spying on us this entire time. I sense many other buildings nearby, but three other large towers stand out the most to me in the center of the city previously protected by the Dark One's royal guards. The shielding on them is nearly identical in thickness to the Galeheart Tower. However, they're almost twice as tall, while smaller office buildings surround these towers and have workers similar to the setup Lith has here just on a smaller scale. There is a clear distinction between those buildings and the three that are completely abandoned without a single guard or living soul inside them. One of them seems to be filled to the brim with many unique magic items, possibly replacement gear for soldiers in its army. Another has dozens of sectioned-off containment rooms, and it's hard to visualize exactly what's inside because of the many denser layers of shielding inside masking these very odd energy readings. Then lastly, there's a building that feels entirely empty, other than a small opening at the lobby base that seems to go underground, as my perception skills go wild, trying to pick up all of the readings in my environment. Lith stands up from his desk and interrupts my scans by speaking loudly with an annoyed expression on his face. 5 of my isolation pods? You took them a few days ago, didn't you? I saw it all on the surveillance footage once I was done with my session, yet haven't heard back from you since. Those were rare gifts from the old Sector 2 leader, you know, they aren't easy to come by. You could have just used them here. I'd like a good explanation on why the Dark One is dead. I killed it. We destroyed its entire army. Every Dark Guard, Ghoul, Wraith, and follower under its spell. As these words leave my lips, I grin and walk over to Lith while placing out a hand. I've finished my portion of our agreement a little ahead of schedule. We had to take some of your resources when we were in a pinch for time. He stares at my outreached hand, and the look of annoyance on his face turns to one of shock. You really did. I smile and nod, staring him in the eyes with a serious look. There is only silence in the room for a moment before he places a hand over his desk and stands up to shake mine. Well, in that case, I did say I would give you whatever resources were necessary to become strong enough. I just never imagined you'd act so soon. We release our handshake, and I smile. What's done is done. However, I have a few more conditions I'd like to add moving forward, because with the Dark One's army taken care of, the people standing before you right now make up the top fighters of the strongest army in the entire Dark Continent. There's a pause of silence in the room as the reality of the situation sinks in, then I say it out loud. We're taking over. Litha's face turns pale, but he doesn't move a muscle, speaking back in a steady tone, masking his fear. My connections, my resources, I'm far more powerful than just physical strength. I think you should reconsider the story has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation. I interject before he completely misunderstands my point. Hey, I never said we're getting rid of you, nothing like that at all. color floods back into his face as I continue. I want you to be the face of Valor City. I need you to take over the arena, continue all of the high-end trade deals, and retake over the lost royal guards to make sure this place is secure. I look in his eyes and speak up again. Consider my team the new Dark One's army overlooking this city as a final measure of security, but with a far less strict agenda and more perks. I want things to prosper here as much as you. Our trade deals shall run just as normal. You will keep your discount for items bought for Sector 1. Plus, I wish to see your promise to continue linking me with all of the other sectors and regions on the mainland stay the same. Lith nods, thinking over my words. Then replies, that is fair. It's really all I asked for initially, and I assumed if you ever became strong enough to defeat the Dark One, there would be no reason to keep me in power, or even alive for that matter. However, negotiating with a human is far easier than a monster. He lets out a sigh and sits back in his chair. Then, I reply again, well, probably, but don't be so sure about that. I have one last condition, and there is no negotiating on this point. Litha's eyebrows raise. What is it? I need you to pledge your loyalty to me. You may run this city how you wish, and independently organize trade deals within Sector 1 or in private auctions if you wish, but my word is final. I need you to trust me and follow me as your leader as I establish dominance over the entire Dark Continent. He clasps his hands, thinking about this for almost a full 30 seconds, then I feel a link of loyalty being created and a notification on my Rising Emperor's domain interface adding Lith to the list while he speaks. Alright. If that is all, I pledge my loyalty to you as the new leader of the Dark Continent. He nods and places out his hand, and we shake on it. I acknowledge his words and actions. Great, it's settled. We're back in business. I completely change my tone from one of seriousness to one of more nonchalance. Now, I assume you've had enough time to reach out and send associates to the neighboring lands to get initial orders for the trade deals. Let me see what you've got. Lith looks a bit startled at my sudden shift in composure. Then, he speaks up again in a relieved yet confused tone while reaching beneath his desk to pull out a stack of papers and an item box. Well, yes, I have a few order confirmations actually. They're up. Hold on. First, is there some soul pact or signature or contract you want me to sign? Just verbally agreeing to your terms seems a bit too easy. How do you even believe me? I shrug. It's one of my buffs. I trust you. You're part of the team now. Just don't change your mind about me and we'll be fine. I'll know if you do. I the papers on his desk. Let me see the terms. Who agreed for the initial orders? Are they similar to the estimates you gave out to me a few weeks back? Lith nods and pushes the papers forward while handing me the item box too. Pretty similar, but there are some differences. If you look there, I managed to secure pre-orders from 6 separate buyers. Well, for buyers that aren't including my initial basic item order here for Sector 1 and Chester's order from Sector 4, I nod, sifting through the papers as Lith continues. There was a large order from Sector 3, mostly E and D class gear for their hunters in smaller cities and enhancement potions for the workers on the vast farmland. It is nearly identical to their past orders with the old Sector 2 leader. It seems they don't mind at all who is selling gear. They just want materials to continue business as usual. Lith points to another stack of pages. This one is the Vice Regent's order. It's a fraction of what they used to buy, so it seems they're testing the waters of a new supplier here, but getting our foot in the door is always better than nothing. Then, he shakes his head. No one from the Apex region wanted anything to do with a new unknown source from the Dark Continent, so there were no takers there. However, both the Bedrock and Talton region placed in orders at similar sizes as the Vice region. Out of the 8 great regions, they hardly ever partake in trade with foreign countries. It seems a new seat of power in Sector 2 has opened up more opportunities. Lith points to the item box, and I look inside. About 45 platinum and miscellaneous currencies fill the small spatial magic box. There's some platinum bars, mostly gold coins, piles of silver, and even bronze inside too. Lith speaks up, and pushes all of the order forms over as I count it. That's 25% of the final amount. It's what I charged for pre-orders. Fulfill all of the orders on this list within 30 days and another 135 platinum bars are coming your way. I eye over the lists, then place them into my item storage, along with the item box full of money he just handed me. It'll be doable. I'll have a team ready to fulfill these. Where do I fulfill them to exactly? Can I set up some personal contacts here? Lith nods, placing a few transport crystals with labels of dates, times, and locations on them onto his desk. Meeting points have already been assigned for each pickup. If you would like to come along with me once we make the deliveries on the first order, I believe that would be a great way to introduce you. However, I'm happy to maintain these contacts and have my people conduct the deliveries for you. It is a fair exchange for the discount on goods you're selling to me. I'll make a great profit by reselling them in Valor City and the surrounding trade cities. I nod again, allowing Lith to securely place each of the delivery dated and marked crystals back into his desk. Possibly. I'd still like to meet with the people I'm directly trading with at least once. We'll talk over these details again after the 30 days are up. I'll have my craftsmen begin work after we leave Valor City today. I'm impressed with your connections and ability to make these deals happen, Lith. Good job. I turn around and point to the elevator. Anyway, now that the technical business is out of the way, let's go do something fun. I want to go check out the 3 newly abandoned towers in this royal coin district. I wonder what the Dark One was hiding here. Chapter 499. Ember speaks up after my final words to Lith. Yes, that's a good idea. He points directly at one of the white mana-shielded walls of the penthouse suite. To me, however, it looks as if he's pointing to the building with the multiple layers of denser shielding and compartments inside it. That building in particular, I think we should check it out. He opens a telepathy link between us and continues. I sense leftover residue of the Lich King's soul energy. Both Abby and Maria look in the same direction with soul energy circulating inside their eyes, invisible to everyone else in the room that has not awakened this level of energy. Cultivation. Abby is more fixated on another tower, the one filled with weapons and gear, while Maria stares down at the empty tower with a single hole in its lobby leading underground. After a moment of silence, Lith answers my initial claim by walking over to the elevator and opening its door with a ding. I don't see why not. This will be the first time in months I've been outside in the center of the city. I'm interested to see how things are too. We all get into the elevator and take it down to 1 floor above the lobby. The door slides open with a ding, and a very similar looking rectangular door is visible on the other side of the room. Lith presses a small silver device and it opens up, revealing a containment room about twice the size of the elevator we just left. Once we're all inside, the door shuts us out of the building and puts up a dense layer of mana shielding. A final door opens on the other side of this room and it leads to the outside world. The midday sun shines in as we all walk outside into the royal coin district of Valor City. Our footsteps on the smooth black stone streets echo throughout the silent city. Not a single soul is outside with us. There are just under 20 office buildings with similar blocked-off mana shielding setups like the Galeheart Tower, but none of them are as large or as well maintained. They're all business owners or trade associates that work in reselling goods and services in this city or Sector 1. Or even other regions but have set up their base of operations here for tax purposes. Each and every one has a transport platform in their building, meaning all of these businesses are either monitored or working in conjunction with the association in some way. Even Lith and the Galeheart Tower, at one point had to make a deal to get a transport platform installed. However, the 3 largest buildings in this city, the ones that look newly built, and have the highest graded mana shielding on them, surprisingly do not have a single teleport platform inside. The association was not in control of the Dark One's actions at all, and this makes me even more curious about this scene. We all walk out into the street, and the white door shuts behind us. While walking through the streets, the emptiness and silence is pretty eerie. It makes things especially strange with my advanced perception abilities. I can hear and sense people in the platinum, gold, and silver district not so far away, going about their daily lives, shopping, and having fun in the city. We walk past buildings full of workers that have no idea the entity they're hiding from indoors is dead and gone. Everyone looks around this area in awe. Before we make it to the front of the first large building previously owned by the Dark One, the outside of the building is tinted a dark shade of gray, nearly black, but the humming coming off of it shows that this is just the outer layer of metals that hold that mana shielding in place. There are no control panels or simple ways I see to get in, so I just raise my right hand and allow dark red soul energy to seep out and form a large rectangle on the building's wall where the single door to enter is locked. Then, melt through the A-grade mana shielding with ease, incinerating that portion of the wall and letting the remains fall into my item storage. There is a burst of energy where the shielding is broken off, but my soul energy absorbs all of that excess blast automatically, so none of my party is even close to being caught in the crossfire. Once the reactions die down, I deactivate my soul energy and we walk through the rectangular opening in the base of the building like nothing out of the ordinary has happened. My teammates all follow without reacting much either, but Lith walks through the makeshift doors with wide eyes as he didn't know it was even possible to break through shielding this thick with such ease. The lobby we walk into is dark, but once I step into the center of the room, a series of automatic lighting fixtures begin to turn on. If you spot this narrative on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation, starting at the bottom floor that we stand on, then moving upward one by one up over 100 individual stories. The walls are all dark gray, similar to the outer layer of shielding that surrounds the outside of the building. However, the floors are made of what looks like clear glass. Even the spiraling staircase upward that only follows the outer walls is clear glass as well. Standing at the bottom of the building here, I can see up to the top floor just by looking up. And on display, mounted on every wall, there are thousands of weapons, shields, potions, artifacts, and even full suits of armor. Everyone looks around at the gear in awe, and we even begin climbing the stairs up. However, all I'm doing is conducting detailed scans of all these items. The majority of gear here is really only C and B grade items, while a few pieces of gear near the top of the tower nears a grade, but none of it is even close to the drops I managed to get after killing the ranked up dark guards. There are about 20 suits of full appraisal blocking armor at the top of the tower, and these are really the only items that fully pique my interest. As we walk up, I use telekinesis to grab a few interesting items that catch my eye. They're mostly high-grade B-class items and unique-looking gems, but nothing that I can confidently merge with A-grade material or mythic-grade skills without something going horribly wrong, like creating a cursed item. I don't bother to take 99% of the gear into my item storage because it's just more common grade gear, making a comment under my breath. You would think someone like the Lich King would have some A-grade weapons or even higher, right? It must be hiding the good stuff somewhere else. Lith responds to my murmurs. Do you know how rare it is to find monsters, or even hunters at that level? I turn back to him with a shrug. I don't know, it's pretty common in big labyrinths. Plus, we're talking about the criminal overlord of an entire continent, not just some random guy. Lith laughs. You really are an interesting one, aren't you? You're aware that the association only has 4 registered A-ranked hunters in the entirety of the 8 great regions. There are less than 100 registered A-rankers in the entire world. This is the pinnacle of power we're talking about. High-grade items above C and B grade don't exist in great numbers. There isn't enough mana in this world to even maintain the mass creation of items like the ones you're after. He points to all of the gear on the walls as we continue climbing upward with near 100% stat boosting perks and elements imbued into them. Along with essence stones and range gems and potions, each one of these treasures is enough to be the main prize at the end of a grand scale auction. The winnings would be enough to set a normal family up for the rest of their lives. I cross my arms, turning to everyone and nod as we get up to the top floor. Well, I took everything I want. Once we make our way back down, if you want any of this gear for personal use, feel free to take it. I turn to Lydia and Fisher. You two gather up enough gear to give everyone in the recruit's army enough solid weapons and armor for 10 battles like the one we just fought. Plus, let's plan for enough gear for the army to grow as well. So 10x the number again. They both nod and I watch Abby, Ember, Ari, Monk, and Maria as they act pretty uninterested about most of the gear in this tower too. I turn to Lith. Once they've stripped this place of everything of value to us, travel to some of these high-end auctions and slowly sell off the remaining gear. Keep 50% of the sales and reinvest it into higher security for Valor City. The other 50% I want for myself. He agrees to my terms happily as we make it to the top floor and the 2 rows of black suits of armor come into full view. 20 in total, full appraisal blocking armor set, unbonded, is the label on all of them. I immediately open my item storage and allow 10 full armor sets to fall inside. None of the other gear I've ever seen has had this, unbonded, rating on them. It's the first clue I'll have toward recreating or at least understanding gear like this in the future. Then, I speak up to Lith again. Those other 10, I need you to put your elite troops in them to guard this inner portion of Valor City as well as the arena. We need to keep up appearances. We will be the only ones to know the Dark One is dead. The corner of Litha's mouth turns up. Very well, I'll make sure it's done. He walks around the sets of armor and examines them further while my teammates all make the slow walk downstairs, placing about half of the gear on the walls into their item storages for personal use or for the future army of recruits to use. Soon after, Lith places the black armor and leftover gear on the walls into his own item box and we leave the strip tower just as quickly as we enter through the small hole in its lobby. The shell of a fortress is left behind as we walk through the silent streets again, approaching the second tower. This is the one that even at this up-close range I'm unable to completely scan what is inside. Ember warned me while in the Galeheart Tower that he sensed dormant soul energy from the Lich King here, and now that I'm this close to it, I sense its presence too. However, all that it is dormant. I feel no threat, just the afterimage of energy. So, I break through the front door in the same manner, slicing a rectangular hole through its dense mana-shielded walls. Once we enter this building, an automatic light turns on in the empty black lobby just like the last. however, there is a black ceiling above us and an elevator at the back of the room that leads upward to bring us into the incredibly high-grade shielded floors above. Now that I can scan the full building from inside, I'm starting to piece together what's here using my soul energy senses, but it still doesn't seem real. The elevator door opens at the back of the room by pressing a small button on the wall next to it, and the panel inside leads us to any floor we wish. I click on floor 59, as it's the highest floor in this building that has extra shielding on it. Every floor above this one is empty, just like a normal building, but with only one layer of mana shielding like every other office building in this district. As the elevator door dings open, a second wall of shielding automatically opens to reveal the true nature of this floor, and the final veil of disguise is lifted. I immediately activate my soul energy aura to counteract the orange wave of light that flows toward us. The energy is captured, incinerated, and its remains are locked away in the depths of my item storage the moment it is absorbed by my aura. This energy that flows out is nowhere near the strength of the aura that was used directly from the Lich King itself when it was fighting me. The sight before me as the mist clears confirms exactly what I saw in my mind's eye when I entered this building. It's the reason I chose to come to this floor in particular, but still doesn't make what I'm seeing any less shocking. There are 3 large glass tanks of orange liquid with a single human floating inside each of them. They are fighters from the Valor City fight arena who I recognize very well. The visual from a few days ago of them being consumed by the curse of the Lich King, carried out by the 5th rank Dark Guard beneath the fight arena, is still very fresh in my mind. Max, Sia, and Ace float before us in a state of suspended animation with their status sheets wiped completely blank, soaked to the bone with remnants of the Lich King's orange soul energy. Below me on the other floors, floating in orange pools of soul energy just like them, there are hundreds of other high-level hunters and fighters held captive by the Dark One. Chapter 500. The 3 legacy fighters who introduced me to the rules of the arena when I first entered Valor City float before me now, unmoving while dark orange soul energy courses through their bodies. Maria points at them and speaks up. Hey! It's them! We had dinner with them together that one night. The legacy fighters at the arena. They were underground the first time we ran from the 5th rank Dark Guard. Is this where they were taken? What's going on here? Abby, Monk, and Lit stare at the pod with surprised expressions as they are very familiar with these 3 individuals as well. My soul energy expands to start filling the room and trapping away more of the soul energy that lingers and pours out of the pods. I continue to step forward until I'm faced right up against the glass of the middle tank of liquid with Ace, the swordsman, floating with his eyes closed, wearing the exact same gear as he did on the day of their capture. However, all of the magic power has been drained from them, and it seems as if it is just a plain metal sword by his side and clothing and armor with no enchantments at all. I speak up. They're alive, but not for long. I can feel that their vitality is directly linked with the remaining soul energy in the room. The moment we opened this door, the seal to the outside world was broken. As I began absorbing their remaining borrowed lifeline, the timer for their elimination sped up very quickly, with no orders to follow, and their commander deceased. The only thing they can do is wait for the soul energy around them to naturally disperse. There's no telling how long a process like this would take, and I'm not entirely sure it's possible. Their bones and organs are soaked with dense orange soul energy. We stand in silence as my red aura creeps around the back of the room too, soaking up every bit of orange mist, only leaving the dense stores that are left inside the 3 fighters remaining. Monk speaks up next. What if you attempt to wash away their curse, like you did with my master? I nod, allowing the red energy to creep up over the tops of the tanks and down into the water. That's exactly my plan. I'll give them the same choice. The red energy fills the entire room now, devouring the surrounding orange energy that is inside the tubs now, creeping closer to the 3 bodies inside. I let a wave of telepathy hit the fighters while the dark red flames ignite underwater and surround their bodies entirely. The same statement that echoed throughout the heads of all of the Dark One's troops echoes through their minds. Pledge your loyalty, or burn to ash. My soul energy seeps into their bodies and dense red flames fill the entire room as the highest amount of soul energy that needs to be dispersed is directly attacked. Everyone here attached to my link is unaffected by my flames. It takes a full 10 seconds for my fire to die down, and all of the water and glass from the tubs to shatter and disintegrate as well. Every drop of orange soul energy that infected these fighters' vitals, bones, and inner parts of their soul are burned away. I feel 3 brand new links of loyalty connect with me, and when the red soul energy flames dissipate, the only thing left behind is the 3 fighters looking up at all of us in awe. Like they just woke up from a long slumber. Max, the shield, makes eye contact with me and smiles with light lips before collapsing onto the ground. Sia, the Earth user who now has had this power stripped away from her, manages to let out a faint whisper, "It's you." The Flame Emperor then collapses as well. Ace falls to one knee, keeping himself awake longer than any of the others. "You saved us. Whoever you people really are. We are indebted to you. If you discover this tale on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation." His eyes scan the room, recognizing Monk, Maria, and Abby after me, then bows his head. He falls forward and passes out onto the floor after this too, and the room falls silent once again. I nod with a satisfied look on my face. "It worked." Lith speaks up, staring at the sight before him in awe. "What worked? What did you just do?" "I definitely recognize those three." I speak up again. "I need you to get some rooms ready. Whether that's in the Galeheart Tower or in the Gold District of Valor City. I don't have enough infrastructure for this many new people back in Sector 2 just yet," I think to myself while nodding, and Lith agrees to sort out the arrangements. Lith uses a teleport crystal to quickly get back to his tower and get some of his royal guards on payroll to come and help. At the same time, I use the elevator to go down to the 58th floor to find 2 more tubs of orange liquid and 2 more fighters that I've never seen before. Without wasting time, I use the same method of focusing a telepathy wave into their heads to give them an ultimatum, then purge the orange soul energy from their bodies. To my surprise, it works again. Both fighters fall to the floor and have a brief moment of consciousness before falling asleep on the floor. I move down floors again, repeating the process with the 3 more tubs on the 57th. A little overconfident in my abilities, I assume this test will go just like all of the others. But once given a choice, only 2 of the 3 captured fighters create links of loyalty with me. The final member is burned to ash along with the Lich King's soul energy that courses through his body. As we travel downward floor to floor, this becomes a more common occurrence. About 20% of the unconscious fighters, when given a chance to live under my rule, or die with the soul energy they are bonded with, choose the latter. To me, if they do not accept my terms, they are nothing more than pawns of the Lich King's army. Everyone in these pods is between level 400 and 750. They are clearly a special group chosen by the Dark One for experiments, possibly to be turned into wraiths, or even to be trained up to level 1000 and turned into Dark Guards. The Lich King's true motives with this tower are unknown to me. They are all very strong, but have nothing on their status sheets. Once we make it all the way down to the bottom of the tower on floor 1, 93 new links of loyalty have been added to my Rising Emperor's domain, and they are all at a similar level as the 3 squad leaders in my army, and at a similar mana control as the elite soldiers. As we do, Lith and some of his hired guards come in and out of the past floors and bring the passed out fighters back to the Galeheart Tower to rest in their private facilities. The extras are brought to various smaller hotels in the Gold District with close connections to the Galeheart Mercenary Guild. Lith recognizes almost every one of the fighters on the top 30 floors or so as past arena contestants that mysteriously stopped showing up over the last few months. Some are from the midday events, while others were even top-ranked legacy fighters before Ace, Max, Sia, and Monk took the stage. Many people on the lower floors are unrecognizable to both of us, and are most likely just random adventurers and hunters that were kidnapped in the Dark Continent as the Lich King has been expanding his domain over the years. I've managed to save over 80% of them from rotting away inside this tower for eternity. If they choose to join my ranks when they wake up, the size of my army just grew a significant amount in both strength and numbers. However, based on how long Monk's master has been sleeping, there is no estimate on how long this slumber will actually last. Once they're all taken care of, we leave this tower and walk through the empty streets again to enter the 3rd and final tower. After I cut open the wall at its base, just like the past 2, we walk inside and the sight we see is very interesting. The lights flicker on automatically like all of the other buildings. There are many floors above, just like the building we just left. However, there is no elevator in the lobby that leads up to them, and using all of my perception senses, I'm positive that none of these higher floors have anything stored on them, other than the ground level floor we stand on. This massive tower is an empty mana-shielded shell, at the back of the lobby. There is a large metal box with blue holograms hovering over it connected to intricate-looking interfaces. It is split into 3 sections, silver, gold, and platinum, with numbers ticking away on each of them. Litha's eyes open wide at the sight of this machinery, but my vision is more focused on the single square opening in the center of the room that has a ladder leading hundreds of meters down into the ground. Lith speaks out while walking over to the machine. This is the machine that tracks all of the wristbands in the city. It may seem like a small device, but this small box controls and keeps the balance of power in this city.
It tracks all transactions between wristbands,
collects the midnight tax, and is linked to the citywide surveillance network. As he says this, my focus is swayed quite a bit, but the faint pure white chi reading that comes from down below us captures most of my attention. I reply, well, there's no use in ruining a good thing.
Make sure that control box stays safe.
We'll keep the midnight tax ongoing and continue blocking off areas of the city to monetary tiered restrictions. It may even be safer to bring this device into the Galeheart Tower for more protection. Leaving it out in the open here could be risky. My gaze turns back to the enormous hole in the ground. Everyone else on my team senses there is something down in the darkness as well. Fisher and Lydia even peer over the edge. Monk speaks up, I think I know exactly what is down there. We have one beneath the monastery, but it isn't nearly as massive. His words linger, and I begin to build a visual in my mind of the cave system below the city that is connected to this long open entrance using my soul energy senses. The silence is broken by Ember's comment next, I think I know too. This explains how the Dark One and all of its guards managed to get so much stronger while it was here in the city. Everyone is mesmerized by the faint waves of chi flowing up from the darkness and very curious about Monk and Ember's words. I jump into the small square hole and begin floating down deep underground to see for myself what exactly is below this final tower.